Han Fu was just an ordinary young man on Earth, but a car accident transported him to a strange new world. In this world, known as Kixingdi, humans coexist with celestial beasts, and beast tamers sit at the top of the social hierarchy. However, fate had more surprises in store. Han discovered that he was the most inept student in the history of Zhuxing Academy, the only one who had yet to comprehend the gift of beast taming. One morning, Han woke up to the faint scent of sandalwood, finding himself in an elegantly rustic room. Sunlight streamed through deep red curtains, casting a warm glow on a mahogany desk. Standing before a dressing mirror, he was shocked to see he had transformed into a boy of about 14 or 15. At that moment, memories surged into his mind, revealing the wonders of this world. Kixingdi, a magical realm bathed in the brilliance of countless stars. Here, all things could evolve through starlight, becoming celestial beasts with extraordinary abilities. Humans, as the most intelligent beings, had the power to tame these beasts. Beast tamers formed soul contracts with celestial beasts, creating a symbiotic relationship that built the splendid civilization of beast taming. Han was part of this world, an ordinary boy from an orphanage. Despite his humble origins, his potential as a beast tamer earned him a place at the prestigious Zhuxing Academy. However, destiny played a cruel joke on him. While all his classmates had already unlocked their beast-taming talents, Han remained clueless. As Han fretted over his predicament, his friend Mu Qi burst into the room. Mu anxiously asked whether the inspiration potion had worked, inadvertently revealing that Han had overdosed on the potion. Although Han hurriedly denied it, he knew deep down that this accident was what had brought him to this new body. During their conversation, the class representative Yi Miao delivered some disheartening news. Even Lu Dan, who was mockingly called the Fool, had unlocked his talent. The beast-nurturing instructor demanded Han's immediate presence, meaning he was now the only student in his cohort who had not comprehended the gift of beast-taming and had lost the chance to choose a celestial beast. With a heavy heart, Han made his way to the Academy's celestial beast garden. Though not large, it was crucial for basic nurturing lessons. Madame Lan, a kind elderly woman with silver hair, was waiting for him. Madame Lan did not scold Han for being late. Instead, she offered comforting words. She told Han that some of the most precious dual-talent beast tamers often discovered their gifts later and had become luminaries in the beast-taming world. This gave Han a glimmer of hope. After all, as a transmigrator, having dual talents didn't seem impossible. However, when Madame Lan pointed to an ordinary-looking black stone on the table, Han's heart sank again. It was a Shiryu beast, one of the lowest-ranking celestial beasts. Han couldn't help but voice his concerns to Madame Lan. After all, this kind of beast didn't even move, making it seem unsuitable as an initial celestial beast. Mrs. Lan patiently explained that this jade stone beast was specifically chosen by Professor Chu from the breeding center. Although it may seem ordinary now, it might possess some special hidden growth traits. To prove this, Mrs. Lan invited Fu Han to personally experience the speed at which the jade stone beast absorbs starlight. As Fu Han followed Mrs. Lan's guidance and attempted to sense the core of the jade stone beast, a remarkable change quietly occurred. Fu Han's consciousness seemed to plunge into a vast ocean of stars, and his mind suddenly became extraordinarily clear. A wealth of information about the mysteries of starlight and the essence of the soul flooded into his mind. In that moment, he suddenly realized his own beast-taming talent. The core of one's being is the essence of their soul, and everyone has their own unique soul core. In this enchanting world, Fu Han's core is not just an ordinary source of starlight. It is a cosmic miracle brimming with endless possibilities. Because he traversed through time and space, Fu Han's core nurtured a dark red star. Even more astonishing, this star orbited a massive black hole. Yes, the very black hole that left a profound impression on Fu Han in the universe now shone brilliantly in the depths of his soul. This black hole not only bestowed upon Fu Han the extraordinary ability known as star imprint, but it also expanded his core domain significantly. As the name suggests, star imprint allows Fu Han to observe and replicate the methods star beasts use to harness starlight, and even teach these methods to other star beasts. This power seems tailor-made for Fu Han, giving him an unparalleled advantage in a world where beast taming reigns supreme. Even Fu Han couldn't help but marvel at his fortune. No wonder I'm a traveler. This cheat ability is ridiculously powerful. However, reality is often full of irony. Despite his formidable abilities, Fu Han found himself clutching an unassuming stone jade beast. Little did he know, fate had more in store for him. As he walked towards the edge of the playground with the stone jade beast in his arms, a group of privileged second-generation tamers mockingly jeered, "Look, someone got a stone jade beast. Oh my, this is hilarious. Ha ha ha." Unfazed, Fu Han quietly tucked the stone jade beast into his coat. Just then, a classmate named Songjie spoke up, "Hey, stone jade beasts are hard to raise. You sure about this?" Though the tone was unfriendly, Fu Han nodded in gratitude, appreciating the well-intentioned warning. Back in his dorm, Fu Han eagerly began the bonding ceremony. The moment the bond was established, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the seemingly ordinary stone jade beast possessed a unique trait called efficient core. This meant the stone jade beast's growth efficiency was enhanced by 50, and combined with Fu Han's growth-boosting abilities, they formed a perfect synergy, truly a case of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Excitement gleamed in Fu Han's eyes. He whispered to the stone jade beast, "Even though I had no choice, you're still my first star beast. I'll do my best to make you strong." Fu Han then embarked on a series of tests to explore his beast-taming abilities. To his astonishment, he discovered that his core resembled a vast galaxy, with space for star beasts to orbit like celestial bodies. This realization completely upended his previous understanding of the core, making him marvel at the mysteries of the soul world. Fu Han experimented with his star imprint ability, effortlessly copying the stone jade beast's petrification skill. Once imprinted, the skill transformed into a special starlight stored within the black hole, ready to be imparted to other star beasts at any time. This discovery thrilled Fu Han, sparking a bold idea. What if he retaught the petrification skill to the stone jade beast? Without hesitation, Fu Han began channeling starlight into the black hole. After a moment, the skill imprint formed. He then guided the imprint and projected it onto the small star that the stone jade beast had transformed into. The process of imparting skills was as swift as lightning, but the consumption was immense. Fu Han felt a significant amount of starlight being drained from his core, leaving it dim and lackluster. Not only that, his physical strength seemed to be sapped, and his mind began to grow foggy. Despite this, the skill transfer was successful. Eager to check the status of the Shiyu beast again, Fu Han was overjoyed with the results. The beast's Jade transformation skill had upgraded from LV1 to LV2. The speed of Jade transformation had significantly increased, along with its strength and resistance. This kind of progress usually required a beast master to assist their star beast with extensive and repetitive training. However, Fu Han achieved the skill upgrade merely through repeated skill transfers, showcasing the incredible power of the starlight imprint beyond his expectations. Even more delightful was the fact that, due to the abundant starlight contained within the skill imprint, the Shiyu beast's level had jumped from 1 to 3, its dark red glow becoming even more radiant. This meant that Fu Han could transfer his starlight to his star beast more efficiently through skill imparting, benefiting from the growth enhancement and efficient core. Fu Han was ecstatic. With such a powerful beast master talent, he knew the road ahead would be much smoother. The rapid growth of the Shiyu beast was reassuring, and it wouldn't be long before it evolved into a reliable assistant. However, the consumption of the starlight imprint was indeed substantial. While a beast master's starlight could self-recover, the lost mental and physical energy was not so easily replenished, especially mental energy. Aside from long periods of rest, only expensive mental recovery potions could restore it quickly. Even with Muchi's help, it would still be a considerable expense. At the moment, Fu Han was penniless. Just as Fu Han was worrying about this, he suddenly remembered an important matter: the stipend. As a newly contracted Beastmaster, he could go to the academy to get certified as an apprentice Beastmaster, which would not only grant him the Beastmaster terminal but also a stipend. With this in mind, Fu Han checked the time and hurriedly got up to certify his Beastmaster qualification. However, as soon as he stood up, he had to sit back down. The consumption from imparting the skill was too great, and his legs felt weak. At dusk, Fu Han sat in a corner of the cafeteria's first floor, fiddling with his newly acquired Beastmaster terminal while devouring the free buffet. He had successfully completed the Apprentice Beast Master certification, which was quite straightforward. All he had to do was summon his contracted Star Beast to prove his Beast Master talent. When Fu Han summoned the Shiyu Beast, it inevitably drew some mockery, but he didn't care. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had a mature mindset, and such trivial matters didn't bother him. However, he did have a bit of a headache regarding the Shiyu Beast's size, which had grown larger again, now weighing over 10 kilograms. If it continued to grow, he wouldn't be able to carry it. Afterward, Fu Han received his Apprentice Beast Master stipend in the Beast Master terminal. Although the stipend wasn't much, only 20,000 alliance coins per year, the one-time payment was enough to solve his immediate needs. The terminal, similar to a smartphone, not only had basic communication functions but also could scan and upload Star Beast data. These materials aren't stored in a regular computer network. They come from a truly divine Star Beast, the Eternal Tree. As a fountain of knowledge, the Eternal Tree has made a pact with all beast tamers. It provides them with knowledge and resources, while the tamers must supply it with information on cultivating star beasts. For protection, this information remains confidential throughout the tamer's lifetimes. Han Fu, a student from an orphanage, never bought a cell phone. He thought he had no one to contact and believed that having a terminal device once he became a beast tamer would suffice. Little did he know, this decision caused him to miss out on many social opportunities, gradually isolating him from his classmates. If he hadn't met Mu Chi by chance, people might not have noticed him until the final exams. Just as Han Fu thought of Mu Chi, he spotted him in the cafeteria. Seeing Mu Chi looking around, Han Fu knew he was searching for him and waved. Mu Chi hurried over and immediately asked, "I heard you got a stone jade beast?" Han Fu nodded and continued eating. Mu Chi grabbed his hand in disbelief. "How can you still have an appetite? Dude, stone jade beasts can't move. They're useless. Even Lu Dan-chun knows not to pick a rock." Han Fu rolled his eyes. "I didn't have a choice." Mu Chi sighed and suggested, "How about I accompany you to the White Forest to try your luck? Maybe you'll find a decent star beast cub." Han Fu raised an eyebrow. "With your functional spirit leaf fairy? If we encounter danger, we're done for. Then what should we do?" Han Fu shrugged. "What can we do? Raise the rock. It's not that bad. It gains combat power after evolving." "No way. Do you think it's that easy to evolve one of those things?" Mu Chi suddenly noticed the device in Han Fu's hand. "Wait, what's that in your hand? How did you get a terminal?" Han Fu smiled. "I figured it out. I didn't rest all afternoon, and now I have the terminal." Mu Chi tilted his head, puzzled, then asked, "Are you really going to raise the stone jade beast?" Han Fu nodded and lowered his voice. "Don't worry, this stone jade beast is a bit special and grows quickly. Plus, my innate ability is growth enhancement, so it will evolve soon. But I need your help with something." "What is it? Can you get me some potions to restore mental energy?" Mu Chi frowned. "They're not cheap. I have an allowance." Han Fu quickly said. Mu Chi agreed and suggested they add each other as contacts, offering to add Han Fu to the class group chat. Han Fu declined the group chat invitation but added Mu Chi as a friend. Mu Chi hurried off to prepare the potions, while Han Fu continued enjoying his meal. After a hearty meal, he felt much more energized. Now, only the mental energy issue remained. Han Fu calculated in his mind. Once he had the potions, the stone jade beast's rapid growth and evolution would be within reach. If he has any money left, he plans to get some artificial star shards for the jade beast. As long as the jade beast can evolve, its future development will be much smoother. With hopes for the future, Fu Han found himself wandering into a quiet alley behind the main cafeteria. However, he hadn't been in the alley for long when a harsh voice called out from behind, "Fu Han, right? I finally caught you. Fu Han, right? Finally caught you." A taunting voice shattered the peace of the alley near Zhuxing Academy. Fu Han turned around and saw a familiar-looking young man with a buzz cut striding towards him with an aggressive demeanor. This buzz cut was none other than one of the 3 participants who had attended the Beast Master certification with Fu Han earlier today. Fu Han recalled the scene vividly. When he summoned his stone jade beast, everyone present burst into laughter, and this buzz cut laughed the loudest, his words dripping with mockery and poor manners. Unexpectedly, this guy had followed him all the way here. Just as Fu Han was wondering about his intentions, the buzz cut spoke again, his tone full of provocation. "Fu Han, I bet you haven't been challenged to a duel this month, have you?" He smirked, pulling out his terminal. "I'm challenging you to a Beast Master duel right now. The loser pays 20,000 alliance coins. Do you dare to accept?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Fu Han's terminal buzzed. He took it out and saw the screen displaying. "Apprentice Beast Master Luoji challenges you to a Beast Master duel. The loser must pay the winner 20,000 alliance coins. Do you accept?" Fu Han now understood why Luoji had followed him like a hyena. Zhuxing Academy encouraged competition among its students by allowing them to freely initiate unknown challenges. Each month, there was also an opportunity for a wagered duel, and refusing a challenge would mark a loss in the records. Clearly, Luoji had a cunning plan. Knowing that Fu Han, like himself, had just received the Apprentice Beast Master stipend, he had targeted Fu Han's Stone Jade Beast's weaknesses, believing Fu Han lacked the strength to compete. Whether Fu Han accepted or refused, Luoji would gain the upper hand. However, Fu Han had no intention of letting Luoji get his way. Having lived 2 lives, he wasn't about to be intimidated by a young hothead. Fu Han recalled that Luoji's star beast was a thunderhorn beetle, resembling a rhinoceros beetle and capable of controlling electricity, a high-grade star beast with stats far surpassing those of the Stone Jade Beast. But Fu Han knew that Luoji, like him, was a novice. His thunderhorn beetle might not have mastered its lightning abilities yet, and could very well just be a larger rhinoceros beetle. With this in mind, Fu Han unhesitatingly clicked Accept Challenge. Seeing Fu Han accept the challenge, Luoji was momentarily stunned, then sneered, "Didn't expect you to hand me 20,000 coins willingly. I'll gladly take it." With that, he summoned his thunderhorn beetle with a wave of his hand. Fu Han, unfazed, held his stone jade beast in his hands. Eager to attack, Luoji commanded, "Thunder Strike. Charge." The thunderhorn beetle's horn began to sparkle with electricity as it charged at Fu Han. This caught Fu Han by surprise. It seemed the beetle had indeed mastered its skill, but he remained calm. As the thunderhorn beetle closed in, Fu Han ordered his stone jade beast to enter its jade form. The previously dark stone jade beast quickly turned crystalline. Fu Han stepped forward and precisely aimed the stone jade beast at the thunderhorn beetle's horn. With a sharp crack, Fu Han staggered back a few steps, thinking to himself that the impact was indeed powerful. Upon a closer look, the thunderhorn beetle's horn had actually broken off. Thanks to its LV2 jade transformation skill, the stone jade beast hardness and resistance had significantly increased, allowing it to easily fend off the thunderhorn beetle's attack. Seeing this, Luoji panicked and, disregarding the ongoing battle, rushed over to check the thunderhorn beetle's injury. Fu Han was slightly taken aback by this, thinking that the kid still had some humanity in him. He decided to teach him another lesson and shouted, "Bite him," while hurling the stone jade beast towards Luoji's face. Only then did Luoji remember that the fight was still ongoing. He looked up to see a chunk of jade flying straight towards his face. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but couldn't completely avoid it. The stone jade beast crashed heavily onto his foot, and the entire alley echoed with his screams of pain. After the battle, Fu Han, guided by his conscience, called for a medical team after receiving 20,000 yuan in compensation from Luoji. As for what Luoji, lying on the ground in despair, was thinking at that moment, Fu Han couldn't care less. Back in his dorm, Fu Han summoned the stone jade beast again to examine it closely. He was amazed to find that the thunderhorn beetle's attack hadn't left a single mark on it. Fu Han couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Solid." The stone jade beast blinked its big eyes, looking utterly confused. Fu Han pondered the advantages of the stone jade beast. Although it couldn't move on its own, its hardness was enough to be used as a weapon or shield. This reminded him of the days when he used to hide a shot put in his shoulder bag for fights the range and power were formidable. He decided to revisit this old tactic and find a suitable shoulder bag for the stone jade beast to increase its attack range. The next morning, Mu Qi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, knocked on Fu Han's door with 2 vials of camphor tree extract. This plant-based extract had almost no side effects and could quickly restore mental energy. Although it was quite expensive, costing 16,000 yuan for both, Mu Qi only charged him for the materials and had stayed up all night making it. Without a word, Fu Han accepted the vials and transferred the money immediately. As he was leaving, Mu Qi asked with concern, "I won't be able to help you much in the short term. Are you confident about your stone jade beast evolution?" Fu Han patted his friend's shoulder and said confidently, "Rest easy, everything is under control on my end. You can be completely at ease." Although he wasn't entirely confident before, his encounter with the generous Luoji last night had boosted his morale significantly. He secretly planned that, if necessary, he would pour all his money into the beast shop to buy artificial star shards. With the dual growth efficiency, 1 shard would work like 2, and the stone jade beast evolution would be just around the corner. In the following days, Fu Han focused on repeatedly teaching the stone jade beast the jade transformation skill. With his mental energy keeping up, he was able to conduct a skill transfer once a day. After a few days, not only had the stone jade beast grown stronger, but Fu Han's own mental and physical strength had also improved. Half a month later, after more than 10 skill transfers, the stone jade beast's jade transformation skill had advanced from LV2 to LV7, and its level had increased from 3 to 9. When Fu Han taught the Shiyu beast a skill for the 16th time, something unexpected happened. The Shiyu beast's basic skill, Jade Transformation LV7, suddenly evolved into the advanced skill Jade Transformation Extreme LV Max. Upon closely examining the effects of the max-level Jade Transformation, Fu Han was astonished to discover that the advanced skill Jade Transformation Extreme LV Max not only no longer consumed starlight but could be used continuously. Even more shocking was its ability to gather starlight and source essence from the surroundings, increasing their concentration within a certain range. This meant that the Shiyu beast could indirectly enhance Fu Han's cultivation speed. It was well known that beast masters increased their strength primarily by absorbing source essence, and conventional methods either involved expensive ingredients or rare heavenly treasures. Now, with the Shiyu beast acting as a source essence amplifier, Fu Han's training efficiency would be significantly boosted. Fu Han couldn't help but marvel at the magic of starlight imprinting. Without this ability, who knew how long it would have taken for the Shiyu beast to reach max level on its own? It might have outlasted him. However, the Shiyu beast level was still stuck at 9, just 1 step away from the 10 needed for evolution. Fu Han had to spend 20,000 at the Academy's Beastmaster store to purchase 4 level 1 artificial star fragments. Though the cost pained him deeply, he gritted his teeth and decided to go through with it, knowing the Shiyu beast could absorb them at double efficiency. After a day of effort, the Shiyu beast finally absorbed all the starlight from the fragments, successfully advancing to level 10. After a day of effort, the Shiyu beast finally absorbed all the starlight in fragmented Star City and successfully advanced to level 10. At that moment, Fu Han felt a strong soul wave emanating from the Shiyu beast. Immediately, various energies, elements, starlight, and primordial essence began to converge on the Shiyu beast at an astonishing speed. Fu Han was startled, realizing that the Shiyu beast was about to evolve. The Shiyu beast was no longer the small stone it once was. After multiple upgrades, it had grown into a massive boulder weighing nearly 100 kilograms, too large for a single person to embrace. Under the effect of Jade Transformation Extreme, the Shiyu beast's entire body became a translucent icy green, occasionally flashing with golden hues, making it a sight to behold. As the evolution began, a crisp cracking sound emanated continuously from within the Shiyu beast. The dingling noise grew louder and louder until suddenly, a rocky hand burst out from the Shiyu beast's body. Shortly after, another rocky hand followed suit. These rocky hands rapidly grew, soon reaching over a meter in length. These rocky hands, known as Yinshou, were not complex in structure, consisting of just 3 stone segments forming an arm. The stone serving as the fist was large and round, with a hint of jade color, resembling a boxer wearing green gloves. This evolutionary form of the Shiyu beast was thus called the Jade Fist Beast. Fu Han initially thought the evolution was complete, but upon closer inspection, he realized the energy gathering around the Shiyu beast hadn't ceased but had grown even stronger. Just as he was puzzled, the Shiyu beast underwent another astonishing transformation. First, its 2 rocky hands began to jadify. At first, Fu Han thought it was the jade transformation skill at work, but as the Shiyu beast's arms continued to jadify, their shape changed once again. The stone fists swelled, becoming broader and flatter, eventually transforming into large, broad hands. These hands developed complete finger structures, with golden streaks embedded in the jade-colored palms, looking quite extraordinary. When the Shiyu beast's stone fists fully turned into large jade hands, the energy gathering around it finally stopped. The evolution was complete. The Shiyu beast was still the same Shiyu beast, its round eyes blinking at Fu Han with the same innocence. However, now it had a pair of imposing large hands that could support its body, allowing it to look Fu Han in the eye. Holy crap! Fu Han was stunned by the sudden changes. Even so, he understood that the Shiyu beast had undergone a special evolution. Suppressing his inner excitement, Fu Han quickly took out his terminal to scan the Shiyu beast, hoping to find information about this form from the Eternal Tree. Once the terminal's Star Beast scanner finished its work, Fu Han immediately received the data feedback. Great Jade Hands, a very rare epic-level special evolutionary form of the Shiyu beast. This special evolution occurs only under extremely strict conditions, where the Shiyu beast masters a high-level jade transformation skill before its first evolution. The Great Jade Hand boasts an indestructible defense, can create solid jade radiance walls, and uses its powerful and flexible jade hands as offensive weapons. It's an incredibly formidable star beast. Base stats, 435, Lord level. Epic. Lord level. Fu Han repeatedly confirmed the information about the Great Jade Hand, barely able to believe his eyes. Star beasts are classified by rarity into 5 levels: common, rare, uncommon, epic, and legendary. The evaluation of base stats is divided into pet, normal, excellent, elite, lord, emperor, and infinite levels. The Stone Jade Beast had evolved into an epic rarity Great Jade Hand, with its base stats skyrocketing to 435 points, reaching the Lord level. It felt almost unreal, like a dream. Fu Han recalled how Mu Chi's father had spent a fortune to get him an excellent level Star Beast, and how those second-generation beast tamers would boast and show off if they managed to get an elite-level Star Beast. Now, his Stone Jade Beast had suddenly become a Lord-level beast, a rarity that was almost unheard of. Upon examining the requirements for this special evolution, Fu Han couldn't help but marvel at their stringent nature. The first evolution of a Stone Jade Beast typically occurs when its star radiance reaches level 10, which is quite basic in the long run. However, mastering high-level jade transformation skills before evolution is incredibly challenging. An individual Stone Jade Beast with growth efficiency enhancements evolving into a Great Jade Hand naturally is nearly impossible. While nature occasionally allows a Stone Jade Beast to evolve into a Great Jade Hand under extremely rare conditions, it would take countless beast tamers a lifetime to achieve such success through cultivation. Star Radiance engraving is truly a divine skill, Fu Han exclaimed, gently patting the Great Jade Hand's arm. As he admired its mighty fists, a sudden inspiration hit him. These fists look so powerful, and since the Great Jade Hand has a jade-like texture, why not call it Chiyu? Although he considered a few other names, Fu Han felt Chiyu was the most fitting, and thus the Great Jade Hand's name was decided. Next, Fu Han summoned Chiyu back to his core domain and immersed his consciousness to check the detailed information about the Great Jade Hand. This time, the small star representing the Great Jade Hand had grown 2 to 3 times larger, and its emitted light had changed from red to orange, indicating its star radiance level had increased from 0 to 1. Name: Chiyu. Species: Stone Jade Beast lineage. Evolution level: First tier special evolution, Great Jade Hand. Attributes, Rock, Psychic. Base stats, 435 Lord level. Star Beast level, 10. Health, 100. Abilities. Advanced Skill Jade Transformation Extreme LV Max. Transforms the body into a jade crystalline state, significantly increasing body strength and overall resistance. The jade state does not consume star radiance and can be maintained indefinitely. Additionally, in the jade state, it can gather surrounding star radiance and primal essence, increasing their concentration within a certain range. Basic trait Rock Life. The stone jade beast does not require food, needing only a small amount of star radiance to sustain itself. Special trait Efficient Core. Enhances star radiance growth efficiency. Intermediate skill, Jade Radiance Barrier LV1. Creates a powerful Jade Radiance Barrier that can withstand all types of attacks and partially contain energy leaks. Seeing Chi Yu's new skill, Fu Han felt a surge of joy. Today's luck seemed endless. He immediately began the inscription process for the Jade Radiance Barrier. The process went smoothly, but when he tried to impart the skill, he encountered a problem. Due to insufficient starlight level and slightly inadequate mental strength, Fu Han couldn't forge the skill imprint. One must be strong to forge iron, Fu Han sighed. However, he wasn't discouraged. Today's gains had far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had hoped that the Stone Jade Beast would evolve into a Jade Fist Beast with a base stat of 160, which would have been satisfying enough. Unexpectedly, it evolved directly into the Lord-level Grand Jade Hand. What more could he ask for? The only slight disappointment was that it was too late to take the Grand Jade Hand out for some activity. But Fu Han wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of time in the future. With immense joy, Fu Han drifted into a blissful sleep. The next morning, Fu Han woke up to find a new message on his terminal. Initially, he thought it was from Mu Qi, but upon closer inspection, it was from the Eternal Tree itself. My dear human friend, Beastmaster Fu Han, hello? I noticed that you uploaded the data of a Grand Jade Hand Star Beast with epic rarity. Such an outstanding contribution deserves a reward. I will grant you intermediate access to the database, allowing you to view more Star Beast data. Additionally, I have prepared a small gift for you. You can choose the resources you need later. The speed at which you raise the Grand Jade Hand is simply astonishing. I see you are still an apprentice Beast Master, which is very intriguing. I will continue to keep an eye on you. Your friend, the Eternal Tree. The main function of the Beast Tamer terminal is to connect with the Divine Star Beast, the Eternal Tree, to share data. Fu Han was well aware of this. However, when the Eternal Tree personally sent a message, he was still taken aback. This divine beast, symbolizing wisdom and knowledge, not only had a friendly demeanor but also sent a gift. The continuous surprises left Fu Han somewhat numb. He smiled wryly and continued to check the next message. The system informed him that he had received 1 point of legendary contribution, which he could now use to redeem rewards from the legendary vault. Fu Han realized that this was the gift from the Eternal Tree, but he was still unfamiliar with the concept of legendary contribution. With curiosity, Fu Han followed the system's instructions to open the legendary vault interface. After carefully browsing the exchange list, he truly understood the value of 1 point of legendary contribution. Although there were only 3 items available for exchange, each was incredibly valuable. The Spirit Elixir could expand a Beast Tamer's soul domain. The Star Essence could enhance a Star Beast's racial stats, and the Primal Essence was a concentrated form of primal energy. These brief descriptions couldn't hide their preciousness. Even more astonishing was the fact that these were just the cheapest treasures in the vault, with many other rare treasures Fu Han had never heard of. After much deliberation, Fu Han finally chose the Primal Essence. His core domain was already sufficient, and the racial stats of his beast, Big Jade Hand, had reached the Lord level. In contrast, Fu Han's Star Radiance level was quite low, even lower than Big Jade Hand's, which directly limited its growth. Using the Primal Essence to enhance his Star Radiance level would undoubtedly bring the greatest improvement. Without hesitation, Fu Han clicked to redeem it and quickly received the terminal's confirmation message. He leaned back against his pillow, gazing at the ceiling and muttering to himself, "Not a bad start. Keep it up." With that, he got up to wash and prepare for a new day. Since contracting with the Stone Jade Beast, Fu Han had been the subject of gossip and ridicule wherever he went. Although others thought they were speaking quietly, he could still hear them. Today was no exception. Fu Han could have summoned the now-evolved Big Jade Hand to make everyone look at him differently, but he chose silence. Instead, he considered how to better conceal Big Jade Hand's strength. With the new month beginning, Fu Han thought there might be other, generous benefactors coming his way. So, after the morning class, he specifically booked a closed training room that cost 100 credits per hour. In the training room, Fu Han summoned Big Jade Hand to let it adapt to its new body. They then conducted over an hour of attack and defense drills and skill tests. Big Jade Hand's Jade Radiance Wall skill demonstrated formidable defensive capabilities. Although it couldn't move while casting, it provided effective protection for Fu Han. However, the drills also revealed Big Jade Hand's weaknesses, slow speed and a lack of offensive techniques. Fu Han taught it several agile attack moves, which Big Jade Hand quickly learned, showing an increase in intelligence. Despite this, these shortcomings still needed to be addressed by learning new skills. After leaving the training room, Fu Han returned to his dormitory and began carefully reviewing the Star Beast database, hoping to find a suitable Star Beast near the academy for Big Jade Hand. Zhuxing Academy is located on the eastern continent of Kixingdi, a place known for its pleasant climate and dense population. The bustling city of Zhuxing, where the academy is situated, rivals the prosperity of the eastern capital, Longjiu. Just beyond the high walls to the west of the city lies a vast birch forest called Balan. Although the variety of star beasts here is limited, Fu Han has discovered a skill that might be suitable for Daiyu Shou. This pet-level star beast, known as the Moon Lantern Monster, has low base stats but possesses a skill that greatly interests Fu Han levitation. Considering that Daiyu Shou has gained psychic-type attributes after its evolution, Fu Han believes it might be able to learn this skill, significantly enhancing its mobility and the diversity of its attack methods. With a clear goal in mind, Fu Han decides to venture out of the city. Although Daiyu Shou has developed some combat abilities, the wilderness still poses dangers, so Fu Han needs to make some preparations. First and foremost, it's essential to ensure an ample supply of food and water, and don't forget to bring portable water purification bags. Fu Han stuffed compressed food and clean water into a large bag, suddenly realizing that Daiyu Shou didn't need food or drink. He then remembered the essential tool for capturing moonlight creaturesa net gun, as Daiyu Shou found it difficult to catch those airborne beings. After careful consideration, Fu Han decided to check the task board at the Academy's commission office. As a newly qualified apprentice beastmaster, he understood that the Academy placed great importance on practical skills, and task credits were a significant part of the final assessment. Since he was heading out, it would be perfect if he could complete some commission tasks along the way. The commission office was bustling with activity, with people coming and going constantly. Senior students with strong combat abilities especially like to hang around here, not only to take on tasks, but also to gather valuable information. For instance, someone might have encountered a powerful star beast in the White Forest and got injured, or someone might have come across a pregnant elite star beast. Such information could guide other beastmasters in making decisions based on their own strengths. Additionally, it was an excellent place to find task partners. Fu Han loved the atmosphere here. No one pointed fingers at him, as capable beastmasters were busy with their own affairs. However, he soon ran into a familiar face, Songjia, the cool guy who had once warned him about the difficulty of raising a stone jade beast on the training field. Both of them were somewhat aloof. Songjia was isolated due to his overwhelming strength, while Fu Han was perceived as weak and solitary. At that moment, Songjia was talking with a few senior students, seemingly planning to form a team for a task. While Fu Han was silently admiring him, Songjia noticed him. Out of courtesy, Fu Han nodded, not expecting Songjia to signal to his companions and walk over. Songjia got straight to the point. Since you're at the commission office, your stone jade beast must have evolved by now, right? Fu Han replied vaguely, I'm just looking around. Songjia continued, I heard you gave that guy's little brother a good beating recently, using a stone jade beast with 100 racial points to defeat an elite thunderhorn bug. Honestly, well done. Following Songjia's gaze, Fu Han saw a burly man with a buzz cut standing by the wall not far away, surrounded by equally muscular companions. The buzz-cut man had a full beard and a menacing look. Fu Han found it hard to believe they were the same age. Songjia whispered, that guy holds grudges, be careful. Fu Han nodded in thanks, and after Songjia nodded back and turned away, Fu Han appreciated Songjia's straightforward and decisive personality. When he looked back in the direction of the buzz-cut man, the group had already disappeared. Fu Han didn't think much of it, and turned to browse the tasks available for apprentice beastmasters. There weren't many outdoor tasks for lower-level beastmasters, but there were plenty of manufacturing commissions, which explained why functional beastmasters like Muchi were always incredibly busy. In the end, Fu Han found only one suitable task, a slime extermination mission issued by the Academy. These creatures, invasive species from the western continent, were weak but reproduced rapidly. If not dealt with in time, they would soon infest the entire White Forest. To protect the environment, the Academy has long issued this task. You don't even need to formally accept it. Just bring back the slime shards after defeating the slimes, and you can claim your reward. The reward is calculated based on the number of slime shards. Although the reward is modest and doesn't come with academic credits, the small bonus is still more useful than the slime shards. In essence, the Academy is indirectly increasing the incentive for defeating slimes, encouraging students to clear them from the roadside as they go. For someone like Fu Han, an apprentice beast tamer, there's nothing to complain about. After all, many heroic adventures often start with slaying slimes. After leaving the task center, Fu Han bought new clothes and a mask. Considering that he would have Daiyu Shou follow him outside the city, he thought it was best not to be recognized. With people like Songjia preparing to leave the city, It's always better to be safe than sorry. Once he was ready, Fu Han went to bed early and left the city at dawn the next day. He bypassed the gathering spots near the forest edge and went straight into the depths of the White Forest. Upon entering the woods, Fu Han summoned Du Yusho to stay by his side, both to handle potential dangers and to let Du Yusho get used to using its large hands. Du Yusho clearly enjoyed walking in the forest. Fu Han could feel its joy as soon as it was summoned. What excited Du Yusho even more was that Fu Han often let it smack the semi-transparent slimes on the roadside flat with one hit. For Du Yusho, smashing slimes was pure fun, and it followed Fu Han through the forest, slapping slimes along the way with great enthusiasm. By noon, when Fu Han stopped to rest, a pack of forest wolves appeared around them. The alpha wolf observed Fu Han and Du Yusho from a distance before quickly leading the pack away, moving far faster than Fu Han could chase. Fu Han patted Du Yusho appreciatively, thinking that Du Yusho, now a lord-level star beast, could command a vast territory. Its strong lordly aura made the wolf pack retreat at a glance. Unfortunately, this meant that Du Yusho had fewer opportunities for real combat and could only continue bullying slimes. As night fell, the forest was enveloped in an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. Holding a flashlight, Fu Han cautiously searched through the woods. Suddenly, he noticed a faint light in the distance. Initially, he thought it might be the moonlight beast he was looking for, but upon approaching, it vanished. After several similar encounters, Fu Han realized that it might be the nocturnal star beasts observing him from the shadows. He felt fortunate to have Du Yusho by his side. Otherwise, these star beasts might have already launched an attack. As time passed, the battery of Fu Han's flashlight began to run low. Soon, it flickered a few times before going out completely, leaving Fu Han frustrated in the darkness. He regretted buying such a cheap product, despite the seller's claim that it could last 12 hours on solar power, when in reality, it barely lasted half that time. Just as Fu Han was feeling disheartened, a distinct light appeared in the distance. After confirming it wasn't flickering, Fu Han's heart lifted. He carefully approached and finally found the moonlight beasts he had been searching for. He smiled slightly, feeling lucky. Moonlight beasts had very low species values and almost no intelligence. As Fu Han stood under a tree observing them, they showed no reaction. This group of moonlight beasts numbered around 40 to 50, with the larger ones being the size of soccer balls and the smaller ones about the size of fists. Fu Han activated the scanner on his terminal to detect the star beast starlight and calculate their levels. While not highly accurate, it was sufficient for reference. The scan results showed that most of the moonlight beasts had star beast levels exceeding 10, with their starlight reaching the first tier. As a zero-tier starlight holder, Fu Han found it difficult to form a contract with them. However, there were a few juveniles among them, those smaller individuals. Fu Han's eyes roamed over the small moonlight beasts, searching for a slightly brighter target. He planned not to release his contract target anytime soon, and since moonlight beasts could emit light in the dark, they could conveniently replace his useless flashlight. Suddenly, Fu Han noticed a unique, small moonlight beast. It was composed of 2 orbs. Raising an eyebrow, he thought, "This is the one." This dual-bodied moonlight beast, while similar to ordinary moonlight beasts, had slightly higher species values, reaching double digits. More importantly, its rarity level was upgraded from common to rare. Fu Han quickly pulled out his net gun and, relying on his shooting experience from his previous life, hit the target in one shot. The dual-bodied moonlight beast was swiftly pulled to his side, without causing any reaction from the rest of the moonlight beasts. After successfully capturing it, the contract was easily established. Immediately, the information about the dual-bodied moonlight beast appeared in Fu Han's mind. Species: moonlight beast lineage. Evolution level: initial dual-body mutation. Attribute: psychic. Species value: 11. Pet level: star beast level: 2. Health: 60. Abilities: basic trait: energy. Construct: the small moonlight beast is composed of energy, sustained by minimal energy intake. Special trait: dual light body. The dual-bodied moonlight beast skills come with an exorcism effect. Primary skills: levitation. LV1 floats in the air by resisting gravity with starlight. Luminescence. LV1 emits light. Fu Han was surprised to discover that the dual-bodied moonlight beast possessed such a valuable trait as exorcism. Exorcism abilities deal extra effects and more damage to dark and undead types, typically possessed only by light-type star beasts. However, the Moon Lantern monster's stat values are so low that just being hit by a net gun reduced its health by 40. Fortunately, Fu Han was relieved that it was flying high, as the net gun's kinetic energy was largely spent. Otherwise, it might have been killed on the spot. Despite having exorcism abilities, such a fragile creature still stands no chance against powerful dark and undead star beasts. This trait seems to have little practical value. However, since the Twin Moon Lantern monster already has decent exorcism abilities, Fu Han became interested in its evolved form. He checked the evolution data and found it to be intermediate level information. Luckily, Fu Han had already gained intermediate-level access to the database. Ling Yueguang, the legendary evolved form of the Moon Lantern monster. It requires purification in the 7th moon pool to complete the evolution. Ling Yueguang possesses extremely powerful exorcism abilities. Base stat value, 235 excellent level. The 7th moon pool? Fu Han searched his memory and recalled that it was supposedly a mythical pool where the moon was bathed. He couldn't help but wonder if such a legendary place truly existed. Moreover, with such stringent evolution conditions, a base stat value of only 235 seemed puzzling. Fu Han immediately abandoned the idea of evolving the Moon Lantern monster and instead started inscribing its skills. The glowing skill was very simple, and Fu Han quickly completed the inscription. The levitation skill was slightly more complex, but still manageable as a basic level skill. Eager to test it, Fu Han decided to teach the levitation skill to Diyu Shou. He sat under a large tree illuminated by the Moon Lantern monster and began inscribing the levitation skill mark, then transferred it to Diyu Shou. Moments later, Fu Han once again felt dizzy and weak, his limbs powerless. But to his delight, Diyu Shou had indeed learned levitation. The newly levitating Diyu Shou hung upside down, eyes filled with confusion. Fu Han mustered his strength to right it and guided it in adapting to its new ability. Watching Diyu Shou gradually adapt to levitation, Fu Han leaned against the tree and took out a high-calorie nutrition bar to eat. At that moment, Diyu Shou seemed to sense Fu Han's fatigue and came over, enveloping him protectively with its large hands. Fu Han felt a warmth in his heart and gradually fell asleep. The next afternoon, Fu Han woke up to a clear sky. Looking up, he saw that the Moon Lantern monster group had vanished without a trace, leaving only Diyu Shou still in its protective stance, unmoving. Though he had passed a peaceful night, Fu Han still felt tired and hungry upon waking. He took a small sip of dragon camphor extract and ate 2 nutrition bars, finally feeling revitalized. Due to his weakness from teaching the skill the previous night, Fu Han hadn't had the chance to closely observe Diyu Shou's levitation ability. Once he regained his strength, he carefully studied Diyu Shou's new skill. After a night, Diyu Shou's mastery of levitation had significantly improved, but it could only hover about a meter off the ground, moving at a speed comparable to walking on its hands. Fu Han wasn't in a hurry. He took Diyu Shou through the forest to adapt to its floating ability and conducted multiple practice sessions for hand attacks while levitating. The unfortunate targets of these practices were semi-transparent slimes. At night, with the help of the dragon brain camphor extract, Fu Han felt his mental energy fully restored. He then resumed teaching Diyu Shou the levitation skill. Diyu Shou's levitation skill advanced from level 1 to level 2, reducing starlight consumption and increasing speed. After the training session, Fu Han once again rested under Diyu Shou's protection. The next day, they repeated the same training regimen. 3 days later, Diyu Shou's levitation skill had reached level 3, and its overall level had risen to level 11. 3 days later, not only had Fu Han's Great Jade Hand's levitation skill advanced to level 3, but his own level had also reached 11. Although the Longneshang extract had run out, Fu Han's mental strength remained robust. In the wilderness, he cautiously decided to pause the enhancement of the Great Jade Hand's skills. Even so, the performance of the level 3 levitation was already impressive. While the Great Jade Hand's levitation height remained just over a meter, its movement speed now surpassed most four-legged animals, making it agile and swift. More delightfully, the star energy consumption during levitation had significantly reduced, allowing the Great Jade Hand to maintain its levitated state for extended periods without strain. Fu Han unexpectedly discovered another advantage of the levitation could sit in the palm of the Great Jade Hand, using it as a fast-moving floating vehicle. This discovery thrilled Fu Han, and with such a capable assistant, he decided to explore the White Forest further in search of additional gains. However, at this point, Fu Han's drinking water was running low, though he still had a good stock of nutrient bars that could fill him up in one bite. Being well prepared, he had brought a water purification bag. He just needed to find a water source to solve the drinking water issue. Checking the terminal navigation map, Fu Han found the nearest water source was a pond over 30 kilometers away. With the Great Jade Hand as his transport, this distance was no longer daunting. After determining the direction, Fu Han directed the Great Jade Hand towards the water source. Along the way, he seized every opportunity to eliminate slimes. After all, he had spent all his savings for this expedition, and wouldn't even disdain a job tightening screws now. Fu Han secretly hoped to encounter more challenging opponents to give the Great Jade Hand a real workout, as these ordinary slimes were no longer providing any improvement. The long trek of several dozen kilometers did not disappoint Fu Han. Midway, they encountered an unexpected reward: elemental slimes. Initially, Fu Han discovered a group of ordinary slimes near a large rock. Just as he was about to collect them in joyous excitement, 2 large slimes, one purple and one yellow, suddenly sprang out from behind the rock. Fu Han quickly retreated to a safe distance and used his terminal to scan these 2 special slimes. The scan revealed that they were rare lightning-type evolutions, the yellow one being a positive electric slime, and the purple one a negative electric slime, both having evolved from ordinary slimes by absorbing sufficient lightning elements. They possessed lightning element constructs, making them completely immune to lightning attacks and capable of counterattacking attackers with lightning. These two lightning slimes both had first-class star energy, with levels around 15-16. After brief consideration, Fu Han decided to use these two lightning slimes as opponents to test the Great Jade Hand. He surmised that the fully jade-formed Great Jade Hand had high resistance, making elemental attacks less threatening. Moreover, the Great Jade Hand's speed far exceeded that of the slimes, ensuring they could retreat safely if necessary. Thus, Fu Han hid at a distance, directing the Great Jade Hand to charge directly at the two lightning slimes. Faced with the Lord-level aura emitted by the Great Jade Hand, the two lightning slimes reacted intensely, immediately launching a combined skill. Intense lightning instantly struck the Great Jade Hand, causing Fu Han's heart to skip a beat. However, the Great Jade Hand's momentum remained undeterred. In the blink of an eye, it reached the slime, striking with both hands. The dazzling lightning suddenly dissipated, and before Fu Han could react, Big Jade Hand was already happily slapping other ordinary slimes. This astonishing scene left Fu Han incredulous. Big Jade Hand had not only instantly defeated two lightning slimes that were 45 levels higher than itself, but also remained unscathed, its health still at 100. Clearly, the elemental slime's attacks had failed to penetrate Big Jade Hand's defenses. Although this encounter didn't provide Big Jade Hand with substantial training, it gave Fu Han a clearer understanding of its strength. More importantly, besides a large number of ordinary slime shards, he also obtained two more precious lightning slime shards. Soon, Fu Han and Big Jade Hand arrived at the pond. Just as Fu Han was about to use his purified water bag to collect water, another slime jumped out of the pond. This slime, though smaller than the previous lightning slimes, was entirely sky blue, obviously another type of elemental slime. Fu Han cautiously stepped back and immediately used his terminal to scan the newly appeared slime. The scan revealed it to be a water slime, a rare water element evolutionary form. It possessed the traits of a water element construct and a liquid state, making it completely immune to water element damage and largely immune to physical damage, with a decent self-healing ability. Though not highly aggressive, contact with it might get one wet. This water slime had a species value of 68, categorized as pet grade, with an estimated level between 8 and 9. Seeing the water slime's characteristics and Big Jade Hand's broad, powerful palms, Fu Han realized he couldn't easily deal with this special slime. He took Big Jade Hand around to fetch water from a distance, while contemplating whether he should contract an elemental attack-type star beast to handle such situations. Although nurturing star beasts required significant investment, and Fu Han was financially strained, his vast core domain could fully utilize the potential of multiple star beast contracts. Suddenly, Fu Han remembered something he had overlooked and rushed back. Fortunately, the water slime was still there. Fu Han decisively pointed at the slime and ordered Big Jade Hand, "Grab it." For the past few nights, the Twin Moon Lantern monster had been serving as Fu Han's lighting tool. Despite having a species value of only 11, the Lantern monster had proven its utility. Ordinary summoners might not contract a Lantern monster just for lighting, but for Fu Han, with his expansive core domain, this wasn't an issue. The water slime also had a unique purpose. Its body was composed of pure water elements, purer than even purified water. By contracting a water slime, Fu Han would no longer need to worry about drinking water, could simply summon it and squeeze out water whenever needed, solving his hydration problems effortlessly. This meant he could ditch both his flashlight and water purification bag, which was simply brilliant. Fu Han suddenly realized that he had been fighting slimes so much recently that he reflexively thought about how to eliminate them upon sight, almost forgetting that slimes could also be contracted as star beasts. Moreover, this was a rare low-level water slime. If he missed this opportunity, Fu Han might have to wait until he became a novice beast master to encounter another water slime. Moments later, Dayu returned holding a constantly wobbling water slime, and Fu Han immediately began the bonding process. It went exceptionally smoothly, and soon, another tiny star appeared in Fu Han's core. Water slime. Species: evolution of the slime family. Level: Tier 1 water element evolution. Attribute: water. Species value: 68 pet grade. Star beast level: 9. Health: 100. Abilities: basic trait water element constitution. Lives off water elements and is completely immune to water attribute attacks. Basic trait liquid form. Its liquid body allows it to pass through narrow spaces and is largely immune to physical attacks. Primary skill self-healing LV1. Gradually restores health over time. This was an ordinary water slime with no special attributes. Fu Han collected some water from it and tasted it, finding it unexpectedly sweet and refreshing. After bonding with the water slime, Fu Han felt he had gained a lot from this trip and considered heading back. Suitable opponents for Dayu were hard to find, and he couldn't wander in the forest indefinitely. However, with nightfall approaching, Fu Han decided to rest by the pond for the night and set off the next day. Clearing a spot by the pond, Fu Han set up a temporary camp. He began tinkering with his net gun, hoping to catch a wild rabbit or forest chicken. He was tired of the beef-flavored nutrition bars he had been eating for days, and this was also a good opportunity to practice his survival skills. Just as Fu Han was about to start hunting, he heard the sounds of an intense battle in the distance. There were loud collisions and the shouts of beast-tamers commanding their star beasts. Fu Han quickly put away his net gun and, riding on Dayu, stealthily approached the source of the noise. The battle took place not far from the pond, in the midst of the forest. Three beastmasters were engaged in a fierce fight against a bizarre-looking black spider. Amidst the chaos, a tiger-shaped star beast lay on the ground, unconscious, with its beastmaster also out cold. A female beastmaster was tending to her fallen comrade, her crystal jellyfish creating a protective shield around them both while casting healing spells. Fighting the spider was Han Fu's classmate, the cool and enigmatic Songjia. Clad in black, his arms were wrapped in silver metal that extended into long, blade-like appendages, clashing violently with the grotesque spider. The star beast resembled a spider, standing about 2 meters tall with an unusual structure. Its body was a small disc connected to 4 long legs, devoid of any visible organs, as if it were merely a connector for the legs. The spear-like legs were covered in barbs and moved with extraordinary agility, relentlessly striking at Songjia. Songjia exhibited superhuman physical abilities, dodging, leaping, and flipping with remarkable agility. The silver blade in his hand gleamed coldly as he faced the formidable enemy without retreating. However, he struggled to find the spider's weak point, and his counterattacks failed to inflict any significant damage. Han Fu couldn't help but admire Tsangjia's combat prowess. Judging by Tsangjia's extraordinary physical abilities, his Beastmaster talent was likely life resonance. This talent allowed a Beastmaster to draw immense vitality from their star beast, greatly enhancing all physical capabilities. Such Beastmasters often honed their combat skills and fought on the front lines themselves. The silver blade in Tsangjia's hand was his star beast, the Mercurial Blade, a rare and epic-grade metal-type star beast. With a liquid mercury-like body, it could transform into various weapons to assist its Beastmaster in battle. The Mercurial Blade not only had strong life functions but also possessed self-healing abilities, making it an ideal partner for a life resonance Beastmaster. Despite the Mercurial Blade's formidable power, Songjia's stamina was ultimately limited. Initially, he managed well, but as time passed, fatigue set in, and he began to struggle. Han Fu sighed, recalling Songjia's previous kind advice, and decided he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Before Songjia was completely overwhelmed, he commanded Du Yusho to join the fray. The sudden intervention of Du Yusho startled the female Beastmaster and Songjia. They quickly retreated, readying themselves. However, upon seeing Du Yusho head straight for the spider creature, they both breathed a sigh of relief, realizing help had arrived. Songjia scrutinized Du Yusho, puzzled by its ability to hover. Then, he saw Han Fu, masked and walking slowly towards them, and frowned. Although he couldn't see Han Fu's face, the figure reminded him of a classmate who was often regarded as the weakest, assigned to the Shiyu beast. As Songjia pondered, the spider's sharp screech snapped him back to reality. Du Yusho had already engaged the spider, grabbing its legs. The sharp barbs on the spider's legs ironically prevented it from breaking free. Du Yusho seized the spider's legs, spun it around, and slammed it to the ground, following up with another powerful slam. The giant jade hand was entirely ice jade in color, with golden patterns entwined around its 2 massive hands. It looked like a war god as it pounded the spider relentlessly. Its performance left Fu Han very satisfied and lifted the spirits of everyone around. Fu Han approached Songjia and asked, "What is that thing?" while pulling out his terminal to start scanning the spider. Gasping for breath, Songjia replied, "It should be a corrupted beast cultivated by the followers of the old gods. There are apostles of the old gods nearby." Hearing the mention of the old gods' followers, Fu Han's brows furrowed, and his sense of vigilance heightened. These cultists were dangerous and malevolent, enemies to all beast tamers. The terminal quickly provided information on the spider, a spider-like ferocious beast, cultivated through evil means by the followers of the old gods. Its form and abilities vary. Species value cannot be assessed, ferocity level 1819, with an eradication reward of 1,819 points of exceptional contribution. As Fu Han studied the information, the spider was flung far away by the giant jade hand and limped away in retreat. Just as the giant jade hand was about to pursue, Fu Han called it back. However, Songjia, without a word, grabbed his sword and chased after it. Fu Han turned to the female beast tamer and asked if she could handle things on her own. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he sighed, mounted the giant jade hand, and set off in pursuit. Before long, he caught up with Songjia, surprised at how quickly he had regained his strength. Fu Han suggested, "Hey, hop on, save your energy. We'll need it for the fight ahead." Songjia jumped onto the giant jade hand's left hand, kneeling to catch his breath. Fu Han, puzzled, asked, "What's going on? Why the urgency?" With a furrowed brow, Songjia explained, "There were two of those creatures. The other one took one of our companions." Fu Han was shocked at the news, his expression turning grave. After a moment of silence, Songjia suddenly said, "Thanks." Fu Han sighed, thinking to himself, "Just my luck to run into you." Following the trail left by the escaping spider, Fu Han and Songjia pursued it all the way to the shady side of a high slope. To their surprise, they discovered a pitch-black cave entrance hidden below. Standing at the mouth of the cave, both hesitated instinctively. Songjia frowned and said, "Dark-type beasts of the old gods gain significant strength in dark environments." Fu Han knew this well, but saving lives was more important, and they couldn't afford to retreat now. Songjia's words gave him an idea. There might be a way to counter this situation. He quickly summoned his moon lantern spirit. Upon seeing the dual-bodied moon lantern spirit, Songjia was initially pleased but soon shocked. He contracted a moon lantern spirit? Does that mean he has the talent to expand his core domain? Is he really that person? The one who was at the bottom? Although the moon lantern spirit's glowing ability couldn't directly harm dark-type beasts, its exorcism effect was enough to neutralize the advantages brought by the dark environment. Unfortunately, it couldn't dispel the damp, decaying odor of the cave. The two entered the cave, their brows furrowed and their steps quickened. The cave wasn't deep, and they soon passed through a narrow passage into an underground chamber. De Yusho guarded Fu Han vigilantly, while Songjia held his magic blade, ready for combat. Unexpectedly, aside from the unnerving sound of dripping water, the place was eerily quiet. Fu Han directed the moon lantern spirit to rise higher, expanding the illuminated area. As the light grew stronger, the full extent of the cave became visible. A wooden bed came into view, and an oil lamp sat on a stone next to it. Fu Han and Songjia exchanged a glance and cautiously approached the bed. Fu Han touched the lampshade and felt residual warmth, indicating recent use. Songjia picked up the oil lamp and turned the switch. With a soft click, the lamp was lit, revealing more details. Not far away, a stone workbench was cluttered with various test tubes and containers. Behind the stone table, a pile of bones had accumulated to waist height. After careful examination, Songjia said, "These are beast bones." Fu Han leaned in to observe and noticed many animal skulls among the pile, understanding Songjia's conclusion. "It seems they've fled," Songjia remarked. Fu Han nodded in agreement. "Looks like it. The old god's apostles might be strong, but they can only hide in the shadows. Once discovered, they have to flee. Otherwise, they'd face the consequences of being outmatched." At that moment, a pained groan interrupted their conversation. They quickly followed the sound and found a silver-haired man in a Zhuxing Academy uniform lying on the damp ground, eyes closed and face twisted in pain. Songjia knelt to check their companion's injuries, then decisively hoisted him onto his shoulder. "Let's get out of here first. Move." Fu Han was about to follow when he heard a faint whimper. Turning to investigate, he found a filthy woodland wolf twitching in agony, its breathing weak. Considering the nearby bones, Fu Han guessed it might have been used as an experimental subject or food for the beasts. Without hesitation, he instructed De Yusho to lift the woodland wolf and followed Songjia out of the cave. Outside the cave, Songjia placed his companion in the strongest sunlight, noticing it seemed to ease his pain. Fu Han also instructed De Yusho to place the forest wolf in the sunlight. At that moment, they both noticed a dark aura entwining around the person and the wolf. Songjia frowned and said, "It seems to be some kind of dark curse." Fu Han looked up at the setting sun and said worriedly, "It's getting dark. Dark magic, dark magic. The curse might worsen after sunset." Songjia suggested, "I wonder if Mu Weiwei has any solutions." He suddenly noticed the forest wolf and asked, puzzled, "Why is there a forest wolf here?" Fu Han explained, "Found it in the cave. It seems to be a victim too." Songjia was slightly taken aback and asked, "Do you want to save it? Dark curses are incredibly hard to lift." Fu Han found himself in a dilemma. A common forest wolf wasn't rare in this white forest and didn't seem worth the effort. Just then, the forest wolf, as if sensing Fu Han's hesitation, struggled to place its paw on his foot, letting out a pleading whimper as if to say, "Please save me. I still want to live." Seeing this, Fu Han sighed softly, "Let's give it a try." Back at the camp, they found that Song Wenyang had woken up but was still very weak. Upon seeing Songjia and Fu Han return with the rescued Xia Yunqing, Song Wenyang thanked Fu Han earnestly before falling back into a deep sleep next to his tiger companion. Xia Yunqing's condition remained critical. Mu Weiwei explained that he was being eroded by some dark power. Fortunately, he was still fighting back, and the dark power hadn't deeply penetrated yet, so it should be possible to remove it. However, Mu Weiwei's water-based healing skills were ineffective on him, and he could only rely on his self-healing abilities until light-based powers could intervene. Given Xia Yunqing's dire situation, the group decided to head to the gathering place overnight to seek treatment as soon as possible. As for the forest wolf, Mu Weiwei's diagnosis was more pessimistic. She said it had been eroded for much longer than Xia Yunqing and had little hope of recovery. Even if a skilled healer could save it, the cost would be enormous. Although Mu Weiwei didn't say it outright, Fu Han understood her implication. Saving a forest wolf at such a high cost wasn't worth it. By dusk, everyone was ready to set off. De Yusho was tasked with carrying the two injured individuals. Mu Weiwei was attending to them, and Song Jie led the way with his magic blade. However, Fu Han, looking at the weakened forest wolf, was still hesitant. Senior? Mu Weiwei asked, puzzled, seeing Fu Han unmoving. Fu Han reluctantly explained, you all go ahead. I'll give it a quick end. Hearing this, Mu Weiwei quickly turned her head away, unable to bear witnessing the impending scene. Song Jie sighed softly, let's go. With that, he started moving, and Fu Han directed De Yusho to follow. Once the others were far away, Fu Han knelt down, gazing at the forest wolf. This time, the creature, seemingly sensing Fu Han's thoughts, responded again. It struggled to nuzzle its head against Fu Han's hand, gently licking the back of his hand, then letting out a faint whimper. Fu Han felt as if he heard it saying, please, please. In that moment, all of Fu Han's previous resolve vanished. Perhaps he had never truly made up his mind from the start. He hadn't even prepared a small knife at his side. Fu Han glanced at his companions who had already walked far ahead and let out a deep sigh. He reached out towards the dying forest wolf. This time, his wrist shimmered with intricate runes that held the power of a contract. The leader, Song Jie, cautiously controlled their pace to ensure Mu Weiwei could keep up. After rejoining the group, Fu Han silently walked at the rear, his expression heavy. Everyone in the group could sense his change in mood, so they remained silent. In fact, Fu Han was fully focused on sensing the condition of the forest wolf. Detailed information about the wolf appeared in his mind. Forest wolf species, wolf family evolution level, initial attributes type, animal family species value, 141 level, ordinary star beast, level 16 health, 18, critical condition status, suffering from severe dark corruption, health continuously declining. Abilities, basic trait wolf adaptation. Wolves possess remarkable endurance, maintaining excellent stamina and strength even without food for extended periods. They have strong adaptability, capable of surviving in various harsh environments. Basic skill cooperation. When fighting alongside partners, it's easier to find and attack opponents' weak points. After reviewing the forest wolf's condition, Fu Han couldn't help but sigh. He realized his impulsiveness in hastily forming a pact with a critically injured star beast. The pact established a soul connection between the beast tamer and the star beast, and if the star beast died or was abandoned, the tamer's soul would be damaged. Although the soul would eventually recover, the period of weakness could last for several months. At this moment, the forest wolf was on the brink of death, with its health continuously declining. If Fu Han couldn't save its life, he would also suffer soul damage. Reflecting on the stray cat that had suddenly appeared by the roadside in his past life, he couldn't help but acknowledge that deep down, he still had a soft spot and found it hard to turn a blind eye to dying creatures. Nevertheless, Fu Han was not without options. His decision to form a pact with the forest wolf was largely inspired by Mu Weiwei. She had mentioned that Xia Yunqing needed to rely on his self-healing ability until the light force could intervene. This reminded Fu Han of the self-healing skill of the water slime. If he could transfer this already imprinted skill to the forest wolf, it might help it survive the crisis. Fu Han knew that even if successful, the process would be extremely painful. But he believed that with the wolf's tenacious will, the forest wolf would prefer to fight for its survival. The wolf's endurance might be enough to sustain it until a turning point appeared. At dawn, the group finally reached the gathering point. Many beast tamers were there, either preparing to set out or taking a break. Upon seeing the injured, everyone cooperated to immediately get the two wounded onto vehicles heading back to Star City. However, when Song Jie and Mu Weiwei wanted to formally thank Fu Han, they found he had already slipped away quietly. Fu Han had never intended to reveal his identity, so he chose to leave without a word. More importantly, after a night had passed, the forest wolf's health had rapidly dropped to 8. Fu Han couldn't afford any delays and hurried to find a quiet spot at the edge of the white forest to sit down and begin transferring the skill to the forest wolf. As usual, Fu Han's consciousness sank into the core realm. He gathered starlight into a black hole, forged a skill imprint, and then cast the imprint towards the star representing the forest wolf. However, just as the mark was about to touch the star, an unexpected change occurred. A surge of dark energy suddenly erupted from the orange star of the forest wolf, fiercely rushing toward the skill mark as if trying to devour it. Seeing this, Fang Han immediately willed the mark to retreat, but the dark energy grew even more violent, forcefully dragging the skill mark toward the forest wolf's star. In the blink of an eye, the mark was out of Fang Han's control and was absorbed into the star. Moments later, the small star of the forest wolf returned to calm, with both the skill mark and the dark energy disappearing without a trace. Fang Han was initially alarmed but quickly checked on the forest wolf's condition, only to find himself both surprised and delighted. The forest wolf had indeed acquired a new skill, but instead of the original self-healing LV1, it had mutated into dark self-healing LV1. Advanced skill Dark Healing LV1. Absorbs dark energy for healing, significantly enhancing self-recovery abilities and converting dark energy attacks into healing. Skill mutation? Fang Han wasn't entirely sure what had happened, but could only make an educated guess. The changes in the forest wolf didn't stop there. It had also gained a new special trait, Dark Core. Special trait Dark Core greatly enhances perception and control over dark elements. Fang Han quickly checked the forest wolf's attributes and found that it still belonged to the animal category without any addition of dark attributes. However, at this moment, the specific category of the forest wolf seemed less important. Fang Han was more concerned about its health. Fortunately, the forest wolf's health had shown some improvement. 9. Near death, currently suffering from mild dark erosion. The health had increased by 1, and the level of dark erosion had reduced from severe to mild. This meant the forest wolf's life was temporarily saved. Fang Han let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. After a moment of thought, he decided to summon the forest wolf to check on its condition directly. To his surprise, its appearance had also changed. The once gray-white fur now had tips tinged with a deep, mysterious purple. Overall, it looked as if a layer of enigmatic purple had been draped over its gray-white base, giving it a thick yet mystical appearance. Although the summoned forest wolf was still very weak, it made an effort to gently wag its tail as if to express gratitude. Seeing this, Fang Han quickly recalled it back into the core, thinking, "Don't exert yourself trying to thank me. Just get better and don't drag me down." The weakness from imparting the skill was still intense, but this time, Fang Han had no Longisang potion to use. He could only rest under a tree, thankful that he was on the outskirts of the White Forest and protected by the Great Jade Hand, which should keep him safe. While resting, Fang Han continued to monitor the forest wolf's condition and noticed its health soon increased by another 1, reaching 10. This gave Fang Han some peace of mind. After resting for an hour, Fang Han got up, changed into a clean school uniform, and quietly returned to the gathering point before catching a direct ride back to the academy. Once back at the academy, despite his exhaustion, Fang Han mustered the strength to visit the main cafeteria. After several days of surviving solely on nutrition bars, the cafeteria food suddenly tasted incredibly delicious. After wolfing down a meal, Fu Han returned to his dormitory and fell asleep without even bothering to wash up. When he woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Upon waking, Fu Han immediately checked the health status of the woodland wolf. The resilient creature's health had improved from a critical state to 60. Fu Han glanced at the time, feeling puzzled. Given its previous recovery rate, the woodland wolf should have been fully healed by now. Why was its health only at 60? Had the recovery process stopped? The woodland wolf's state of dark corruption remained mild, showing no signs of further reduction. At this point, Fu Han wasn't sure if its dark healing ability could absorb the corruption to heal itself, so he decided to keep monitoring it. At that moment, Fu Han noticed that the woodland wolf had a hungry status. He remembered that, unlike other star beasts, the woodland wolf needed to eat. Though wolves can endure hunger, they can't go without food and water for too long. So, Fu Han got up, washed, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the fresh meat shop at the beast garden. He bought 20 pounds of beef and some standard nutritional supplements for the woodland wolf. This shopping trip completely drained his last bit of balance, leaving him penniless. Fortunately, he still had a small bag of slime fragments, which should keep him fed for a while. Fu Han returned to his dormitory and summoned his woodland wolf. This lucky creature's health had recovered to 60, and it was energetically bouncing around him. It wagged its tail, nudged, and licked him, its enthusiasm making Fu Han both amused and exasperated. Remembering how weak the dual moon lantern monster had been at the same health level, Fu Han couldn't help but marvel at the woodland wolf's vitality. With no other choice, Fu Han pushed the woodland wolf towards a bowl of fresh meat mixed with nutrients. Only then did it settle down to eat, but even then, it looked up at Fu Han every couple of bites, its tail wagging incessantly, its face full of gratitude and adoration. Watching the woodland wolf, Fu Han felt a surge of accomplishment, similar to when he had evolved the stone jade beast into a great jade hand. He noticed that even after eating half a bowl of meat, the woodland wolf's health remained at 60, indicating that further recovery might take some time. Nonetheless, since it had already survived a near-death experience and was in good spirits, there was no need to rush its recovery. Just as Fu Han was contemplating what to name the woodland wolf, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He instinctively thought it was Mu Chi visiting, but when he opened the door, he found the student committee member, Yi Miao, standing outside. As soon as Yi Miao saw Fu Han, she began to complain. Finally, you're back. Fu Han, since you've become a beast tamer and got your terminal, why haven't you joined the class group? Don't you feel any sense of belonging to our class? Fu Han hesitated for a moment, uncertain, and asked, is it my problem? Yi Miao, momentarily speechless, explained, that's not what I meant. But you should at least interact with everyone more so they can get to know you. Is it really necessary? Fu Han asked. Yi Miao sighed and relented. Fine, but at least add me as a friend, so I don't have to come find you every time there's something important. Fu Han nodded in agreement and invited Yi Miao inside. As he turned to get his terminal, Yi Miao noticed the woodland wolf in the room. Wow, is this your star beast? Yi Miao asked in surprise. I thought it was a stone jade beast. She approached and petted the woodland wolf's head, which sat obediently, allowing her to stroke it. It's just a pet, Fu Han said casually. Yi Miao raised an eyebrow. Don't try to fool me. The Grand Scholar mentioned that you're definitely hiding your strength. This is clearly an exotic woodland wolf, and you're using it as a pet. Fu Han frowned, thinking, who is this Grand Scholar? I don't even know him. How does he know I'm hiding my strength? To change the subject, he quickly said, I've sent you the friend request. Yi Miao knew he was diverting the conversation, but didn't press further. After adding him as a friend on her terminal, she said, the Grand Scholar asked me to tell you that someone came by a few days ago to deliver something important for you. Since you weren't here, it's being kept with him. You should go retrieve it when you have the time. Fu Han immediately realized it must be the essence of primordial quality he had exchanged for with legendary contributions. He asked, which Grand Scholar? Who else? Our academy has only one Grand Scholar, Yi Zhizhong, Grand Scholar Yi. Yi Miao replied. Fu Han raised an eyebrow and asked, surname Yi? Yi Miao hurriedly replied, all right, I've delivered the message. Just don't forget it, okay? I'm leaving. With that, she rushed off. Watching Yi Miao's hurried departure, Fu Han became even more convinced that she had some connection to Scholar Yi, though she was unwilling to let anyone know. He understood her desire to succeed on her own merits, finding it admirable compared to those who relied on their family's arrangements and felt smug about it. Looking down, he saw the forest wolf wagging its tail in the direction Yi Miao had left. Fu Han couldn't help but give it a gentle kick, laughing as he scolded, are you a pervert? The wolf immediately lowered its head and didn't dare move. Pointing to the food bowl, Fu Han commanded, eat. Only then did the wolf start devouring its meal. After a moment of thought, Fu Han decided to name the forest wolf Zai's, partly because of its fur color and partly because of its perverted behavior. Next, Fu Han took out his terminal and inquired about Scholar Yi from Mu Chi, told him that Scholar Yi was the most renowned scholar at Zhuxing Academy, serving as the head librarian. His main work involved organizing ancient texts and researching old legends. As long as it was daylight, he could be found on the top floor of the library. With this information, Fu Han immediately set off for the library. Despite not neglecting his meditation practice recently and making decent progress with the help of Diyu's full-level Jade transformation, his starlight level was still advancing too slowly. Even the newly tamed forest wolf had a first-level starlight. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied that his starlight level was only on par with the dual-body moon lamp, Fu Han was determined to improve. The library at Zhuxing Academy was grand and magnificent, one of the largest and most well-stocked libraries on Qixing planet. In contrast, the simplicity of the dining hall made Fu Han suspect that the academy valued knowledge more than food. Navigating through the familiar shelves, Fu Han headed straight to the top floor. In the ancient text collection room, he heard a gentle, deep voice. Is that you, Fu Han? Over here. Following the voice, Fu Han saw Scholar Yi standing on a ladder among the bookshelves. Contrary to what he had imagined, the scholar was not dressed in luxurious robes and didn't have a long white beard. He was thin and hunched, with sparse gray hair and a face marked by years of experience. He wore a worn white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows and large tortoiseshell glasses, squinting slightly when he looked at people. Despite his simple appearance, he exuded an extraordinary aura that reminded Fu Han of the old scientists who had made significant contributions to the nation. Feeling a sense of respect, Fu Han bowed and said, Hello, Scholar Yi. The old man smiled and said, No need for formalities. Carefully climbing down the ladder, Fu Han quickly stepped forward to help. Once steady, Scholar Yi looked Fu Han up and down and said, Mrs. Lan speaks highly of you, praising your humility and manners. It seems she wasn't exaggerating. Fu Han smiled shyly, waiting for the scholar to continue. Scholar Yi pondered for a moment before saying, I've heard you're somewhat reclusive. Fu Han admitted, I'm not good at socializing. The scholar chuckled. It's actually quite simple. Introverted people just need to wait for the extroverted ones to come to them. I used to have quite a few friends, but now there are fewer. They didn't stick around, Fu Han said self-deprecatingly. Maybe they just don't think much of me. Why? Is it because you have a reputation for being at the bottom? The elder asked. Fu Han nodded. I'm not very bright. It took me a long time to grasp things. The scholar pointed to the tea table in the corner, signaling Fu Han to follow. As they walked, he remarked, too cunning. You're too cunning. You're too cunning. The Grand Scholar's words left Fu Han momentarily stunned. The Grand Scholar continued. I've heard that in the orphanage, if you get something valuable, you must hide it well. Otherwise, you'll be forced to share it. Growing up in such an environment, it seems you've become accustomed to hiding things. His gaze was scrutinizing. I didn't achieve legendary contributions until I was 40. Even the prodigies only managed it after graduation. If you were at the bottom, then the rest of us would be underground. But you're not at the bottom. You're the ceiling. Yet everyone thinks you're at the bottom. You managed to achieve legendary contributions without a word. If the people from the legendary treasury hadn't come looking for you and asked me, no one would have known. Tell me, aren't you cunning? Fu Han scratched his head and replied evasively, just lucky, I guess. The Grand Scholar waved his hand dismissively. Luck alone won't get you legendary contribution points. But I respect your wishes. For now, no one else knows about this, not even my granddaughter. They walked over to the tea table, and the Grand Scholar gestured for Fu Han to sit. Fu Han promptly sat down and began to pour tea. The Grand Scholar didn't stop him. Instead, he took out a packet of premium tea leaves and handed it to Fu Han. His eyes filled with approval. I'm still curious, the Grand Scholar said slowly. I promise on my honor not to tell anyone. Can you share how you managed to get those legendary contribution points? Fu Han didn't hesitate and nodded. He knew that secrets couldn't stay hidden forever, and his possession of the Great Jade Hand would be discovered eventually. Besides, he had no ill feelings towards the Grand Scholar, and felt it was not inappropriate to tell him. It's all because of this. Take a look, Fu Han said as he summoned the Great Jade Hand. The Grand Scholar's eyes lit up as he stood to examine the Great Jade Hand closely. This is rare, he mused. By the way, I heard from Lady Lan that the boy named Chu allocated a stone jade beast to the school, and you took it. Is this it? Fu Han nodded in confirmation. The Grand Scholar nodded knowingly. If you cultivated it yourself, that's different. And this stone jade beast must not have had advanced jade transformation when it was with that Chu boy, or he wouldn't have allocated it. So, its advanced jade transformation was developed under your care, no wonder. He frowned and asked, but how did you manage it? It's been less than a month, hasn't it? Well, I'm not really sure, just lucky, I suppose. Fu Han still didn't reveal the truth. He knew his abilities were too powerful and could bring trouble if the wrong people found out. The Grand Scholar stared intently at Fu Han for a long moment, then sighed. Even if you don't say it, I know. I've read ancient texts all my life and seen many strange things. It must be one of those legendary beast-taming talents, but you're right not to say anything. Never mention it to anyone. If questioned, just say you came across a fully evolved Great Jade Hand. Got it? Fu Han nodded solemnly. Got it. Thank you. The Grand Scholar pondered for a moment and then said, wait a moment. I'll show you some information about the Great Jade Hand. With that, he stood up and walked towards the bookshelf. Soon, the Grand Scholar returned with a red, hard-covered ancient book. He skillfully flipped to the needed page and held the book up for Fu Han to see. Look at this. He pointed to an exquisite hand-drawn illustration on the page. The illustration depicted a massive golem, imposing and majestic, with spiked limbs. The golem was black, covered in golden patterns. Fu Han immediately noticed the golden patterns were quite similar to those on the Great Jade Hand. His eyes fell to the text below the illustration. Star-forged golem, it disregards the insignificant forces of time, entropy, and death. Fu Han was shocked. Insignificant? Time, entropy, death. Were these forces really considered insignificant? The Grand Scholar began to explain. Although there's no concrete evidence, I suspect this is the final evolutionary form of the Great Jade Hand. The specific method of evolution is likely known only to the Eternal Tree. But one thing is certain, the Great Jade Hand follows a skill evolution path. Just like the Great Jade Hand, if it learns a certain ability before evolving, it will evolve into a special form. So, you need to have a concept in mind. The Great Jade Hand is currently icy jade in color. If there's a skill that can turn it black, that's likely what you need to focus on. This isn't something an ordinary person can accomplish, so proceed according to your abilities. Don't rush its upgrade. Think carefully before deciding. Thank you, Grand Scholar. Fu Han immediately bowed in gratitude. This knowledge was invaluable to him, and the Grand Scholar's generosity was a true kindness. If the final form of the Great Jade Hand was indeed the star-forged golem, and if it was as powerful as described, Fu Han would certainly aim for that direction. As the Grand Scholar said, Others might not be able to do it, but Fu Han could. The skill star engraving was perfect for nurturing the Great Jade Hand's evolution. As for the specific method, Fu Han could figure it out himself. If he couldn't, he might trade something of interest to the Eternal Tree for the information. Ultimately, Fu Han believed he was the right person for this task. The Grand Scholar put away the book and waved off Fu Han's formalities. He added, "Unfortunately, there's not much information about the Star-Forged Golem, just this illustration and a brief description. If you find any new information, be sure to bring it to me. If you manage to evolve the Great Jade Hand into the Star-Forged Golem, remember to visit my grave and let me know. It would fulfill one of my wishes." Fu Han nodded solemnly. "I will remember, scholar. Follow me." The Grand Scholar led Fu Han to a workbench. "I suspect you have dual talents, and your core space should have some capacity left. Contract a second star beast quickly. The later the Great Jade Hand is seen, the better." Fu Han nodded. "I was out contracting a star beast earlier. I contracted this one. Take a look." With that, he summoned Xiaozi. The Grand Scholar stopped and scrutinized Xiaozi. The purple creature appeared wary, hiding behind Fu Han and baring its teeth in a show of defiance. Xiaozi seemed to have failed to impress the Grand Scholar. After a cursory glance, the scholar remarked, "Not bad, an unusual color. Keep it for now and we'll see later. You're quite smart, knowing to use a source essence to enhance your strength first. It's indeed the most beneficial thing for you." The two approached the desk, and the Grand Scholar retrieved an ornate box from the drawer, handing it to Fu Han. "I've changed the box for you. Don't let anyone know about it. Remember, having a treasure can bring trouble." Fu Han accepted the box, expressing his gratitude once again. The Grand Scholar quietly observed Fu Han for a moment, then said, "Good lad, go on and work hard. Before I pass away, show me something new and exciting. I'll be keeping an eye on you. I will do my best. I'll take my leave now." Fu Han bowed once more and turned to leave. Just then, the Grand Scholar added, "Make some friends when you can. That girl Yi Miao in your class seems like a good person." Hearing this, Fu Han froze and looked back at the Grand Scholar. The Grand Scholar's face turned red with embarrassment as he waved his hand dismissively. Go on, do as you see fit." When it comes to making friends, Fu Han finds it incredibly difficult to invest his energy. Having lived 2 lives, he deeply understands that someone like him, without any solid background, must put in tremendous effort to achieve success. He simply doesn't have the time to waste on social niceties. On his way back, Fu Han's thoughts drifted to the final form of the Great Jade Hand. The clue provided by the Grand Scholar was undoubtedly crucial. Changing the color of the Great Jade Hand essentially meant altering its substance. The transformation from stone to jade allowed the stone jade beast to evolve into the Great Jade Hand. Therefore, finding a powerful skill that could change the substance of rock-type star beasts might be the key to reaching the ultimate form, the star-forged golem. However, the next evolution of the Great Jade Hand at level 40 was still a long way off. It was currently only at level 11, giving Fu Han ample time to plan. The immediate priority was to increase his own star level and find ways to enhance Xiaozi's strength. To avoid attracting attention, Fu Han decided to primarily use Xiaozi in public battles. Although Xiaozi was already at level 16, as a wild woodland wolf, its attack methods remained primitive. More concerning was the lingering effect of dark corrosion, which had reduced Xiaozi's health to just 60. Despite its current good condition, Fu Han worried that any slight misstep could result in injury. His thoughts returned to skill acquisition. Fu Han scratched his head, wondering if he would have to leave the city again. But before that, he needed to boost his own power. He tucked the brocade box further into his clothes and quickened his pace towards the dormitory. Once back in his dorm room, Fu Han carefully locked the doors and windows, then summoned the Great Jade Hand to activate the Jade Radiance Wall. Under this layer of protection, he cautiously opened the brocade box. The elemental essence inside appeared as a milky white, square crystal, with pastel-colored glows flickering within. Since arriving in this world, Fu Han had never skipped a day of meditation practice. Especially after the Great Jade Hand mastered the extreme jade transformation, his meditation efficiency had significantly improved. At this moment, the black hole in Fu Han's core and the growth-enhancing star had their glows upgraded from dark red to red, equivalent to about level 5 in brightness. Holding the elemental essence, Fu Han entered a meditative state. This experience was unlike any before. He felt enveloped by a rich elemental energy, and with just a thought, the energy surged towards him like a tide. In less than an hour, the elemental essence in his hand was completely absorbed. As Fu Han immersed his consciousness into his core, he was delighted to find that the 2 core stars had begun to emit an orange starlight. Although the light was still faint, it was undeniably genuine grade 1 starlight. Just as Fu Han was reveling in his achievement, a sudden wave emanated from his core. An information stream surged from the black hole, and Fu Han concentrated on receiving the new abilities details. Moments later, He opened his eyes, excitement written all over his face. His innate ability had improved. He could now imprint skills from shattered stars. Shattered stars are remnants left in the core after a star beast dies, containing the beast's lifetime skills. Fu Han could now sense and imprint these skill details when his star beasts absorbed shattered stars. For this newly acquired star imprint ability, Fu Han had only one word to describe it: divine. This solved the problem he had previously faced, where he had to contract numerous star beasts to obtain skills. Although his core domain was vast, it was ultimately limited. Now, with this new method of acquiring skills, it was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Fu Han carefully sensed the core star that provided growth enhancement and found that it remained unchanged. It seemed that most beast-taming talents were fixed, but the legendary talent of the star imprint had the potential to grow. He felt an impulse to visit Scholar Yi again to inquire about legendary talents, but after reconsidering, he decided it was better to investigate on his own. After all, having the other party guess and admitting it himself were two different things. Right now, the most important thing was to test this new ability. Fu Han's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement, eager to explore the secrets of this powerful talent. Han Fu stood beside the pile of slime star fragments, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Carefully, he picked up a fragment and handed it to the floating jade hand next to him. As starlight slowly flowed into the core of the jade hand, Han Fu sensed faint information coming through their soul link. However, ordinary slimes had no special skills. After several attempts, Han Fu found nothing useful. Although the result was expected, Han Fu couldn't help but hope his special ability might reveal something extraordinary. He then picked up 2 thunder slime star fragments, recalling the moments he had witnessed them unleash their skills. He had originally planned to exchange these fragments for more money, but the potential to enhance his power was clearly more important now. Without hesitation, Han Fu handed the thunder slime star fragments to the jade hand for absorption. As the starlight infused, the information transmitted through the soul link became clearer, and the black hole quickly imprinted this data into the black chamber. Moments later, Han Fu discovered that the black hole had indeed extracted skill information, though a third of it was still missing. He immediately had the jade hand absorb the other fragment, and sure enough, the skill data was complete. Excitedly, Han Fu realized he could now impart this skill to other star beasts. The skill, named Basic Thunder Attachment, allowed thunder to coat the bota's surface, causing additional lightning damage when attacking or being attacked. Although other star beasts might not achieve the same powerful lightning strikes as thunder slimes, it was still a highly practical skill. Unfortunately, since he had recently taught Xiaozi a self-healing skill, Han Fu's mental energy had not fully recovered, preventing him from teaching another skill just yet. He decided to ask Mu Qi for some mental energy potions and calculated how much money he could get by exchanging the remaining slime star fragments. As night fell, Han Fu returned to his dormitory with a hint of regret. The next morning, he woke up earlier than usual, amused at himself for being too excited to sleep, like a child. Since he was already awake, Han Fu decided to start his day. The academy's training ground was bustling with students, all diligently exercising. Seeing this, Han Fu realized he should also improve his physical fitness. Although teaching skills consumed a lot of energy, it wasn't something he did frequently. He immediately decided to join the morning workout, running 20 laps around the track until he was out of breath. Afterward, Han Fu headed to the lively cafeteria. The students who had just finished their workouts were ravenously grabbing steamed buns, and the fresh batches couldn't come out fast enough. Han Fu joined the fray and, in the end, managed to enjoy the delicious buns. After eating, Han Fu noticed he was drenched in sweat and had to return to his dorm to clean up. This experience gave him some insight into campus life, and he decided to dress more lightly for future morning workouts. Later, Han Fu visited the commission office again, finding it unusually quiet with only half the usual number of people. Without asking too many questions, he went straight to exchange his slime star fragments. With the help of 2 diligent student council members, he quickly tallied a total of 136 fragments. "How did you collect so many? That's impressive," they remarked. An upperclassman exclaimed in admiration. Fu Han humbly replied, "I've been saving up for a while. Next time, don't save up so much. If the amount gets too large, we can't pay you on the spot. We'll have to report it and transfer the money to your account." Another upperclassman reminded him. "No problem, I'm in no rush," Fu Han quickly reassured them. "All right then, 136 pieces at 80 each, totaling 10,880. We'll report it, and the latest it will be in your account by tomorrow. Just sign here to confirm," the upperclassman said. After quickly signing, Fu Han left the commission office and headed towards the cultivation garden. He had 2 objectives. First, Mu Qi might be there, and second, there was something he wanted in the wasteland behind the garden. Taking advantage of the deserted surroundings, Fu Han slipped into the wasteland. After searching for a while, he found a stone jade beast that resembled a large jade hand. This was part of his strategy to conceal his true strength. By displaying this stone jade beast at the right moment, he could mislead others into thinking that the large jade hand had not yet awakened. Carefully hiding the stone jade beast in his backpack, Fu Han arrived at the entrance of the cultivation garden and sent a message to Mu Qi a short while later. Mu Qi appeared at the entrance, looking troubled. What's wrong? Why the long face? Fu Han asked with concern. Mu Qi sighed. We have to pay compensation. Bai Lin brought in an old god from the old god sect, and now the academy won't let any beast tamers below the middle level leave the city. To make matters worse, we're out of pure elemental water in stock. Everyone's waiting for it, and even if we had the money, we can't buy any. If I can't find any pure elemental water soon, I'll have to compensate the clients. Fu Han finally understood why the commission office was so quiet today. Curiously, he asked, how do you get that pure elemental water? The cheapest way is to hunt water slimes. They're full of it. The Haiyan method involves synthesis, which is really complicated. Mu Qi explained. I'm telling you, this stuff is indispensable for pharmaceuticals. I'm even considering contracting a water slime. If you ever come across one, don't forget to collect some. How much do you need? Fu Han asked. Just 300 milliliters would be enough. But I can't find any. Mu Qi replied, frustrated. And if you had extra, how much could you sell it for? Fu Han continued to probe. Raising an eyebrow, Mu Qi said, given the current market, $500 for 100 milliliters would still have buyers. Fu Han's eyes lit up with excitement. Get a container. We're about to make a fortune. That afternoon, Mu Qi left carrying the 10 liters of pure elemental water that Fu Han had procured, still in disbelief. Watching him go, Fu Han felt a pang of guilt looking at his water slime in his core space, now at only 20 health and in critical condition. He consoled it in his mind. Don't worry, buddy. Once I make some money, I'll upgrade your self-healing ability. You'll become even stronger. My water slime friend. 10 liters of pure elemental water stood quietly, waiting for Mu Qi's attention, while Fu Han went about his usual routine. Exercising, attending classes, meditating, and patiently awaiting good news. During this period, Fu Han took some time to familiarize himself with the requirements for the primary Beastmaster examination. Unlike the apprentice Beastmaster exam, which only requires proving one's ability to control beasts, the primary Beastmaster assessment has different branches. For instance, a pharmaceutical Beastmaster like Mu Qi doesn't need to undergo a combat test, while a combat-oriented Beastmaster must participate in practical drills with an instructor. The difficulty of this assessment isn't particularly high, focusing more on learning than strict testing. Fu Han thought to himself that Xiaozi, having survived in the wild for years with excellent combat instincts, should have no trouble with this level of trial. However, he wasn't in a rush to take the test. He planned to wait until he had the necessary potion to further enhance Xiaozi's strength, ensuring absolute success. 3 days later, Mu Qi brought good news. Using his family's business connections, he cleverly sold off all the surplus pure elemental water, not only fetching a good price but also earning the buyer's goodwill. As for the dragon brain camphor extract that Fu Han needed, Mu Qi managed to acquire 3 bottles at a friendly price of 8,000 each. In the end, Fu Han obtained 3 bottles of dragon brain camphor extract and 20,000 credits, all thanks to Mu Qi and the heavily injured water slime. However, Fu Han soon realized that the water slime's self-healing ability was far inferior to Xiaozi's dark healing. Xiaozi could recover from a near-death state to 60 health in just a few hours, while the slime took a full 3 days to heal from 20 to 100, barely faster than natural recovery. But considering that self-healing is only a basic skill, it was still quite beneficial for many star beasts that lack any self-healing abilities, offering a better alternative to the weak recovery provided by a soul contract. Fu Han didn't rush to teach Big Jade Hand the self-healing skill, as the current priority was enhancing Xiaozi's combat power, given its role in public appearances. Big Jade Hand, being nearly indestructible, didn't urgently need self-healing abilities. After obtaining the potion, Fu Han attempted to teach Xiaozi the self-healing skill again, only to find that it couldn't learn it. It became evident that self-healing conflicted with dark healing. Fu Han considered imprinting dark healing first to raise its skill level, but as a high-level skill, dark healing required a level of star power that Fu Han's current 1-star brilliance couldn't provide, so he had to put it on hold. Next, Fu Han tried to teach Xiaozi the lightning attachment skill. Although Xiaozi might not be able to learn this lightning-based skill, he wanted to give it a shot, knowing that an unused skill mark wouldn't consume his energy. However, the result was unexpected. When Fu Han directed the lightning attachment skill mark towards Xiaozi's star, he felt a clear sense of rejection, indicating a mismatch with Xiaozi's nature. Just as Fu Han was about to give up, Xiaozi's dark energy surged forth, wrapping around the skill mark and dragging it into Xiaozi's star. Moments later, Z's star returned to calm, and Han Fu quickly checked its status. Name, Z. Species, wolf. Type, animal. Evolution level, initial. Species value, 141. Star beast level, 16. Health, 61. Post-darkness corrosion after effects. Health cap reduced by 27. Status: hungry. Abilities: basic trait. Wolf adaptation. Wolves have exceptional endurance and physical strength even without food for extended periods. They are highly adaptable and can survive in various environments. Special trait: dark core greatly enhanced perception and control over dark elements. Primary skill: collaboration, easier to find opportunities to attack the opponent's weak points when fighting alongside partners. Advanced skill: dark healing. LV1 absorbs dark energy for healing, significantly enhancing self-recovery abilities and converting dark energy attacks into healing. Intermediate skill: shadow infusion. LV1 coats the body with dark energy, making the figure blurry and attacks inflicting dark element damage. Seeing Z's rich skill set, Han Fu felt a surge of joy. It had indeed learned another mutated skill, and a mid-level one at that. Z's skill set was quite impressive, boasting 3 unique abilities: Dark Core, Dark Healing LV1, and Shadow Infusion LV1. Interestingly, Z's type remained unchanged as animal. It's well known that the animal type is countered by the dark type, and the dark type is countered by the light type. However, judging by Z's skill set, it counters other animal types and isn't countered by the light type. With Dark Healing, it might even suppress other dark types. Han Fu couldn't help but marvel at its strength. However, these 3 skills came at a cost for Z. The aftereffects of Dark Corrosion reduced its health cap by 27, likely making it a perpetually low health wolf in the future. But low health has its own advantages. Han Fu remembered that some skills can only be activated with less than full health, and some even grow stronger as health decreases. Collecting such skills for Z might be a good strategy. If there was one drawback, it would be the species value of just 141 points, which seemed a bit low. Han Fu couldn't help but laugh at himself for setting such high standards. Remembering the stone jade beast that started with only 100 points and grew into a lore-level creature, he thought Z might have similar opportunities in the future. One step at a time. The most pressing issue now was dealing with Z's hunger. In the following period, Han Fu began enhancing the Star Beast's skills with the help of potions. He discovered that even with a first-grade Starlight, he still couldn't forge mid-level skill imprints because his mental strength was insufficient. As a result, skills like Big Jade Hands, Jade Wall, and Z's Shadow Infusion couldn't be upgraded, even though they were crucial for boosting combat power. Fortunately, teaching skills to the Star Beasts was an excellent way to train mental strength, so Han Fu continued to enhance their primary skills. First, he taught Yusho a self-healing skill at level 2. The 2 lessons were just enough to upgrade the skill to level 2, ensuring nothing was wasted. This way, even rock life forms could heal their injuries, albeit at a lower rate, which was still better than nothing. He also upgraded Water Slime's self-healing to level 2, preparing for any special circumstances that might arise. Next, Fu Han focused on improving Yusho's levitation skill. Although levitation level 3 was already sufficient, there weren't any better skills to enhance, so he decided to continue upgrading it. Reducing energy consumption and increasing load capacity were both worthwhile improvements. A few days later, Yusho's levitation skill was upgraded to level 4. On that very day, Fu Han suddenly felt his mental strength becoming significantly stronger. Unlike the subtle, almost imperceptible improvements he had experienced before, this was a substantial leap, akin to a stellar upgrade, resulting in a qualitative change. Despite his limited understanding of mental strength, Fu Han believed that his mental power level had indeed increased. With this newfound strength, Fu Han could now upgrade intermediate skills. However, the mental energy and starlight required to condense intermediate skills were much greater, extending his recovery time to 4 days. The main reason for this lengthy recovery period was that the Dragon Brain Camphor Potion was becoming less effective. Fu Han realized he might need higher-grade mental supplements, but he decided to use up the 2 remaining Dragon Brain Camphor extracts he had first. During this extended recovery period, Fu Han didn't remain idle. He continued his physical training and daily meditation without fail. He also added a new training regimen, skill training in a closed practice room. In fact, frequent use of their skills could help Star Beasts improve their skill levels. The practice rooms were always crowded, filled with beast masters training their Star Beasts. Fu Han's method of using his innate talent to boost skills was quite unique. Given the high consumption of intermediate skills, Fu Han couldn't rely solely on himself to enhance them. Thus, 2 hours of closed training each day became a mandatory task. A month passed productively. Fu Han used up the Dragon Brain Camphor extracts, and both he and his Star Beasts made significant progress. Yusho's level increased from 11 to 14, with levitation upgraded to level 4, Radiant Jade Wall to level 2, and the self-healing skill to level 2. Purple's level rose from 16 to 17, with Shadow Enhancement reaching level 3, greatly boosting its Dark-type attack effects. Water Slime's self-healing skill also reached level 2, and its Star Beast level increased from 9 to 10, thanks to Fu Han's Starlight Nourishment. Moonlight Monster's level improved from 2 to 5. Overall, the entire team showed noticeable improvement, largely due to Fu Han's talent for growth enhancement working silently in the background. The only slight disappointment was that Yusho couldn't learn shadow enhancement, and Purple couldn't master Radiant Jade Wall. As the end of the month approached, there was an important matter that could no longer be delayed. The qualification assessment for becoming a junior Beastmaster. Once he became a junior Beastmaster, he would receive a monthly stipend of 5,000 Federation coins. If Han Fu doesn't obtain the Junior Beast Tamer certification by the end of the month, he'll miss out on the 5,000 yuan stipend for the month. Such a large sum of money is definitely not something he can afford to let slip by. So, on July 31st, Han Fu composed himself and headed to the school's administrative office. Han Fu never expected that so many people would be vying for the stipend at the same time as he was. Early in the morning, the administrative office was bustling with activity, crowded with people undergoing initial qualification assessments. Han Fu was relieved he arrived early and was scheduled for the afternoon. Otherwise, he might have been pushed to the next day. In the afternoon, the assessment officially began. The first part was a series of physical fitness tests, which Han Fu completed with ease. The instructor overseeing the tests was satisfied and stamped his form with a bright red excellent. Next was the Starshine test, where Han Fu simply had to stand still in front of the device. After the test, he was thrilled to see the instructor write level 12 on his form. This result made Han Fu ecstatic, as it was clear that the essence of his efforts and recent hard work had paid off. After the basic tests, Han Fu, as a combat-oriented beast tamer, was guided to the training ground for the practical combat assessment. For privacy reasons, the assessment was held in the familiar enclosed training room. Upon entering the training room, Han Fu saw a male instructor in his 30s leaning against a massive, armored earth dragon. This large, animal-type star beast was known for its defense, covered in keratin armor with a hammer-like tail used for attacks. It was not only an excellent mount, but could also carry heavy weapons. At that moment, the earth dragon was lazily dozing on the ground. The instructor sluggishly got up and took Han Fu's form. After looking at its contents, he pointed to an empty area nearby and said, "Summon your star beast." Han Fu immediately summoned Xiaozi, who obediently sat at his feet. The instructor's eyes lit up upon seeing it. "Oh, a different colored one. Nice. What level is it?" "Level 17, Han Fu replied. "Has it mastered any attack skills?" Han Fu nodded. "Yes, it has." "Good." The instructor turned and kicked the earth dragon, commanding, "Get up and get to work." The earth dragon slowly got up, turning sideways to Han Fu, and its keratin armor began to emit a silver-blue glow. The instructor pointed at the earth dragon and said, "Have your little wolf use its attack skill?" Han Fu hesitated. "Isn't that a bit much? Stop wasting time and do it." The instructor was getting impatient. Seeing this, Han Fu no longer hesitated. "Xiaozi, Shadow." Xiaozi immediately activated its shadow enhancement, and a deep purple shadow enveloped it. The instructor was slightly stunned, thinking, "What kind of skill is that?" "But it's just a level 17 star beast. It shouldn't be able to break through the defense of my level 36 armored earth dragon." "Go," Han Fu commanded. The dark shadow shot like lightning toward the earth dragon's rear, the one spot not covered by its defensive armor. Realizing the danger, the instructor hurriedly shouted, "Dodge!" But the earth dragon didn't react. It hadn't even sensed the attack. Xiaozi aimed and struck without mercy. With a thud, a dark shadow flashed at the earth dragon's tail. Immediately, a piercing howl echoed through the training room as the earth dragon frantically tried to escape. The instructor was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. A woodland wolf unleashed such a powerful dark-type attack that it severed the tail of a level 36 armored earth dragon with a single strike. Seeing this, Fu Han quickly called Xiao Zi back to his side, allowing the earth dragon to escape further harm. Xiao Zi obediently returned to its master's feet, nudging Fu Han's hand for praise. Fu Han gently patted its head in approval. "Unbelievable." The instructor held his head, picked up the severed tail, and walked to the corner to comfort the frightened earth dragon. "Well, I guess we can take a break now." His voice was filled with resignation. "Go get a passing stamp yourself and get out," the instructor said irritably. "I told you to hit the shell, but you went for the tail." I'm speechless. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Fu Han hurriedly picked up the form and found the passing stamp. Just then, the instructor said, "Forget it. I'll do it." He walked over, took the form, glanced at it and sighed. "You really? How did this woodland wolf use a dark-type attack?" "Dark types counter animal types. That must have been tough for it." Saying this, he added an excellent stamp next to the passing one. Fu Han explained, "I didn't know it mastered it while absorbing the shattered star. Maybe it was just good luck." The instructor, still in a bad mood, handed the form back to Fu Han with a frown. "Go ahead, if they ask, just say I stamped it wrong." After thanking the instructor, Fu Han quickly left. Behind him, he heard the instructor shout, "Next! You won't believe it, but my earth dragon got injured." Next, please, what a bad day. Back at the administrative office, the female instructor in charge of data entry looked at Fu Han's form with confusion. Why does your practical assessment have two stamps? Is it passing or excellent? Fu Han replied, it's passing. The instructor stamped it wrong the first time. The female instructor adjusted her glasses and began entering the data. Why didn't you just say it was excellent? Both stamps are there anyway. Fu Han explained. The most important thing is to be honest. The female instructor nodded without saying much. While entering the data, she added a note to Fu Han's record, honest and upright, with good character. Fu Han didn't get complacent after defeating his mentor's star beast. He knew very well that the Earth Dragon was merely a beast used by his mentor as a mount, primarily for carrying loads rather than fighting. Even so, such an opponent wasn't something an ordinary student could challenge. Xiaozi managing to detach its tail was due to a series of coincidences. Fu Han understood that if his mentor had used his main battle beast, neither Xiaozi nor Diu Shou would stand a chance. Fu Han, a person of integrity and good character, remained calm after obtaining the primary qualification. His main concern was the stipend. As soon as he left the administrative office, he eagerly checked his balance. It wasn't until dinner time that he finally received the notification of the stipend being credited, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The primary qualification not only meant a stipend, but also symbolized official recognition and acceptance into the Beastmaster community. The most immediate benefit was the unlocking of new features on his terminal, such as the Beastmaster consultation feat. Through this feature, Fu Han learned that the old gods who had been causing trouble in the White Forest had been captured, and the travel ban for low-level Beastmasters had been lifted. Apart from the consultation feed, the most important new feature was the Beastmaster trading market. Fu Han spent half an hour browsing the market in the cafeteria, hoping to find a suitable star fragment. However, he either didn't have enough money or still didn't have enough money. This made him realize he needed to continue earning more. Fu Han recalled his previous experience selling pure element water. Although he initially stabilized the market within the academy, external supplies soon caught up, causing prices to drop to the point where it wasn't worth his effort anymore. Now that the travel ban was lifted, pure element water would only continue to depreciate, making that path unviable. After some thought, Fu Han decided to visit the commission office the next day. If that didn't work out, he would consider clearing slimes in the White Forest. Lost in thought, he unknowingly walked into an alley behind the main cafeteria. Suddenly, a group of burly men in vests appeared at the end of the alley. Fu Han immediately recognized one of them as a muscular, crew-cut guy. Before he could react, the crew-cut guy spoke up, impressive. You're moving up quickly. That means it's time for you to pay back double. Fu Han instantly realized this was a challenge for a gambling duel. The Academy's gambling duel rules were meant to provide students an outlet for their emotions and prevent grudges from building up secretly. However, duels that harmed relationships were uncommon. Without further ado, the crew-cut guy initiated the duel challenge. Fu Han checked his terminal and saw the challenge amount was exactly his entire balance, 35,880 yuan. I suggest you accept, the crew-cut guy threatened. Pay up this 35,880 and we'll let it slide. Otherwise, we'll come looking for you every month. The group of muscular men sneered at Fu Han. Fu Han clicked his tongue and reluctantly accepted the challenge. He quietly summoned Xiaozi, who sensed his fighting spirit and excitedly licked its lips. The group of men was momentarily stunned upon seeing the dimly colored Xiaozi, then burst into laughter. The crew-cut guy mocked, I thought your stone had evolved. Turns out you contracted this? Bad luck for you. I suggest you give up now. A burly man in a tank top chimed in. You must not have heard of Brother Luo's reputation, huh? Thinking you can use a beast-type star creature to defeat the long-haired demon? That's rich, huh? Hearing the ridiculously over-the-top nickname long-haired demon, Fu Han couldn't help but laugh. This clearly infuriated the muscular man with the buzz cut, who snorted, humph. Let's see if you can still laugh in a moment. With that, the muscular man summoned his star beast, a floating black fur ball with a pair of small white horns buried in the thick fur. Fu Han immediately recognized it as an eater go, a rare and dangerous dark-type star beast. Fu Han quickly analyzed his opponent. Although the eater go was an elite-level star beast, this one was clearly still a juvenile, likely not above level 20. It seemed the buzzcut man, like himself, was struggling financially, having a good star beast, but no money to raise it properly. Despite this, the Eater Go was still a formidable foe, especially against beast-type star creatures. Fu Han calculated his strategy in his mind, yet a slight smile appeared on his face. Fu Han smiled slightly to himself. Dark energy was almost ineffective against Xiaozi, especially when it came to star beasts that relied solely on dark attacks. Despite this, he remained cautious and decided to employ a foolproof strategy. Xiaozi, be careful. Fu Han warned. Hearing this, Xiaozi immediately understood, feigning a frightened demeanor and whimpered as it hid behind Fu Han. The group of muscular men burst into laughter, with their leader, a burly man with a crew cut, stepping forward triumphantly. Scared? Too late. Eshi emerged. Dark energy erupted from the crew cut leader's body as the star beast Eshi transformed into a beam of dark light and merged with him. In an instant, black tendrils sprouted wildly from his hair and arms, enveloping him like a grotesque cloak. Fu Han then realized why he was called the long-haired Raksha. He possessed the rare beast fusion talent. This common combat talent significantly enhances the soul connection and synchronization rate between a beast tamer and their star beast, achieving a state of oneness. After merging, the tamer gains most of the star beast's abilities, and their physical strength is also enhanced. While this can produce a combat power greater than the sum of its parts, both the tamer and the beast suffer damage if attacked. After merging, the crew cut leader was covered in black, writhing tendrils, appearing even more menacing. His robust physique likely compensated for Eshi's lack of physical strength. Although his transformation revealed many vulnerabilities, Fu Han remained still, using the opportunity to observe this rare beast fusion. Once the crew cut leader completed his transformation, Fu Han slowly retreated, positioning himself behind Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi continued to feign terror, but stood resolutely in front of Fu Han. The crew cut leader's aura grew increasingly sinister, and his voice turned deep and raspy. Come on, witness the true gap in power. Fu Han softly commanded, go. Xiao Zi sprang forward with incredible speed toward the crew cut leader. Courting death, the crew cut leader snarled, raising his hand toward Xiao Zi. A flash of dark light from his palm shot out as a black beam. Watch out! Fu Han shouted. The black beam struck Xiao Zi, causing it to writhe in pain and collapse. Fu Han quickly retreated, creating distance from Xiao Zi. The crew cut leader approached the struggling wolf cub arrogantly. I told you to surrender, he sneered before turning his attention to Fu Han, who now held the Shiryu beast in his hands. The crew cut leader mocked from above. Huh? Even a fool knows not to choose a rock. You're dumber than a fool. He raised his fist, ready to strike Fu Han. Knowing the time had come, Fu Han dropped his act and coldly ordered, Xiao Zi, bite him. The crew cut leader instantly became alert and turned to defend himself, but a sharp pain shot through his backside. He turned to see the supposedly incapacitated wolf cub had sunk its teeth into his buttocks. Before he could react, dark energy exploded from Xiao Zi, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Brother Luo, watch out, his companion shouted. He barely managed to turn around to see Fu Han leaping high, the stone in his hand transforming into jade. Bang! The stone jade smashed heavily onto the muscular man's jaw, causing him to black out and collapse. The fur on his body rapidly receded, revealing his true form, Ao, the gluttonous beast, who lay motionless on the ground. The battle ended in an instant. After pretending to fall, Xiao Zi launched a sneak attack, and Fu Han seized the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. Several muscular men witnessed the entire scene, watching Xiao Zi transform into a shadow and bite Luoda, and they saw the fierce determination in Fu Han's eyes as he leaped. At that moment, they were truly terrified. Their opponent was not only ruthless, but also exceptionally cunning. After landing, Fu Han retrieved the stone jade and patted the triumphant Xiao Zi. I'll get you something tasty later, he said as he pried open Xiao Zi's mouth to remove a piece of cloth stuck between his teeth. Then, he stood up and leisurely checked his terminal. Though the muscular men wanted to check on Luoda, they didn't dare to move. Seeing the victory notification, Fu Han quickly refreshed his balance, confirmed the funds had been transferred, and then confidently strode towards the muscular men. They instinctively stepped back. Fu Han smiled and asked, the betting rights were fresh tomorrow. Who's up next? This guy again? They shook their heads frantically. Fu Han sighed, don't be shy. A friendly match, 1,000 per round? They shook their heads even more vigorously. Well then, I'll leave the hairy demon to you. No need for me to call the medical team, right? They continued shaking their heads. Fu Han nodded, politely saying, excuse me, as he walked past them. The muscular men quickly pressed themselves against the wall to let him through. Only after he had passed did they hurriedly lift Luoda and run out of the alley. Seeing this, Fu Han called out, take care. They quickened their pace. He added, come back and play. They vanished at the end of the alley in an instant. Throughout the day, Xiaozi's performance was impressive. During the assessment, it flawlessly executed Fu Han's meticulously designed tactics. When facing Luoda, Xiaozi keenly caught Fu Han's commands, feigned a fall, and then launched a sudden attack, showcasing the results of their training in the enclosed practice room to the fullest. To reward Xiaozi's outstanding performance, Fu Han upgraded its dinner from regular beef to delicious lamb chops. Xiaozi was ecstatic, gnawing on the bones with great pleasure, its satisfaction evident. Meanwhile, Fu Han sat at his computer browsing the trading market, his eyes fixed on some well-preserved star fragments. He attempted to bid on 2 of them, but they were quickly driven up to exorbitant prices by other buyers. Frustrated, Fu Han summoned his jade hand and began his meditation practice for the day. Ever since his mental strength had increased, his need for sleep had significantly decreased, allowing him to devote this extra time to meditation. The next morning, Fu Han maintained his habit of morning exercise. After washing up, he changed into his formal school uniform, preparing to attend a public lecture at the academy. The lecture was given by a grand beast master from the northern part of the alliance, focusing on the knowledge of skill combinations and countermeasures. The classroom was packed, and despite not arriving late, Fu Han could only manage to squeeze into the last row. He deliberately placed his jade beast on the desk as a paperweight, which unsurprisingly drew whispers from his classmates. They pointed at him, murmuring about the legendary one. The teacher, who had achieved remarkable results in the Star Beast Master competition, had encountered various bizarre star beasts and skill combinations. He humorously recounted his experiences with different opponents and how he dealt with these odd combinations. The class atmosphere was relaxed and enjoyable, with students laughing heartily, except for Fu Han, who was diligently taking notes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. For others, the lecture was just for fun, with those incredible combinations and effects seeming out of reach. But for Fu Han, every word was precious experience he wished to record meticulously. When the class ended, students swarmed the teacher for photos and autographs, but Fu Han remained seated, sighing over the details he might have missed in his notes. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts, suggesting he could purchase the teacher's video courses for supplementary learning. Fu Han's eyes lit up, and he instinctively asked, "How much?" Song Jie nonchalantly replied, "Not much, just a few thousand per session, maybe 6,888 or 8666. I can't remember." Fu Han glanced at Song Jie, internally grumbling. This is outright daylight robbery. As the classmates gradually left, Song Jie casually sat next to Fu Han and directly asked, "Are you aiming to become a competitive beast master, and that's why you're deliberately hiding your strength?" Fu Han pretended to nonchalantly flip through his notes and replied indifferently, "I don't know what you're talking about." Song Jie bluntly said, "You put the stone jade beast on the table to show everyone it hasn't evolved into the great jade hand yet, right?" Fu Han feigned curiosity. "What's the great jade hand?" Song Jie didn't answer directly but changed the subject. "I heard you gave Luo Jia another lesson yesterday." Fu Han quickly waved his hands. "No, not at all. I was just forced to fight back and happened to win by luck." Song Jie continued, "Luo Da seems quite unhappy, thinking your victory was unfair." Fu Han frowned slightly. "Did he say anything about coming after me again?" Song Jie shook his head. "Yes, but his buddies stopped him in time. He calmed down and didn't mention it again." Fu Han raised an eyebrow. "How do you know all this?" Song Jie explained, "I was there. Thanks to you, Xia Yunqing is fine now. We went to the school hospital yesterday and ran into Luo Da." Fu Han turned his attention back to his notes. "I don't understand what you mean by thanks to me." Song Jie lowered his voice. "Let me put it in terms you understand. Reliable information from special channels?" Fu Han perked up his ears, fully attentive. Song Jie continued, "The old god cult member we encountered in White Forest was captured alive. The academy interrogated him and discovered his purpose. He was in White Forest because he received a revelation from the old god about an entrance to a vault. He didn't find it before getting caught, but the academy has now located the entrance." Fu Han's eyes widened as he looked around, realizing they were the only two left in the classroom. Song Jie explained in detail the origin of the vault. It was a storage contract signed in the old god era with the god of time and space, capable of ignoring time and space constraints and opening anytime, anywhere. The items inside wouldn't decay over time. Although the god of time and space had disappeared, similar old gods hid in the shadows, constantly searching for these vaults and revealing their secrets to followers. Fu Han asked, "What does this have to do with us?" Song Jie lowered his voice. "These vaults often have restrictions set by powerful entities to prevent enemy invasions. This vault refuses entry to any creature above first-grade starlight, except its owner." Fu Han's eyes lit up. Song Jie asked, "Have you and your star beast reached second-grade starlight?" Fu Han shook his head and pointed at the stone jade beast on the table. Song Jie didn't look at the stone but said, "The academy plans to select people from the junior beastmasters to enter the vault. Besides strength, they also value character. Not many will be chosen. Everyone will be grouped to search for treasures, and the academy will generously reward those who find valuable items." Fu Han whispered, "What if I accidentally find something I want?" Song Jie smiled. "That depends on who you're with. Are you inviting me?" Fu Han was puzzled. "Why choose me? I'm not strong at all." Song Jie explained, "Maybe. I have a friend who also raises a stone jade beast, and once saved a half-dead forest wolf. Aren't you also a stone jade beast and a forest wolf? That's why you seem familiar." Fu Han asked, "Who else?" Song Jie replied, "All trustworthy people, probably just from our class." Fu Han suggested. Yi Miao? Songjie nodded. Sure. And if we get Chenzi, we'll be all set. Fu Han, recalling the top student, hesitantly asked, will he be willing to team up with me? Songjie assured, if you're in, he'll definitely join. Fu Han thought to himself, does he have a crush on me? Why would he join just because I'm in? Songjie explained, he has OCD. The fact that the class group is missing a person has been bothering him for a long time. Fu Han was stunned, not expecting such a reason. The task of organizing the team fell on Songjie. Despite not being very sociable, he was quite adept at forming adventure groups. Fu Han, on the other hand, was happy to relax and enjoy his lunch. After his meal, Fu Han's communicator buzzed. The screen displayed a message from Scholar Yi. Come to see me this afternoon. I have something to tell you. With a hint of curiosity, Fu Han walked through the library doors. To his surprise, the scholar's news was exactly what Songjie had hinted at earlier. The academy had discovered the entrance to a treasure vault in a temporal rift, and was preparing to select top-tier students to explore it. The difference was that Scholar Yi provided Fu Han with detailed information about the selection process. The academy will hold a survival course at the Star Beast Breeding Center's outdoor base. The scholar explained with a serious expression. All junior beast tamers must participate. This is not only a practical exercise, but also a crucial screening for the treasure vault exploration team. In the scholar's eyes, a genius like Fu Han, who had made legendary contributions, was certain to be selected. Therefore, he focused on advising Fu Han on how to handle the treasure hunt. First, the scholar raised one finger. You need to find reliable and discreet teammates. He then recommended a promising young talent he knew, Yi Miao. Second, he raised a second finger. Keep anything that can enhance your strength for yourself. Fragmented stars, primal essence, star beasts, weapons, and gear. And trade these for credits. It's not worth it. Third, the scholar lowered his voice. Bring back some art pieces, ornaments, or jewelry to exchange for credits. Fu Han was a bit taken aback by the scholar's straightforward advice on navigating the academy's system. The scholar explained that this was an unspoken rule everyone understood. After all, the journey to the vault through the temporal rift was fraught with danger, and those who made it deserved greater rewards. Before parting, the scholar solemnly reminded him, if you don't give it your all in this selection, it will be hard to get chosen. Missing this opportunity would be a huge loss. Fu Han finally grasped the gravity of the selection process. The scholar also emphasized that if he found any ancient texts, he should bring them back, including inscriptions and old scripts, anything he could remember or reproduce. Fu Han agreed earnestly, vowing to remember this task. It wasn't just about the valuable knowledge, it was also about repaying the scholar's kindness. As he left the library, Fu Han passed by the administration office again, noticing the long line of people still waiting for their exams. It dawned on him that unlike him, these people were mostly there to participate in the survival course and vie for a spot in the treasure vault exploration team. The name Treasure Vault in the Temporal Rift was enticing in itself. Who wouldn't want to explore it? However, from what the scholar had told him, the academy would only select 30 people to enter the vault. Looking at the long line of candidates, Fu Han couldn't help but feel the pressure, wondering how many of them might be stronger than he was. Fu Han didn't linger. He hurried home to start organizing his notes, hoping to reinforce his knowledge before the selection process began. He spent the entire night delving into what he had learned in class, extracting a wealth of useful information. He realized that competitive beast masters place a high emphasis on survival skills. Each one had multiple ways to preserve their lives and possessed unexpected survival techniques. Upon reflection, Fu Han thought it was similar to playing a game in his previous life. In dungeon raids, players would focus on maximizing their damage output because the AI enemies only attacked the closest targets. But in PvP, everyone needed to have sufficient endurance. Otherwise, they could be easily taken out by concentrated attacks. The logic behind enemy target selection was different. Fu Han recalled his first encounter with a thunder slime when he kept his distance and watched as his great jade hand fought the creature. The slime didn't specifically target Fu Han but instinctively retaliated against the great jade hand. However, in a duel, the opponent would prioritize taking down the beast master rather than engaging with the tough star beast. Although Fu Han didn't intend to become a competitive beast master, he believed that the strategies used in high-level confrontations were the right development path. After all, he wouldn't always be facing slimes. Higher-level star beasts generally possessed high intelligence. Even his Xiaozi was quite smart. These star beasts knew how to win and could plan attacks on the beast master before the master even noticed their presence. Moreover, even low-level beast masters like Fu Han often face threats and competition from their peers. The betting duel mechanism was an important lesson the academy taught beast masters, emphasizing the law of the jungle and the need to find their own way to survive. Though Kunta's battle wisdom might not be sophisticated, his role was clear: was a predator. Mu Qi, on the other hand, preferred to team up with others in betting duels, staying in safe zones. Fu Han knew he wouldn't prey on the weak like a hyena or vulture, but he also wouldn't hide in safety. Therefore, he needed to prepare for threats from other beastmasters. In summary, enhancing battlefield survival and self-preservation became Fu Han's immediate priority. Previously, while browsing the market, he was always drawn to long-range attack skills, believing that his great jade hand was tough enough and his weakness lay in ranged or elemental attacks. But today, he learned an important lesson. The toughness of the great jade hand was its strength, but against truly formidable enemies, he could become the primary target. Unless he had a life resonance talent like Songjia, the great jade hand wouldn't be able to protect him entirely. With this new perspective, Fu Han began focusing on skills that could enhance his own survival. After spending several more hours browsing the market, he found a skill that piqued his interest: symbiotic armor. This skill originated from a unique star beast from the northern continent, the ice armor. Ice armor was a symbiotic ice-type star beast, composed of ice elements. They attached themselves to another type of star beast called the Yeti in the northern continent, serving as the Yeti's armor. The Yeti, with its icy armor, then seeks out areas with higher concentrations of starlight. On the surface, the icy armor appears selfless, offering itself to help the Yeti. However, once the armor has matured enough on the Yeti's body, it takes control and starts acting according to its own will. From that moment on, the life of the Yeti fully encased in the icy armor begins to come to an end. In the northern lands, if you come across skeletal remains encased in ice, don't mistake them for undead creatures. They are the work of the ice-type armor. Colonization is an inherent skill of the icy armor, allowing it to morph into a shape that fits its host and attach itself to the host's body. Star beasts with elemental or metallic constructs might learn this skill, and it is likely that the rock-based lifeform known as the Great Jade Hand can also acquire it. Although this intermediate skill of colonization seems powerful at first glance, its practicality is actually quite limited. The intermediate skill of armor fusion seemed powerful at first glance, but Han Fu quickly realized its limitations. He carefully analyzed the potential use of this skill by various star beasts. Although slimes could learn it, they lacked defense. Water, fire, and lightning slimes were still too fragile when armored. Ice slimes could harm their beastmasters, and rock slimes were too heavy. Even the seemingly perfect Songjia didn't need this skill, as its mercury blade could transform and protect the beastmaster on its own. Han Fu pondered, realizing that most star beasts either lacked the necessary strength, were too heavy, or were too small in size. He couldn't help but think that instead of struggling with this skill, it might be more practical to buy a high-tech battlesuit. Of course, for beastmasters with the life resonance talent, directly contracting an ice armor might be a better fit. Just as Han Fu was about to give up on the idea, he suddenly thought of his great jade hand. Wait a minute, his eyes lit up. The great jade hand is different. It has a levitation skill. This discovery made Han Fu excited. He started planning. The great jade hand could not only solve the weight problem, but also carry him into the air. If he maxed out the levitation skill, he would be unbeatable against ground enemies. Even better, the great jade hand was incredibly tough with strong overall resistance. If it could deploy the Jade Radiant Shield while in armored form, it would be like a moving super defense shield. This is a genius idea. Han Fu couldn't help but exclaim. It's simply brilliant. What made Han Fu even happier was that the ice armor fragments were surprisingly cheap. He checked the market and found that because the snow monsters, a dangerous yet common star beast, were frequently hunted by northern beastmasters, the supply of accompanying ice armor fragments was abundant. A first-grade ice armor fragment, the size of a fist and containing 20 units of star energy, was only 15,000 credits, practically a steal. Han Fu looked at his balance of over 71,000 credits and didn't hesitate to purchase 4 first-grade ice armor fragments. Although waiting 3 more days might save him 2,000 credits, with the selection trials approaching, he couldn't afford to wait. Early the next morning, Han Fu eagerly went to the closed training room to test his idea. He designed a simple exercise. Have the Great Jade Hand and Little Z play eagle catching the chicks, with Little Z as the eagle and Han Fu as the chick. He wanted to see how much pressure he could withstand under the full protection of the Great Jade Hand. In the first round, Han Fu had the Great Jade Hand deploy the Jade Radiant Shield. Little Z initially got dizzy from crashing into it, but soon realized that slowing down allowed her to pass through the barrier easily. This exposed a fatal flaw of the Jade Radiant Shield. It could only block fast attacks and was ineffective against slow movements. In the second round, Han Fu let the Great Jade Hand act freely to fully obstruct Little Z. At first, Little Z was completely suppressed by the Great Jade Hand's massive size and impressive reach. But the clever Little Z quickly activated her shadow enhancement, making her form blurred and hard to discern. With a few nimble turns, she completely evaded the Great Jade Hand's sight and quietly appeared next to Han Fu, leisurely munching on some jerky. In the final round, Fu Han began to actively command Yusho. This time, the coordination between him and the wolf was flawless, leaving Xiaozi panting with exhaustion. Just as Fu Han breathed a sigh of relief, Thinking victory was within grasp, Xiaozi suddenly leapt up and jumped into his arms. Fu Han was caught off guard, realizing what it truly meant to play possum. After the test, Fu Han had a clear understanding. Relying solely on Yusho's protection was far from enough. Xiaozi was already formidable, and there were undoubtedly faster and craftier star beasts out there. When the time came, they might not even be able to locate the enemy, let alone command Yusho effectively. But if he could turn Yusho into armor to wear, the sense of security would be overwhelming. The more Fu Han thought about it, the more excited he became, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Star's Heart. 3 days later, Star Academy suddenly announced a major teaching event, a wilderness survival class. When it was revealed that all junior beast tamers had to participate, the academy was filled with wails of despair. Fu Han was puzzled. He had assumed everyone was preparing for the aptitude assessment and would be eager to participate. But now, there were more people crying than he had expected. It was Mu Qi who finally cleared up Fu Han's confusion. Apparently, those pampered rich kids had no desire to endure the hardships of the wilderness, and their whining had created the illusion that no one wanted to go. Additionally, the functional beast tamers who were not proficient in combat had serious objections to the random partner assignment, as it meant they couldn't choose their teammates in advance. Mu Qi, being one of them, confided in Fu Han that he had spent the entire night ranting in the student forum. Mu Qi knew that complaining alone wouldn't help, so he specifically sought out Fu Han, begging him to find him in the wilderness and escort him to the safe zone. Fu Han agreed, and only then did Mu Qi leave, still looking troubled. It seemed he was genuinely dreading this survival class. Fu Han thought to himself, it wasn't surprising. In a highly developed society, people had long become accustomed to comfortable lives and naturally didn't want to risk their lives. Despite the students grumbling, the preparations were thorough. Prices for star shards, potions, and even outdoor gear skyrocketed. Fu Han wondered if these people hadn't seen the notice that said they could only bring their terminals, or if they had some special way of smuggling items. Fortunately, Fu Han's Star's Heart had been pre-ordered, so he wasn't affected by the price surge. That afternoon, the much-anticipated Star's Heart delivery finally arrived. Without wasting a moment, Fu Han rushed back to his dormitory, eager to have Yusho start absorbing the Star's Heart. Han Fu bought 4 shattered stars of ice armor in one go. He recalled his previous experience refining the Thunder Slime skill, feeling a bit anxious. Back then, the first shattered star only yielded 2/3 of the skill information, and it took 2 to master a basic skill. This time, the skill he needed to refine was an intermediate one, so he worried that he might need more shattered stars and decided to buy 4 at once. Han Fu's wallet was nearly empty, with just over 10,000 left, not enough to buy another shattered star. He looked at the 4 crystal-clear shattered stars in his hand, took a deep breath, and began the skill extraction process. As the big jade hand absorbed the first shattered star, Han Fu held his breath, watching nervously. As the shattered star fused into the big jade hand, he felt about a quarter of the skill information flow into his mind. This result made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that 4 shattered stars should be enough. However, surprises often come unexpectedly. When the big jade hand absorbed the 3rd shattered star, its core suddenly emitted a burst of starlight waves. Han Fu carefully sensed it, and was delighted to find that the big jade hand had not only reached level 15 but had also autonomously comprehended the intermediate skill colonization LV1. What? Han Fu was stunned, then laughed helplessly and muttered, "Big hand, if you had told me earlier, I would have only bought 3. Despite feeling somewhat amused, Han Fu was overjoyed. He knew that the randomness of star beasts learning shattered star skills was very high. Some people needed 70 or 80 shattered stars to master a skill, while the big jade hand had comprehended an intermediate skill with just 3. This was undoubtedly a stroke of incredible luck. Not wanting to waste the last shattered star, Han Fu continued to let the big jade hand absorb it. Meanwhile, he imprinted the colonization skill, conserving his mental energy and preparing for potential future use. Without hesitation, Han Fu then taught the colonization skill to the big jade hand again, raising it to level 2. This series of actions exhausted his mental energy, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Dragging his heavy steps, he climbed into bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Han Fu woke up early. Ever since his mental energy reached level 2, the side effects of teaching skills had significantly lessened. Feeling refreshed, he got out of bed eagerly, ready to test the newly acquired colonization skill with the big jade hand. The big jade hand floated in the air, seemingly accustomed to this state. Han Fu instructed it to use the colonization skill while maintaining its floating position. During the first attempt, Han Fu sensed through their soul connection that the big jade hand was asking, what kind of armor should it transform into? Images of various armor styles from movies and games flashed through Han Fu's mind. The big jade hand seemed to receive this information, transforming into a stream of light that covered Han Fu. A cool sensation spread across his body as a set of ice jade-colored armor gradually took shape. Han Fu moved his arms and was surprised to find that the armor was almost weightless. He performed a few full-body movements and discovered that the big jade hand perfectly synchronized with his actions, making movement exceptionally agile. However, when Han Fu attempted to float, he failed. Maintaining the armored state had already consumed a significant amount of starlight, making it impossible to float simultaneously. Han Fu was somewhat disappointed to realize that in its armored state, the big jade hand could not activate the jade radiance barrier. However, he believed that as his skill level increased and his star rating improved, these limitations would eventually be overcome. Fuan walked up to the full-length mirror, admiring the look of the armor. "Wow, this is really cool," he exclaimed. The design of the armor incorporated elements from the Game Gear he remembered, making it both stylish and magnificent. The translucent icy jade color and golden patterns of the Dyusho added a touch of elegance to the armor. The only flaw was the lack of a face shield. Just as Fuan thought of this, a face shield extended from the helmet, perfectly covering his face. "That's much better," Fuan said with a satisfied smile. Next, Fuan retracted the Dyusho and headed straight to the training room for a comprehensive test. He found that the armor's deployment speed was much faster than the first time, likely because the Dyusho had memorized the design. Even more impressive was the armor's defensive capability. No matter how much Fuan tried, he couldn't leave even the slightest mark on it. He even summoned Xiaozi for testing. Xiaozi used all its strength, with claws and teeth grinding, but still couldn't leave any marks on the armor. Inside the armor, Fuan didn't feel any force at all, which greatly boosted his confidence in his defensive capabilities. After performing various movements in the armor, Fuan found that he could move freely without any hindrance. This soul-connected exosuit far surpassed the parasitic relationship of the snow monster and ice armor. The only downside was the limited duration. Through testing, Fuan discovered that the exosuit could last for about 30 minutes, after which the Dyusho needed to recharge in the core realm for 2 hours to return to full strength. Charging for 2 hours to run for 30 minutes, that's still acceptable, Fuan calculated to himself. Although constrained by funding and time, making it impossible to further enhance the skills of the Dyusho, overall, the skill refinement and testing were quite successful. Fuan was filled with confidence for the upcoming selection. He decided to take a good rest and eagerly awaited the start of the selection process. 7 days later, at dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten. In the stadium usually reserved for sports events, a massive Cloud Whale-class helicopter sat quietly, its enormous rotors spinning slowly but still generating powerful gusts of wind that caused people nearby to stagger. Around the aircraft, groups of novice beast-tamers gathered. Their expressions varied. Up in the stands, a bunch of older students were shouting at the top of their lungs, trying to intimidate the newcomers taking their first survival class. "Hang in there, kids. Come back alive." Despite the roar of the rotors drowning out most of the shouts, the words, "come back alive," struck a chord with some of the students. Muchi huddled in his thin windbreaker, nervously asking, "What if I accidentally die?" Fu Han, irritated by Muchi's question, gave him a hard slap on the back. "Can you stop being so scared? This isn't something you die from." "Yes, you can," Muchi replied firmly. "Years ago, there was an incident where a parachute malfunctioned and a student died." Fu Han was taken aback. "Did the academy have to pay a lot of money?" Muchi nodded. "Of course, but the parachute company paid even more and went bankrupt. The academy seized the CEO's assets, and I heard he ended up on the streets." Fu Han was a bit stunned. "We can seize other people's assets?" Muchi smirked. "Never mess with the Beast Tamer Academy." Fu Han nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "So what are you afraid of?" Muchi retorted, "Of course you're not afraid. You're a combat type. My star beast only produces various leaves and fruits." Fu Han sighed. All right. This time, you should contract a new star beast, preferably one with some self-defense capabilities." "The world isn't safe." Muchi let out a long sigh. "That might be the only reason I'm standing here." At that moment, someone patted Fu Han on the shoulder. He turned to see Songjie. "Yo, how's it going?" Fu Han asked, curious about Songjie's team formation over the past few days. Songjie replied succinctly, "Almost settled." Fu Han immediately understood. "So, not settled." Songjie shrugged. Yimiao agreed. "But Qinzi thinks you should prove you can make the cut on your own." "So? Fair enough," Fu Han said, unfazed. Songjie nodded and continued, "I think everyone should prove they have the capability. So this time the 4 of us will act separately." "Even better," Fu Han praised. Songjie leaned in and whispered, "Word is, there's an extra reward for the top performers in this survival class, so you better take it seriously." With that, he disappeared into the crowd. Fu Han pursed his lips, unsure if Songjie had made up the rumor to motivate him or if there really was an extra reward. At that moment, Fu Han suddenly felt a sharp gaze. He looked up at the stands and saw a tall, thin man in black staring at him. The man had dreadlocks, a bandana on his head, and a silver piercing in his eyebrow. His eyes were cold and chilling. Upon closer inspection, Fu Han understood why this man was eyeing him. Behind the tall man stood the crew-cut Luo brothers, one leaning on a left crutch and the other on a right crutch, creating a strangely harmonious picture. Fu Han then realized that Xiao Zi's dark energy might have severely injured Luo Da's gluteus maximus, causing him to miss this survival class. Although Luo Da had brought it upon himself, Fu Han knew they now harbored a grudge against him. Fu Han sighed inwardly, thinking, these people are like Russian nesting dolls. Take down the younger brother, and the older brother appears. Now there's this snake-like man. It's never-ending. I bet after this survival class, they'll ambush me in a dark alley again. Just as Fu Han was lost in thought, a sharp whistle snapped him out of his reverie. Several soldiers in leather jackets descended from a helicopter, shouting for everyone to gather in the center. They began pulling people out of the crowd, splitting them into different groups. Upon closer observation, it was clear that the soldiers were deliberately separating those who were talking to each other into different groups. Cries of dismay erupted immediately. The lead instructor, however, was smiling brightly. You thought we let you stand there chatting just for fun? Ha ha ha. Muchi panicked. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Fu Han shrugged. What can we do? Use the terminal? Muchi asked. Fu Han shook his head. Not a chance. Just hope for the best. If you encounter danger, run. How do I run? I'm a support type. Muchi was even more frantic. Fu Han frowned and said harshly, use your legs. Just then, because he didn't step out of line fast enough after being called twice, Muchi was roughly pulled out by an instructor. He looked back at Fu Han helplessly, who could only sigh and spread his hands, showing his inability to help. You. Come here. An instructor beckoned to Fu Han. He quickly jogged over. Once aboard the transport plane, the instructor strapped Fu Han into a seat. He looked around and saw a few familiar faces, but none were close friends. So, he leaned back and tried to rest. The Yun Jing-class transport plane was massive, quickly filling up with over 800 junior beast tamers. Amid the deafening roar, the cabin door slowly closed, and the sound of the propeller blades outside grew faster. After a bit of turbulence, Fu Han felt the plane take off. Moments later, the cabin was sealed, and the noise of the flight subsided. The cabin immediately became restless, with people asking, how long will it take? Can we use the restroom? What are the survival class evaluation criteria? However, all questions went unanswered, and those who asked were instead told to shut up. Soon, the cabin was filled with the sound of an announcement. Listen up. You are now aboard an Alliance military aircraft. You are under military jurisdiction and must obey orders without question. No objections, no doubts. Otherwise, your training ends here. Now, we will demonstrate the use of the landing equipment. Pay attention. There will be only one demonstration. After the announcement, the instructor on the plane began to demonstrate how to use the landing equipment. In fact, the landing equipment is fully automated. It automatically measures altitude, deploys the parachute, discards the parachute, and inflates the landing airbags. The only thing the user needs to do is fasten it securely to their back, and then jump from the high altitude. Fu Han observed closely and realized that the safety harness tightly strapped to him was the landing equipment. However, he still didn't know how this transport aircraft would deploy him. The demonstration ended, and the instructor's indifferent voice came over the loudspeaker. That's about it. Don't bother asking us anything else. We're only responsible for getting you to the destination and dropping you off. Check your terminal notifications for further instructions. See you in 20 minutes. As the briefing concluded, the instructors started chatting among themselves, lightening the atmosphere in the cabin a bit. A young man turned to Fu Han and struck up a conversation. Hey man, are you a combat type? Fu Han nodded silently. The man continued, let's team up. I can heal. Fu Han smiled and nodded again. The young man seemed relieved, but Fu Han knew things wouldn't be that simple. Approximately 20 minutes later, the loudspeaker blared again. We've arrived. Parachute drop is about to begin. If you're scared, you can close your eyes now. As soon as the announcement ended, there was a swoosh sound, and the young man who had asked to team up with Fu Han disappeared instantly. By the time Fu Han realized what had happened, the drop hatch beneath the man's seat was slowly closing. Suddenly, exclamations of surprise echoed through the cabin. Fu Han watched as people were randomly ejected out of the aircraft, thinking to himself, this is freaking intense. Just then, a faint audio prompt sounded in his ear. Prepare for parachute jump in 3, 2, 1. With a loud bang, Fu Han felt the ground disappear beneath his feet, and he began to plummet. In an instant, he was outside the aircraft, gazing at the lush scenery below and the parachutes opening one after another. He yelled out in excitement, woohoo! As an extreme sports enthusiast, he had tried bungee jumping and paragliding before, but this was his first time skydiving. The adrenaline rush was exhilarating, and the terrified screams of others only made him laugh harder. Controlling his body position, Fu Han glided for a bit. Just as he was getting into it, the parachute pack issued another prompt. Parachute deployment in 3, 2, 1. With a whoosh, the parachute opened. Instinctively, Fu Han grabbed the harness, adjusting his position as he descended toward a clearing. As he approached the treetop height, another prompt sounded. Landing airbag deployment in 3, 2, 1. With a soft click, Fu Han detached from the parachute. The backpack quickly inflated a massive transparent airbag around him. The airbag cushioned his landing, bouncing once before gradually deflating, allowing Fu Han to touch the ground gently. Following the voice instructions, Fu Han waited for the backpack to automatically retract the airbag. Moments later, a new directive came. Retrieve the toolkit, discard the drop equipment, and leave the landing zone. Fu Han stood up, unbuckled himself, and checked the toolkit. A folding shovel, a fire starter, and a metal water canister. Is this it? Better than nothing, he muttered, attaching the kit to his waist. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Fu Han looked up to see another large airbag plummeting down. He quickly realized why they needed to leave the landing zone promptly and stepped aside. The airbag bounced twice on the ground, and a girl's frightened yelps came from inside, clearly terrified by the experience. As the airbag steadied, the person inside began to frantically struggle to get out. Fu Han quickly warned, "Don't move. The airbag will retract automatically." The brown-haired girl finally stopped moving and tried to look up at Fu Han. Taking this opportunity, Fu Han also observed her. Despite her disheveled appearance, her healthy tan skin and deep-set eyes still made her look strikingly beautiful. Feeling pleased, Fu Han nodded politely and turned to leave. The girl hurriedly called out, "Wait, can I come with you? I'm a support-type beast master." Without turning back, Fu Han replied, "I don't need support." The girl grew anxious. "Wait, I'll pay you." Hearing the word pay, Fu Han raised an eyebrow and stopped. "How much?" Moments later, the two had left the landing zone and were standing under a lush phoenix tree, enjoying the shade. Fu Han looked at the terminal, which now showed an additional balance of 50,000. He smiled. He hadn't expected the transfer function to remain active despite many features being locked. It seemed the Academy anticipated students would need to make transactions and had kept this feature available. Fu Han felt a surge of joy, thinking that if he met more beast masters lacking combat abilities, he might earn some extra money. Meanwhile, the curly-haired girl named Chia seemed slightly dissatisfied with the price. Fu Han reassured her, "All right, stop complaining. I'm not taking your money for nothing. Besides ensuring your safety, I'll also provide you with plenty of water, free of charge." Chia was speechless. "What? For 50,000? You're just letting me follow you? Do I have to pay extra for anything else?" Fu Han sighed. "Didn't I say? Free water is included." Chia thought for a moment. "At least share some food with me." Fu Han clicked his tongue. "Fine, fine. If we find any food, I'll share it with you." At that moment, both of their terminals rang simultaneously. They took out their devices to check. It was a course assignment from the Academy. The first survival challenge of the course officially began. The Academy laid out clear assessment criteria. Cross the northern assessment line within 3 days, undergo daily health scans via the terminal, consume a total of 6,000 calories over 3 days, drink at least 6,000 milliliters of water, and ensure personal safety. The Academy also thoughtfully provided a wealth of instructional materials, including guides on making hunting traps, starting fires, and identifying edible plants, which students could refer to as needed. Fu Han was quite impressed with the Academy's arrangements. The survival course was set in the Academy's wilderness breeding base, covering nearly 100 square kilometers with a complete ecosystem and abundant resources. Students could freely obtain what they needed and had emergency rescue to ensure safety. Here's the information, figure it out yourself, teaching method made Fu Han feel that it was both challenging and a great way to develop skills. After reading the task, Chia immediately complained, "This is too much. We girls can't possibly eat 6,000 calories in 3 days. We'll get fat." Fu Han glanced at her with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "Then eat less. Anyway, finding that many calories each day won't be easy. We're about 100 kilometers from the assessment line, so you can lose weight by walking more than 30 kilometers each day. Forget getting fat. You'll definitely become a slender beauty." Realizing her precarious situation, Chia quickly said, "That's not going to work. You at least have to help me complete the task. I paid for this." After a moment's thought, Fu Han agreed and set a price of 50,000 yuan. Chia felt secretly pleased, thinking it was a bargain, but outwardly she pretended to accept the deal reluctantly. Fu Han carefully studied the map on the terminal and drafted a preliminary plan. He told Chia, "Let's get moving. We'll cross the assessment line first." Chia was shocked. 100 kilometers? I can't walk that far. I'm a pharmacist. Only then did Fu Han remember to ask about Chia's abilities. Upon learning that she possessed a spirit leaf fairy, capable of mimicking plant leaves and fruits, and that her family ran a medicinal herb business, Fu Han couldn't help but think of Mu Chi. He wondered if all pharmacists like to contract with spirit leaf fairies. Fu Han continued to ask, "So, I suppose you're also interested in contracting a second star beast?" Chia nodded eagerly. Fu Han explained that the academy likely placed them in this area because it had fewer star beasts. They should cross the assessment line quickly to find more abundant star beast resources. Although Chia agreed with the idea, she was still worried about walking such a long distance. Fu Han had an idea and decided to summon Du Shou as a mount. He told Chia that helping her complete the first task would cost 50,000 yuan, but contracting a star beast would incur additional charges. When Du Shou appeared, Chia was amazed. Fu Han instructed her to sit on Du Shou's left hand while he sat on the right. As Du Shou began to move, Chia finally understood Fu Han's intention and felt secretly happy that she had encountered a benefactor today. Chia tentatively asked, "How much would it cost to contract a star beast like yours?" Fu Han gave a cold laugh, indicating that this epic-grade star beast wasn't something easily obtained. Seeing his reaction, Chia straightforwardly said, "How about this? You take me to contract a decent star beast, and if I don't have enough money, can I pay in installments?" Fu Han agreed to her request but emphasized that the choice of star beast would depend on her luck. Upon learning that Chia's talent was star brilliance calculation, Fu Han privately wondered if this talent might be somewhat wasted on an alchemist. Starshine calculation is a versatile talent that reduces the consumption of starshine when star beasts use their abilities. As a beast tamer, Han Fu can excel in both functional and combat roles. However, she has chosen a relatively stable functional path, perhaps influenced by her background as a capitalist daughter. Han Fu's gaze drifted into the distance, her thoughts wandering to another person. Mu Chi. In comparison, Mu Chi's developmental path seemed more restricted, confined to the plant-based route. While Han Fu was deep in thought, Mu Chi was far away in the depths of the forest, crouched down and carefully digging up cassava roots. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, making Mu Chi alert. He looked up to see a star beast swiftly moving through the distant trees. Frightened, he hid behind a tree until the icy jade-colored figure vanished from sight, his racing heartbeat gradually calming down. Mu Chi looked down at the small cassava in his hand and felt a wave of sadness. In his heart, he silently cried out, "Han Fu, where are you? Save me." Back with Han Fu, Chia asked curiously, "The Mu Chi you mentioned earlier, I often see him at the plantation. Shouldn't we go find him?" Han Fu sighed, "It's a vast area. How would we find him? But he's knowledgeable about botany, so he shouldn't starve." Chia nodded, "Yes, I saw some wild cassava earlier. You can eat them after washing." Han Fu was slightly surprised. "Oh, why didn't you mention it earlier? It doesn't taste great. Should we go back?" "It's not far," Chia asked quietly. Han Fu thought for a moment. "Never mind. If we come across it again, we'll stop. We need to meet our daily 2,000 calorie target, and root vegetables have a good amount of starch." "Got it. I'll keep an eye out." Chia straightened up and began seriously scanning the surroundings for useful plants. A gentle breeze brushed her hair, her profile displaying a look of intense focus. Han Fu, leaning against the palm of the great jade hand, watched the scene with contentment. The great jade hand's levitation skill had been upgraded to level 4, allowing a steady speed of 40 kilometers per hour and maintaining around 30 kilometers per hour even with a load. With this speed, Han Fu and Chia quickly distanced themselves from the main group. As Han Fu had predicted, star beasts were scarce in this area, and the few they encountered were ordinary ones like stone jade beasts and grass sprites. They also came across some pheasants and wild rabbits, but Han Fu wasn't in a hurry to hunt. Their only stop was when Chia discovered a soft date tree. Although small, soft dates are high in sugar, low in water, and rich in starch, with a sweet, sandy texture. Standing under the tree, they used their clothes to catch the falling dates as the great jade hand shook the tree trunk. They only took what their clothes could hold before continuing northward. Meanwhile, on the grassy plain on the western side of the survival course forest, a temporary command center had been established. Several large tents housing various instruments and equipment had been set up days earlier. At that moment, the survival course's research team was monitoring the students' conditions via satellite instruments. Professor Chu, the chief coordinator of the survival course and the primary examiner for the vault selection, was leisurely sitting under the western pavilion, intently watching the snow mountain tea simmering in a small pot. This rare tea had to be taken off the heat the moment it changed color, or its flavor would be severely compromised. Just then, a short-haired female officer, Zhang Yiyu, hurried over. "Professor Chu, someone has crossed the assessment line." Professor Chu was slightly taken aback. "Do they have a riding star beast? Which star beast could be that fast?" "Do you show?" Zhang Yiyu replied. "What?" Professor Chu was incredulous, partly because Du Shou was extremely rare, and partly because he never imagined it could be used as a mount. Zhang Yiyu handed over a tablet, displaying satellite images. Professor Chu scrutinized the photos and, sure enough, it was a large, icy jade-colored Du Shou, with two teenagers riding on its hands. Both hands are holding people. So what is it using to support itself? Professor Chu quickly realized the answer. Levitation? That seems to be the case. Zhang Yiyu confirmed with a nod. Interesting, very creative. Professor Chu pondered. But mastering this levitation skill must be incredibly difficult. With the scant star energy from a moon lamp creature, how much skill information could it retain? How many fragments would it take to learn this? Plus, no one hunts or sells these things. Could he be a moon lamp creature slayer? Zhang Yiyu shook her head. Luck. That's the only explanation. Luck? Professor Chu chuckled wryly. Comparing people is frustrating. How do they usually perform? Zhang Yiyu replied. I checked. The DU show likely belongs to this boy named Fu Han. He keeps a low profile, grew up in an orphanage, and his potential evaluation has always been at the bottom. He rarely interacts with others. At the bottom? Professor Chu laughed. Having a DU show and still at the bottom? He must be hiding his abilities. Kids from orphanages never show off. Not bad. See, we already have one candidate. Finding 30 might not be so hard. What is he doing now? He went into the woods. Should we send a drone to check? Zhang Yiyu asked. No need. Just send them the new task tonight and keep an eye on their movements, Professor Chu said, handing the tablet back to Zhang Yiyu. After Zhang Yiyu nodded and left, Professor Chu leaned back in his chair and smiled. Not bad, a great start. I hope they give me more surprises. Suddenly, he sat up straight. Oh no, my tea. After crossing the finish line, Han Fu slowed his pace, retracting the energy-consuming jade hand back into its core for recovery. Beside him, Chia finally got to stretch her legs, her face beaming with joy. The survival course hadn't pressured her much. In fact, it reminded her of the pleasant times spent hiking in an ecological park. Han Fu also felt quite relaxed. Reflecting on the cautious approach he took during his last trip to Balan, this time felt different due to the academy's arrangement, which eased his nerves. He figured that someone with outdoor experience like Songjia probably felt the same. However, for newcomers to the wilderness like Mu Qi, it was hard to say. As for Mu Qi, he wasn't doing too badly. He had reached the nearest water source and replenished his supply. However, lacking experience, he drank the water without boiling it first, causing some stomach discomfort. Fortunately, as a pharmacist, he quickly made a herbal remedy using spirit leaves to alleviate the symptoms. Now, he was just dealing with the gas from drinking cold water and eating cassava, occasionally letting out a fart as he traveled north. He had grown used to the smell, but he still worried about the embarrassment it might cause if he encountered others. Back to Han Fu, after putting away the jade hand, he summoned a water slime, quickly filling 2 water containers. Chia's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected anyone to go to such lengths just for convenient drinking water. This seemed incredibly extravagant. Suddenly, she recalled the recent shortage of pure elemental water and Mu Qi's large-scale sales of it, and everything clicked. So it was you. No wonder Mu Qi had so much pure elemental water. Chia exclaimed. Han Fu nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. So, you see, bringing you here for 50,000 and providing pure elemental water is quite a bargain, isn't it? Now, let's settle the rest of the payment. Chia frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed, but still took out her terminal and transferred another 100,000 to Han Fu. Is that enough? I want to keep following you, and I'll pay for it. Han Fu nodded in satisfaction. Good, you're catching on. You're going places. Just stick with me. As they resumed their journey, Han Fu summoned Xiaozi, both to serve as a guard and to leverage its abilities to find prey. In Han Fu's view, Xiaozi's tracking skills far exceeded any theoretical knowledge about tracking animal traces. Seeing Han Fu summon a 3rd star beast, Chia couldn't help but ask, how can you contract so many star beasts? Han Fu warned, don't ask unnecessary questions. Chia suddenly understood. I get it. You have dual talents. Han Fu half-jokingly threatened, be careful, or I'll silence you. Chia quickly assured, I won't tell anyone. It's a basic ethical code for a beast tamer. Han Fu laughed, then maintain that integrity. Otherwise, He wasn't too worried though. While dual-talented beast tamers were rare, there were a few in the academy, and they were highly respected. At that moment, Xiaozi suddenly stopped and began sniffing the ground intently. Han Fu immediately realized it had found prey and signaled Chia to stay quiet. Xiaozi began to move forward slowly, with the 2 of them crouching low and following behind. About 20 minutes later, Fu Han finally spotted the target. Xiaozi had been tracking a group of dwarf forest deer nibbling on berries from the shrubs. Xiaozi halted and turned to look at Fu Han, awaiting instructions. Fu Han quietly retreated and summoned the giant jade hand, instructing it to silently flank the deer from the side. Everything was ready. Fu Han made a gesture, and the giant jade hand, along with Xiaozi, started closing in on the deer. Sensing something amiss, the lead deer froze for a moment before leading the group in a frantic escape. Xiao Zi and Fu Han abandoned their cover and gave chase. Xiao Zi's speed was incredible, especially with the dark enhancement activated, making it nearly impossible for the deer to track its movements. It targeted a lone, panicked fawn, which happened to be in the direction where the giant jade hand was closing in. With a swift leap, Xiao Zi pounced on the fawn, bringing it down to the ground. Fu Han knew the prey was secured and stopped to wait for Chia to catch up. How did it go? How did it go? Chia asked breathlessly as she ran over. All set. Let's go. Fu Han replied succinctly, leading the way forward. Wow. You guys are so fast. I couldn't keep up at all. Chia complained. Looks like you need some training, Fu Han teased. Yeah, I guess so, Chia admitted reluctantly. Soon, they arrived beside the giant jade hand. The fawn's throat had been bitten through by Xiao Zi and was long dead. Xiao Zi wagged its tail proudly beside the prey, while the giant jade hand remained expressionless. Fu Han patted Xiao Zi's head and began inspecting the prey. Xiao Zi then ran over to Chia, wagging its tail to curry favor. Look, your star beast seems to really like me, Chia said excitedly. Fu Han glanced at Xiao Zi circling around the beautiful woman. He didn't have the heart to tell Chia that Xiao Zi was actually a bit of a flirt, so he just said, yeah, it seems so. The hunt was a great success. They had captured a juvenile dwarf forest deer weighing over 30 kilograms, enough to feed them for 3 days. Fu Han marked this area on the map for future hunting trips. With their prey in hand, Fu Han decided not to wander aimlessly anymore. After checking the map, he led Chia toward a small stream to the east, which was better suited for processing the deer. An hour later, they reached a pebble-covered riverbank and decided to set up camp there. Fu Han built a fire pit with pebbles and lit a campfire, then dragged the deer to the water's edge to start processing it. Chia and Xiao Zi went upstream to catch fish, ultimately bringing back 5 green bass, each marked with Xiao Zi's teeth. By dusk, Xiao Zi, who had played a crucial role, was rewarded with a deer leg and lay nearby, gnawing on it contentedly. The venison roasting over the campfire emitted a mouth-watering aroma, turning golden and inviting. Fu Han also used a water canister to cook a pot of fish soup. Chia then contributed significantly by having the spirit leaf fairy produce rock salt berries, whose juice was rich in salt, making it an excellent seasoning. With this addition, both the fish soup and venison were deliciously flavored. The young deer, not fully grown, had tender, juicy meat. Although Jia found Fu Han's way of handling the game a bit brutal, once the roasted venison entered her mouth, she could only mumble in admiration, delicious. As dusk settled in, the two of them ate to their heart's content by the campfire, feeling too lazy to move. Jia sighed, it's so great being with you. Fu Han just smiled and didn't respond. Gazing at the emerging stars in the sky, Jia asked, so, what do we do next? Before she finished her sentence, both of their terminals beeped simultaneously. After checking his, Fu Han smiled and said, look, we've got something to do now. Jia opened her terminal and saw that a new course assignment had arrived. The task for the second lesson on ecological observation has officially begun. Han Fu and Yachi stood at the edge of the breeding zone, with the terminal displaying detailed task requirements. Explore at least one observation point in the breeding zone, gather as many observation points as possible, conduct daily health scans to ensure adequate food and water intake. Most importantly, prioritize personal safety at all times. The terminal also listed an optional course, the hunting challenge. Han Fu's eyes lingered on the list of formidable star beasts, weighing the risks and rewards in his mind. A warning message flashed with a glaring red light. The breeding zone is fraught with dangers, and any misstep could result in serious injury or even death. The Academy made it clear that no compensation would be provided in the event of an accident. If they cannot continue, they must report their withdrawal through the terminal and wait for rescue on the spot. Han Fu carefully browsed through the extensive information sent with the task. These documents detailed the characteristics of the breeding base and various star beasts. He was surprised to learn that the seemingly natural wild breeding base was actually a meticulously designed artificial environment. Hundreds of kilometers of the area were divided into multiple breeding zones, each controlled by a climate tower, simulating unique terrain and climate features. The 3 breeding zones open this time are the swamp, the flower field, and the rainforest. Han Fu couldn't help but admire the grand scale of the Academy's efforts. This hands-on experience is undoubtedly the most direct and effective way for novice beast tamers to understand the natural environment. Under artificial intervention, the growth of star beasts is controlled, ensuring a basic level of safety for students. Even the hunting challenge must have been carefully selected to maintain safety. Yachi's exclamation interrupted Han Fu's thoughts. It wasn't like this in previous years, she explained. The assessments used to be conducted in the outer forest areas. This is the first time we're going directly into the breeding zones. Han Fu pondered, guessing it might be related to the upcoming opening of the treasure trove. Checking the terminal, the map had already marked the boundaries, terrain features, and observation points of each breeding zone. The leaderboard at this moment only displayed the names of Han Fu and Yachi, both with 0 points. As night fell, Han Fu carefully planned the exploration route for the next day. They were currently near the swamp zone, which had a higher danger level, but with Dayush's floating ability, Han Fu believed they could give it a try. After that, they would head to the warm flower field, where there might be star beasts suitable for Yachi, and Han Fu also wanted to take on a hunting task there. Yachi had long fallen asleep, emitting soft snores. Han Fu looked at her peaceful face, feeling relieved for her good fortune. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry about his friends in distant places. Shaking his head, Han Fu summoned Dayusho and began his meditation practice for the night. Meanwhile, Mu Qi was in a dire situation, having just fallen from a tree and gasping for breath, clearly not in a favorable position. Let's start from the beginning. Mu Qi had been trudging northward all day, his body weary and exhausted. By the afternoon, he spotted a tattered, wretched figure in the distance. Mu Qi initially thought of approaching the person, but the persistent odor emanating from himself made him change his mind. Instead, he adjusted his course slightly and continued on. As dusk fell, while Fu Han and Chiya were enjoying roasted venison, Mu Qi's luck finally turned. He discovered a tree laden with soft dates, which filled him with joy. These dates were not only low in moisture and high in sugar, but also rich in starch, making them an excellent source of energy. Although most of the dates had fallen to the ground and were covered in some sand, Mu Qi didn't mind. He eagerly dropped to the ground, picking and eating the dates, swallowing them along with the sand. As night fell, Mu Qi not only filled his stomach, but also stuffed his pockets and tool bag to the brim. Looking at the remaining dates on the ground, he decided to rest there and have another meal in the morning before moving on. He chose to rest under a nearby tall banyan tree. In the dead of night, as the surrounding noises increased, Mu Qi grew worried about the presence of wild animals and decided to climb the tree. He struggled up the thick trunk and came up with a clever idea. He took off his clothes and tied himself to the tree to prevent himself from falling while asleep. However, the knots were evidently not secure enough, and he still fell from the tree. Though he was winded for a moment, he was fortunately not seriously injured. Mu Qi decided to just lie on the ground, gazing up at the starry sky, his thoughts drifting to his good friend Fu Han. He couldn't help but wonder where Fu Han was at that moment, and whether he had some delicious meat to eat. Thinking of this, a tear of envy rolled down Mu Qi's cheek. Meanwhile, Fu Han, who was meditating, suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose and glanced at Chiya, worried that he had woken her. To his surprise, Chiya actually sat up. "You're awake?" Fu Han asked softly. Chiya didn't reply. She just stood up silently. At that moment, the campfire suddenly flared up, and Fu Han noticed that Chiya seemed to have her eyes closed. He thought to himself, is she sleepwalking? Suddenly, Chiya made an unexpected move. She placed one hand on her hip, struck a pose with the other, and then began to dance. Fu Han raised an eyebrow in surprise, thinking, is this an impromptu performance? Chiya's dance was graceful and lively, clearly showing signs of professional training. After a while, she unzipped her jacket, spinning it off to the side. Watching her lithe figure in her fitted athletic top, Fu Han couldn't help but hold his breath. He felt a sudden urge to join in the dance, but considering his likely lack of talent in that area, he restrained himself. Little Z, however, couldn't resist and started bobbing her head to the rhythm. At that moment, Fu Han realized something was off. Why was there music? He jumped up and looked around, finally noticing a tiny pink star beast on Dayu's head, shaking its star-shaped tail. The beast was emitting strong psychic waves, making it appear to glow when Fu Han looked at it. Fu Han then understood that Chiya wasn't sleepwalking. She was under the influence of the star beast's ability. The pink star beast saw that Fu Han wasn't affected and immediately launched a mental attack on him. Fortunately, Fu Han's mental strength had reached level 2, so the dizziness only lasted for a brief second or two. Seeing that the skill was ineffective against Fu Han, the pink star beast stopped its attack and swiftly floated across the stream. Due to the interruption of the skill, Chiya, who was dancing, lost her balance and fell towards the bonfire. Fu Han quickly rushed forward in a few strides and caught Chiya just in time. At that moment, Chiya woke up. Realizing she was only wearing a form-fitting t-shirt and was in Fu Han's arms, she screamed, "What are you doing?" Fu Han felt a headache coming on and had no time to explain. He quickly steadied Chiya and said, "Don't move." With that, he immediately jumped onto the large jade hand and chased in the direction where the pink star beast had fled. Fu Han couldn't afford to explain to Chiya right now because he had recognized the star beast. It was a pink star beast resembling a white weasel, extremely small in size, less than 10 centimeters tall, with a star-shaped bump at the end of its tail. This wasn't an ordinary star beast bred by the Academy, but a star weasel, revered as a divine spirit. Although the star weasel was small and fragile, it possessed extremely powerful mental strength and could use any powerful psychic-type skills. Even as juveniles, star weasels had high intelligence and the ability to communicate mentally. They had no apparent aggressive tendencies, but sometimes played pranks on humans or other star beasts out of boredom. Most astonishingly, star weasels could traverse the soul world and escape even without a master. Although energy field barriers could temporarily block them, they would quickly find a way out. Because of this, star weasels were almost impossible to capture. Contracting such a star beast required encountering one personally, and even then, their willingness to accept a contract was very low, with few successful cases. It was said that angering a star weasel could bring bad luck. This rare star beast had a species value of 520, reaching the Lord level. Fu Han had read about the star weasel in the database provided by the Eternal Tree and was deeply fascinated by this magical star beast. Although he knew it would be difficult to form a contract, he still wanted to try since it was a rare encounter. Even if he failed, scanning it and uploading the data to the Eternal Tree might bring some benefits. Despite being able to fly, the star weasel wasn't very fast due to its tiny size. After crossing the stream on the large jade hand, Fu Han soon spotted its pink figure again. As the distance between them narrowed, a light, ethereal voice suddenly echoed in Fu Han's mind. Stop chasing. I won't dare anymore. Fu Han knew this was the star weasel communicating mentally, so he replied in his mind, Don't run. I have something to discuss with you. The star weasel didn't stop and continued fleeing. I know. You want to form a contract with me. No. I'm not interested in your starlight. Feeling somewhat helpless, Fu Han hadn't even had a chance to propose before being rejected. But he didn't give up and thought, besides starlight, I can also teach you skills. The star weasel suddenly stopped and turned to look at Fu Han. Han Fu also stopped and continued in his mind, even if you don't want to learn the skill, can you at least let me scan you before you leave? At that moment, Star Weasel suddenly disappeared in a flash of starlight, as if it had been summoned back to the core space. Sigh. Han Fu sighed, thinking to himself, it really isn't that simple. Just as he was about to return, Star Weasel's voice echoed in his mind again. Wow, you're a star forger. Han Fu could clearly feel that the voice of the Star Weasel seemed to be transmitted from his core to his mind. It felt just like the awakening process when receiving information. He immediately calmed his mind, entered a meditative state, and his consciousness began to sink into his core. When his consciousness reached his core, he indeed saw the pink Star Weasel inside. Han Fu couldn't help but ask, how did you get inside my core? The Star Weasel didn't answer directly but excitedly said, Your core was really hard to find. So far away. Han Fu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. The Star Weasel's behavior was indeed beyond his understanding. Although beast tamers had always used soul contracts, humanity still knew very little about the secrets of the soul world. The Star Weasel circled Han Fu's core twice and suddenly exclaimed, No doubt about it, you're a star forger. Han Fu was taken aback again and asked in confusion, What's a star forger? The Star Weasel explained, You're a star forger, endowed with the power of the star-forging god. As it spoke, it pointed its tiny paw towards the black hole at the center of Han Fu's core. Han Fu suddenly realized, oh, it means my beast-taming talent is called Star Forger? So that's the name. He pondered, but I've never heard of this star-forging god. It might be some ancient and mysterious deity. I'll have to ask the scholars about it when I get back. Yes, that's right. The Star Weasel suddenly responded. Han Fu then remembered they were still in a mental communication state. The Star Weasel suddenly said, I can accept your contract, but I have one condition. Han Fu was overjoyed. Name it. I want lots and lots of delicious food. You have to take me to eat tasty things, the Star Weasel demanded. No problem. Han Fu agreed without hesitation. The Star Weasel, satisfied, said, Then let's begin. Han Fu immediately gathered starlight to draft the contract, then let the starlight, shimmering with intricate runes, reach out to the Star Weasel. The Star Weasel accepted the contract as promised, and their souls formed a bond under the watchful eye of the laws. The contract is complete, the Star Weasel declared. All right, my name is Kikalu. From now on, I'll rely on you. Don't forget to take me to eat delicious food. Don't worry, Han Fu assured. Han Fu then began to check Kikalu's information. Name, Kikalu. Species, Star Weasel. Evolution lineage level, initial. Attributes, psychic, star spirit. Species value, 520 Lord level star beast. Level, 18. Health, 100. Abilities. Mythical trait divine star spirit. The Star Weasel possesses extremely powerful mental strength. It can naturally use almost all psychic type skills, as long as it remembers how to use them. Special trait soul realm traversal. The Star Weasel can freely travel between the soul world and the real world. Although Han Fu had already known that the Star Weasel was incredibly magical and unique, he was still deeply shocked to see it had a mythical trait. Mythical abilities, the epitome of power. Kikalu's capabilities are beyond extraordinary, mastering all psychic skills innately. It's hard to fathom such incredible strength contained within its tiny frame. Although Kikalu's species value is only 520, categorizing it as a lore-level creature, this is a cumulative attribute assessment. The physical traits of Star Ferret, such as stamina, agility, and strength, are notably low. In other words, it has reached the Lord level purely through its intelligence and mental prowess. This implies that Star Ferret's mental power might surpass the Emperor level, reaching legendary or even infinite levels. After forming the contract, Han Fu immediately witnessed Kikalu's wonders. Originally residing within Han Fu's core, Kikalu entered the real world without being summoned, casually hopped onto Han Fu's shoulder, and said, "We're partners now. Let's go back and make that big sister dance." Han Fu was taken aback and felt a headache coming on. He carefully chose his words and gently said, well, Sister Chia is also with me, so let's not tease her." Kikalu looked a bit disappointed. What a pity. She dances beautifully. Indeed. Han Fu couldn't help but agree. Then, "I'll go play with Luo Luo. Call me if you need anything." With that, Kikalu's body shimmered with starlight and vanished in an instant. Han Fu paused for a moment and checked his core, finding no trace of Kikalu. He sighed inwardly. Truly a spirit blessed by the gods, the contract seems to have little hold over it. Han Fu consoled himself. Never mind, being able to form a contract is good enough. No need to ask for too much. Calming himself, Han Fu began to head back to the camp. When he returned to the campfire, he saw Chia holding a stick, quietly poking the fire, watching the sparks rise and disappear without a word. Han Fu sighed softly and asked with concern, "Are you feeling all right?" Chia shook her head, still silent. Han Fu tentatively asked, "Have you ever heard of a star ferret?" Chia shook her head again. Han Fu then explained, "A star ferret was just here. It's a legendary star beast with extremely powerful mental abilities. It used its mental power to influence your actions, making you dance and even take off your top. At first, I thought you were sleepwalking, but then I saw it, and it ran away. You were about to fall into the fire, so I caught you to prevent that, and then you woke up. I chased after it. That's what happened." Chia blinked thoughtfully and said, "I did dream about dancing, like when I competed as a child." Han Fu nodded in relief, finally having explained everything. Chia looked around and asked in surprise, "Are you saying there was just a legendary star beast here? A legendary one?" Fu Han nodded seriously, "Yes." "What? What did it look like?" "I didn't see anything," Chia said, clearly disappointed. Fu Han gestured as he described. It was pink, very small, about this high, and looked like a white weasel with stars on its tail. "Wow, that sounds adorable." Chia's eyes lit up. Fu Han nodded. "It does look very cute. But why did it make me dance?" Chia asked, puzzled. Fu Han thought for a moment and speculated. Maybe it was just playing a prank. It likes to mess with people when it's bored. So where is it now?" Chia pressed. Fu Han shook his head. "No idea where it went. It has a very unique ability to move freely through the spirit world." What a shame. I didn't get to see it." Chia stomped her foot in frustration. Fu Han just smiled and stayed silent. Chia also fell quiet, staring at the campfire. After a while, she suddenly asked, "Did I look good while dancing?" Fu Han was taken aback for a moment, then answered honestly, "Yes, you did." But he quickly added, "But I'm not giving you a discount because of it." Chia rolled her eyes at Fu Han, clearly unimpressed. Ever since Han Fu's mental strength upgraded, he needed much less sleep. At 5 a.m. that morning, before dawn had broken, he was already awake. He immediately calmed his mind and delved into his inner core for observation. As expected, the pink Kikalu was there, sweetly sleeping on Han Fu's core star. Kikalu, a creature of the soul world, possessed unique stellar attributes. Unlike other star beasts that transformed into small stars orbiting the core star, Kikalu retained its real-world form. In the soul world, Kikalu was a giant compared to the other small stars, and Han Fu's growth-enhanced core star was just the right size for it to lie on. To Han Fu's surprise, the seemingly scorching surface of the core star didn't affect Kikalu at all. Not wanting to disturb Kikalu, Han Fu returned his consciousness to the real world. As daylight began to break, he got up, rekindled the campfire, and started roasting venison and cooking fish soup. Before long, Jia also woke up. Han Fu briefly explained the action plan, and the two began enjoying their breakfast. Given the need for mobility during their exploration mission, Han Fu decided to forego most of the leftover venison to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble with the smell. He urged Jia to eat more, and he didn't hold back either. As the sky lightened, Han Fu extinguished the campfire and prepared to set off with Jia on the Great Jade Hand. Before leaving, Han Fu checked his inner core again and found that Kikalu had disappeared. So free-spirited. He sighed softly, then commanded the Great Jade Hand to head north. As the Great Jade Hand advanced rapidly, the surrounding landscape changed swiftly, from typical forests to low shrublands, then to vast swamps, and finally into a peculiar mangrove swamp area. Soon after entering the swamp, Han Fu spotted a nest of swamp slimes. Although he was initially curious and wanted to approach, the stench they emitted quickly changed his mind. The two had to scan them from a distance using their terminal devices. Both this action and entering the swamp area contributed to their course credits, raising their total score to 600 points. After leaving the foul-smelling swamp slimes behind, Han Fu found a sturdy red tree and decided to adjust their positions. Initially, they were standing on either side of the Great Jade Hand, but in the swamp, this setup rendered the Great Jade Hand almost powerless in combat. To prepare for potential emergencies, Han Fu decided they should both stand on the left hand of the Great Jade Hand, leaving the right hand free. However, once they stood together, they realized how cramped it was. Han Fu reassured, "Hang in there. We'll get through this area quickly without many stops." Jia obediently clung to Han Fu's clothes, gripping so tightly that it nearly took his breath away. The scenery of the Rottenwood Swamp was eerie and sinister, filled with a damp, decaying smell. The star beasts they encountered were equally unsettling. Toads and pythons were relatively normal, but when they came across a rotting flower continuously spewing putrid gas, the wriggling rot maggots around it were truly horrifying. At that moment, both of their terminal devices received a message. They had entered a supply drop zone and could attempt to locate nearby supply boxes. Fu Han was taken aback. "There's a treasure chest?" The two of them looked around carefully and discovered the supply box, right next to the decayed flower, surrounded by those massive maggots. Damn, who would put a treasure chest there? Fu Han felt the malice of the Academy mentors. "What should we do?" Chia asked, frowning. Fu Han sighed. "Well, we're already here." He explained that the decaying gas wasn't too harmful to the human body as long as it wasn't inhaled for too long. As for those dog's-eyes decayed wood maggots, although they had sharp teeth, they mainly fed on decayed wood and weren't much of a threat to humans. Chia covered her mouth and held her breath as Fu Han directed Big Jade Hand to retrieve the supply box. On the way, he suddenly noticed a red variant among the white decayed wood maggots. "A variant? Do you want one?" Fu Han joked. Chia angrily pounded Fu Han's arm. Stifling a laugh, Fu Han approached the supply box. Inside, there were two backpacks. Without taking a closer look, they grabbed the backpacks and quickly left. Once they were away from the decayed flower, Chia took a deep breath. Fu Han checked the contents of the backpacks. One contained a portable sleeping bag, and the other a sealed backpack. The sealed backpack was particularly useful, with much more space than their waste tool pouch, and it was waterproof. "If we had found this earlier, we could have taken the remaining deer meat with us," Fu Han remarked. But since they were already near the center of the swamp, he had no intention of going back for the meat. He handed the sleeping bag to Chia and teased, "The sleeping bag is yours. This way, Shaozi can finally be free. You've been squishing it without paying rent." Chia angrily took the sleeping bag and protested. "Shaozi likes being close to me. It likes me." Yeah, sure," Fu Han responded dismissively, and they continued on their way. Along the way, they casually scanned the star beasts they encountered, but the creatures in the swamp were so unsightly that neither of them felt like making a contract. Before long, the terminal beeped again with an exploration prompt, indicating another supply box nearby. This time, the supply box was placed next to a hunting challenge star beast. The challenge star beast in the swamp area was a decayed marsh mosquito queen, about the size of two big jade hands, surrounded by hundreds of large-headed decayed marsh mosquitoes. Seeing this, Fu Han had no desire to challenge it. In such an environment, he had almost no combat capability. Shaozi couldn't move in the swamp, Big Jade Hand's hovering height might not reach those mosquitoes, and Chi Lu's powerful skills were currently unknown. "We're already here. Are we just going to leave without trying?" Chia asked. Fu Han blinked at her and joked, "How about I leave you here to distract them while I grab the stuff from the supply box and come back for you?" Chia pouted and remained silent for a while. "Haha, just kidding. Let's finish scanning and leave," Fu Han said, showing no attachment to the supply box. They bypassed the queen and headed straight for the observation point. The Academy's teaching materials didn't specify what was at the observation point, but it was marked as an important assessment criterion in their mission. Han Fu had always been curious about what was inside the observatory. It wasn't until he arrived that he realized just how much effort the Academy had put into it. The observation point in the marshlands is essentially a massive pit, approximately the size of a football field and 30 meters deep. Thick dragon vines wind down the sides, stretching all the way to the bottom. Amidst the glowing, decaying grass, a swamp hydra is prominently visible. This notorious and powerful predator is not only incredibly destructive, but also astonishingly resilient. Even though it lacks wings and cannot fly, it remains a dominant force among star beasts. The Academy has cleverly designated the Hydra's habitat as an observation point, ensuring student safety while allowing everyone to witness this legendary creature firsthand. The Hydra in the pit has already grown 8 heads, and terminal scans indicate its level is between 77 and 79, on the verge of evolving a 9th head. At this level, even 2 master-level beast tamers would hesitate to challenge it, let alone novice students. What's even more intimidating is that the Hydra has 3 younglings nearby. During its nurturing period, the Hydra's aggression spikes significantly, posing a lethal threat to any creature that approaches. The Academy likely considered this when deciding to let the younglings stay with their mother. At this moment, the Hydra mother is sleeping with her 3 dragon babies, yet her vigilance remains unbroken. 6 heads rest while the other 2 keep watch over the surroundings. Fu Han, observing the scene, couldn't help but whisper to Chia beside him, "How much do you think a swamp Hydra youngling is worth?" Chia scanned the area and replied, "My spirit leaf fairy is worth over 6 million. This one must be worth tens of millions." Fu Han nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Do you think the Academy placed the dragon babies here hoping we'd form a contract with them?" Chia's eyes widened in surprise. The dragon mom is level 77. One breath from her and we'd be toast. Fu Han stood up, a hint of regret in his eyes. An infant swamp hydra already has the stats of a lord-level species, and once it evolves to 9 heads, it becomes an emperor-level existence. Each head can fight independently, and its vitality is unbelievably strong. But no matter how tempting it was, risking their lives to steal a baby under the watchful eye of a level 70 hydra mother was sheer madness. Just then, Chia suddenly pointed to a shadowy corner of the pit and exclaimed, "Hey, there's another one over there, a white one." Following her direction, Fu Han indeed spotted another hydra youngling under the vines on the shady side of the pit. Unlike the others, this one was completely white, without a trace of green scales. Chia wondered aloud, "Is it albino? What's it doing? Dancing?" She raised her terminal and zoomed in with a telephoto lens for a closer look. Before Fu Han could respond, Chia shouted in surprise again, "Look, there's a pink star beast next to it." Fu Han quickly took out his terminal to check, and sure enough, he saw the tiny creature next to the white hydra. Wasn't that Kikalu, the legendary star weasel? At this moment, Kikalu was dancing with the white hydra, the 2 little creatures seemingly having a great time. Fuan furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, and called out in his mind, "Kikal." Kikalu immediately noticed Fuan's call. It turned around to look at him, then let the little white dragon continue dancing on its own. Moments later, tiny sparks of light shimmered on its body, and it vanished in an instant. Jia exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? It's gone." In reality, Kikalu had returned to Fuan's core realm. It wanted to leave the core and come directly to Fuan's side, but he quickly stopped it, saying, "Don't come out, we can't let others see you." Kikalu obediently replied, "Oh, okay. The pretty lady dancing is still here. Why are you guys here?" Fuan asked, "Kikalu, I was about to ask you the same thing. What are you doing here?" Waving its tiny hands, Kikalu responded, "Oh, I was dancing with a friend. Is that white little dragon your friend?" Fuan inquired further. Kikalu nodded. "Yes, yes. The little white dragon is very pitiful. Because it's white, its siblings don't play with it, and its mom doesn't like it either. It's all alone." Fuan frowned, thinking to himself that the phenomenon of albino individuals being ostracized is quite common. Although humans find white beautiful, in the natural world, white loses its camouflage, making hunting difficult and making them more visible to predators. It's not considered a favorable trait and is often rejected, especially for a creature like the multi-headed swamp dragon, which is very harsh on its offspring. Fuan glanced at the mother dragon in the distance, and then at the little white dragon, searching for Kikalu's traces in the shadows. A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. He said to Kikalu, "Kikalu, the little white dragon is so pitiful. How about we make it our companion? That way, it won't be lonely anymore. What do you think?" Kikalu excitedly replied, "Great idea, but it's too dangerous. Its mom has a really bad temper, and we can only play in hiding." Pointing at the mother dragon, Fuan asked, "Do you have any way to make its other heads fall asleep too?" Kikalu shook its head vigorously. "No, no. It's so powerful and has so many heads. That's impossible." Hearing Kikalu say it was impossible, Fuan sighed lightly, feeling it was a pity. But to his surprise, Kikalu continued, "However, I can make you invisible. We can sneak over quietly. That's how I go to play with the little white dragon." Fuan's eyes lit up, but he still cautiously asked, "Kikalu, what if we get discovered by the dragon mom? Do you have a way to help me escape?" Kikalu furrowed its tiny brows, thinking hard for a long time, and then said, There is one way. I could take you to the soul world, but your core realm is so far away. It might take a long time to bring you back." Fuan frowned. "That might not work. Do you have any other ideas?" Thinking for a moment, Kikalu's eyes brightened again. I can make you lighter so you can run faster. Upon hearing this, Fuan's eyes lit up too. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. I can make you lighter so you can escape faster along the vines, the voice said. Hearing this, Fu Han's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. He immediately began to carefully search for a feasible route along the thick dragon vine, his mind racing. Soon, he had mapped out several potential escape paths in his head. Fu Han communicated his plan to Kikalu in his mind. We'll go down this path. I'll hide behind the vines. Can you lure the little white dragon to me? No problem, no problem. Kikalu responded excitedly. The little white dragon loves me. It'll definitely come over. With this workable plan, Fu Han decided to give it a try. He turned to Chia and said, that white little dragon, I might be able to form a bond with it. Chia asked in surprise, you're going down there? That's too dangerous. Fu Han smiled reassuringly, don't worry, I have a way to stay safe. You hide and wait for me. He pointed to a large tree behind the dragon vine with a natural hollow in the middle. That's a good hiding spot. Stay there. We don't know what other star beasts might be around. I'll sneak over, and if it doesn't work, I'll come right back. Chia sighed. Just be very careful. Fu Han nodded and, after watching Chia leave his sight, commanded Diyu Shou, armor up. Diyu Shou transformed into a stream of light and flew toward Fu Han, with icy jade-colored armor plates materializing on his body. Kikalu exclaimed, wow, that little stone is really useful. Let's move. Fu Han whispered, then turned and began to descend along the vine. Kikalu followed closely, activating her stealth ability. The two figures gradually disappeared into the tangled vines. The descent went surprisingly smoothly. Fu Han kept a close watch on the mother dragon, but it seemed oblivious. Along the way, one of the mother dragon's heads fell asleep while another stayed alert, but didn't sense anything unusual. The three baby dragons were also sound asleep, showing no reaction. The only variable was the little white dragon. Growing restless from waiting for Kikalu, it began to fidget. To prevent it from wandering off, Fu Han quickened his pace and swiftly reached the bottom of the pit, hiding behind the thick vines. Go call the little white dragon over. Fu Han whispered to Kikalu. Kikalu revealed herself and called out to the little white dragon. Thinking Kikalu had left, the little white dragon perked up and excitedly let out a cry, Ka. This call immediately caught the mother dragon's attention, and its two heads turned alertly. Kikalu reacted quickly, ducking back behind the vines. Fu Han held his breath, not daring to peek, only listening to the sound of the little white dragon splashing as it approached. Moments later, the little white dragon poked its head around the vines, only to be startled by the sight of Fu Han. Instinctively, it took a few steps back, warily eyeing the stranger. Kikalu quickly flew down and used telepathy to calm the little white dragon. Don't be afraid. Come over here. We're going to get you out of here. At this moment, the mother dragon also sensed something unusual with the little white dragon. Its other two heads woke from sleep and stared intently in the little white dragon's direction. Kiki Lu continued to urge, come on, he's my friend too. We can all go play outside together. Hiding behind the vines, Fu Han couldn't see what was happening outside, but he sensed that things were going south. In a moment of desperation, he took a few soft dates from his pocket, holding them in his palm to entice the little white dragon. To his surprise, the little white dragon showed interest. It had never been nurtured by its mother, and was usually fed by the staff at the breeding center. Fu Han's unintentional act made the little white dragon cautiously approach him. Seeing that this method worked, Fu Han lowered his body, one hand holding the soft dates, the other ready with a contract spell, waiting for the little white dragon to come closer. However, soft dates were not the little white dragon's preferred food. It sniffed them and was about to retreat. Kiki Lu quickly encouraged, don't go, don't go. These are tasty fruits. Try them. The little white dragon tilted its head, hesitantly extending its tongue to take one of the soft dates from Fu Han's hand. Upon tasting it, it found the date sweet and took a couple of steps forward to eat more. Fu Han seized the opportunity, slightly pulling back his hand to lure the little white dragon closer. Then, he extended his hand, glowing with contract runes, towards the little white dragon. All star beasts are more susceptible to contracts when they are young. They are used to being nurtured by their parents and instinctively accept things that promote their growth without much thought. The contract Fu Han offered was rich in star energy, and the neglected little white dragon accepted it without hesitation. Contract complete, Fu Han thought joyfully. However, the star energy radiating from the soul contract immediately drew the attention of the mother dragon. All its heads woke up alertly and quickly crawled over to investigate. Kiki Lu noticed the mother dragon's movement and urgently warned, it's awake. Run. Fu Han quickly scooped up the little white dragon, grabbing another handful of soft dates from his pocket and shoving them into its mouth. Once the confused little white dragon started eating the dates, Fu Han immediately stored it in his core space. Time to run, Fu Han thought. as the sound of the mother dragon moving through the water grew closer. The adult hydra stood 3 meters tall at the back, with its heads reaching 5 to 6 meters high, making it a colossal creature. Though it moved on 4 legs and appeared clumsy, its massive size allowed it to move at an alarming speed. Just as Fu Han considered fleeing, the hydra let out a deafening roar. Unlike the young dragon, it had a keen sense of smell and detected Fu Han's presence from afar. It wasn't worried about the young dragon being taken, but was furious that someone had invaded its territory, an unforgivable offense. The enraged mother dragon wasted no time, unleashing a stream of fiery breath towards the vines where Fu Han was hiding. The thick dragon vines were instantly burned through, leaving Fu Han and the mother dragon staring at each other. Swamp hydras, known for their aggression, have only one way of dealing with intruders: total annihilation. Without hesitation, the hydra spewed another breath of fire at Fu Han. Reacting quickly, Fu Han had already dashed several meters away as the dragon's mouth opened. The breath of the multi-headed dragon carved a fiery path behind Fu Han, nearly engulfing him. Facing the dragon's might hidden, Fu Han realized just how reckless he had been. But it was too late for regrets. All he could do was run for his life. At that moment, Diu Shou also sensed the danger and began to fully support Fu Han's levitation ability, making his body feel a bit lighter. Fu Han suddenly remembered Kikalu. He glanced around but couldn't see the little creature anywhere. Kikalu, lighten me up, he shouted desperately. Having hidden in the spirit world at the first sign of danger, Kikalu finally remembered its task. It quickly reappeared, waving its star-tipped tail at Fu Han. Kikalu's featherweight ability soon took effect, and Fu Han felt his body become significantly lighter. He sprinted along the pre-planned route with renewed vigor. Fu Han dashed ahead, while the multi-headed dragon pursued him relentlessly. It moved rapidly on all fours, breathing fire continuously. Fortunately, with the help of Diu Shou and Kikalu, Fu Han was now as light as a feather, and the dragon's fiery breaths missed their mark. Fu Han leaped onto a dragon vine, almost tasting freedom. But just at that critical moment, the multi-headed dragon realized that aiming its breath at a moving target was futile. It decided to breathe fire at Fu Han's landing spot instead. This time, the dragon miscalculated slightly and breathed fire before Fu Han had landed. Unfortunately, Fu Han could only watch helplessly as his landing spot, the dragon vine, was reduced to ashes. Damn it! Fu Han cursed inwardly as he began to freefall uncontrollably. The multi-headed dragon scurried quickly on its limbs, soon positioning itself beneath Fu Han. It suddenly spun around and, with a powerful flick of its tail, swatted the icy jade-colored little bug high into the air, like a baseball. Crack! The sound of armor breaking accompanied by a massive impact force sent Fu Han flying out of the pit. He lost control of his body midair, plummeting towards the edge of the water like a ragdoll. Splash! Fu Han hit the water hard, sending up a huge spray. Though the water wasn't deep, his prone position caused him to be instantly submerged. Darkness quickly took over his vision, and his consciousness began to fade. Fortunately, Fu Han landed not far from Chiya, and the dragon vines underwater slowed his descent. Chiya immediately rushed to the spot where he fell, and Diu Shou, realizing the urgency, quickly deactivated its armor and used its remaining left hand to drag Fu Han to the shore. Once Chiya arrived, she immediately began administering first aid. After Fu Han coughed up some water, she quickly used her spirit leaf fairy to create a breath-restoring fruit and placed it in his mouth. Moments later, Fu Han slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake?" Fu Han weakly surveyed his surroundings. "Thanks to you. You almost died," Chiya exclaimed anxiously. Fu Han looked a bit embarrassed. "But I'm fine now." Chiya was still angry. "I don't understand you. Why would you do something so dangerous?" "It was pitiful," Fu Han explained. "I grew up in an orphanage. I know what it's like to be unwanted." Tears welled up in Chiya's eyes. "So, how are you feeling now?" "I think I can move," Fu Han said, moving his shoulder and slowly sitting up. Chiya frowned. "Looks like you're not hurt too badly. Are you made of iron? You just fell from such a height." Fu Han chuckled. "There was water, after all. Thanks to you, I might have drowned otherwise." Chiya sighed. It was too risky. In reality, Fu Han's injuries weren't severe. Most of the multi-headed dragon's tail whip attack was absorbed by Diu Shou. After falling into the water, he was quickly rescued. With Chiya's timely treatment, he only experienced mild unconsciousness and recovered after a short rest. The two of them hid among the dragon vines, stealthily observing the multi-headed dragon in the pit. After knocking Fu Han away, the dragon mother had calmed down but was noticeably more vigilant, with several heads constantly scanning the surroundings. Fu Han looked around the ravaged pit, feeling a sense of dread. Large swathes of vines were burned by dragon breath, leaving countless craters. He could hardly believe the terrifying marks were caused by his actions. Surviving with no major injuries was nothing short of a miracle. Chia also looked at the pit's devastation, amazed at Fu Han's strength. However, Liu Shou had paid a heavy price for it. Its entire right arm was gone, a large chunk was missing from the back of its head, and its left hand was covered in cracks. Despite only being hit once, the massive difference in star levels left the fully J-transformed Liu Shou gravely injured. Luckily, Liu Shou had self-healing abilities and would recover fully in 2 or 3 days. As a rock-based life form, it didn't lose its mobility like animal-based ones when severely injured. Even with one hand missing, Liu Shou remained reliable, able to float the two of them across the marsh. This time, they didn't linger or scan the marsh star beasts they encountered for points. Instead, they headed straight for the flower plains. Once they get there, they can walk and give Liu's hand a proper rest. Meanwhile, at the temporary command center for the survival course on the western edge of the forest, Professor Chu and Lieutenant Colonel Wang Yun, who was in charge of airlifting the students, were processing a freshly hunted dwarf forest deer. They chatted and laughed, almost as if they were on vacation. Earlier that morning, Professor Chu had spent some time in the monitoring department's tent. At that time, Fu Han, the first to cross the assessment line, had begun his journey toward the swamp. All eyes were on him, anticipating something extraordinary. However, after nearly 2 hours of waiting, everyone realized that Fu Han had merely glanced at the hunting area before leaving. The entire monitoring department erupted in disappointment. Professor Chu left the tent with a smile and a shake of his head. While he rationally believed that caution and knowing one's limits were appropriate, emotionally, everyone hoped that this prodigy would do something remarkable to liven up the survival course. Fu Han's retreat left people feeling let down, and even Professor Chu thought it was a pity, thinking that the young man seemed to lack courage. At that moment, he was focused on handling the deer meat and preparing for a barbecue. Despite the monitoring department's tent erupting in exclamations twice, Professor Chu merely glanced back before resuming his work. He believed that if something truly significant had happened, Zhang Yiyu would come to report it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Professor Chu saw Zhang Yiyu hurriedly exiting the tent and walking briskly toward him. Upon seeing Zhang Yiyu approach, Professor Chu put down the deer leg he was holding, washed his hands in the stream, and stood up to wait for Zhang Yiyu to report. Zhang Yiyu hurriedly ran up to Professor Chu, panting, and the first words out of his mouth made Professor Chu doubt his own hearing. Professor Chu, one of the young hydras from the swamp nest, is missing. The albino one is gone. Professor Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Missing? How could it go missing? That pit is so deep. Could it have climbed out? Zhang Yiyu took a deep breath and explained. Someone went down there. We traced Fu Han's route, and he went into the pit. Colonel Wang, who had been watching, interjected. The pit with the mother hydra? The one guarding the young hydras? Zhang Yiyu nodded to confirm. Colonel Wang still couldn't believe it. Someone went down there? A student? Zhang Yiyu nodded again. Good heavens, that's some serious guts. Colonel Wang exclaimed. Professor Chu was equally astonished. He never expected someone to be so audacious. How is that even possible? Where is he? Is he still alive? Professor Chu asked urgently. Currently, Fu Han and Chia are moving towards the flower field. They seem to be unharmed, Zhang Yiyu replied. Professor Chu let out a sigh of relief, but remained puzzled. Does this kid have some kind of stealth ability? Did he steal my hydra and run? Zhang Yiyu shook his head and handed over his laptop. Not quite. The drone has reached the pit. Take a look at the situation on site. Professor Chu took the laptop, and Colonel Wang curiously leaned in. The drone hovered above the pit, and Professor Chu controlled it to descend slightly, zooming in on the bottom of the pit. Whoa! No way, this young man. Whoa! And he's unharmed? Colonel Wang exclaimed repeatedly. Professor Chu stared at the horrifying scene at the bottom of the pit, speechless. Going into the pit, disturbing the mother hydra, and enduring such an attack? Yet the young hydra is missing, and the person seems to be fine? How is that possible? Is this something a trainee beast master could accomplish? Professor Chu turned to Colonel Wang. If you were to go down there, how would you fare? Colonel Wang immediately swore. No way, I'm not going. Even if you gave me a hydra, I wouldn't go, seriously. Professor Chu smiled proudly. See, our academy students or something, aren't they? Colonel Wang shrugged. Most of them are average, but this one is impressive. What's his name? Ignoring Colonel Wang's question, Professor Chu gave orders to Zhang Yiyu. Check the satellite for any photos of him and arrange a health scan. Assign someone to monitor his route closely. Don't let him take such risks again. Keep a close eye on this promising student. Zhang Yiyu nodded and asked, but what about the reward for the top student in this course? At the mention of this, Professor Chu felt a headache coming on. The course points leaderboard has been finalized, and it's essential to distinguish the top students. To incentivize excellence, the Academy has decided to reward the first-place winner with a young hydra from the Dimensional Vault. Initially, Professor Chu planned to offer an albino dragon as the prize, But unexpectedly, Fu Han claimed it on the second day. Fortunately, the specific rewards were scheduled to be announced 3 days later, giving those who didn't make the cut a chance to reflect on their lack of effort. If the prize details had been disclosed earlier, we might have lost another Hydra hatchling. Let's change the reward to something else. Just make up something. He's already taken the prize, so in my book, he's the winner, Professor Chu said helplessly. Zhang Yu nodded and left to carry out the instructions. Colonel Wang, standing nearby, commented, "That's stingy. Promised a reward and then took it back. Come on, he already got it. What more do you want to give?" Professor Chu retorted. Colonel Wang shrugged, but he earned it fair and square. "If it were up to me, I'd give him an even better reward." Professor Chu rolled his eyes. "Yeah, right?" Colonel Wang, undeterred, said, "Don't believe me? Give him to me and see." Professor Chu replied with a cold laugh. "Dream on." After leaving the swamp, Fu Han and Chia took a break in the buffer forest area between the flower fields and the swamp. Xiaozi accompanied Chia to gather some sweet and sour berries, and along with some roasted venison they had brought in the morning, they had a simple lunch. It was then that Fu Han remembered to check on the young white dragon bound by the life or death contract. He carefully reviewed the Hydra's details. Swamp Hydra species. Hydra evolution grade. Initial attributes. Dragon species value, 487. Lord level star beast grade, 5. Health, 100. Rapid growth. Abilities. Epic trait Hydra's body. The powerful Hydra is one of the strongest predators on land, possessing an extraordinary physique. As a juvenile, the Hydra grows at an incredible rate as long as it has enough food. With each new head it grows, the Hydra surpasses its previous health limits. The Hydra has extreme vitality and regeneration capabilities. Even if a head is completely severed, it can regenerate in a short time. Unless all its heads are destroyed simultaneously, the Hydra is nearly impossible to kill. Companion trait Flame Gland. Each of the Hydra's heads contains a flame gland that secretes and stores flammable liquid, allowing the Hydra to unleash powerful fire breath. Special trait Swamp Adaptation. The Swamp Hydra has a strong immunity to toxic miasma. Fu Han gained a clearer understanding of the Hydra's details. For instance, the rapid growth of the juvenile Hydra was good news for him. Additionally, he learned that the Hydra's breath ability wasn't a skill but rather dependent on its glandular organs, which had both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is that as the Hydra grows, its breath attack will become increasingly powerful. The downside, however, is that Han Fu's Starforger ability can no longer enhance its breath attack. But there's no rush. If it can't learn the breath attack, there are other skills it can master. Han Fu still has ways to help it grow quickly, and by then, its breath attack will naturally become stronger. After getting a general idea of the Hydra's information, Han Fu summoned it to let it move around. The little white dragon, having lived in a swamp pit since it hatched, had only ever seen corpse fire grass and dragon vines. Being summoned to a new environment made the little white dragon very excited. It sniffed around everywhere, occasionally nibbling on things to discover their taste. Jia thought the white Hydra was much more attractive than its green siblings and mother and couldn't understand why something so beautiful would be shunned. With a mix of affection and sympathy, Jia wanted to get close to the little white dragon. However, the Hydra's bad temper immediately showed. The little white dragon strongly disliked Jia. Whenever she got close, it would hiss, bare its teeth, and even spit a bit of fire to intimidate her. Jia walked away in frustration, while Han Fu watched in amusement. The little white dragon didn't like Jia but was very fond of Han Fu. It stayed close to him, often rubbing against his leg. Han Fu happily fed it pieces of roasted venison, and the little dragon would eat a bit, play a bit, clearly very happy. Seeing this, Jia remarked jealously, "Honestly, your dragon has such a bad temper, not nearly as nice as Xiao Zi." Han Fu laughed, "So jealous. By the way, what are you going to name this little guy?" Jia pointed at the little white dragon, which immediately stretched its neck to try and bite her finger. Fortunately, Jia was quick enough to pull her hand back in time. It's so fierce," Jia exclaimed. Han Fu laughed. "It's quite white, and in ancient language, white sounds like bow. How about we call it Boya?" Jia responded. "Not bad. It sounds pretty good." Han Fu thought to himself, "I've really come up with a nice name this time." Just then, Han Fu's terminal device emitted a buzzing sound. Fuan's terminal emitted a faint buzzing sound. He took it out and saw a new task notification flashing on the screen. "Please conduct a health scan immediately." Fuan was momentarily puzzled and turned to look at Chia. Chia quickly took out her own terminal to check but found no similar task. "What does this mean?" Fuan asked with a frown, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Chia pondered for a moment and speculated. "Could it be that the academy discovered you went to the pit and wants to check if you got seriously injured?" Fuan nodded, finding the explanation reasonable. Without further thought, he activated the health scan function on his terminal. A blue light swept over his body, and the scan was completed quickly, with the results automatically submitted. The system then went silent, as if it were just a routine check. Taking advantage of the break, Fuin opened the leaderboard. Their course points had soared to 10,300, still firmly holding the top spot. However, the leaderboard was no longer just the two of them. A string of new faces appeared, with the third place occupied by an old acquaintance of Fuin, Songjia. Songjia had already amassed over 1,000 points, clearly starting his own exploration journey. The sudden competition invigorated Fuin and Chia. They exchanged a glance and, in perfect sync, put away their terminals and immediately set off towards the flower plains. Stepping from the gloomy, damp marsh into the flower plains felt like entering another world. Warm sunlight bathed them, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers, lifting their spirits. The ground was covered with a colorful carpet of small wildflowers. Rose vines swayed gently in the breeze, and in the distance, towering giant sunflowers stood like skyscrapers in a floral city. This beautiful scene visibly relaxed Fuin, softening his obsession with accumulating points and dominating the leaderboard. Perhaps it was the beauty and gentleness of the flower plains that affected him, or maybe he had sorted out his thoughts along the way. Having completed the Academy's Swamp Observation Point assessment task, further exploration was now more about gaining experience and finding a suitable star beast for Chia. As for the selection process, Fuin guessed that the Academy was already aware of his performance in the swamp pit. If even such a performance couldn't secure a spot, then the treasure vault might indeed be too dangerous, and perhaps it was better not to go. Moreover, their current lead was largely thanks to the Great Jade Hand. But now, the Great Jade Hand was severely damaged and needed rest, depriving them of their most crucial aid. In this situation, Fuin doubted he could outpace Songjia, who had the ability to resonate with star beasts. Instead, as they strolled leisurely, Chia discovered some useful plants. She excitedly mentioned that with a few more, she could concoct a healing potion that might help the Great Jade Hand recover somewhat. Then, they could leverage the Great Jade Hand's power to explore the rainforest breeding area and broaden their horizons. So, the two slowed their pace, no longer in a hurry. Fuin even summoned Xiaozi and Boya to join them in the flower viewing excursion. However, Xiaozi's extremely sensitive sense of smell was greatly affected by the strong fragrance and floating pollen in the flower field. It was only excited for a brief moment before it wilted. Despite Chia's deep regret, Fu Han had no choice but to recall Xiaozi back into its core. In contrast, Boya adapted very well to the environment of the flower field. It showed great interest in the abundant flowers, plants, and insects, munching away as it walked, looking every bit like a gourmet. It even hunted down quite a few low-level insect-type star beasts, spitting small fireballs with precision and ferocity. As soon as the flying insect star beasts fell to the ground, Boya would quickly scuttle over and devour them clean, leaving no trace behind. Fu Han tried to find some fragments of the star beasts, but there wasn't a single one in sight. Although the scenery of the flower field was breathtaking, Fu Han was more interested in the hunting challenges here. Unfortunately, the navigation system did not mark the locations of the star beasts for the hunting challenges. So, he advanced towards the observation point while constantly checking his terminal, hoping for a prompt about the search for supply boxes. Before long, luck was on his side, and he really found a supply box. However, it wasn't a supply box for the hunting challenge. It was an ordinary one hidden among a cluster of corpse flowers. The corpse flowers emitted a nauseating stench, attracting flies instead of butterflies. Even Boya, who had been indiscriminate about food all along, kept its mouth tightly shut here, unwilling to eat anything. What was even more ridiculous was that the supply box was placed right under the large petals of the corpse flowers. Fu Han couldn't help but mock in his mind that the mentor responsible for placing the supply boxes must have some psychological issues. But adhering to the traditional spirit of, since we're here, Fu Han endured the foul smell and retrieved the items from the supply box. The supplies turned out to be quite decent, including 3 slender seal bottles and a whole pack of nutritional protein bars. Although the seal bottles were not immediately useful, the protein bars were a timely relief. Since entering the flower field, Fu Han hadn't seen any larger creatures, let alone hunted any. These nutritional protein bars perfectly solved the food problem for both of them. The only thing that worried Fu Han was the thought that, given the flower field was teeming with insects, the protein bars might be made from some dubious ingredients. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Fu Han decided to keep this to himself. If Chia knew the protein bars might be made from bugs, she would most likely refuse to eat them. So, Fu Han said nothing and directly distributed the protein bars. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Kiki Lu to bring it some tasty food, but with Chia around, he decided not to summon Kiki Lu. Boya, on the other hand, accepted the food eagerly and ate with gusto. Chia also tried some, and found the taste quite good. Fu Han himself ate as well, finding the flavor decent savory and a bit sticky. During this break, Fu Han noticed that Boya seemed to have grown slightly. Upon inquiry, Chia felt the same. Fu Han knew Boya was in a rapid growth phase, but he hadn't expected it to be this astonishing. He checked Boya's information and found that it had indeed leveled up from 5 to 6. This made Fu Han truly understand what growth at an extraordinary rate meant. This discovery made Fu Han consider teaching skills to Boya, mainly to see if the rapid growth state could enhance the skill transmission. However, since they were still in the wild, Fu Han didn't dare to risk imparting an intermediate skill. Given his current weakened mental state, it would be too much for him to handle. But transmitting a basic skill was still feasible. After all, Fu Han's mental power had improved, and teaching a basic skill wouldn't be too burdensome. Fu Han carefully reviewed the basic skills that Boya could learn. Self-healing wasn't very useful, as multi-headed dragons naturally possessed an extremely strong self-healing ability, possibly even surpassing the maximum level of the self-healing skill. Boya couldn't learn the psychic-type skills like glow or levitate, leaving only the Thunder Slime's electric coating as an option. Although unsure of how effective electric coating would be for Boya, Fu Han decided to give it a try. After all, it was just the first level, and even if it turned out to be useless, the loss wouldn't be significant. With this thought, Fu Han summoned Boya back to the core and began the skill transmission. The skill transfer went smoothly, and Fu Han's skill imprint was successfully absorbed by Boya's little star. However, when Fu Han checked Boya's status, he found something unexpected. Fu Han's eyes lit up with joy when he realized that transferring skills indeed allowed Boya to benefit from rapid growth. Boya, who had just leveled up, jumped from level 6 to level 9 after learning a skill. This rapid leveling was astonishing, far exceeding the growth boost provided by the high-efficiency core of the Great Jade Hand. Fu Han estimated that Boya's incredible growth rate wouldn't last long. Otherwise, a multi-headed dragon like this star beast would be too overpowering. However, as Fu Han continued to examine Boya's information, he frowned. To his confusion, Boya hadn't acquired any new skills. The abilities section remained unchanged. Filled with doubt, Fu Han quickly summoned Boya for a closer inspection. When Boya reappeared, Chia was so startled that she stepped back repeatedly, exclaiming, "Wow, what happened? It's grown so fast." To Chia's eyes, Boya had doubled in size in just a few minutes, as if inflated like a balloon. Originally half the size of Xiaozi and adorably small, Boya was now comparable in size to Xiaozi. Its scales had become more pronounced, and its outline more menacing, making Chia's shock understandable. Fu Han casually explained, "Multi-headed dragons are like this." Despite his casual tone, he was equally stunned by the sudden change. But what puzzled Fu Han more was why Boya's size and level had increased significantly without mastering a new skill. At that moment, Fu Han's keen eyes noticed something unusual. Upon closer inspection, he found an inconspicuous pale yellow protrusion on Boya's body. This discovery made his heart race. Could Boya be growing a new head, evolving into a two-headed dragon? Considering that multi-headed dragons grow a new head every 10 levels, it seemed reasonable for Boya to start this evolution process at level 9. But why was the new protrusion pale yellow? Fu Han's mind raced, quickly forming a hypothesis. Could it be that the skill transfer was causing Boya to grow an electric-type head? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Boya's body absorbing the skill information and evolving an electric-type head seemed like the most logical explanation. Otherwise, where had the skill gone? With this question in mind, Fu Han accessed the terminal to look up information on multi-headed dragon star beasts. However, even with his intermediate-level access, he couldn't view several hidden entries about the multi-headed dragon species. It seemed he would have to wait until Boya's second head fully developed to confirm his theory. So, Fu Han and Chia set off again. This time, he decided to let Boya roam freely outside, hoping it would eat more and accelerate the growth of its new head. After about 10 minutes of travel, their terminals once again alerted them to the presence of a supply box. This time, the search area was exceptionally large, comparable to the range when they discovered the swamp mosquito queen. Fu Han realized that this might be the location for the hunting challenge and immediately headed towards the center of the search area with Chia. After crossing a gentle slope and passing through a dense patch of long-leaf sunflowers, Fu Han and Chia arrived at a low-lying area. The sight before him made Fu Han pause slightly. A figure dressed in black, with silver blades wrapped around his hands, was engaged in fierce combat. It was unmistakably Cangjia. Fu Han thought to himself, "Why is this guy always fighting whenever I run into him?" Chia anxiously asked, "Someone else got here first. What do we do?" Fu Han smiled reassuringly and said, "No worries, it's a familiar face." He summoned Xiaozi once again and instructed it to protect Chia, cautioning, "Don't get too close. Be very careful." Fu Han nodded and proceeded towards the lowland with Boya. The challenge in Huayuan involved hunting a bloodblade mantis, a star beast Fu Han had previously researched. Named for its blood-red forelimbs, this star beast is an extremely ferocious solitary predator that preys on other star beasts. The bloodblade mantis possesses both stealth and flight capabilities, often hiding under tree cover to ambush its prey. It drags its catch back to its nest to consume slowly, employing a cruel method that prolongs the prey's suffering to keep it fresh. As an elite-level star beast, the bloodblade mantis is a favored combat pet, but has the drawback of being relatively fragile. In a man-made environment like Huayuan, it is usually impossible to raise a bloodblade mantis. This star beast is too vicious and would severely disrupt the ecological balance without natural predators. Hence, the mantis used for this hunting challenge must have been temporarily introduced into Huayuan. Fu Han quickly scanned its star beast level, which was around 25 to 27, just within the range that a novice beast master could challenge, but contracting it would be nearly impossible. At this moment, the battle between the bloodblade mantis and Songjia was at a fever pitch. The swift and flying mantis was putting immense pressure on Songjia. Initially, Songjia had only intended to test the waters, but upon realizing the opponent's difficulty, he planned to retreat. However, the mantis relentlessly pursued him. But when Songjia spotted Fu Han, he felt reassured and began to maneuver, waiting for Fu Han to join the fray. As Fu Han approached, he didn't immediately engage but instead teased, "I have to ask, why are you always on the defensive whenever I see you?" Songjia bluntly responded, "Hurry up, be careful, this thing might escape." Fu Han didn't waste any more time and asked directly, "How do we split the spoils?" "According to need. Remember, I've got a functional beast master with me." "Got it, let's go." With that, Songjia's mercury blade began to morph, the blade extending and thinning, curving into a hook shape. Fu Han smirked, advancing with Boya, and commanded, "Boya, bite it." The blood blade mantis stood tall in the center of the battlefield, its massive frame nearly as high as an adult human. Its crimson foreclaws gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, their sharpness rivaling Songjia's mercurial magic blade. This star beast not only possessed short-range flight capabilities, but also reacted with lightning speed in combat. Songjia was at a significant disadvantage facing this formidable opponent alone. Every time he gained the upper hand, the blood blade mantis would cunningly fly away, reposition itself, and launch another surprise attack. Despite Songjia's exceptional close combat skills, he struggled to find a decisive opening. However, the tide turned instantly with the arrival of Fu Han. Just a glance at the multi-headed dragon beside Fu Han prompted Songjia to change his tactics. He shifted his magic blade from its sword form to a hook form. Although this reduced its offensive and defensive capabilities, it significantly enhanced its ability to restrain the mantis. When the blood blade mantis realized it was outnumbered and tried to flee, Songjia seized the moment, using his hook-shaped blade to firmly grip its foreclaws. Seeing this, Fu Han immediately commanded Bo Ya to attack. Though Bo Ya's breath wasn't as powerful as its mother's, the fiery beam effortlessly incinerated the mantis' delicate wings. Grounded but still agile, the blood blade mantis could no longer withstand Songjia's relentless onslaught. With Fu Han directing Bo Ya to provide support, the battle quickly became one-sided. Finally, Songjia found an opening and decapitated the mantis with a single strike. As the mantis fell, Bo Ya eagerly pounced on it and began to feast. Watching this, Songjia couldn't help but remark, "As expected of you. Yet another powerful star beast. Did you just contract it from the swamp?" Fu Han chuckled and replied, "As expected of you, seeing through everything at a glance. Indeed, I just contracted it today." Songjia sighed. "I regret not going into the swamp right from the start. But it might not have made a difference. Did you arrive at the swamp yesterday? This course schedule is too advantageous for your hovering jade hand. I rushed as fast as I could and still fell behind by a whole day." Fu Han didn't respond directly but instead waved to Chiya and then said to Songjia, "Let's discuss how to divide the spoils." Songjia nodded in agreement. "I want its foreclaws." With that, he extended his mercurial magic blade towards the mantis body. The blade detached from his arm, flowing like liquid mercury across the ground towards the mantis foreclaws. Boya watched warily, taking a few steps back. Although dragons dominate the biological world, they instinctively remain cautious around metallic creatures like the mercurial magic blade. Confronting it would yield little benefit. The mercurial magic blade was solely interested in the mantis foreclaws. It swiftly flowed to the crimson blades, then suddenly extended two sharp edges, slicing off the foreclaws in an instant. The blade then enveloped the severed foreclaws and quickly returned to Songjia's side. With the mercurial magic blade gone, Boya resumed tearing into the prey with reckless abandon, feasting heartily. Fu Han noticed that the yellow protrusions on Bo Ya's body were growing visibly by the second. Songjia raised an eyebrow and sighed. "I've heard that hydras grow their second head incredibly fast, but seeing it in person is somewhat unsettling." Fu Han, curious, asked, "Is it only the second head that grows quickly?" Songjia nodded and explained, "Yes, to ensure their hydra regeneration works effectively, they quickly undergo the first evolution to grow the second head." Despite the bizarre sight of Bo Ya's head growing, Fu Han found it rather cool. At that moment, Chia also approached the group. Fu Han gave a brief introduction, and the young people quickly became familiar with each other since they were all familiar faces from the academy. As they were chatting, Fu Han suddenly noticed Boya almost swallowing the shattered star of the Bloodblade mantis. He quickly rushed over and snatched it from Boya's mouth. Although Boya was a bit disgruntled, after a few grumbles, it refocused on its meal. With the shattered star in hand, the Bloodblade mantis's corpse lost its remaining value, so Fu Han let Boya enjoy it. Song Jie led everyone to a nearby supply chest. While defeating the Bloodblade mantis didn't directly earn course credits, the credits were recorded on the supply chest. Once opened, the credit information would be transmitted to their terminals. The three of them gathered around to open the chest and share the credits. The supply chests at the challenge hunting points were noticeably larger than ordinary ones, with much richer rewards. According to the Academy's design, each challenge point was meant to be completed by 4 beastmasters working together, so the large supply chest contained rewards for 4 people. Given Song Jie and Fu Han's exceptional skills, they completed the challenge with just the 2 of them, leaving extra rewards to share. Among the rewards were 4 bottles of light healing elixir, a highly useful second-tier healing potion effective even for elemental creatures. This was exactly what Fu Han needed, so he took an extra bottle. The chest also contained 4 second-grade shattered stars from the Bloodblade mantis, plus the one Fu Han had, totaling 5. The minimum price for a second-grade shattered star was around 30,000, and the Bloodblade mantis shattered stars could enable a star beast to learn the excellent skill Quick Reflex. This skill enhances a star beast's reaction speed, has a wide range of applications, and is valued at around 100,000 per piece, though it's hard to come by. Fu Han, having already taken 2 bottles of light healing elixir, intended to take only 1 shattered star and let the other 2 each take 2. After all, Chia had saved his life, making them partners rather than just employer and mercenary. It's customary for non-combatant beastmasters to share in the spoils, and Songjia had no objections. However, Chia felt that receiving 1 bottle of healing potion was already generous. She pushed the 2 shattered stars Fu Han handed her back, saying, "You can have them all. We'll just go check on Xiaozi." With that, she ran off, not giving Fu Han a chance to refuse. Fu Han was momentarily stunned, but then accepted the extra loot without guilt, especially after seeing Song Jie's expression. In fact, among the 3 of them, Song Jie needed the quick reflex skill the most. Because his star beast learned this skill, he himself would also experience a boost in reaction speed due to their life resonance. So, Song Jie immediately expressed his desire to purchase all the Bloodblade mantis star shards. Although they had previously agreed to distribute rewards based on need, star shards are universally valuable, making it reasonable for Song Jie to offer to buy them at market price. The quick reflex skill is also very useful for Fu Han, but he can obtain it by contracting with the mantis-type star beasts, so he decided to let Song Jie have all 3 star shards. Song Jie, being quite wealthy, paid on the spot without a second thought. This transaction earned Fu Han an additional 300,000 credits. The remaining nutritional blocks and bottled water were not worth dividing, so Song Jie and Fu Han each took some and put them in their bags, completing the distribution of spoils. At that moment, Chia suddenly shouted, "You guys, come and see what this is. Come quickly and see what this is." Chia's voice broke the tranquility of the flower meadow. Fuan and Song Jie rushed over. At the edge of a hollow, beneath a tall sunflower, countless exquisite fragments lay scattered among the grass. These pieces had a blue-green base color with dark gold edges and intricate patterns that shimmered in the sunlight. Chia squatted down and carefully picked up a few fragments to examine them closely. Fuan hurried over and gently took her hand, signaling her to put them down. Song Jie frowned and said, "These are the wings of a Qingjin fairy." Chia suddenly recalled the information she had read earlier and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh! These are the remains after a mantis hunted a Qingjin fairy." She looked around, and the sight of the fragments scattered everywhere was shocking. The 3 of them looked grave. The Qingjin fairies, a branch of the Flower Meadow fairy tribe, were named for the unique colors of their wings. Standing only 30 centimeters tall, they had magnificent wings spanning 50 centimeters. Not only were they highly intelligent, but they also possessed powerful illusions and a strong affinity with plants. More importantly, these little fairies were crucial to maintaining the meadow's ecosystem. However, Qingjin fairies had their own social system and rarely formed contracts with beast tamers. Under the leadership of their queen, they could create powerful illusion arrays, making them formidable in battle. Even if Fuan and Song Jie combined their strengths, it would be difficult to confront them hidden. Yet, the Bloodblade mantis was cunning and ruthless, clearly using its stealth abilities to ambush the fairies while they were out gathering nectar. Judging by the number of fragments, dozens of fairies had already fallen victim. The 3 couldn't help but feel sorrow for these beautiful and kind creatures. Just then, Xiaoji let out an urgent cry. Fuan immediately followed and discovered a grievously injured Qingjin fairy in the nearby grass. Its wings were almost completely torn, its legs chewed off, and though it was still alive, it was unconscious and in great pain. Can it be saved? Fuan asked, gently picking up the fairy. Chia frowned deeply. We can only try. Fuan handed the fairy to Chia. Then let's try. Chia knelt down and gently placed the fairy on her lap. She summoned a spirit leaf fairy to start preparing pain-relieving herbs. At the same time, she took out a freshly acquired light healing potion and carefully applied a few drops to the fairy's remaining legs to stabilize its condition. Next, Chia brought out 3 sealed vials obtained from the king flower and began further concocting the potion. Fuan and Songjie stood quietly by, not daring to disturb her. As she worked, Chia explained, I need to enhance the potency of the light healing potion and add some anesthetic to prevent it from suffering too much during the treatment. Can it really be saved? Fuan asked anxiously. Chia sighed but spoke with firm resolve. I don't know, but I'll do my best. At that moment, Songjie noticed the blue and white patterns on the fairy's remaining wings and said, This seems to be a retainer of the fairy queen, so it should be stronger than ordinary fairies. Chia was encouraged by this. That's good. The upcoming treatment will really test its willpower. Despite the limited resources, Chia demonstrated remarkable skill in potion making. Under her skillful hands, various herbal extracts and purified elemental water were added one by one to the healing potion. Miraculously, the potion's volume decreased instead of increasing, eventually condensing to half its original amount. Once the concoction was ready, Fu Han carefully cradled the fairy, while Chia began to gently drip the potion onto the fairy's body, one drop at a time. The potion took immediate effect, and the fairy's damaged limbs started glowing and regenerating at a visibly rapid pace. The process was clearly painful for the fairy, who trembled slightly, seemingly trying to endure. Chia focused intently, meticulously controlling the healing rhythm. Is it done? Fu Han asked anxiously. Not yet, Chia replied as she administered the final drop of the potion, waiting for it to be fully absorbed. When the fairy stopped trembling, Chia finally relaxed. The internal regeneration of its limbs will take some more time, but it looks like it has made it through. Thank goodness you're here, Fu Han said sincerely. Chia smiled and wiped the sweat from her forehead. When will it wake up? Songjie inquired. Chia shook her head. I'm not sure. It could be a few days, or it might wake up tonight. So, what do we do next? He asked. It still needs care, Chia answered. Fu Han suggested. Should we take it back to the fairy village? Songjie nodded. Yes, the observation point is in the fairy village. Oh, have you been there already? Fu Han asked curiously. Songjie nodded again. Chia agreed with the plan. All right, let's take it back then. At that moment, Fu Han suddenly felt a sensation on his shoulder, as if Kikalu had perched there. But when he looked down, there was nothing. Then, Kikalu's voice echoed in his mind. No need to take it back. The fairies have been watching from nearby for a long time. Just step back with that young man. Fu Han immediately understood. Wait, Songjie, we need to step back. Chia, stay where you are. With that, he summoned Xiao Zi back into his core realm and pulled Songjie away. Chia stood there, puzzled. Following Kikalu's guidance, Fu Han and Songjie retreated further and further until they were about 50 meters away from Chia. Suddenly, a burst of radiant light surrounded Chia. In the next moment, a group of azure fairies emerged from the light, gracefully dancing around her. Ah! What happened? Chia exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the azure pixies. Though taken aback, she knew these little creatures were benevolent, so she didn't rush to hide. Fu Han reassured her, Don't be afraid. They're here to thank you, not harm you. Songjie raised an eyebrow and asked, How do you know that? Fu Han whispered back, Just a hunch. Songjie thought to himself, You dare to guess at something like that? In reality, it was Kikalu who had informed Fu Han. This star beast had the ability to communicate with other star beasts. Kikalu excitedly said, Wow, the pixies want to take the dancing lady back as a guest. The queen will meet her, and there will surely be many rewards. Fu Han wondered, How will they take her? Just as he finished speaking, the pixies began to emit a glowing light, which quickly enveloped Chia. Suddenly, she felt her body being lifted off the ground uncontrollably. Ah! Chia screamed. Fu Han quickly reminded her, Don't be afraid. They're taking you to the pixie queen as a guest to thank you. Songjie couldn't help but remark, Isn't your guess a bit too specific? Ignoring Songjie, Fu Han mentally asked Kikalu, What about us? Don't the warriors who defeated the Blood Blade Mantis deserve an invitation? Kikalu replied, Are you kidding? You guys are dangerous with that fierce dragon and cold-blooded blade. No invitation for you. Give it up. Damn. Fu Han cursed silently and then asked, How about you go along and serve as her translator? Kikalu readily agreed. No problem. I'm off to enjoy some pixie honeymead. Feeling the weight lift off his shoulder, Fu Han knew Kikalu had gone with Chia, which made him feel a bit more at ease. By now, Chia was already being carried high into the sky by the pixies. Fu Han shouted after her. Don't worry, we'll come to get you soon. He waved vigorously at her. Chia called back, come quickly. Then, she and the pixies flew farther and farther away until they disappeared from view. Songjie shrugged and asked, is it really okay to just let her fly away like that? Fu Han waved it off. No worries, we'll go fetch her. With that, he turned and walked towards Boya. Reaching Boya, Fu Han saw the creature had devoured the blood blade mantis completely. Its yellow head seemed fully formed, and the two heads were now entwined, sound asleep, making it hard to see the details of the yellow head. But Fu Han had no time to inspect it closely. The priority was to retrieve Chia. He summoned Boya back into his core and then called upon the great jade hand. Whoa! Songjie exclaimed. How did it get so damaged? This is the great jade hand. Fu Han took out a light healing potion and explained. It got beat up by the mother dragon. Where do you think my dragon cub came from? As he spoke, he sprinkled the light healing potion over the great jade hand. As a rock-based life form, Daishu doesn't experience pain, so the light healing potion can be used all at once without worrying about the pain from limb regeneration. Songjie couldn't fathom the idea of the mother dragon that Fu Han described being a powerful entity over level 70. He simply remarked, it's definitely a bit risky, but worth it. Fu Han smiled, but didn't elaborate further. Songjie then asked, why aren't you with your good friend and instead traveling with this girl? Fu Han watched as Daishu's arm regenerated in the light, sighed, and replied, we met when we landed. Initially, I was going to charge her for guiding her through the exploration, but then she saved my life in the swamp, so money was no longer a topic. Songjie nodded. She's really lucky to have met you. I have a feeling she might be able to contract a blue gold fairy this time. Fu Han responded. That would be the best outcome. If Chia could contract a blue gold fairy, it would indeed be the best outcome and fulfill Fu Han's wish. After all, she saved his life, and he hoped to help her contract a second star beast. As for his good friend, it was uncertain how his luck would turn out. Meanwhile, Muchi's luck was also quite good, marking a significant turning point in this course. After spending a night in the wild without incident, Muchi felt more confident today, especially with plenty of soft dates in his pocket, giving him extra assurance. After filling his stomach at dawn, Muchi began to stride forward. With increased speed, he luckily encountered 3 combat beastmasters. These beastmasters were of ordinary background, without particularly powerful star beasts, but they had solid academic foundations and commendable character. One of them had sprained his ankle the previous day, and the other 2 stayed with him, resting until he recovered. However, after a night's rest, the injured ankle had worsened. The injured person didn't want to burden his companions and suggested they leave while he called for help. But the other 2 refused to leave and started looking for a beastmaster with healing abilities nearby. That's how Muchi, traveling solo, was taken into their group. With the help of his leaf spirit, Muchi prepared some basic healing potions, quickly reducing the swelling and restoring the injured person's mobility. Muchi successfully joined the team, and they continued north together. Along the way, Muchi found some useful herbs, and, with the materials mimicked by the leaf spirit, he concocted potions for rapid stamina recovery. These potions proved invaluable for their journey, helping them make up for lost time, and earn Muchi high praise from everyone. It was then that Muchi realized that not following Fu Han could also bring unique benefits, like experience and respect. Earning respect through his own abilities felt entirely different from making potions in the botanical garden to sell for money. That was just a transaction, while today was about recognition among peers. Muchi felt that after this survival course, he wouldn't be so afraid of the wilderness anymore. Even if the second star beast possesses combat abilities, Muchi feels confident enough to venture into the wild. When he was first dropped from the plane, Muchi genuinely thought the instructors at Zhuxing Academy were out of their minds, wondering why they would abandon a functional beastmaster like him in the wilderness. Now, however, he realizes that the academy had a well-thought-out plan. In just a day and a half, he has grown significantly. Thinking about this, Muchi couldn't help but smile. This was probably the first time he genuinely felt his considerable progress. Back to Fu Han, a bottle of light healing potion restored Big Jade Hand's health to 78. Although Big Jade Hand wasn't fully healed and its body was still covered in cracks, its large hand had regrown, remaining as sturdy and reliable as ever. Fu Han decided not to use the second potion, keeping it for emergencies. Once again, Fu Han and Songjie rode on Big Jade Hand, letting it carry them towards the observation point. A journey that originally took an hour was completed in less than 20 minutes. Upon seeing the fairy village, Fu Han couldn't help but marvel at the immense value of this survival course. Such a wondrous sight as a fairy village is not something one encounters every day. The fairy village is situated right in the heart of Flower Plains, and this is no coincidence. The climate tower stands here, and the fairies have built their village atop this tower. This nearly 100-meter milky white tower is, in fact, a living, massive, unconscious fungal star beast known as the climate fungus. The climate fungus has a unique core and starlight, allowing it to influence the surrounding climate and transform the environment to suit its survival needs. The larger the fungus, the broader its impact range. However, due to the shared core characteristic, these fungi cannot be contracted as star beasts. Humans have cleverly exploited this feature. They first construct the tower and then induce the climate fungus to grow up along the tower's structure. Once the fungus matures, they install circuits inside the tower and use electrical currents to stimulate the fungus, altering its weather preferences to control the climate. Unfortunately, this technology is difficult to apply in human settlements. The high level of pollution in human living environments often leads to the death of the climate fungus. However, the fairies of flower plains can coexist harmoniously with the climate tower. The fairies plant vast expanses of thorny roses at the base of the tower, allowing the vines to climb up the structure. They then hang their nests among the vines. The pink sea of flowers stretches from the tower's base to its midsection. From a distance, the pink sea of flowers, the pristine white tower, the fairies' pouch-like nests, and the constantly fluttering blue-gold fairies create a breathtaking scene. Fu Han and Songjie stood at a distance, deeply captivated by this spectacle. Even the usually composed Songjie couldn't help but exclaim, "I've heard that the climate tower in Flower Plains is stunning, but seeing it in person is beyond imagination." However, their admiration didn't last long. The fairies soon sensed their presence and quickly cast an illusion, shrouding the entire village in thick fog. Songjie asked in confusion, "Why are they hiding themselves?" Fu Han smirked and explained, "Because to them, we look like two dangerous individuals standing on the edge of their village for a long time, accompanied by a ferocious dragon and a cold-blooded blade." Songjie repeated in astonishment, "What? Dragon? Blade? Are they referring to us? Are we the dangerous ones?" He gestured between himself and the fairy village. "Is that really how they see us? That's infuriating. For some reason, I wouldn't mind being misunderstood by humans, but being disliked by them really bothers me." Fu Han shook his head with a smile. "Let it go. Just think about that pink and white sparkling scene. A place that only exists in a young girl's dream. We should step back a bit to avoid making them nervous. Fairies don't like straightforward men." Reluctantly, the two retreated to a distant patch of long-leaf sunflowers to wait, subsisting on nutrient blocks of unknown origin. While the nutrient blocks weren't unpleasant, they certainly couldn't compare to the fairies' hospitality. Remembering the fairy honey wine Kikalu mentioned, Fu Han felt a pang of regret. He decided to share this feeling with Songjie. "I heard fairies make honey wine, and it tastes amazing." Songjie nodded and said, "Yes, it has a sweet and rich flavor. After drinking it, not only won't you get drunk, but you'll also feel incredibly invigorated." Fu Han immediately felt that the nutrition bar in his hand had lost its appeal. He wrapped up the partly eaten bar and summoned Boya to check on him. He had left in a hurry earlier and hadn't had the chance to thoroughly inspect whether Boya's second head had fully grown. As soon as Boya appeared, he excitedly ran to Fu Han's side, affectionately nuzzling him with both heads. This time, Fu Han could see clearly that both of Boya's heads had fully developed, one white and one yellow, each capable of independent movement. Songjie was stunned for a moment, and then found the nutrition bar in his hand tasteless as well. He asked, "Why does your multi-headed dragon have two different colors? Is it a multicolored form?" Fu Han thought to himself, as expected from someone from a prestigious family. He knows things that even the intermediate database doesn't have. However, Fu Han wasn't entirely sure if Boya had evolved into a multicolored multi-headed dragon. He took out his terminal and scanned Boya, quickly receiving feedback. Indeed, there was a hidden entry. Multicolored multi-headed dragon. An epic special evolution form of the multi-headed dragon. Under special circumstances, a multi-headed dragon might understand the use of elements before evolution. During this time, the new heads that the dragon develops will grow elemental glands corresponding to those elements, allowing it to master various elemental breaths. A multi-headed dragon can have up to 9 heads, so a fully evolved multicolored 9-headed dragon can wield up to 9 different types of elemental breaths. This diversity in elemental breaths grants the multicolored multi-headed dragon greater combat prowess and versatility compared to a typical multi-headed dragon. Just as Songjie had said, Boya had evolved into an epic multicolored form. The evolution principle aligned with Fu Han's earlier speculation set was triggered by mastering other elemental skills. Fu Han was secretly delighted. Now that he understood the evolution principle of the multicolored form, he was confident he could use the power of star imprints to evolve Boya into a perfect 9-colored form. Fu Han focused his consciousness into the core to examine Boya's status closely. Name, Boya. Species, multicolored multi-headed dragon. Lineage, multi-headed dragon line. Evolution level, first stage, special evolution multicolored 2-headed dragon. Attribute, dragon. Species value, 507. Level, Lord class star beast level 10. Health, 200. Abilities. Epic trait, Body of the multi-headed demon dragon. The powerful multi-headed demon dragon is one of the strongest predators on land, possessing an exceptionally strong physique. Innate trait: flame gland. The heads of the multi-headed dragon contain flame glands that secrete and store a liquid capable of igniting flames. The dragon sprays this liquid from its mouth to create a powerful flame breath. Special trait: swamp adaptation. Swamp multi-headed dragons have a strong immunity to toxic miasma. Innate trait: lightning gland. The heads of the multi-headed dragon contain lightning glands that secrete and store a liquid capable of generating lightning. The dragon sprays this liquid from its mouth to create a powerful lightning breath. After evolution, Boya's species value increased by 20 points, his health reached an astonishing 200, and he gained a new trait, the lightning gland. Although its rapid growth phase had ended, Fu Han was already quite satisfied. After all, he had just brought it out of the pit this morning, and by the afternoon, it had already undergone an evolution. What more could he ask for? After confirming Bo Ya's new evolution form, Fu Han remarked, "It really has evolved into a multicolored form." Song Jie marveled, "As expected from you. A giant jade hand and now a multicolored multi-headed dragon. These are rare and special evolutions. You also have a uniquely colored woodland wolf. Could it be another special evolution?" Fu Han chuckled, "It hasn't evolved yet. Then I bet it will turn into something extraordinary once it does. This is unbelievable. I'm really curious about your beast-taming abilities." Fu Han replied, "It's growth enhancement. That's probably just one aspect of it. Among our batch of beast tamers, maybe only Chun Zi can somewhat rival you." Raising an eyebrow, Fu Han asked, "Are you saying Chen Zi is stronger than you?" Chen Zi is recognized as the top student in the class, consistently ranking first in all subjects. However, Fu Han had never heard any rumors about his combat skills. When Songjia had initially invited Fu Han to join the exploration of the Faulted Treasure Vault, the first person he thought of was Chen Zi, which surprised Fu Han. "You mean Chen Zi is even stronger than you?" Fu Han couldn't help but ask, his brows furrowing. Songjia nodded, his expression serious. "He's also a dual-talented beast master, and he should have 3 star beasts by now. His star beasts are very powerful, not much weaker than yours." Recalling that Chun Zi's name wasn't on the leaderboard at noon, Fu Han asked in confusion, "But he wasn't even on the leaderboard at noon. He must have been delayed by something," Songjia said as he pulled out his terminal to check. "Look, he's caught up now." Hearing this, Fu Han also opened the leaderboard. He and Chia were at the top with 25,000 points, having explored 2 breeding areas, scanned numerous star beasts, and earned a challenge hunting score. The others below them, including Songjia and Chen Zi, had around 15,000 points. Fu Han quickly calculated. Exploring an entire breeding area yields about 10,000 points, and completing a hunting challenge adds approximately 5,000 points. Songjia had explored the flower plains and completed the hunting challenge, so he had over 15,000 points. Chen Zi also had over 15,000 points, indicating he had completed the hunting challenge as well. At this point, Songjia pointed to several unfamiliar names on the terminal and explained, "These are the leaders of Class B. They crossed the assessment line around the same time as me. I saw them heading towards the rainforest, so I decided to try my luck in the flower plains." Fu Han noticed that those individuals also had over 15,000 points, indicating they had thoroughly explored the rainforest and completed the challenge. He asked thoughtfully, "So, Chen Zi went to the swamp?" "Seems like it." Songjia nodded and then asked, "By the way, didn't you encounter the hunting challenge star beasts in the swamp? Why didn't you take the challenge?" Recalling the swarm of mosquitoes, Fu Han frowned. "I did. The swamp mosquito queen and her 200 offspring. Just thinking about it gives me chills." "The swamp mosquito queen, huh?" Songjia said, a look of understanding in his eyes. "That's a perfect challenge for him. He has the starlight resonance talent." Fu Han was taken aback, finally understanding why Songjia said Chen Zi was strong. Starlight resonance is considered one of the most powerful talents, allowing a beast master to use their star beast skills to some extent. Compared to Songjia's life resonance, it offers much more flexibility. What about Yi Miao? Fu Han noticed that there were already 40 to 50 names on the leaderboard, but Yi Miao's name was still missing. She hasn't crossed the line yet? Is she not going to make it? Songjia shook his head. She should be fine. The leaderboard is just one reference for the selection. Yi Miao is a support-type beast master, and she's very capable. Anyone who teams up with her is likely to perform beyond their usual abilities. The Academy will likely evaluate support beast masters from that perspective. He paused for a moment and then added, "Take Chia for example. Even though she's right behind you in the rankings, I doubt the Academy will choose her. You're just too strong. Anyone who follows you is at a disadvantage." Fu Han suddenly realized that he needed to interact more with people like Songjia to gain valuable insights. Songjia continued, "You're definitely going to be selected. Just looking at the star beast configuration, the Academy would find it hard to pass you up, not to mention your impressive performance." Fu Han smiled and said, "So, does that mean you're in the same boat?" "Yes," Songjia nodded. "Actually, most of the situations are probably under the Academy's control. If there's any dark horse, it would be you." Fu Han smiled without saying a word. At that moment, his terminal suddenly received a new message. He looked down and saw it was from the Eternal Tree again. His heart leaped with joy as he eagerly checked the message. "My dear friend, you've surprised me once again. In just a few hours, you've managed to induce a special evolution in the multi-headed dragon. I believe you can raise a perfect, colorful 9-headed dragon. So I look forward to your performance. I think it's time to unlock some hidden intermediate data for you. I hope you find it useful. Also, I've prepared 1 point of legendary contribution for you, as a token of your compassionate heart. You have remarkable abilities, and I hope you will contribute to the stability of Kixingdi. Before making any decisions, remember the contributions and sacrifices your predecessors made for Kixingdi. I will always be watching over you. Your friend, the Eternal Tree." Immediately after, a reminder from the terminal system popped up. "You have received 1 point of legendary contribution. You can now go to the legendary treasury to redeem rewards." Fu Han was delighted to receive another legendary contribution, but something puzzled him. It seemed the Eternal Tree awarded the legendary contribution not for the special evolution of Boya, but for his compassionate heart. Could it be because he risked going down into the pit to bond with Boya? If so, the first legendary contribution might not have been for uploading the data of the Great Jade Hand, but for how quickly he raised it. Afterward, Fu Han and Songjia chatted idly, while waiting for Chia to return. Not long after, around dusk, the dense fog protecting the fairy village dispersed, and Chia was escorted to a spot not far from the two of them by the fairies. When Chia reached Fu Han, her face was flushed with excitement as she vividly recounted the fairies' hospitality. Although her description was somewhat disorganized and she wasn't the best at storytelling, Fu Han could still sense her excitement and joy. The fairies had adorned her with flower crowns and performed a dazzling fairy dance. When the queen arrived, they set off splendid illusion fireworks. There were also various exotic fruits Chia had never seen before and honey wine brewed by the fairies. The fairy honey wine was so delicious that Chia filled all the containers she had with her to bring back. At this point, Chia pulled out various containers from her bag: a sealed jar for water, 3 sealed bottles from the supply box, and small wax sealed jars used by the fairies. "I was thinking at the time, I must bring you more, so I took their little jars too," Chia said excitedly. "Aren't they adorable? Be careful not to crush them. Go ahead, try one." With that, she stuffed the fairy honey brews into Fu Han's arms. Fu Han smiled, picked up a tiny jar, and carefully tasted it with both hands. Although there wasn't much, just a hint of sweetness, he couldn't quite grasp the full flavor. However, soon enough, he felt a noticeable boost in his mental energy. "Wow, this is great. It really helps restore mental energy. Just what I needed." Fu Han's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful. It's a pity we don't have more containers," Chia said somewhat regretfully. At that moment, Songjia, who had been silent all this time, tilted his head and looked at Chia. Only then did Chia remember the other person beside her. She reached out and took a small earthen jar of fairy honey from Fu Han's hands and handed it to Songjia. "You should try it too." Songjia pinched the small beeswax jar between his fingers and glanced at the heap in Fu Han's hands, his smile growing wider. Chia, however, paid no mind to what Songjia was thinking and continued enthusiastically recounting her adventures in the fairy village to Fu Han. Fu Han stifled a laugh and listened attentively. Aside from the delicious food and fun activities, the most significant event was the survival of the Azure Fairy. Songjia's words were confirmed. This fairy was indeed a retainer of the queen, ambushed while investigating the disappearance of her companions. If it weren't for Kia's timely rescue, it might not have made it back to the village. Upon returning to the village, the fairy's condition greatly improved. The elder provided a secret medicine, and the queen bestowed her blessing, allowing the fairy to awaken quickly. The fairy recalled the harrowing ordeal. Constant fear and pain tormented it, and its life seemed to ebb away at any moment. At that critical juncture, Kia's faint fragrance reached it, followed by a pure light force beginning to heal it. Though the healing process was also painful, it was trivial compared to being gnawed by bloodthirsty mantises. Supported by the light force, the fairy rekindled its will to live and persevered. The Azure Fairy deeply remembered Kia's life-saving grace. It followed the familiar scent and found Kia, captivated by her beauty, and immediately regarded her as a goddess. Flower fairies inherently worship beautiful things. They live among flowers and are beautiful themselves. The most beautiful fairies often become queens, and Kia's beauty, along with the dance moves praised by Kikalu, convinced the surviving fairy to follow her. With the queen's approval, Chia successfully formed a pact with the Azure Fairy. Since the Azure Fairy was still recovering, Chia let it rest in her inner core space, so she didn't summon it to show Fu Han. Fu Han was happy for Chia, as forming a pact with an azure fairy was extremely rare. Songjia nodded in understanding and joked that if they had saved the fairy, it probably wouldn't have chosen to follow them. Fu Han chimed in, who would have thought that forming a pact with a fairy depends on looks. Good thing Chia is beautiful. This comment made Chia blush instantly. Songjia cleared his throat and reminded, but there's something you need to be aware of. It's best to avoid summoning the fairy and the Hydra at the same time. Hydras are extremely jealous and will try to destroy beautiful things. Hearing this, Fu Han and Chia exchanged glances and then looked at Boya in the distance, munching on small yellow flowers. A large patch of flowers had already been ruined, and it seemed to be enjoying itself. Reflecting on how Boya often ate beautiful insects and plants along the way, Fu Han had always thought it was for growth, but it turned out to be out of jealousy. Even more surprising was the realization that Boya's dislike and aggression towards Chia were also due to jealousy of her beauty. It was even possible that the rejection Boya faced from its mother and siblings was because they were jealous of its fairer and more attractive appearance. This realization dawned on the two. Fu Han curiously asked, but why are hydras so jealous? Songjia explained, according to legend, hydras are avatars of the god of envy, hence their capricious and jealous nature. Of course, many old myths embellish natural phenomena as divine acts, so the legends aren't entirely reliable. I think it's just because they have too many heads, so jealousy and rivalry are their norm. These words plunged Fu Han into deep thought. As an academic, Songjia naturally resisted theological explanations but didn't deny the possible existence of old gods, believing they might have been exaggerated or romanticized. Fu Han began to doubt the authenticity of theological legends, especially when he thought of Kikalu. Even Boya, who was so admired that even roadside yellow flowers would be jealous, had no ill will towards Kikalu and was even willing to let it ride on his back. Fu Han believed this wasn't because Kikalu wasn't beautiful. On the contrary, its fluffy appearance was quite adorable. According to theological legends, as a divine star spirit, Kikalu was favored by the gods, so even the multi-headed dragon, an avatar of the god of envy, would like it. This explanation seemed plausible and only deepened Fu Han's confusion. Since Kikul called Fu Han the Star Forger, he had to pay more attention to theology. It was, after all, related to his core, and he needed to understand it. Additionally, Kikalu mentioned the god of star forging, making Fu Han feel it was necessary to keep an eye on theological information. However, as a student at the Star Chasing Academy, he could only approach theological legends critically, interpreting and judging most of the information himself. Unfortunately, the theological legends he knew were too few to draw any substantial conclusions. Fu Han sighed inwardly and decided to take it slow. Suddenly, Fu Han realized something was missing and thought, "Where's Kikalu?" It turned out that Kikalu had been hiding in the shadows all day, translating for Chia, who thought a fairy was communicating with her. Exhausted from the effort, Kikalu had gotten drunk and was now sleeping in the fairy village. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't completely dark yet, the three of them bypassed the fairy village and continued westward toward the rainforest. Fu Han and Chia had already been to the swamp, and Songjia wasn't interested in going alone, so he followed Fu Han. As they set off again, Fu Han retracted Boya into his core domain to prevent further damage to the flower field. Fu Han and Chia sat together on the giant jade hand, while Songjia, feeling awkward about squeezing in, took the lead. When night fully fell, they stopped to rest in an area populated by grass lantern creatures. These creatures, close relatives of the moon lantern creatures, were common in the flower field and much smaller in size. They floated among the flowers and grass, providing a bit of illumination. At night, Chia, who had been excited all day, hugged her sleeping bag and fell into a deep sleep. Fu Han meditated and practiced beside the giant jade hand. Songjia, being the most experienced, quickly noticed the increased elemental energy around the giant jade hand and immediately started meditating nearby. After their practice, Songjia slept with his head resting on his mercury blade, while the watchful Fu Han thought of the fairy honey brew in his bag and began to plan how to enhance the skills of his star beast. Although he only tasted a bit of the fairy honey brew during the day, Fu Han clearly noticed a recovery in his mental energy. After careful evaluation, he concluded that this honey brew was at least equivalent to a high-quality level 2 mental energy supplement. With these precious supplies, Fu Han couldn't help but entertain the idea of teaching skills to his star beasts. However, upon closely examining the skills of his star beasts, Fu Han discovered a tricky issue. Both Xiaozi and Yusho's skills required multiple teachings to upgrade, and being in the wild, even with supplements at hand, it wasn't suitable to consume a large amount of mental energy. Fu Han then turned his attention to the newly contracted star beasts Kikalu and Boya. These two new members could immediately gain an upgrade by learning new skills. But Kikalu, being a free-spirited creature, hadn't returned to the core even late at night, which left Fu Han quite troubled. Reflecting on Kikalu's lack of execution when descending into the dragon pit, Fu Han realized that he might have been wrong from the start. As a legendary star beast, The star weasel had outstanding racial values and innate psychic skills. Fu Han initially thought it would be a powerful combat partner, but it turned out this carefree, divinely favored little creature neither needed nor was suited for combat. It was naturally well received and completely lacked a combat mindset. Fu Han quickly adjusted his expectations for Kikalu. Even without participating in battles, its ability to communicate with other star beasts had already brought great convenience to Fu Han. Understanding this, Fu Han decided to abandon the idea of making Kikalu fight and instead considered asking if it wanted to learn any new skills. If not, being a cute mascot was just fine. Next, Fu Han focused on Boya. In its skill set, Xiao Zi's Dark Blessing seemed suitable for Boya, potentially prompting it to grow a third Dark Element head at level 20. However, considering Xiao Zi already had Dark Element attack capabilities, this would result in redundant abilities. Fu Han knew well that upgrading star beasts would become increasingly difficult as their levels rose. Although Boya grew its first head quickly, the third, fourth, and fifth heads would only get harder. Thus, choosing the attributes for new heads wisely was crucial. Among common elements, aside from the existing lightning and fire, Fu Han considered light, ice, and wind as good choices. The light element could counter dark elements, offering a significant advantage against the fierce beasts cultivated by the old gods. The ice element was extremely useful in special terrains like swamps and could form a powerful attack combination with fire. The wind element had good synergy with both lightning and fire. Unfortunately, Fu Han's black hole currently lacked suitable skills for these elements. He tried teaching Boya the light element skill Glow, but it couldn't grasp it at all. It seemed that only basic elemental skills like Thunder Attachment and Dark Blessing could help Boya generate new elemental heads. Beyond elemental skills, Fu Han didn't overlook Boya's formidable physique. Having personally experienced the power of a multi-headed dragon's tail, he decided to also collect some physical techniques, augmentation, and enhancement skills for Boya. At that moment, Fu Han suddenly remembered an overlooked but perfect choice Xiao Zi's basic skill, collaboration. This skill makes it easier for battle partners to identify an opponent's weaknesses. Considering that Boya's multiple heads can be seen as independent fighting units, this skill seemed tailor-made for it. Excited, Fu Han immediately taught the collaboration skill to Boya, who quickly mastered it. After a moment of thought, he decided to teach the skill to Diu Shou as well. Although collaboration cannot be upgraded, the more star beasts that possess this skill, the more significant the effect becomes. With Diu Shou, Xiao Zi, and Boya's multiple heads, the power of this skill would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. After teaching the two skills, Fu Han carefully poured a bit of the fairy's nectar from the small jar into his mouth. As his mental strength began to recover, he leaned against Diu Shou and fell into a peaceful sleep. The next day, when Fu Han woke up, he found the sun already high in the sky. He sat up and saw Chia adorning Diu Shou with flowers, while Cang Jia was absent-mindedly picking flowers in a nearby patch of blue blossoms. "You're awake?" Chia asked, delighted. Cang Jia, hearing the commotion, also came over. "Finally, you're up. It's been almost 4 hours. I was bored to death. Let's get moving." Fu Han checked the time and saw it was already 10:50 a.m. Surprised, he asked, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Cang Jia explained helplessly, "We heard you usually don't get much sleep, so we wanted you to rest a bit more. Are you well rested now?" Fu Han nodded and was about to stretch when he noticed a group of trainees heading towards the center of the flower field. He pointed in that direction and said, "Look, there are people." Chia responded, "People have been showing up since this morning. We've already encountered 2 or 3 groups." Sangjia added, "Yeah, pretty much everyone has arrived by now. It's going to get busy around here." Hearing this, Fu Han quickly took out his terminal to check the leaderboard. He and Chia were still at the top, but Chun Zi and other challengers had nearly reached 20,000 points, closing in fast. However, Fu Han wasn't concerned about his ranking. He kept scrolling down. After about 5 minutes of searching, Fu Han finally found his good friend Mu Chi's name around the 250th position. He smiled and said, "Hey, you've crossed the line. Well done." Fu Han was genuinely happy that Mu Chi had managed to pass the assessment on his own. Little did he know, earlier that morning, Mu Chi had almost cried tears of joy when he saw his name on the leaderboard. In Mu Chi's team, the other 3 beast tamers came from ordinary families and were heavily relying on this survival class for their second star beast contract. However, in the past 2 days, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of a star beast, leading them to speculate that the real challenge might be beyond the assessment line. Earlier, someone got injured, causing the team to fall behind. Although everyone said there was no rush, the tension was palpable. When Mu Chi joined, he immediately provided stamina recovery potions. The potions worked instantly, boosting the team's spirits and allowing them to quickly make up for lost time. On the third morning, around 10 a.m., they finally crossed the assessment line. When they discovered that the academy had opened part of the breeding area, their excitement was evident, their faces beaming with joy. Mu Qi was in high spirits himself until he checked the leaderboard. Seeing Fu Han at the top, he initially felt proud of his brother. But upon closer inspection, he noticed something odd. The top-ranked individuals were all in groups, each group sharing identical points. And tied with Fu Han for the top spot was a familiar beauty, Chia. Chia was no ordinary beauty. In the cultivation garden, she was the center of attention among the boys, recognized as a goddess-level alchemist. Although Mu Qi only knew her by face, he had long harbored a secret admiration for her. After all, what guy in the cultivation garden could remain indifferent to such a beauty? Seeing the leaderboard, Mu Qi felt a pang of jealousy. He recalled his own embarrassing first day, being scared out of his wits by every rustle, digging up cassava like a foolish groundhog to stave off hunger, and then farting so much he avoided people. In contrast, Fu Han was not only lucky enough to travel with the goddess, but also managed to reach the top of the leaderboard with her. Damn it, with a beauty by his side, he's unstoppable. Mu Qi cursed inwardly, his jealousy intensifying. He was well aware of Chiya's capabilities. Her skills in identifying and making potions were slightly inferior to his, and her combat ability was negligible. Mu Qi remembered how Chiya ate her meals slowly and delicately, consuming less than a cat, as if counting rice grains. How could such a fragile girl manage to reach the top with Fu Han? This Fu Han is unbelievable, getting so strong without a word. Mu Qi thought through gritted teeth. I must avenge this slight. Next time I make potions for him, I'll definitely charge him more, to punish him. But then he realized this plan wouldn't work. Chiya was an alchemist herself, so Fu Han didn't need to rely on him anymore. This realization made Mu Qi even more frustrated. I can't believe there's nothing I can do about him. As Mu Qi was silently fuming, a young boy in the team suddenly asked, Brother Qi, is this Fu Han in first place your brother? Yes, that's him, my brother, Mu Qi replied, his tone tinged with complexity. That's incredible. Just the two of them managed to take the top spot, the boy exclaimed in awe. Mu Qi suppressed his jealousy and explained with a smile, actually, he's just as formidable on his own. With him is Chiya, who is considered the goddess of our cultivation garden. She's indeed beautiful, but like me, she doesn't have much combat ability. Really? Are they a couple? Another team member asked curiously. No, I think they just happened to meet and decided to team up. My friend is quite a loner and rarely interacts with people. They probably didn't know each other before, Mu Qi explained, although he secretly hoped it was true. Is he really that strong on his own? Does he come from a wealthy family? I've never heard of him, someone else inquired. When it came to Fu Han's background, Mu Qi couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. Lowering his head, he defended his friend. My brother is impressive because he did it all on his own. He grew up in an orphanage, and even his first star beast was assigned by the academy. Really? It's hard to believe someone can become so strong on their own. Another young man said in astonishment. It's possible, Mu Qi said firmly. Before he was brought into the academy from the orphanage, he hadn't even worn new clothes. But now, he's the strongest in our cohort. It's tough, but it can be done. That's incredible. From now on, Fu Han is my idol, one boy said excitedly. Is he good-looking? Good-looking, my foot. Mu Qi instinctively cursed. He's uglier than me. Ha ha ha, who would believe that? Everyone burst into laughter. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mu Qi rubbed his nose with the back of his hand and laughed. All right, he's a bit better looking than me. Strong, not bad looking, and leading our cultivation garden's goddess to the top. This guy is really something. As he spoke, Mu Qi's earlier annoyance vanished. He thought to himself, there are plenty of pretty girls, but true brothers are rare. In just a few words, Mu Qi's pride in Fu Han overshadowed any jealousy. For these young beast tamers, rankings weren't their primary concern. They were more interested in contracting a second star beast. So someone asked, Chigu, what's our next move? Any suggestions? Without realizing it, Mu Qi had become the core of the group, always able to provide the right advice and the support everyone needed. Although the other three beast tamers weren't necessarily younger than him, they didn't mind calling him Gu out of respect for his abilities. After carefully reviewing various data and maps, Mu Qi suggested, the swamp is too difficult. Let's skip it. I have plant affinity, so I have an advantage in both the flower fields and the rainforest. However, the climate in the flower fields is too mild to nurture powerful star beasts. The rainforest, on the other hand, has a rich variety of star beasts. Let's take a chance and venture into the rainforest to secure a second star beast for each of us. All right, sounds good. We'll follow your lead, Qi Ge. Let's go. I don't want to waste any time. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. All right, let's move out. Mu Qi led the way. After walking a few steps, someone couldn't help but ask, Hey, Chij, if we run into Fu Han, do you think he could help us out? Mu Qi replied enthusiastically, Of course. Fu Han and I are best buddies. If we bump into him, I'd definitely be at the top of the list. If we do meet, I'll make sure he helps us find the right star beasts. Then we'll owe you one, Chij. Actually, if we do meet him, it makes sense for you to stick with Fu Han. Mu Chi chuckled. We're all in this together. I wouldn't have made it this far without you guys, so there's no way I'd leave you behind. Besides, my bond with Fu Han is strong. He wouldn't abandon me either. So, if we meet, we'll all stick together. But keep in mind, there are 3 breeding zones here. If he goes to the rainforest first and then the marsh, it might be hard to find him. But no worries, we'll stay focused and work together. After all, they're just star beasts. We can handle it. Chij is right. Chij said Fu Han relies on himself. We can do the same. Exactly. Let's go. With that, their worries and anxieties vanished, replaced by confidence and anticipation. What they didn't realize was that Fu Han had unintentionally become a source of motivation and energy for other students from ordinary backgrounds. Meanwhile, Fu Han and his team had entered the rainforest from another direction. Moving quickly, they soon delved deep into the rainforest, embarking on a new adventure. In reality, the points for the course have an approximate upper limit. This is because there are only 3 observation points, and the types of star beasts in each terrain are relatively fixed. The total points that everyone can obtain are limited. This time, the 3 hunting challenges were completed by 3 different groups, and no one managed to get points for 2 challenges. It seems that the final ranking will depend on the speed of exploration. Fu Han and Chia, having previously completed the most difficult swamp exploration, are currently leading in points and hold the top position. Other contestants are still struggling through the swamp, while Fu Han realizes that his mobility advantage can help him quickly explore the rainforest and secure his ranking. Initially indifferent, Fu Han now feels a competitive urge and decides to put in some effort to claim the easily attainable victory. As soon as the team enters the rainforest, they advance at full speed. Surprisingly, the usually formidable Songjia also shows his true capabilities this time. Fu Han and Chia ride onto Yusho, while Songjia, using just his legs, flies close to the ground through the forest, moving so fast that Yusho can barely keep up. However, as they delve deeper into the rainforest, the dense vegetation starts to hinder their progress. The towering tree canopies block out the sky, while the underbrush remains thick. Songjia has to swing his blade to clear a path. Fu Han, puzzled, looks up and asks, "These plants down here don't get any sunlight. Why are they so dense?" Chia, who has a good understanding of plants, points to the thick tree trunks above. "Look closely at those trunks," she says. Fu Han then notices the glowing branches extending from the trunks. Curiously, he asks, "What are those?" Chia teases, "You'll find out when we reach the observation point." Raising an eyebrow, Fu Han asks, "So, you already know what the observation point is?" Chia nods and hints, "It's in the center, but it's not the climate tower." Several star beasts capable of influencing the climate flash through Fu Han's mind, but before he can think further, a brightly feathered bird catches his eye. "Look, it's a lyrebird," he exclaims. Chia follows his gaze and exclaims in delight, "Wow, it's beautiful." The lyrebird's golden tail feathers shimmer in the forest. Known for mimicking various sounds, it is a highly sought-after pet star beast. Fu Han thinks to himself that the lyrebird in the wild is far more captivating than those in cages. The rainforest is teeming with a variety of star beasts. In addition to the ubiquitous plant-type star beasts, birds, forest pythons, leopards, and monkeys frequently appear. Their terminal devices constantly scan, overwhelmed by the diversity. This scene stands in stark contrast to Songjia laboriously clearing the way ahead. Under Songjia's lead, the group quickly approaches the observation point. After receiving a notification of increased points, Songjia leans against a tree to catch his breath. At this moment, the true appearance of the observation point is just beyond a large leaf. Fu Han asks Songjia if he wants to take a look, but Songjia shakes his head, saying, "No, it's blinding. I've seen it before." Fu Han thinks, Sure. You, Songxiao, have seen it all. But a simpleton like me needs to take a look." Chia initially wants to follow but stops when Songjia reminds her she might get a tan. Fu Han shrugs, "I'll just take a quick look and be right back." As Fu Han pushed aside the large leafy plants, the intense light forced him to squint and raise his hand to shield his eyes. Tilting his head slightly, he confirmed his suspicion the observation point in the rainforest was an ancient and mystical tree, the Nine Suns Divine Tree. The legend of the Nine Suns Divine Tree dates back to the ancient times before the era of the old gods. It is said that back then, Kixingdi was shrouded by a barrier of darkness, preventing all beings from seeing daylight and even causing souls to lose their way. Only the Nine Suns Divine Tree could pierce through this barrier, glimpsing the starlight of the universe. It was not just a life form with a core. It possessed 9 cores, making it the only species in Kixingdi whose core had a tangible manifestation in the real world. The 9 sunflowers hanging from the tree's crown were the physical embodiments of its cores. In ancient times, the term sun specifically referred to these sunflowers. It was only after the barrier dissipated and the old gods descended that people began to call the large blue celestial body in the sky the sun. The nine suns divine tree indeed had the functionality of a sun. Its sunflowers radiated light and provided energy. Moreover, the tree's crown soared into the clouds, with golden leaves collecting starlight. Through its vast root system, it formed a network that transmitted energy to all other trees. This is why other trees could extend light branches to provide energy to surface vegetation. By the standards used to measure star beasts, the current nine suns divine tree is undoubtedly a quasi-divine star beast of legend. According to the legend, the nine suns divine tree once possessed a divine status akin to the eternal tree. To spread its light further and cover more land during the barrier era, it made a great sacrifice. It first divided itself into 10 parts and planted them separately. These parts then continued to split and spread across various regions. Ultimately, the tree's divinity faded, but it preserved the entire ecosystem of Kixingdi. Thus, the nine suns divine tree is seen as a symbol of a father's love, majesty, and sacrifice. The divine tree nourishes the entire rainforest, yet no grass grows at its base, echoing the sentiment that a father's love is like a landslide. In reality, this is because the light energy emitted by the sunflowers is so intense that plants cannot survive at its base, symbolizing the father's authority. Fu Han and Chiya wanted to use their terminal to scan the tree, but the optical equipment couldn't function in such intense light, so they had to give up. This particular divine tree was relatively young, with a golden trunk about 400 meters in diameter and an age of over 400 years. Fu Han couldn't help but wonder how the academy had cultivated it. Perhaps it had always grown here, and the academy built the breeding center around it. The tree's roots were situated in a deep pit. As Fu Han approached the pit's bottom, he noticed many light spirits active around the tree's base. Although there was no vegetation at his feet, the area around the tree was a haven for light-type star beasts. Fu Han speculated that there might be even more light-type star beasts residing in the tree's dazzling crown. He had previously considered the possibility of contracting a light-type star beast to gain some useful light-based skills to help Boya develop a light-type head. Now, thinking about the multitude of light-type star beasts in the divine tree, Fu Han couldn't help but feel tempted. However, this place was different from the pit of the nine-headed dragon. It was not easy to descend. The divine tree was imbued with intense light elements, and a novice like Fu Han could be incinerated upon contact. Even with the colonized Great Jade Hand, he could only withstand it for a few more seconds, leaving little room for maneuver. Fu Han thought to himself, maybe I should wait under the tree for a few days. Who knows? A star beast might accidentally fall down. Just as this idea crossed his mind, a round, plump object fell from the tree with a thud, landing right at Fu Han's feet. A round object fell from the tree with a plop, landing right at Fu Han's feet. He was stunned for a moment, then looked closely and realized it was a spherical star beast. It had a leaf-shaped veil made of light, enveloping its plump body, and a pair of short legs. At that moment, the star beast was struggling to right itself, but its short legs seemed to make the effort futile. What is this? Fu Han asked in surprise. He pulled out his terminal and aimed it at the light-type star beast, hoping the eternal tree would provide some information. However, the light veil on the star beast was so bright that it caused the optical probe to fail. Fu Han sighed inwardly, thinking the Academy-issued terminal was too outdated to even scan a star beast. The newer models outside were already using roller-type scanners. Putting away the terminal, Fu Han considered whether to take the star beast to show Cangjia and the others. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If he wanted to form a contract with it later, doing so behind their backs wouldn't be ideal. Since they hadn't followed him, it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. Fu Han decided to attempt the contract directly. Although he couldn't nurture many star beasts, his core still had plenty of space. Besides, star beasts could provide him with skills, and Bo Ya's third head needed skill support. Light-type star beasts were rare, and with one right in front of him, Fu Han didn't hesitate. He focused his mind on forming the contract and reached out to the chubby light-type star beast. The searing light from the star beast's body burned his hand, but this only made Fu Han more excited, thinking the star beast must be powerful. Enduring the pain, Fu Han pressed his hand onto the star beast. Immediately, bright runic light flared up, and the contract was sealed. However, Fu Han frowned. This contract felt very different from his previous ones. It felt more like he was the one being contracted. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt his consciousness being pulled into the star beast, instantly transported through its core to the realm of souls. An invisible force continued to guide Fu Han's soul downward beneath the starry sky. Soon, a golden leaf appeared in his vision. Passing through the scorching golden leaf, Fu Han found himself at the base of a giant tree forged from golden light. Looking down, he saw his consciousness outlined in gold, maintaining the kneeling posture from the contract, still touching the now cool star beast. Fu Han stood up and gazed at the towering light tree, thinking to himself, isn't this the Nine Suns divine tree? Could this be its core domain? He looked at the chubby star beast in his hand, shocked, and thought, what on earth are you? At that moment, a friendly voice greeted him. Welcome, newcomer. Fu Han looked around for the source of the voice. The light-forged tree trunk gradually faded, and the star beast in his hand began to emit light. He noticed that the light clusters surrounding the trunk lit up one by one, making a total of 8, including the one in his hand. Suddenly, a light-forged figure appeared in front of Fu Han, a long-haired woman dressed in a classical scholar's robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, also holding a cluster of light. What is going on? Fu Han asked in astonishment. The scholar's shadow smiled and said, you've been chosen by the sacred tree. Let me give you a few important reminders. First, don't mention to anyone that you've been here. Second, never reveal to anyone that you've bonded with the sacred tree's seed, and never summon it in front of others. Third, don't trust anyone until you fully understand them, including me. Lastly, don't linger here longer than necessary. We'll discuss the rest later. Having said that, the scholar's shadow waved goodbye and vanished after releasing the orb of light in their hand. Fu Han realized that releasing the orb would allow him to leave, but he furrowed his brow, pondering the female scholar's words. It turned out that the plump little thing in his hand was the sacred tree's seed, and the sacred tree had chosen him. Even more astonishing was that he had actively bonded with it. No wonder it felt so different, almost as if it had bonded with him. There were others who had bonded with the sacred tree's seed, and it seemed they could communicate here. Although Fu Han didn't fully understand what this meant, the advice to trust no one and not linger here seemed particularly sound. As he was thinking, Fu Han noticed 2 silhouettes beginning to form next to other orbs of light. Without further hesitation, he decided to heed the female scholar's advice and quickly released the orb in his hand. After Fu Han left, 2 more figures appeared in the sacred tree's domain. A man in a priest's robe and another in a well-tailored suit. Surprisingly, the suited man was holding 2 orbs of light. Both men simultaneously glanced at the orb where Fu Han had been, just in time to see his shadow rapidly dissipate. Confirming that the number of orbs had indeed increased, the priest sighed. The suited man chuckled. Too late, priest? I already had a chat with him. The priest immediately snapped. Shut up, you contemptible merchant. How dare you speak to me like that? The suited man snickered. Oh yeah? Come and hit me then, you lousy priest. Humph. The priest snorted coldly, releasing the orb in his hand and disappearing. The suited man stared at the newly appeared 8th orb for a long moment, then shook his head and released the orb, allowing his consciousness to return to the real world. In a spacious, luxurious office, a man in an impeccably tailored suit, not overweight at all, was deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand. After a brief moment, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, the man said in a low voice. With a soft click, a woman in red high heels sashayed into the room and approached the man. Handing him a report, she leaned against the desk and said, the navigation data near the sacred tree is in. The man took the report with one hand, while slipping the other around the woman's waist. His movements were natural, yet tinged with a hint of flirtation. The woman chuckled softly, a sly glint in her eyes, and said, the data has been cross-checked. At least no one has approached the Zhuyang sacred tree through our navigation satellites. The man sighed lightly, his brow furrowing. What a pity. The woman's lips curled into a smile as she continued, at least we've narrowed it down. It's either in the Darklands or the Academy. And I have some rather interesting news. The man's hand slowly moved downward before suddenly squeezing, his voice low. Speak. The woman let out a soft moan, her tone growing more suggestive. The Star Academy is organizing survival courses for their students. They've sent many to their breeding base, which happens to have a sacred tree. The man's eyebrow arched as he released his grip, a hint of interest in his voice. Then let's follow this, Lee. The woman frowned, pouting slightly. Oh, you're just going to let me go like that? The man didn't respond, instead leaning back in his chair with a wicked grin, his legs crossed on the desk, eyes full of teasing. The scene shifted, and Fu Han's consciousness rapidly ascended, returning to his core in an instant. To his surprise, he found the plump seed of the sacred tree already there, maintaining its original appearance just like Kikalu. The seed was now wandering around Fu Han's core with its tiny legs, looking very curious. Aware that his body was still beneath the sacred tree, and that Chia and Songjia might grow suspicious if he took too long, Fu Han quickly decided to reunite with them without further examining the seed's information. After rejoining Songjia, Fu Han and his group decided to continue exploring the rainforest. The complex ecosystem and diverse species of star beasts ensured their points wouldn't be surpassed. However, Fu Han hadn't anticipated that their efforts over the past few days would ultimately be in vain. As night fell, a total of 323 people had crossed the assessment line and appeared on the leaderboard. The first lesson of the survival course had concluded, leaving over 500 students either uninterested from the start, withdrawing due to unforeseen circumstances, or lacking the necessary skills. With such a low completion rate, Professor Chu was furious. The academy immediately announced that those who failed to cross the line would lose 5 credits, while those who succeeded would gain 5 credits. This decision was sure to spark outrage among the students, but the Star Academy had never been one to care about such things. Additionally, the Academy announced that the top scorers of this survival course would be awarded a set of commemorative outdoor gear. Upon seeing this, Fu Han nearly smashed his terminal in frustration, feeling that 3 days of hard work for a set of gear was a joke. However, after calming down, Fu Han realized the journey had actually been worthwhile. He had acquired a multi-headed dragon hatchling worth millions, and had also unexpectedly contracted the legendary star beast Kikalu. The only concern lingering in his mind was the sacred tree seed he had hastily contracted today, uncertain whether it would be a blessing or a curse. At night, the glowing branches of the sacred tree dimmed, and the moon lantern creatures once again took center stage. Fu Han and his companions rested under a tree surrounded by moon lantern creatures, encountering another group of people. The two groups of people exchanged recent experiences amicably. From the conversation, Fu Han learned about Mu Chi's situation and decided to look for his good friend the next day. Under the protection of the Star Beast, everyone slept peacefully. Fu Han finally had the opportunity to check the information about the seed of the divine tree. Seed of the divine tree. Race, solar tree lineage. Evolution level, low-tier degenerate form. Attributes, light, plant. Race value, immeasurable. Star Beast level, 1. Health, 100. Abilities. Mythical trait. Divine fragment, a part of the solar tree's divine essence, capable of nurturing a new solar tree. Legendary trait. Starlight bloom LV1 multiplies and reflects starlight. This information made Fu Han realize that the divine tree indeed once possessed a divine essence and is now nurturing hope in the form of a seed. The solar tree is its true form, while the Nine Suns divine tree is merely a degenerate version. This further confirmed the authenticity of the legend. The race value of the seed of the divine tree is immeasurable, clearly beyond the evaluation system of star beasts. Among its abilities, the divine fragment, though a mythical trait, seems to have no immediate use. Fu Han was concerned that the starlight bloom trait might affect the seed of the divine tree's evolution and noted that it did not offer any skills for Boya to imprint. However, the starlight bloom trait proved to be quite useful. It doubled the concentration of starlight in Fu Han's core, making skill transmission more efficient and accelerating the growth rate of star beasts in the core space. This was even more powerful than Fu Han's Beastmaster talent growth enhancement, and since the trait could level up, it might bring even stronger effects in the future. Fu Han couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of being chosen by the divine tree, but he also harbored apprehensions about the significance behind the contract. He worried that others who had also formed a contract with the divine tree might possess star beasts like the star weasel and could potentially spy on the black hole in his core. Suddenly, a thought struck Fu Han. Could it be that others who formed a contract with the divine tree also have black holes like his? Was this the reason they were chosen by the divine tree? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from within. Hey, who was that? I've never seen a star spirit like this before. Fu Han snapped back to reality to see that Kikalu had returned to the core realm, pointing at the seed of the divine tree with curiosity in its eyes. Kikalu, a free spirit blessed by the gods, was considered by Fu Han to be the most knowledgeable about the realm of souls. However, when Kikalu showed ignorance about the seed of the divine tree, Fu Han couldn't help but be surprised. Kikalu, is there really something about the soul world that you don't know? Fu Han asked curiously. Kikalu swayed its translucent body gently and replied, Yes, Kikalu is very young, but the soul world is vast. There are many things Kikalu needs to learn. Fu Han raised an eyebrow and asked, I'm curious, Kikalu, how old are you? Kikalu placed its hands on its hips and proudly said, In human years, Kikalu is already 360 years old. Fu Han was secretly astonished. This guy is 360 years old and still only at level 18. That's one level every 20 years. What a waste of time. And how do you calculate age in your terms? Fu Han continued to ask. Kikalu explained, We don't count years. When our star level changes, it's like we've aged a year. I'm almost 2 years old. Fu Han suddenly understood, realizing these beings lived so long they didn't need to keep track of years. But he couldn't help but quip, But Kikalu, you really don't grow, do you? So long and still not at 2-star level. Suddenly, Kikalu seemed to remember something and asked, You haven't told me yet. Who is it? Fu Han countered, Kikalu, do you know about the solar tree? Kikalu immediately responded with excitement. Of course. The solar tree symbolizes a father's love and authority, the ultimate sacrifice. It's a very important deity in the real world. Fu Han raised an eyebrow and asked, And what about in the soul world? Kikalu's tone suddenly became flat. In the soul world, it's not worth mentioning. Fu Han was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to interpret this response. Was it because the two worlds were too disjointed, or because the real world was considered lower tier compared to the soul world? Kikalu, this is the seed of the solar tree, Fu Han said, pointing to the divine tree's seed. Kikalu gasped and flew to the seed to observe it closely. The seed seemed to lack a clear consciousness and continued to wander aimlessly. After a moment of observation, Kikalu said, "It's true, it has divinity. That means you're not just a star forger. You're the last hope of the starland." Fu Han asked in confusion, "Why am I the last hope?" Kikalu pointed to the seed of the divine tree and explained, "Because when the apocalypse's barrier descends again, you'll be the one to plant the seed of the solar tree." Fu Han's brows furrowed in surprise. "The apocalypse's barrier will descend again?" Kikalu nodded. "The legend says it will." Damn. Fu Han realized the gravity of the situation he was involved in today. As an adult, he didn't feel thrilled to be chosen. Instead, he felt the heavy weight of responsibility. He silently hoped the divine tree had chosen several people and that the others were strong enough. Next, Han Fu asked Kikalu many questions about the core realm and the soul world, especially about the possibility of his core being spied on. Kikalu explained that a person's core is unguarded in the soul world, but due to the vastness of the soul world, each person's core is like an isolated island. Despite traveling through the soul world for hundreds of years and seeing countless core realms, Kikalu couldn't identify whose core was whose. In contrast, entering someone else's core from the real world is easier to correlate, but it requires a soul connection, like the current situation between Han Fu and Kikalu. After understanding this, Han Fu concluded that the possibility of his core being spied on from the soul world was low, but the risk of being detected in the real world was higher. However, human ability to sense others' cores is very limited, with perceiving star wave fluctuations being the maximum. Nonetheless, special beings like the star weasel still warranted caution. Han Fu speculated that he might not be the only one to have successfully contracted with a star weasel and decided to keep a low profile until he was stronger. He wanted to ask more questions, but Kikalu said it felt dizzy from answering too many and went off to swim in the queen's wine cellar. Han Fu, feeling helpless, could only remind it not to reveal anything about the divine tree seed. Kikalu solemnly replied, "I understand, partner. From now on, we are the last hope of Kixingdi." Han Fu thought to himself, "If you say so." That night, Han Fu unusually had trouble sleeping and didn't fall asleep until dawn. When he woke up, it was already late morning, and the other trainees had already set out to find suitable star beasts. Neither Tsangjia nor Chia woke Han Fu up, as everyone had decided to take it easy after learning about the rewards the previous day. After getting up, Han Fu noticed something interesting. His and Chia's points remained unchanged, and the points of the other top-ranked trainees hadn't increased either. The commemorative outdoor gear provided by the academy seemed to have a reverse motivational effect, causing the once competitive trainees to collectively slack off. Han Fu and his group ended their survival class early and began to leisurely wander through the rainforest, hoping to run into their good friend Mu Chi. However, the 20-kilometer diameter breeding area was too vast, and the complex rainforest terrain made it difficult to find him. Despite this, Mu Chi's points continued to steadily increase after visiting the observation point, indicating he had reliable teammates, which reassured Han Fu. 3 days later, the academy announced the location of the evacuation point. Han Fu gave up searching for Mu Chi and headed straight for the evacuation point. Unexpectedly, Han Fu was the first to arrive at the evacuation point. In the initial stages of becoming a beastmaster, few people contract riding star beasts and mostly rely on walking. This is where the mobility advantage of Han Fu's big jade hand became apparent. The evacuation assembly point was essentially the temporary command center for the survival class. Hearing that someone had arrived, many staff members put down their work to come and see. When they learned it was Han Fu, the entire command center swarmed out, eager to see if this miraculous boy who had escaped from a high-level mother dragon attack unscathed really had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was only then that Song Jia, hearing from others, realized that Han Fu had contracted the white multi-headed dragon from a high-level mother dragon. His expression immediately turned serious. He had previously suggested that only Chen Zi could rival Fu Han, but even then, he was holding back. Now, he feels the pressure mounting even more. Once again, Fu Han found himself surrounded by people asking questions, much like the time he was mobbed by unlicensed taxi drivers at the train station. What level is that giant jade hand? Did you learn to levitate? How about the multi-headed dragon? Can we see it? I even fed it once. Fu Han could only grin awkwardly, pretending not to hear or refusing to answer the barrage of questions. In the end, it was Professor Chu who came to Fu Han's rescue. First, he scolded everyone to get back to their posts, then he arranged for someone to take Sangjia and Chia to rest. After the crowd dispersed, Professor Chu pointed to the giant jade hand and said to Fu Han, "You too, come with me." The two didn't wander far, and soon arrived at the pavilion by the stream where Professor Chu often liked to relax. The clear water gurgled by, and the rustling leaves brought a hint of coolness to the hot summer day. Professor Chu left Fu Han to the side and focused intently on examining the jade hand. He scrutinized every inch of its surface, his eyes shining with professional expertise. After a long while, Professor Chu sighed and asked, "Why does your jade hand look better than mine?" And its efficiency in gathering starlight seems impressive. Fu Han was momentarily stunned, surprised to learn that Professor Chu also had a jade hand. His mind raced, wondering if it was because Chiyu's jade transformation skill was maxed out while Professor Chu's wasn't. But he couldn't say that out loud. Quickly organizing his thoughts, Fu Han shook his head and replied, "I don't know. My mentor gave it to me like this." "Mentor?" Professor Chu paused, then continued to probe. "So, did your mentor also teach you the levitation and colonization skills?" Fu Han's heart skipped a beat. How did Professor Chu know the jade hand had colonization skills? Professor Chu, catching the surprise on Fu Han's face, smiled slightly and explained, "No need to be so shocked. You managed to enter the dragon pit and come out unscathed. It's impossible without some life-saving abilities. I pondered for a while about how you did it. Initially, the colonization skill wasn't on my radar. The jade hand isn't suited for it, it's too heavy. But then I realized, your jade hand has already learned to levitate. So weight isn't an issue. I guessed you would have it learn this skill. Am I right?" Fu Han admired Professor Chu's insight, but decided to attribute the credit to Scholar Yi for safety's sake. "When my mentor gave me the jade hand, it already knew how to levitate. Later, I thought pairing it with colonization might be good. So I bought some star shards to try it out. Unexpectedly, I got lucky. It mastered the skill with just 3 shards." "3 first-class shards?" Professor Chu asked. Fu Han nodded. "Incredible," Professor Chu muttered, deep in thought. Suddenly, he smiled as if he had an epiphany. "I got it." Fu Han's heart raced, wondering what Professor Chu had figured out this time. Professor Chu excitedly declared, "It's the hidden trait. One smell, 1,000 insights, isn't it? Your jade hand has this epic hidden trait, which significantly increases the chance of mastering skills and speeds up skill upgrades. I suspect your mentor deduced this potential after it evolved into a jade hand. Then, your mentor tested it by having it absorb star shards from the moonlight beast to see if it truly had this trait. When it mastered levitation, such an extraordinary jade hand couldn't be wasted. But since your mentor's core field was already full, they gave it to you, their prize student, right?" Fu Han was completely stunned. Professor Chu had woven a complete story in such a short time. Fu Han thought to himself, "Wow, give him a pen and let him write it himself." Seeing Fu Han's shocked expression, Professor Chu became even more convinced that he had guessed at least 80 correctly. He wore a mysterious smile, waiting for Fu Han's flattery. Fu Han did not disappoint. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and exclaimed, "Wow, I can't believe you figured everything out with just a tiny bit of information. Professor Chu, your ability to perceive the whole picture from a small clue is truly impressive. My admiration for you is like a river that flows endlessly, like a volcano that erupts uncontrollably." Professor Chu burst into laughter. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be so good at flattery. No wonder your master gave you such a precious jade hand. Haha, where did you learn all these phrases?" "From movies," Fu Han muttered to himself, but he said aloud, "This isn't flattery, Professor. Every word comes from the bottom of my heart." All right. Professor Chu laughed so hard his mouth twisted, and he gestured for Fu Han to calm down. After a moment of thought, he asked, "I haven't asked, whose last disciple are you? You've been hiding well, with such a rare star beast and all." Fu Han respectfully replied, "My teacher's surname is Yi. He's a scholar at the library." "What?" Professor Chu was taken aback, and his smile faded. "Scholar Yi? But you've bonded with a star beast suited for combat. Are you planning to work in the library like him, managing ancient texts?" Fu Han quickly waved his hands in denial. "No, my teacher also hopes I follow the combat path." Professor Chu's face lit up. "That's great. Where's the Hydra? Summon it so I can see." "What Hydra?" Fu Han feigned ignorance. He had already prepared his excuse. He fell into the dragon pit by accident. As for the Hydra, he had no idea where it went. If asked, he'd say he never saw it, and it must have been stolen by some expert. Otherwise, if the Academy demanded compensation, how could he afford it? Professor Chu looked at Fu Han with disbelief. "Stop pretending. You bonded with my Hydra in the pit. Can't you at least show it to me?" Fu Han put on an innocent face. "Professor Chu, don't say such things. I wouldn't dare take such an expensive dragon. I accidentally fell into the dragon pit. I've never seen any white Hydra." "Oh, you rascal." Professor Chu seemed to understand Fu Han's concerns. "I get it. You're afraid I'll make you pay for it, right? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Let me tell you, that white hydra was actually the prize for the champion of this competition. Since you bonded with it, I had to replace it with outdoor gear. Besides, you've already bonded with it. How could I ask you to give it back? What? Now it was Fu Han's turn to be stunned. It was a prize? 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Why didn't they say so earlier? He regretted deeply. If he'd known, he would have fought for first place instead of risking his life in the pit. Professor Chu saw through Fu Han's thoughts and spread his hands. Would you have guessed that an 8-headed hydra would be waiting in the pit? Fu Han had no words and could only shake his head. It seems you understand the dangers of the multi-headed dragon. You've got quite the guts, Professor Chu remarked, pointing at the large jade hand. Even the armor formed by it wouldn't withstand 2 hits from that mother dragon, would it? Fu Han nodded. Then why did you go down there? Were you so desperate for that young dragon? Professor Chu pressed on. Fu Han shook his head and explained. I saw it being rejected by the mother dragon and its siblings at the edge of the pit, so I thought I'd give it a try. Professor Chu suddenly recalled Fu Han's background from the orphanage and fell silent for a moment. He decided not to insist on Fu Han summoning Boya for him. After some thought, Professor Chu said, study for another 1 or 2 academic years, reach the intermediate level, and then you can come and learn from me for a while. Knowing more about star beast breeding is very beneficial for a beast tamer, and I'm sure your teacher won't oppose it. Hearing this, Fu Han's heart leaped with joy. The breeding center was a treasure trove. If he could visit other terrains or contract more star beasts, it would be fantastic. He quickly expressed his gratitude. I will definitely take you up on that, Professor Chu. Professor Chu smiled again. All right, I admit I've shortchanged you this time. You risked your life to contract the multi-headed dragon, and I can't offer you a better reward. Just take the outdoor gear. It's worth tens of thousands. Look at you youngsters. If the reward isn't good, you all start slacking off. But I won't leave you unrewarded in terms of honor. When you get back, you'll be recognized. Tomorrow, when everyone gathers, I'll let you make an appearance. How about you prepare a victory speech? Fu Han frowned. But, my teacher repeatedly told me to keep a low profile. I personally don't like too much attention. Ah, is that so? Professor Chu frowned and thought for a moment before sighing. All right, the grand scholar must have his reasons. Let's keep it low-key then? Fu Han nodded. Keeping it low-key is best. Professor Chu nodded. This is your request. Are you sure? Fu Han nodded earnestly. I'm sure. Professor Chu said, all right, go tell your partner. I'll send you back today and handle the arrangements later. Fu Han was surprised. Going back today? Professor Chu gave a mysterious smile. After greeting Songjia and Chia, Professor Chu arranged for a small helicopter to take Fu Han back to the academy. Chia frowned, worried that Fu Han might be punished for contracting the little white dragon in the pit without permission. Not long after Fu Han left, 2 unexpected guests arrived at the camp. Lieutenant Colonel Wang stormed in with an elderly high-ranking officer, demanding to know Fu Han's whereabouts. Upon learning that Fu Han had been sent back to the academy due to serious injuries, the old officer flew into a rage and berated Professor Chu, accusing him of failing to recognize the bigger picture. He emphasized that talents like Fu Han should be sent to the military to cultivate their combat spirit. Professor Chu, unfazed, smiled and explained, you're overestimating him. He's just a reckless kid. There was a level 70 multi-headed dragon in the pit, and he, just a beginner, dared to go down. He didn't even realize he was internally injured. He started coughing up blood, so I quickly sent him back to the academy. His injuries are so severe that he'll probably spend the rest of his life doing academic research. After the old officer and Lieutenant Colonel Wang left, still skeptical, Chia and Songjia, who had been eavesdropping, finally realized that Professor Chu was protecting Fu Han. Shortly after, another aircraft landed at the camp. Chia immediately recognized the emblem of the most prestigious dojo in Juxing City, the Songyun Dojo. She turned to Songjia, accusing him of betraying his brother. Songjia quickly defended himself, insisting he hadn't leaked any information. The visitor was Songjia's uncle. After hitting a dead end with Professor Chu, he came to Songjia for confirmation. Songjia succinctly replied, his injuries are severe. He's done for. His uncle believed him completely and left, cursing. Chia, standing nearby, almost fainted from holding back her laughter. Next, the temporary command center buzzed with activity as various aircrafts landed and took off. Merchants, dojo representatives, and even media swarmed in, seeking information about Fu Han. Finally, Professor Chu, unable to tolerate it any longer, shouted at all the staff, Fu Han is under my protection. Let's see who dares to leak any information about him. If I find out, don't blame me for being ruthless. After Professor Chu's outburst, Chia noticed many people hiding behind tents, making secret phone calls. Gradually, the camp returned to tranquility, with only a few students arriving at the evacuation point. That busy afternoon, Professor Chu felt both relieved and gratified. He understood the pitfalls of young talents gaining fame too early. Many geniuses ultimately succumb to the temptations of fame and fortune, straying from their path. Especially for someone like Fu Han, who came from a poor background, the risk of being blinded by adulation was even higher. Professor Chu had been weighing who Fu Han should be exposed to, balancing his career prospects and mental state. Now, he decided to block all external influences, even disregarding the military's stance, which felt incredibly satisfying. Thus, another regrettable rumor circulated among Zhuxing City's upper society. A genius from Zhuxing Academy, who had unfortunately been severely injured due to recklessness during a survival course. Some said he was crippled, others claimed he was on the brink of death, and some even suggested he had become a vegetable. This fleeting genius was destined to be quickly forgotten. Unaware of all the commotion that severely injured Fu Han entered a period of free activity upon his return to the academy. Back in his dorm room, Fu Han immediately summoned Boya and Kikalu to acquaint them with their new home. Boya, the celestial loner, grew jealous of Fu Han's red bedspread and attempted to wreak havoc as soon as it entered. Fu Han, feeling helpless, had no choice but to confine it to the inner core space as punishment. Kikalu, brimming with curiosity about the human world, looked around the dorm with wide eyes. After a moment of thought, Fu Han reminded Kikalu to be cautious, given how rare and precious it was in human society. Kikalu understood well. It had avoided human cities in the past out of fear of being captured. But now, having signed a contract with Fu Han, it decided to indulge its curiosity a bit. Kikalu pondered deeply, hugging itself, and then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Got it. It remembered a powerful super ability conceptual transformation. With this legendary skill, Kikalu could disguise itself as an ordinary weasel, a disguise said to be nearly flawless. Fu Han was intrigued by this skill and wanted to see if it could be recorded. However, when he tried to sense Kikalu's core through their soul connection, he found that it didn't use the core or starlight when employing the skill. When Fu Han inquired about the secret, Kikalu innocently replied, "That's just how it's done," and playfully wagged its tail. Fu Han, resigned, realized he probably wouldn't get a clear answer. A weasel was an excellent choice for disguise. Not only was it a popular pet-grade star beast, but it was also common on the eastern continent. With its gentle and affectionate nature, even ordinary people could keep one as a companion pet. Crucially, weasels had an inherent skill stealth. When in danger, they could briefly become invisible to escape. This way, Kikalu's comings and goings from the soul world would be less conspicuous. Fu Han praised, "Kikalu, you're really clever." Kikalu, pleased with its own wit, boasted, Yes, Kikalu is a genius. Came up with this amazing idea at just 2 years old." Hearing this, Fu Han couldn't help but question its intelligence. "It took you 360 years to come up with this trick. That's quite something." Fu Han soaked in the bath for over an hour, while Kikalu played with soap bubbles for just as long. Afterwards, Fu Han took his star beasts out for a lavish meal. Despite having 2 more mouths to feed, Fu Han was unusually generous today. Instead of the academy's cafeteria, he went to a well-known restaurant outside the academy. He had heard that their elemental cuisine was the most authentic, and with a full wallet today, he decided to treat himself. Boya and Xiaozi were full of praise for their nutritious meat meals. What pleased Fu Han the most was that these 2 little creatures could dine together peacefully without conflict. Fu Han wasn't sure if it was due to the soul connection or the cooperation skills at play, but their harmony saved him a lot of trouble. Kikalu, however, found Fu Han's elemental feast mediocre. It showed little interest in the meat and vegetables, but was particularly fond of the milk tea they bought on the way. Fu Han realized that, in Kikalu's eyes, sweet treats were the true delicacies. This turned out to be a good idea. He could buy more sweets for it in the future to fulfill his promise of letting it enjoy delicious food. Han Fu felt a bit disappointed with the Prime Essence feast. The taste was indeed top-notch, but it contained very little essence. After this meal, he might as well have meditated for half an hour. The key issue was the cost over 5,000. It was painfully expensive, but upon reflection, it did allow his core to absorb some essence, which was quite rare. If money weren't an issue, 5,000 per meal wouldn't be a big deal. It seems the only flaw with this feast is that I'm not wealthy enough. Back in his dormitory, Han Fu wasted no time and started meditating. After experiencing the cost-effectiveness of the essence feast, he felt the importance of meditation even more. However, today, just as he began, he felt a stir in his core. Focusing his mind, he noticed a faint glow from the divine wood seed, as if it had some message to convey. After much hesitation, Han Fu finally extended his consciousness towards the divine wood seed. An ancient and deep voice echoed in his mind, "Tomorrow at sunrise, I summon you all in the name of the divine wood for a council. Be prepared by noon. Newcomer, I must remind you that at noon, your consciousness will be summoned by the divine wood. To avoid physical harm, you should prepare in advance. May your starlight burn eternally. Han Fu sighed softly, thinking, what's meant to come will come. Han Fu had long anticipated meeting others bound by the sacred tree's contract, but the recent days of calm had caught him by surprise. Today, the fated moment finally arrived. Despite believing himself mentally prepared, Han Fu found his nerves still unsettled. As one chosen by the sacred tree, the last hope in this apocalyptic world, he assumed the others would be as kind-hearted as he was. However, the scholar-robed lady's specific warning trust no one made Han Fu start to question the sacred tree selection criteria. What frustrated Han Fu even more was his suspicion that he might be the weakest among them. Just having advanced to the novice level and already selected as the world's final hope was a paradox that left him both amused and exasperated. With a mind full of doubts, Han Fu spent a sleepless night. Thankfully, his enhanced mental strength meant that a night without sleep was no issue. At dawn, he went downstairs for a simple meal before returning to his room to wait. As the sun climbed to its peak at noon, Han Fu felt an indescribable summoning from within his core. In an unguarded moment, Han Fu's consciousness plunged into his core, irresistibly drawn to the sacred tree's seed. As before, he passed through the blazing golden canopy and arrived beneath the tree. 8 seeds were now emitting a brilliant light. Han Fu reached out to grasp the light orb before him. The sacred tree's trunk gradually faded, and figures outlined by light emerged, forming a circle. Determined to observe more and speak less, Han Fu remained silent. He counted carefully and found that including himself, there were 7 people. But he distinctly remembered there were 8 seeds. Looking closer, Han Fu noticed a portly man in a suit holding 2 light orbs, one in each hand. Han Fu's brow furrowed as a sense of foreboding gripped him. Had this man taken someone else's orb? At that moment, the scholar-robed lady spoke first. Chief, everyone is here. The chief, standing to Han Fu's left, responded softly. Han Fu turned to look at the chief, a bearded old man. His figure was hunched, one hand on a cane, the other holding a light orb. His thick beard nearly touched the ground, meticulously braided. Despite the old man's weak aura, Han Fu was surprised to see him as the chief, seemingly held in high regard. The chief began to speak, his voice slow and measured. Han Fu realized that the summoning he had felt earlier was from him. As you all can see, there's some bad news. The 8th seed of the sacred tree has descended, and we have a new member. Han Fu couldn't help but smile wryly. This old man, it's one thing not to welcome a newcomer, but calling it bad news? Does he want me to leave? The chief continued. However, we should still give a proper welcome to the new member and get to know each other. That's the purpose of today's gathering. Han Fu suddenly understood that bad news was that another sacred tree seed had descended. But as a byproduct, he was still worthy of a welcome. Let's follow the usual practice and introduce ourselves. I'll start. The old man paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Newcomer, I am the chief gardener here and a devotee of the sacred tree. I initiate and preside over the regular meetings. At least during these gatherings, you should follow my instructions and mind your words. You can call me the elder or, like the others, the chief. Fu Han didn't dare to speak. He merely bowed slightly to show he understood. The chief nodded slightly. Very well, let's continue in order. With that, he leaned on his cane and lowered his head as if entering a meditative state. Fu Han turned his gaze to the person beside the elder. To the elder's right sat the second in command, an exceptionally tall and burly man. His upper body was bare, the light accentuating his rugged muscles. His hair was disheveled and unkempt, but his aura was the strongest among them. Initially, Fu Han had mistaken him for the leader. After a moment, the burly man, under everyone's gaze, uttered a single word, pass. Fu Han was taken aback, and he heard a girl to his right stifle a laugh. He turned to look and saw a lively and cute girl with cat ears and a tail gently swaying behind her. Noticing his gaze, she quickly covered her mouth, but Fu Han could tell she was still chuckling. At this moment, the person to the right of the burly man, the third seat and the female scholar who had previously given Fu Han a reminder, spoke up. Let me introduce him. For someone who speaks so little, saying even one word is quite an achievement. Don't mind him. The silent one here is our most skilled in combat. If you have any questions about martial arts or fighting, feel free to ask him. He'll talk more when it comes to those topics. The silent one, arms crossed, nodded seriously, agreeing with the scholar's words. Fu Han instinctively felt that both the scholar and the silent one were good people, so he bowed slightly again in respect to the silent one. The scholar continued, I am the third seat, a scholar. If you have any questions about knowledge, you can discuss them with me. Of course, knowledge requires exchange. You can call me scholar. Fu Han quickly bowed again, and the scholar politely returned the gesture. At this moment, Fu Han felt a bit of joy. This place seemed to be one of communication, exchange, and mutual benefit. He began to realize the value of this place. Next, Fu Han turned his gaze to the fourth seat. The figure in the fourth seat wore a long robe and hood, exuding a very somber aura. Fu Han found the robe familiar, but couldn't immediately place it until the fourth seat began to speak. His voice was raspy and unpleasant. "Greetings, newcomer. I am a high priest of the Reaper. If you also believe in the gods of the stars, I will be very pleased. You can call me priest, high priest of the Reaper. Gods of the stars, believers?" Fu Han was utterly shocked. "Isn't that the old gods?" He screamed internally. "Damn! The sacred tree really doesn't discriminate, does it? Even the old gods are included?" Fuan finally understood why the scholar had repeatedly warned him to act cautiously. The group chosen by the divine tree was a diverse bunch with differing stances and even basic viewpoints that were hard to unify. In such a situation, caution was indeed the wisest choice. The priest who called himself the High Priest of Death bluntly revealed his identity and stance, a candor that took Fuan by surprise. While everyone else was secretive about their affiliations and motives, this priest was straightforward, even in such an environment, never missing a chance to mention the gods of the stars. Fuan suspected this might be due to his devout faith. Before Fuan could gather his thoughts, the chubby man with two glowing orbs beside the priest rudely mocked, calling him a charlatan would be more fitting. The girl next to him couldn't suppress a giggle. This comment completely ignited the priest's fury. He shouted, "You despicable, shameless merchant, daring to behave so insolently in my presence. Such audacity!" He then turned to Fuan, warning him sternly, "Newcomer, heed my words. Never trust a filthy merchant's words. Beware, or he will steal your powers and your divine tree seed." These words hit Fuan like a sledgehammer, causing a storm of thoughts. It wasn't the argument that startled him, but the information the priest revealed. First, as Fuan had suspected, the chubby man's divine tree seed was indeed taken from someone else. The notion that a contracted divine tree seed could be stolen was beyond Fuan's understanding. Even more shocking was the priest's apparent assumption that Fuan possessed some sort of power. The concept of powers was first mentioned to Fuan by Kikalu, who told him he possessed the power of the Star Forger, making him a Star Forger. This was Fuan's initial glimpse into his abilities, realizing that the black hole within his core might be some divine power, fundamentally different and more potent than ordinary beast-taming skills. It was then that Fuan understood others might also possess some divine power, and his golden finger wasn't unique. But today was Fuan's first time here, and the priest naturally assumed he had powers. Could this mean that everyone meeting under the tree had some power? Was this the criterion for being chosen by the divine tree? However, some questions remained unclear to Fuan. Can powers be equated with black holes? Are there different levels of powers? Even more alarming was the fact that the chubby man not only stole someone's divine tree seed, but also their powers. No wonder the scholar repeatedly warned Fuan to be cautious. This was no trivial matter. In contrast to the priest's rage, the chubby man remained extraordinarily calm. He shrugged and laughed. "Oh, the charlatan is getting worked up. Newcomer, don't mind this charlatan. He's been without a response from the god of death for a century, so he's a bit irritable. As for why I have two divine tree seeds, it's because a beauty willingly gave one to me." Humph. The priest realized he had lost his composure under the fat man's provocation. With a cold snort, he fell silent, trying to calm his inner rage. At that moment, the scholar suddenly spoke up, voluntarily, "Under your deceit, perhaps." As she said this, she looked directly at Fu Han, clearly using this as a way to remind him. Fu Han felt a surge of warmth at the scholar's kindness. The fat man immediately put on a hurt expression and said, "Oh, you're misunderstanding me deeply. Dear scholar, the beauty and I are truly in love." So she was completely willing. The scholar mercilessly retorted, "Oh, truly in love? Then how is the beauty doing now?" The girl next to Fu Han quickly chimed in, "Yeah, where's the beauty sister?" "You liar." "Meow." The fat man looked even more aggrieved. Even Miss Cat misunderstands me so deeply. My heart aches." "Heh." The scholar sneered again. "Heartache? More like your core is in pain. I warned you before, you can't digest the beauty's power. Feeling the backlash now, aren't you?" The fat man seemed stung by her words and fell silent for a moment. Finally, he spoke again, still sounding aggrieved. "Chief, look at them." At this point, the elder, who had been meditating for a long time, slowly opened his eyes. He tapped the ground lightly with his cane, and Fu Han immediately felt a powerful aura of authority emanating from the elder. The elder spoke. "Silence. Let him introduce himself." Everyone immediately quieted down. The fat man's face lit up with a hint of joy as he quickly said, "Newcomer, you can call me the merchant. My company's business spans across all regions and sectors of the Alliance. I'm eagerly looking for partners like you. I just thought of a very promising project and I can invest 1 billion in it. We can discuss the details later. Are you interested?" So, the merchant was a capitalist of the alliance. No wonder he clashed with the priest from the old gods faction. Fu Han thought to himself, not interested at all. He quickly shook his head. The priest couldn't help but laugh. The merchant snapped. What are you laughing at, you charlatan? The priest ignored him, turning his head away, still in a good mood. The elder spoke again. Continue. Oh meow, the girl next to Fu Han waved at him. Hello, newcomer. I'm Little Cat. I'm pretty useless. Can't do anything right, meow. The last hope rests with you all, meow. Good luck, meow. Fu Han was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Is this allowed? That's fantastic. Can I slack off too? After Little Cat finished her introduction, everyone's eyes turned to Fu Han. He thought to himself, I've heard enough for today. Time to make my exit. He tried to release the light orb in his hand, but was shocked to find it seemed glued to him. After a couple more shakes, he finally realized he couldn't break free. Newcomer? The scholar called softly. Hee hee. Fu Han chuckled awkwardly. Well, I'm just useless. You don't have to pay attention to me. Just go on with your conversation as if I'm not here. Everyone was slightly taken aback, and the scholar couldn't help but laugh. The elder tapped the ground with his cane and said sternly, Newcomer, you are now the 8th seed of the Yuki people. Be serious. Fu Han felt bitter inside. Why don't you tell the little cat to be serious? Newcomers always get bullied. At this moment, the scholar smiled and said, Newcomer, you're not useless at all. Your abilities are quite special and very useful to everyone here. Fu Han was stunned. It seemed the scholar had the ability to perceive others' powers. But he cried out in his heart, Big sister, don't sell me out. Damn. Just then, the merchant chimed in. If you find it troublesome, you could consider selling your abilities to me, along with the divine wood seed. How about 10 billion? Or 20 billion? Shares work too. You can just enjoy life afterward. The priest scoffed coldly. How clumsy. Do you think he'll believe you? The merchant immediately retorted. Fair trade. Any issues? All right, let him speak. The scholar interrupted the impending argument and turned to Fu Han. Newcomer, you should give yourself a code name like we did. Fu Han was slightly taken aback, thinking, do I have to come up with another name? Fu Han's first thought for a code name was Star Forger, but he immediately dismissed it. Even though the scholars might already know about his powers, Fu Han decided it was too risky to reveal himself. Noticing that others had chosen ambiguous code names, he decided to go in the opposite direction. After a moment of thought, Fu Han spoke. You can call me the outsider. As soon as he finished speaking, the light outlining his figure began to shift. The blurry silhouette gradually took on a clear form, revealing an ordinary young man. Jeans, a t-shirt, sneakers, and a baseball cap. This look, which allowed him to blend into the crowd, was exactly what Fu Han wanted. A small cat was the first to welcome him. Meow, welcome, outsider. The others echoed the sentiment. Even the usually silent seeker nodded in acknowledgement. An imposing elder took the floor. Welcome, outsider. Let me introduce us. We call ourselves the Arborians, chosen by the solar tree and blessed with its seeds. The solar tree cares for all life, selecting people regardless of their stance, attitude, or status. He continued, in the face of the end barrier crisis, these differences don't matter. I've gathered everyone here to exchange information, knowledge, and resources, hoping to preserve a glimmer of life when the end barrier arrives. Fu Han realized that it was the elder who had convened the meeting, not the solar tree itself. The elder added, you can choose to contribute to the solar council or just observe for now. Feel free to listen before making a decision. With that, he closed his eyes to rest. The small cat eagerly raised a paw. Scholar sister. I want to know if the outsider is stronger than me? The scholar smiled. The outsider is much stronger than you, little cat. Keep working hard. The small cat was instantly dejected. Meow. Why am I always at the bottom? Fu Han was surprised to find that the members' abilities varied greatly. The elder sighed. You've been with us for 2.5 years and have made no progress in your abilities. You're too lax. The small cat defended herself. Meow. I have gotten stronger. My luck has been good lately, and I should be able to contract my second star beast soon. Fu Han picked up on several key details. The small cat had only one star beast, likely a seed of the divine tree. She hadn't reached first-class starlight in 2.5 years, and she needed to upgrade her rank to contract a second star beast. These insights made Fu Han re-evaluate his standing within the group. The merchant gently suggested, Miss Cat, if you find it troublesome to increase your strength, I could arrange for some primordial essence. The small cat firmly refused. No. The priest turned to Fu Han. Outsider. Which deity grants you your powers? Judging by your attire, you seem to be from the Alliance. If you're interested, I can tell you more about the stories behind your powers. Realizing that his allegiance had been easily identified, Fu Han cautiously replied, actually, my powers might not be of much help to you, so it's probably best not to mention them. The atmosphere grew tense, and everyone looked to the scholar. The scholar pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, I understand, stranger. I can offer you an ancient piece of knowledge in exchange for a favor in the future. I believe this knowledge will help you better utilize your powers. Fu Han thought to himself that the scholar's power was likely his extraordinary insight. He cautiously asked, how can I be sure that the knowledge you give me will be useful? The scholar smiled and replied, this ancient knowledge will teach you various methods of forming soul contracts. Fu Han was shocked. Is there really such a thing? Fu Han's understanding of soul contracts was limited to the soul link contract he acquired when his beast master talent awakened. This contract was straightforward. The beast master exchanged starlight for the assistance of star beasts. In his mind, a soul contract was simply this specific link contract, and the academy had never mentioned any other types. However, the scholar's words unveiled a broader world, exciting Fu Han immensely. The Solar Council seemed to hold unknown secrets. Fu Han tried to contain his excitement and responded cautiously, we can give it a try. If it works for me, I can assist you within my capabilities. But how will you impart this knowledge? The scholar smiled and explained that she could transfer knowledge and information directly through her powers, or act as an intermediary. She reminded Fu Han that as a transfer fee, she would be aware of the content being conveyed. As she spoke, the light orb in her hand began to emit a blue glow, spreading to the light orb in Fu Han's hand. Fu Han felt a peculiar sensation, as if something was about to touch his soul. The scholar handed over a contract, stipulating that Fu Han accept this soul touch to gain ancient knowledge. Astonished by this new type of soul contract, Fu Han accepted without hesitation. The touch was fleeting, and the blue light merged into Fu Han's light orb. Instantly, information flooded his mind. This ancient knowledge was essentially a detailed explanation of the usage of true words, a small part of a vast knowledge system. It introduced the effects of 3 common soul contracts and detailed the formulation of the soul touch contract. This contract was far more intricate than the soul link contract with star beasts, yet more elegant and lightweight. It could establish a temporary, mild soul connection, enabling communication between souls. More importantly, the contract conditions could be flexibly replaced, making it highly practical. Fu Han realized that this contract greatly enhanced his Starforger powers. He could use it to establish temporary connections with star beasts, not only imparting skills but also imprinting the beast's skills. He could even help others train their star beasts. Fu Han finally understood his potential as a utility person. However, amidst his joy, Fu Han also noticed the scholar's cunning. The information she conveyed also introduced 2 other types of soul contracts, the time-limited link and the contract termination negotiation. But these 2 contracts were only briefly described without specific usage methods. Fu Han realized this was the scholar's strategy, waiting for him to inquire further and raise the stakes. Despite his displeasure, Fu Han remained calm and responded, yes, it is indeed useful. When you need it, I can use my powers to help you once. He deliberately avoided mentioning the other 2 contracts. The scholar replied calmly, all right, while inwardly pondering Fu Han's composure. This exchange drew the attention of others, especially the little cat. She keenly realized the value of the outsider's abilities and proactively offered, meow. I can also help the outsider in exchange for a favor, okay? Meow. Fu Han was a bit surprised. You don't even know what I can do. The little cat confidently replied, but the scholar's sister knows, and she's never wrong. Meow. But I still don't know what you can do? Fu Han asked curiously. I can see your luck, and that's crucial information, the little cat explained. Fu Han became interested. Let's talk privately then. The little cat jumped up excitedly. All right. Meow. Chief, please help us. Meow. The elder quietly agreed, and the 2 figures began to move away from the crowd. Soon, a thick fog enveloped them. In the mist, the little cat said seriously, outsider, you need to be careful. Meow. Your luck was very good recently, and you must have benefited a lot, right? But your luck is about to take a downturn, and you're going to face a lot of bad luck. So be very careful. Fu Han frowned at the thought of the upcoming journey to the faulted treasure vault. Is there any way to counteract it? Counteract what? Meow? The little cat asked, puzzled. Realizing his slip, Fu Han rephrased. I mean, is there any way to avoid this bad luck? The little cat answered earnestly, meow. Bad luck can't be avoided. It's determined by your fate line, which is complex and influenced by others. I suggest you hide and sleep until the bad luck passes. At worst, you'll just have nightmares. Fu Han was speechless, thinking that not going to the faulted treasure vault might be the worst luck of all. Suddenly, the little cat exclaimed, oh no. Meow. What happened? Fu Han asked nervously. By telling you about your luck, it has become worse. Meow. Sometimes it can get better, but this time it got worse. Meow. the little cat said regretfully. What? Just by knowing it, my luck gets worse? Fu Han asked in shock. Meow. I forgot to tell you, fate changes when it's observed. So, not knowing can be better. Meow. The little cat added. Fu Han was stunned, internally cursing. Damn, why didn't you say that earlier? When destiny is observed, it's bound to change, and that's just absurd. Fu Han silently grumbled, frowning slightly. He looked at the fluffy kitten and thought, if seeing it changes it, then why look at it in the first place? The kitten, seemingly oblivious to the unreliability of her powers, tilted her head and asked with sparkling eyes, so, how is it? Did my power help you, Meow? Fu Han suppressed the urge to complain and forced a smile. It did help. In truth, he was screaming inside. It made things worse. But faced with such an adorable kitten, he could only choose to forgive. That's great, Meow. The kitten happily swayed her tail. Can you tell me what your power is, Meow? I promise to keep it a secret, Meow. Fu Han fell into deep thought. He recalled scholars openly discussing their powers, realizing that in this circle, powers weren't exactly secrets. However, after careful consideration, he decided to remain cautious. Information is leverage, and he needed to ensure he could gain the most from future negotiations. Thinking back to his dealings with the scholars, Fu Han felt a wave of helplessness. At that time, he knew nothing about the soul touch contract law and was completely at a disadvantage. The Academy and the Alliance deliberately concealed the existence of other contract laws, leaving him no choice but to accept the scholars' terms. Now, Fu Han realized he finally had the upper hand. Others knew nothing about his power, while the scholars showed great interest. This was his chance, and he decided to maintain an air of mystery and wait for the right moment. Fu Han calculated silently. As long as they need to enhance their star beast strength, they will have an endless demand for my abilities. I need to stay patient and wait for an offer I can't refuse before considering any deals. Returning to the present, Fu Han gently told the kitten, I can't tell you my power right now, but I will owe you a favor in the future. Meow, wow, I'm really looking forward to it, Meow. The kitten bounced excitedly. But don't forget, because I might forget. Meow. You remember. Okay. Meow. Amused by her innocent charm, Fu Han nodded. Don't worry, I won't forget, he added silently, but what kind of favor? That depends on my mood. As for luck, Fu Han sighed. He could only leave it to fate. After all, his recent streak of good luck had run out, and a downturn was only natural. The conversation ended, and the kitten spoke to the void. Chief, we're done talking. The mist surrounding them gradually dissipated, and they slowly returned to the tree. As soon as Fu Han steadied himself, the priest eagerly spoke up. Stranger, I'd like to have a private chat about your power too. The merchant followed closely, his tone urgent. Stranger, buddy, we're on the same side. Talk to me first. Oomph. Despicable merchant. I spoke first, the priest grumbled. Ridiculous. You, an old god worshipper. Let's see if the stranger even acknowledges you, the merchant retorted sharply. Just as the tension between the two reached its peak, the old man struck the ground heavily with his staff and commanded, silence. Once the two had quieted down, the old man turned to Fu Han and kindly asked, Stranger, who would you like to speak with first? Fu Han politely declined. Chief, I don't wish to engage in any more discussions for now. My capabilities are limited, and I've already promised to help the previous two. I have no energy left to offer my powers. Perhaps another time. The merchant and the priest both looked disappointed, especially seeing the little cat's excited expression, which made them even more eager. Unable to contain himself, the merchant tried again. Stranger, let's set aside your powers for now. How about we discuss some investments? I can provide money, a team, resources, and technology. Fu Han felt a surge of caution. The last person he wanted to deal with was the merchant. Besides, any transaction, whether through the Beastmaster account or cash, posed a risk of exposing his identity. He decided to refuse outright. Money seems to be the least of my concerns. Sorry, Mr. Merchant. The merchant, undeterred, continued. Well then, is there any rare item you're interested in? We can keep an eye out for you. Fu Han inwardly cursed the merchant's persistence but responded politely. I can't think of anything at the moment. If something comes to mind, I'll be sure to let everyone know. Seeing the merchant at a loss, the priest seized the opportunity to speak. Stranger, I have been fortunate enough to gain some powers of the death god. If you have any related needs, feel free to ask me directly. Fu Han replied courteously. Thank you, I appreciate it. But inwardly he thought, this old fox. Who knows what the death god's powers entail? Since you're not saying, I won't ask, let's just leave it at that. As the conversation waned, the room fell into silence. The scholar, the little cat, and Fu Han had all gained something, while the merchant and the priest had tried their best. The silent one and the old man remained quiet. Breaking the silence, The old man spoke, very well. It seems everyone has been introduced. Stranger, if you have any urgent needs in the future, you can come here and call my name through the sacred tree seed, and I will pass on your message. Fu Han quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He sensed a faint smile on the old man's face. The old man continued, additionally, I will summon everyone here at noon on the last day of each month. If there are any urgent matters, I will notify you in advance as I did today. Be prepared. Understood. Fu Han nodded in agreement. Is there anything else anyone wishes to say? If not, we shall conclude today's meeting, the old man asked, looking around. Just as everyone thought the meeting was about to end, the priest suddenly spoke up. I have one more thing to say. Hearing that the priest had something to say, everyone quieted down and focused their attention on him. The priest turned to the taciturn one, his voice low and serious. Lord Taciturn, I have delved deeper into the matter we discussed last time. Their movements are significant, and their intentions must be grand. Most crucially, I discovered they have mobilized a cloud whale. The usually reticent taciturn one uttered a rare sound, his brows knitted together, clearly deeply concerned about the matter. Fu Han was filled with confusion. What was the matter they discussed last time? Who are they? And what does mobilizing a cloud whale imply? He pondered silently, thinking the priest seemed a bit like a double agent. Before Fu Han could sort out his thoughts, the priest sighed and added, in any case, everyone must be extremely cautious. The corrupt cult acts with madness and unpredictability. With such significant movements this time, it likely means another catastrophe. Alas, may the god of death mercifully guide them to their final rest. The atmosphere in the council room grew tense, and even the merchants who usually clashed with the priest refrained from making snide remarks. Fu Han still had many questions in his mind. He knew little about the old god's legends and was even more perplexed by the priest's words. However, he vaguely felt that this priest seemed to be a righteous person. He would have to investigate the details privately. Alas, the elder sighed deeply, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I must remind you all once again, please do everything in your power to strengthen yourselves. When the end comes, how much strength will we need to protect a sanctuary and provide a refuge for the living? I do not know, but one thing is certain, the more strength, the better. Let us encourage each other, and may the starlight burn ever bright. May the starlight burn ever bright. Everyone responded in unison. Fu Han also echoed, may the starlight burn ever bright. Afterward, everyone released the light spheres in their hands, and their figures gradually faded away. Seeing this, Fu Han quickly followed suit, his consciousness swiftly retreating inward. In the center of the southern continent of the star-awakening land, the largest city-state of the starry faith, the city of divine slumber stood tall and proud. At this moment, in an imposing mansion adjacent to the central sanctuary in the upper district, a long-lashed girl was sitting at her desk, slowly opening her eyes. Following her usual routine, she tilted her head back to gaze at the starry sky on the ceiling and began to pray to the god of wisdom. This was a common practice among the followers of the starry faith, decorating the ceiling to resemble the night sky. The ceiling of the girl's study was made of dark glass, adorned with variously sized luminescent stones arranged to mirror the actual night sky. The brighter stars were represented by larger stones, while the dimmer ones were shown with smaller ones. These stones, powered by star energy, glowed continuously, day and night. Anyone with a basic understanding of starry faith theology could tell that the ceiling in the girl's study mimicked the star domain of the god of wisdom. After finishing her prayer, the girl blinked her large, twinkling eyes and looked down at her desk. The wide, cluttered surface was a mix of heavy ancient books, coffee, and snacks. A white squirrel with glasses was adding sugar cubes to the coffee, one cube into the coffee, one into its mouth, repeating this process 3 times. The white squirrel gently swished its tail, causing the ancient book beside it to turn a page on its own. It stared intently at the page, reaching for another sugar cube. Isn't that enough? You've already had one, the girl said anxiously. The white squirrel looked up at the girl, still grabbing the sugar cube and popping it into its mouth. I'm just getting it for myself. The girl shook her head helplessly, stirring her coffee with a small spoon. I envy you. You never gain weight no matter how much you eat. The white squirrel put down the ancient book, took off its glasses, and came to the girl's side. I'm not really eating it, just tasting the flavor. So, did you manage to get anything out of him? Ugh. The girl groaned, slumping into her chair. There was no chance. You have no idea? That guy was so seasoned for his first meeting, like he had thousands of tricks up his sleeve. Neither the merchants nor the priests could do anything about him. Oh, the white squirrel asked with interest. Tell me more. The girl then recounted everything that had happened at the Solar Council to the white squirrel. After listening, the white squirrel commented, so, in a way, you helped him. Yes, the girl said regretfully. I just thought his power was too useful, and in my haste, I offered a trade. If it were my mother, she wouldn't have been so hasty. Do you think I've been found out? The white squirrel shook its head. No, she would have helped too, but her motives would have been different. So I came across as mysterious, huh? The girl asked with delight. The white squirrel nodded. A lucky hit, perhaps. The girl suddenly understood and then said, but we did get some useful information. He probably doesn't know the origins of his power either. Yes. The white squirrel nodded in agreement. The Alliance has certainly kept that knowledge tightly sealed. The girl sighed. But uncovering the significance of his power is something we'll have to do ourselves. I took a closer look just now, and his power might be even more complete than the chief's. It's terrifying. If only you could take a look. I'm very curious too. The white squirrel nodded slowly. At this moment, the girl stood up and picked up a bell from the table, giving it a light shake. Soon, a maid entered, bowing. Miss, has Dwanching been here? What did the ecclesiastical court say? The girl asked. He has, Mississippi. He said the ecclesiastical court refused your request. The maid replied. I see. You may go, the girl said thoughtfully. After the maid left, the white squirrel sighed. They're doing it on purpose. The girl nodded. Let them be. Things are different now. As long as the outsider is willing to help, my power will grow stronger too. Then I'll deal with them. With that, she stormed out. Where are you going? The white squirrel asked hurriedly. To make trouble at the ecclesiastical court, the girl replied without looking back. What? Didn't you say you'd deal with them later? Hasn't some time passed already? The girl responded without turning her head. After releasing the light orb, Fu Han quickly withdrew his consciousness back to his core. Star Weasel Kikalu was sitting upright on top of the divine tree seed, waiting for Fu Han's return. Wow, where did you go? You left in a flash and came back just as quickly. Kikalu asked curiously. Fu Han didn't answer directly but instead asked, do you think you could keep up with me? Maybe when Kikalu turns 9? Several thousand years later. Huh? Never mind then. Fu Han explained. I was taken to participate in the world's Last Hope conference. Sounds like fun. Kikalu said excitedly. Fu Han sighed. It's alright, but it would have been better if you could come along. Kikalu will go with you when she's 9. After thinking for a moment, Fu Han suggested. If you want to improve quickly, maybe I can teach you some skills. Ugh. Kikalu sighed. But I probably can't take in any more skills. Fu Han was taken aback by this and immediately tried to teach her. Sure enough, Kikalu couldn't learn any new skills. He couldn't determine whether the skills were unsuitable or if she genuinely couldn't absorb any more. Let's talk about it later, Fu Han said, leaving Kikalu behind and returning to the real world. Back in the real world, the first thing Fu Han did was check the terminal for the time. About half an hour had passed, but it felt like over an hour to him. He couldn't be sure if there was a time disparity between the two worlds or if his perception was off. The exact reason didn't matter much. Fu Han just needed a rough understanding of the time difference to avoid any mishaps. Then, Fu Han noticed message notifications on the terminal. Both Mu Qi and Songjia had sent messages. Songjia's message was brief, almost as if he couldn't be bothered to type. Let's meet tonight. You, me, Chenzi, Yi Miao. Fu Han didn't reply. He frowned, distractedly staring at his phone screen. His mind was still buzzing with questions from the Sun Council meeting, and he was eager to visit the Grand Scholar to look up some information. He decided to wait and see before making any decisions. Just then, a message from Mu Qi popped up. Fu Han knew he couldn't ignore this one and quickly replied. Not at the hospital, in the dorm. Before long, there was a rapid knock on the door. Fu Han opened it to find Mu Qi standing there, disheveled and covered in dirt, clearly having rushed over without taking a moment to clean up. Have you given up already? Mu Qi asked the moment he stepped inside, his voice filled with urgency and concern. Fu Han snapped back. Give me a break. I'm fine, not injured. I made up that story with Professor Chu to cover my tracks. Damn. Mu Qi cursed. I was worried you might die and no one would even know. Despite Mu Qi's harsh words, Fu Han felt a warm sense of camaraderie. He grabbed Mu Qi's shoulder in a half-joking manner and said, well, that's why I have you, my good brother. Mu Qi pushed Fu Han away in mock irritation. Cut it out. Fake brother. You were off with some beauty during the survival class, leaving us all in the dust. You even won first place and played it low-key. Did you get the girl? Fu Han quickly waved his hands, trying to explain. It wasn't like that. I just wanted to earn some money, but then she saved my life, so I couldn't take her money anymore. I heard you were wandering around the rainforest looking for me too. This only made Mu Qi more annoyed. Don't get me started. I ran into several groups who said you were looking for me, but I never found you. It was so frustrating. Fu Han tried to calm him down. No worries, I owe you one this time. I'll find a way to get you a second star beast. To Fu Han's surprise, Mu Qi grinned smugly. Haha, you better get me a third one. I already got my second. Check it out. With that, he summoned his newly contracted second star beast. Fu Han looked closely and exclaimed in delight, "Wow, impressive." Mukai's second star beast was a young carnivorous plant, a rare plant-type star beast. Carnivorous plants are among the top predators, using their vines to capture insects in their juvenile stage. After devouring its prey, it gains the ability to mimic their appearance, using this as bait to catch more prey and grow stronger. At a certain stage, even beast tamers become its targets. Fu Han carefully examined the young plant, mentally calculating its stats. Species composite rating of 397, elite level. In the controlled breeding area, encountering such a powerful carnivorous plant was rare. In some ways, it was even more dangerous than a multi-headed dragon, because while the dragon's pit was only deadly if you messed with it, a high-level carnivorous plant was extremely lethal to an unsuspecting beast tamer. Mu Qi excitedly recounted the process of contracting with the young plant, explaining how he discovered it thanks to his innate affinity with plant elements. Without this talent, they might have faced serious trouble. Once the carnivorous plant was discovered, it became much easier to deal with. After defeating it, Mu Qi successfully bonded with the young plant. Fu Han listened, calculating in his mind. The young carnivorous plant was just a step away from becoming a lord-level beast, making it a top-tier elite star beast. Once it reached a higher level, it would undoubtedly become a lord-level star beast, making it highly valuable to cultivate. The only minor drawback was that it needed to be fed live prey, which made it a bit troublesome to raise. However, this shouldn't be a big problem for Mu Qi. It just meant his father might have to work harder to earn more money. Fu Han considered helping Mu Qi enhance the young carnivorous plant skills. But the matter of powers was a life-or-death issue, and he dared not take it lightly. Fu Han owned multiple star beasts with unique forms, including some legendary ones. If people found out, it might cause some trouble, but exposing his power as a star forger was a matter of life and death. He had seen firsthand someone being stripped of their powers and divine seeds at a council meeting. Therefore, even for a close friend like Mu Qi, Fu Han didn't dare to reveal his secret easily. It wasn't that he feared betrayal, but he worried that others with ill intentions might end up harming Mu Qi. Besides, Fu Han wasn't yet fully familiar with the new contract law. He planned to understand it thoroughly first, and then see if there was a discreet way to help Mu Qi. Seeing that Fu Han was safe, Mu Qi finally felt relieved, and fatigue soon washed over him. This survival lesson had exhausted him. He waved goodbye and headed back to wash up and sleep. After Mu Qi left, Fu Han also headed out, making his way straight to the library. However, when he reached the top floor of the library, he was told that Scholar Yi was out. Known as the resident spirit of the library's top floor, it was rare for Scholar Yi to be absent. Reflecting on this, Fu Han thought the issue might not be with the scholar but with his own declining luck. He couldn't help but think sarcastically, "My luck is so bad it even drove away the resident spirit." With the scholar absent, Fu Han had no choice but to head downstairs. If he couldn't access the scholar's rare books, he could still browse the regular books on the lower floors, right? So, until nightfall, Fu Han stayed in the library, poring over various books in search of clues about ancient theology. His efforts paid off. Some basic theological materials gave Fu Han new insights into the situation in the Solar Council. For instance, he found a description of the god of death. In the theological legends of the Starry Faith, at the dawn of the Age of Gods, during the Star Wars, the god of death and his apostles didn't focus on fighting. Instead, they concentrated on healing the wounds caused by the war. The chaos resulted in massive casualties. After death, bodies would be corrupted by the god of decay, rotting and spreading disease, causing even more death. But if handled properly, the god of decay cannot take advantage, and the key is timeliness. Imagine a scenario where war, famine, disaster, and plague strike simultaneously, resulting in more dead than living. In such a situation, how can we effectively and promptly deal with the deceased? The answer lies in making the dead move on their own. The god of death, who has the power to control the deceased, sends his apostles to gather the bodies and perform radiant burials, significantly reducing the risk of disease to the living. The god of death is not only compassionate but also guides the departed, allowing the living to enjoy peace. According to the teachings of the Starry Faith, the god of death is responsible for both handling the bodies and guiding the souls of the deceased, ensuring they do not get lost among the stars and become wandering celestial bodies. Everyone faces death eventually. No one wants their body to rot and be infested with maggots. Everyone hopes that their soul will not wander aimlessly in the galaxy. Ideally, the god of death would guide their soul to the realm of the god of grace. At the very least, they hope not to end up in the realm of the god of decay. This belief has made the god of death one of the most revered deities in the celestial pantheon. Fu Han had a hard time finding this piece of theological lore. Interestingly, the author of the book recorded this legend to criticize the Starry Faith for deceiving people. He argued that the idea of souls returning to the galaxy was nonsense, intended only to emphasize the god's powers and attract worshippers. Fu Han had no particular opinion on this matter. However, he gleaned an important piece of information from the narrative. The god of death and the god of decay seemed to have a strained, if not hostile, relationship. This explained why, during today's Solar Council, no one opposed the priest when he publicly betrayed the decay faith. It seemed the priest was not a traitor, but rather loyal to his deity. With this bit of information, the afternoon hadn't been wasted. The only problem was that Fu Han's luck was not great. The book had been on a front shelf, yet he had passed by it dozens of times, wasting an entire afternoon. Realizing his luck was on a decline, Fu Han tried to calm himself down. At least he had found something. He couldn't be too picky. Just as he was about to leave, Fu Han's terminal beeped again. He opened it to find a message from Songjia. Center Road, Bald Bar. Fu Han muttered to himself. What kind of name is that? Does drinking there make you lose your hair? Fuan wasn't sure if drinking at the Bald Bar would cause hair loss. As he left the library, a light drizzle started to fall, making him feel uneasy. Though his head didn't actually swell, the rain was enough to make him feel quite miserable. I need to get moving, or this could turn into a real problem, Fuan thought, quickening his pace as he left the school and flagged down a taxi to head straight to Central Road. By the time he arrived at his destination, the rain had intensified dramatically. To his surprise, the Bald Bar was located in a basement. Despite the high value of land in Dongdalu of Zhuxing City, the old buildings here commanded steep rents. Fuan descended the stairs, noticing several workers busy stacking sandbags. Don't worry, come on in, we've got it covered. It won't flood inside, they called out as they worked. Although Fuan felt a bit uneasy, their earnest efforts convinced him to go in. The bar's interior was uniquely decorated, with soft, mesmerizing music playing. As soon as Fuan entered, he saw Songjia and the others waving at him. The owner himself brought over a pint of stout, and Fuan couldn't help but take a closer look despite the bar's name. The bald owner had a full head of hair. Before Fuan could ask about it, Chunzi enthusiastically raised his glass. Let's have a drink first. Fuan downed half of his beer in one gulp, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. It turned out that before Fuan arrived, the group had been using the owner's tarot cards to predict their fortunes. Chunzi claimed that the tarot cards here were exceptionally accurate, which was why they had chosen this spot to see what luck awaited them on their upcoming trip. The results were promising for Chanzi, Yi Miao, and Songjia. They invited Fuan to give it a try, but he shook his head repeatedly. Fate tends to change when it's observed. No thanks, I'll pass. Just then, the owner brought out a plate of grilled skewers. Hearing Fuan's words, he remarked, "This young man knows his stuff." The others looked at Fuan in surprise. Wow, you know about this too? Fuan thought, lessons learned the hard way stick with you. Changing the subject, he said, let's dig into the meat. Come on, try the house specialty. Everyone grabbed a skewer, and Fuan picked up a tantalizing beef skewer. Just as he was about to take a bite, a drop of water fell from the ceiling, landing right on his meat. Looking up, Fuan saw that the entire ceiling was soaked. Damn, it's leaking, he shouted, and just then, a section of the ceiling gave way, sending a torrent of water pouring down. Thanks to Fuan's warning, they all managed to dodge the water, but their table full of grilled meat and drinks was ruined. The owner rushed over, cursing, "Damn it! Is the rain gutter broken again?" He angrily ripped off his wig and threw it to the ground, repeatedly apologizing to Fuan and his friends. Only then did Fuan realize he really was bald after all. With water leaking everywhere, the owner had no choice but to close the bar and waive everyone's bill. The gathering ended abruptly. As they left the bar, Chinzi remarked, "Looks like the owner's tarot cards aren't so accurate after all. We didn't have much luck tonight." Songjie chimed in, "Didn't Fu Han say that once you divine, things will change?" Fu Han thought to himself, "Blame me, huh? Blame me? What a pity. I only had one skewer of grilled meat." Yi Miao complained. Fu Han thought, "Count yourself lucky. I only got a whiff of it." Chunzi reassured them, "No worries, we'll gather at another place after we get back from the Rift Treasure Vault." Everyone else agreed. While waiting for the bus, Songjie filled everyone in on the selection process. Apparently, the overall performance in the survival course fell short of the Academy's expectations, so they decided to cut down the number of exploration team members. Most of the group seemed to have secured their spots and would be exploring together. Songjia also suggested that they practice their teamwork over the next few days if they had time. This made Fu Han uneasy, worrying that his recent streak of bad luck might drag them down. In the end, Songjia arranged for a car from his family's dojo to take everyone back to the academy. When Fu Han reached his dorm room, he realized he had lost his keys. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Fortunately, Kikalu was there. It slipped through the door crack and opened it from the inside. As soon as Fu Han got inside, the rain outside stopped. He muttered to himself, "Was the rain just for me?" Fu Han contacted Songjia and found out that the keys were left in the car. He would bring them tomorrow when they met up. Lying in bed, Fu Han felt utterly exhausted. Nothing had gone right all day. Although they were all minor issues, the constant setbacks were driving him crazy. He messaged Mu Qi, asking, "Do you have any potion to restore luck?" Mu Qi replied, "If you find some, get me 2 bottles." Resigned, Fu Han closed his eyes to rest and calm down. At that moment, Kikulu flew to his chest and said, "Fu Han, why are you so upset? You can tell Kikulu your troubles, and Kikulu will help you." Fu Han suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Kikulu, my luck has been terrible lately. Do you have any way to change it?" Kikulu thought for a while, then replied, "Changing luck is something only gods can do. As for me, let me think. I do have a skill." Hearing this, Fu Han's eyes lit up. Can gods really change luck? Of course. The cat god, for instance. Kikulu said excitedly. Fu Han had a revelation. I see. Little cats possess the powers of the cat god. That must be it. So, if her star level increases, she might gain the ability to change luck. Just like how I can imprint skills from star fragments as my star level rises. In other words, she's got potential. Fu Han wanted to ask Kikulu more about theology, but it said it couldn't remember. Still, Kikulu did recall a skill that could help Fu Han, called Karmic Foresight. This is an epic-level psychic skill that allows star beasts to vaguely foresee future events, helping them avoid enemy attacks in advance. As a star spirit favored by the gods, Kikulu's foresight extends even further when she uses this ability. If Fu Han consults Kikulu before taking action, she can help him avoid some losses. Although he's unsure how effective this ability will be, Fu Han decides to give it a try. "Kikulu, should I rinse my mouth?" Fu Han asked. Kikulu wagged her tail. "No, you shouldn't." Fu Han raised an eyebrow and thought, "Let's see what happens then." He cautiously walked to the bathroom, picked up his toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste onto it, and filled a cup with water. Everything seemed normal. He started brushing his teeth, and everything appeared to be fine. Just as he let his guard down, he suddenly felt his shoes getting wet. Looking down, he saw that the bottom of the ceramic cup in his hand had inexplicably cracked wide open, spilling water all over his feet. "Damn! I should have taken off my shoes and socks first," Fu Han thought angrily. After removing his soaked shoes and socks and putting on slippers, Fu Han asked Kikulu again, "So, should I check out the trading post or the legendary vault?" Kikulu wiggled her tail. "Check the trading post first, or you'll miss out." Fu Han quickly rushed to his bedside and grabbed his terminal. Fu Han stood in front of the trading house, his brow slightly furrowed. His account held only a few thousand star coins, far from enough to buy his desired star shards. Despite this, his favorites list was already filled with various star shards, waiting for the day he could buy them all at once. Just then, Fu Han's terminal lit up, displaying an unexpected windfall. A 150,000 star coin reward from survival class, combined with 300,000 star coins from selling star shards to Cangjie, totaling 450,000 star coins. His eyes immediately brightened. The trip to the fractured treasury is imminent. "It's time to boost my strength," Fu Han muttered, his fingers swiftly gliding over the terminal. Kikulu's voice chimed in at the right moment. "You'd better check the trading house first." Fu Han nodded in agreement and quickly opened his favorites list. His eyes scanned through the numerous star shards, finally stopping at a set of Titan Bear shards. There were 9 second-tier Titan Bear shards, each priced at 110,000, slightly above market value. Greedy merchants, Fu Han grumbled. But he knew his luck had been poor lately. Just being able to buy them was fortunate enough. Without hesitation, he quickly clicked to purchase and grabbed 4 of them in one go. The moment he completed the transaction, the remaining 5 shards were also snapped up by other buyers. Fu Han realized he had narrowly beaten other buyers to this sought-after stock. Titan Bears, the first evolution of the Titan Bear lineage, evolved from Titan Cubs at the second-tier star level. They possessed the universal mid-tier skill Fu Han coveted Gigantify. This skill could exponentially increase a star beast's size, enhancing its overall strength, with the only drawback being its high energy consumption. Fu Han calculated. Using traditional methods to teach this skill to his 3 combat star beasts would require 300,000 per 10 attempts for each beast, without a guarantee of success. Now, he could get all 3 beasts to learn it for just 440,000. This deal was definitely worth it. Relieved, Fu Han then worried. "Will there be any issues with transporting my star shards?" Kikulu shook her head. "That's too far for me to know." Fu Han sighed and asked, "Is it okay if I go to the legendary treasury to exchange items now?" Receiving Kikulu's affirmative response, Fu Han reopened his terminal. He had only 1 legendary contribution point and unhesitatingly exchanged it for Essence of Origin. After the exchange, Fu Han still couldn't stay idle and wanted to test the new contract method he had learned. But under Kikulu's stern warning, he had to give up. "Can I at least teach my star beasts new skills?" Fu Han asked. Kikulu nodded. "That you can do any time. Fu Han pondered. Teaching skills in the core seemed unaffected by luck, which was good news. He took out the fairy nectar given by Chia. This nectar not only had excellent mental recovery effects, but also worked quickly. The only downside was that it was quite intoxicating. Chia had given him a generous amount, 3 sealed vials and a filled water tank, all of significant value. Fu Han began considering which skills to enhance. He decided to strengthen the implant skill of his jade hand. His experiences battling Bo Ya and the dragon at the underground pit made him realize the importance of this skill. He recalled the description of the ice armor star beast. When the symbiotic skill evolves to an advanced stage, the ice armor can completely control the host's movements. Fu Han hoped that Big Jade Hand could achieve a similar level, but with the purpose of protecting him. When Big Jade Hand's symbiotic skill upgrades, it will be able to form a freely movable armor. Fu Han imagined excitedly. And with the giantification skill I'm about to teach it, its combat power will surely increase significantly. He envisioned Big Jade Hand transforming into a massive armor, wielding powerful fists, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's like digging up an old monk's house." Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That night, Fu Han, with the help of the fairy honey brew and the starry support from the seeds of the divine tree, taught Yusho the implant skill 3 times in a row. Despite feeling lightheaded from the brew and physically exhausted, the results were impressive. Yusho's implant skill was raised to level 3, significantly reducing its consumption and greatly enhancing its mobility. Even more gratifying was that Yusho's star level jumped to 17, causing its size to increase. Satisfied, Fu Han fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Fu Han woke up famished and decided to head to the big cafeteria. Although Kikalu tried hard to dissuade him, Fu Han weighed his options and chose to take the risk of dining there. The previous night's extravagance had left him heartbroken, with only a little over 5,000 yuan remaining in his account. However, as a beast master, he knew that even if he went hungry, his star beast must be well fed. The trip to the cafeteria was indeed eventful, with his clothes getting splashed with soy milk. Yet, Fu Han didn't mind and graciously accepted the apology. After a hearty meal, he once again taught Yusho a skill, followed by a sip of honey brew to restore his mental strength. Just then, Professor Chu called, informing Fu Han that due to the recent commotion, he would be temporarily excused from attending the Fault Treasure Vault Exploration Team meeting. Fu Han was secretly relieved to avoid potential misfortune. Professor Chu then elaborated on the precautions for the upcoming mission. Firstly, under no circumstances should the star beast break through to level 20 anytime soon, or it would be unable to enter the vault. The beast master himself must not exceed the second-tier star level, or he would face the danger of being thrown into the chaotic fault. Professor Chu repeatedly emphasized the importance of this point. Secondly, forming a team was crucial. Initially, it was planned for Fu Han and others to each lead a team, but upon learning that Fu Han already had a team, Professor Chu decided to let everyone form their teams freely. Lastly, Professor Chu explained the special nature of the vault entrance. Since the real entrance was permanently sealed, the academy could only break in through force. The space-time technology team was working hard to stabilize the entrance, and it was expected to be ready for exploration in about 11 to 12 days. However, the exploration time would be limited to 2 days. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the vault forever. Hearing all this, Fu Han couldn't help but feel like a Tomb Raider, albeit in a slightly different context. In the afternoon, Songjia sent a message that the pre-formed team had been approved and invited Fu Han to the training ground for a practice session. Kikalu once again strongly opposed, and after weighing his options, Fu Han politely declined the invitation. The following day, Fu Han focused on enhancing Yusha's skills. To his delight, the implant skill had upgraded to implant, armor form level 4, further reducing star consumption and allowing Yusho to move freely in armor form. This achievement made Fu Han realize the significant difference between a beast master's training and wild star beasts. Eagerly, Fu Han immediately had Yusho test the new skill, but the results were beyond his expectations. After testing the effects of the armored form of the prosthetic, Yusho, Han Fu was disappointed to find that aside from looking more impressive, there was little difference between the armored and normal states. It still needed to hover to maintain balance, and once the hovering stopped, walking became awkward, even making it hard to stand, let alone run, jump, or fight. Furrowing his brow in thought, Han Fu suddenly had a flash of insight. He recalled that the movement of the ice armor was also slow because the armored form's level wasn't high enough. Yusho's armored form was only at level 4, so expecting it to move swiftly was unrealistic. He further analyzed that the ice armor choosing a snow monster as its host was a clever design by nature. Snow monsters had long upper limbs and short, sturdy lower limbs, resembling gorillas, with a low center of gravity and stable base. This structure allowed the ice armor to walk steadily even at low levels. In contrast, humans sacrificed a lot of mobility for upright walking, and since Yusho was currently armored according to Han Fu's body structure, it was no wonder it had trouble standing. Having identified the root of the problem, Han Fu felt a sense of clarity. He decided to take two actions. First, continue to level up the Yusho's skills, and second, research a more reasonable armored structure. Han Fu immediately headed to the library to study the body structures of various star beasts. After spending an afternoon in the library, Han Fu felt mentally exhausted, even more so than when teaching skills. Faced with an overwhelming amount of information, he found it difficult to determine the best form. Back in his dorm, Han Fu thought of Professor Chu, an expert in star beast cultivation. He called Professor Chu and explained the situation in detail. After listening, Professor Chu laughed and said, Han Fu, are you kidding me? You're asking me about this? During the Star God Wars, the old gods created numerous brilliant stone golem weapons. Who knows their structures better than them? The information you need is in your teacher's bookshelf. Don't just focus on training star beasts. You need to study your teacher's knowledge too. Hanging up the phone, Han Fu had a sudden realization. The very postures of star beasts were to adapt to natural environments, whereas war golems only needed to adapt to the battlefield. Since the Yusho was a combat tool, studying the structure of the old gods' war golems made the most sense. Although it was already late at night, Han Fu was eager to head to the library's top floor. But considering the time, he decided to rest first and continue leveling up the Yusho's skills. He was determined to significantly enhance the Yusho's combat capabilities this time. The next morning, Han Fu headed to the big cafeteria. The lady who once suspected he had hyperthyroidism gave him a special meal, worried he might be hungry. Enjoying the delicious noodles, Han Fu repeatedly praised her cooking, making the lady so happy she invited him to come back the next day. After leaving the cafeteria, Han Fu almost walked into a dark alley again, but luckily, Chi Lu reminded him in time. He quickly turned around and took the main road, arriving at the library's top floor where he encountered the ground-bound spirit, Scholar Yi. Seeing Han Fu, Scholar Yi immediately scolded him for not visiting for a long time. Han Fu quickly explained that he had come but just missed him. Skeptical but willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, Scholar Yi led Han Fu to a small table, bringing out some fine tea for Han Fu to pour. This time, Fu Han seemed more familiar and took the initiative to talk about his survival class experiences, although he skipped over the parts about the star weasel and the sacred tree. Although Grand Scholar Yi had already heard about Fu Han's exploits, he still listened with great interest, especially at the part where Professor Chu confidently filled in the gaps with his imagination, causing him to laugh heartily. The conversation naturally shifted to the topic of the form of the Great Jade Hand. The Grand Scholar generously shared his knowledge and got up to fetch an illustrated book. This book depicted various war golems of different ancient gods, with their appearances and structural details clearly illustrated. The Grand Scholar explained, according to my research, most of the golems in this book are fictional. However, they are not arbitrarily imagined. They are designed with some basis in reality. He showed Fu Han several illustrations of tall, robust war golems that looked like giants. These types of golems have been documented and are indeed powerful, almost invincible on the battlefield. The author of this book used these documented golems as a foundation to imagine various war golems used by ancient gods. Although these are fictional, designed to deceive the public, the theologians who created these designs were quite skillful. To elevate the status of the ancient gods and exaggerate their powers, they designed these golems to be incredibly logical and powerful, even more so than real war golems. The only problem is, they can't actually be built. Fu Han's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "But I can build them." The Grand Scholar nodded and smiled. Exactly. And these imagined golems frequently appear in other theological texts. If your Great Jade Hand uses this design to battle the ancient gods, it might even make them bow down in awe. Ha ha ha. Fu Han's eyes sparkled as he thought. That would be like an old monk wanting to curse but being in a temple absolutely brilliant. Fu Han stood in the library, his mind conjuring the image of the ancient gods bowing before Chiyu. A smile played at the corner of his lips as he imagined how marvelous that scene must have been. Just as he was about to choose a suitable golem from the Grand Scholar's illustrations, the Grand Scholar suddenly closed the book and looked at him with a smile. "Young man, you haven't forgotten what I asked you to do, have you? When you go to the treasure vault, remember to memorize the ancient characters or make rubbings of them for me." Fu Han quickly nodded. I remember. I'll also bring back the ancient texts." The Grand Scholar nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Do you even know what those ancient characters look like?" Fu Han was taken aback and stammered, Well, I think I recognize a few." "Humph, you rascal." The Grand Scholar shook his head and sighed. "Actually, Meow from your team knows ancient characters, but that girl is careless with these things and will definitely forget. If you know a bit of the basics, you can ask her for help when you find something. So, from today on, come here every day to learn some ancient characters. Do you agree?" Given how far the Grand Scholar had gone, Fu Han dared not refuse and quickly nodded. "Sure. I'll come every day." Only then did the Grand Scholar smile and open the illustration book again for Fu Han to see. When Fu Han reached out to take it, the Grand Scholar refused. Don't touch it. If you damage it, that would be a disaster. After a careful comparison, Fu Han finally chose a night demon golem of a hidden god as the template for the armor of the Great Jade Hand. This choice wasn't because it was a specific ancient god's golem, but because its relatively small size was more suitable for the Great Jade Hand, which was less than 2 meters tall. The 100 Maturtle war golems were too bulky for quick movements. The night demon golem stood on 2 legs, with lower limbs similar to a dragon's hind legs, providing immense power. It also had a strong tail for support and balance, a robust upper body, and wings that could aid in hovering and gliding. These features were perfect for the Great Jade Hand's needs. After selecting the template, Fu Han summoned Chiyu, and, with the Grand Scholar's help, began adjusting its form. The two of them worked for over 2 hours, and finally achieved a balanced and coordinated shape for Chiyu. Because they were in the library, they couldn't test its running and jumping capabilities, but standing and walking were already very smooth. Fu Han wanted the Great Jade Hand to master more forms, but found that its memory had reached its limit and could only remember 2 forms: the armor that protected Fu Han and the Night Demon armor. Although a bit disappointed, he realized that these 2 forms were sufficient for most situations. After completing the transformation, Fu Han didn't rush to leave. Instead, he stayed as agreed to learn ancient characters. However, having just successfully replicated the golem from the illustrations, both the old and the young were too excited, and the study session soon turned into casual chatting. Fu Han skillfully steered the conversation towards a topic of interest to him. He began by recounting his recent streak of bad luck and then sighed. Do you think my misfortune is because the cat god is against me? The Grand Scholar chuckled and shook his head, explaining in detail the origins of the cat god. It turns out that the cat god is not an ancient deity, but dates back to an earlier period. During the time when the barrier was gradually dissipating and humans had just moved away from living under the 9 Suns divine tree, cats were highly valued for protecting food and books. If a cat came to one's home, it was seen as a sign of good fortune, leading to the legend that the cat god governs luck. After hearing this explanation, Fu Han didn't feel much more enlightened about the cat god, but he did gain a new perspective on the scholarly faction. Clearly, the cat god must exist. Otherwise, Kikalu wouldn't have mentioned it, and the kittens in the Solar Council wouldn't fit the legend so well. However, even the Grand Scholar, a highly respected figure, denied the cat god's existence, attributing it to a continuation of nature worship. This indicated that the scholarly faction might have some biases in their understanding of deities. Seizing the moment when the Grand Scholar mentioned the 9 Suns divine tree, Fu Han asked, by the way, you mentioned the 9 Suns divine tree. I've seen it at the Academy's breeding base. Do you think the barrier could reappear? The Grand Scholar smiled and said, according to legend, it will. When all 9 seeds of the divine tree fall, the barrier will return. But since you've seen it yourself, you should know that all 9 sunflowers of the 9 Suns divine tree are still in bloom. In fact, all the 9 Suns divine trees across Kixingdi are in this state. Even if the barrier does return, it won't be within our lifetime. Fu Han was struck as if by lightning, recalling the extremely bad news mentioned by the elder at the first Solar Council meeting. He was already the 8th seat. If another appeared, the barrier would descend. Fu Han silently prayed in his heart. Old 9, please take another 800 years to show up. Leaving the library, Fu Han pondered the issue of the barrier's return. He certainly hoped the 9th seat wouldn't appear in his lifetime, but upon reflection, he knew this was unlikely. The kitten had been criticized for making no progress for 2.5 years, indicating that the 7th and 8th seeds were only 2.5 years apart. Moreover, everyone in the Solar Council, except the elder, was relatively young, suggesting their seeds had been acquired within the past few decades. Fu Han was only 15 years old. Surely, he wouldn't die before the barrier reappeared, right? This realization sparked a new idea in Fu Han's mind. Why not try to prevent the barrier's return? Or perhaps the elder and the others were already planning countermeasures. Regardless of what others were doing, Fu Han knew he needed to improve his own abilities. He speculated that even if he perished when the barrier returned, the divine tree would continue to take root and sprout. Therefore, the key was to protect himself rather than trying to save others. He just hoped the 9th seat would appear later, giving him more time to develop. With this in mind, Fu Han silently asked Kikalu, should I go to the training ground today, or try out the contract method? Kikalu replied, go try the contract method. With his decision made, Fu Han turned and headed towards the main dining hall. Whatever he was going to do, filling his stomach came first. After dinner, I still need to level up Saitama's skills. Fu Han stood in the backyard of the cultivation garden, fiddling with a stone jade beast he had found. His eyes sparkled with a plan to use this little creature to create a diversion. He hoped that by doing so, others would mistakenly believe his stone jade beast hadn't evolved yet, thereby delaying their knowledge of the evolution time of his great jade hand. However, This small ruse was quickly seen through by Jia. Realizing he might have overestimated others' attention to him, Fu Han decided to stop carrying the stone jade beast around. Instead, he placed it on his desk in his dormitory, where it unexpectedly found a new purpose. When Fu Han decided to test the soul touch contract method, the stone jade beast he had picked up without much thought turned out to be a ready-made experimental subject. He carefully closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and ensured no one would disturb him. Then, he summoned the Great Jade Hand and activated the Jade Radiance Barrier, preparing for the upcoming experiment. Fu Han closed his eyes, concentrating on recalling the details of the soul touch contract method. This process, similar to a soul connection, required the use of starlight to outline inscriptions. He now understood that these inscriptions were actually true words, drawn with starlight and capable of facilitating soul communication. Ancient characters had evolved from these true words, which explained their obscurity. In contrast, modern pictographic characters were a completely different system. The soul touch contract required more true words, which were more complex and thus consumed more starlight. However, with the blessing of the divine wood seed, the supply of starlight was no longer an issue. After practicing the process several times in his mind, Fu Han began to gather starlight to draft the contract. Surprisingly, the process went smoothly, and soon a light point formed from intricate inscriptions at his fingertip. He gently touched the stone jade beast with his finger, initiating the official soul touch. The greatest advantage of a soul touch is its flexibility. Various contract conditions can be set, and it can even transmit starlight and certain thoughts. This soul touch contract included some starlight, and with the limited intelligence of the stone jade beast, it accepted without hesitation. In that moment, Fu Han felt his soul connect with the stone jade beast. Through this connection, he could not only sense the beast's information, but also use the ability imprinted by starlight. A simple touch on the stone jade beast would establish a temporary soul connection. Although maintaining this connection required Fu Han to continuously supply starlight, which was quite consuming, ending the connection was simple: just stop supplying starlight. The test results left Fu Han very satisfied. Compared to the dazzling light produced during a soul connection with a star beast, the soul touch was almost silent, with only a faint light point that could be easily concealed. This discovery sparked a bold idea in Fu Han's mind. Could he secretly touch other people's star beasts to acquire their skills? With this thought, he attempted a touch on the Great Jade Hand. However, the result was unexpected. When the large jade hand was touched, Han Fu sensed it simultaneously, as if his left hand were touching his right. This realization made him aware that the plan to steal skills might not work. Han Fu began to ponder. If he had to perform a soul touch without the other party knowing, the only way might be to knock out the beast tamer first. But he then questioned himself. In such a scenario, would the star beast reject the touch contract out of hostility? On second thought, an unowned star beast might be easier to touch and obtain skills from. Han Fu's mind immediately conjured up the image of the Academy's star beast garden. He silently apologized to Mrs. Lawn for the plan he was about to execute. That night, Han Fu drank another bottle of fairy mead. Under the influence of alcohol, the armored form of the large jade hand's parasitic equipment upgraded again, reaching level 5. Early the next morning, Han Fu first consulted Kikalu's opinion. Instead of heading straight to the main dining hall, he went to the training ground and booked an enclosed practice room to test Chiyu's new form. Thanks to the upgrade of the parasitic equipment's armored form the previous night, Chiyu's movements were now more fluid than the day before. Especially with the help of a pair of dragon feet, its leaping and running abilities were astonishing. Although its landing posture was still somewhat clumsy and awkward, Han Fu wasn't worried. He had plenty of fairy mead and enough time to level up the armored form to level 6. By then, Chiyu's control over its wings would be even more refined. Han Fu's mind was already envisioning future battle scenarios. Once he mastered the giant star shatter skill, Chiyu could learn the giant transformation skill. At that point, Chiyu could soar high into the sky, transform, and then glide down using its wings. The idea of such an aerial punch was enough to make Han Fu shudder. After finishing his training, Han Fu filled his stomach at the main dining hall and then headed straight to the Star Beast Garden. However, just as he reached the entrance, Kikalu and his core suddenly issued a warning, sensing impending bad luck. Han Fu hesitated, unwilling to ignore the premonition, and was about to turn away. At that moment, he turned around and bumped into Mrs. Lawn, who had just returned. Seeing Han Fu, Mrs. Lawn smiled and asked, "Why are you leaving just as you arrived?" Han Fu quickly made up an excuse. "I suddenly remembered I had something to do." Mrs. Lawn sighed softly and said, "If it's not urgent, come help me. Professor Chu suddenly sent over a bunch of young star beasts for me to look after. Normally, I don't have so many star beasts to care for, so I'm short on hands. It's driving me crazy." Han Fu's heart skipped a beat. Could Kikalu's warning about bad luck be referring to being roped into hard labor? But for him, this was like finding a pillow when he was sleepy. He feigned a troubled look and asked, "What? Is it urgent?" Mrs. Lon anxiously replied, "Isn't it?" Fu Han immediately reassured her, "No, no, it's not urgent. I'm here specifically to help." Mrs. Lon, moved, said, "You're the most considerate person in the academy. Come on in." Upon entering the Star Beast Garden, Fu Han donned an apron and followed Mrs. Lon to the backyard. The sight before him was astonishing. A dozen little star beasts were causing a ruckus, some fighting, others making a racket. Mrs. Lon exclaimed, "Oh my! The blue water ape must have let them out. Hurry, Fu Han. Get them back into their pens." Fu Han immediately set to work following Mrs. Lan's instructions. The little star beasts, lively and energetic, ran and climbed everywhere, making a mess. The mischievous blue water ape had gathered all the star beasts together, causing chaos. Anyone else might have wanted to flee at the sight of such a scene. But for Fu Han, this was a golden opportunity. With only the very busy Mrs. Lon in the Star Beast Garden, it was the perfect chance for him to conduct soul imprints on the star beasts. Seizing the moment, Fu Han silently imprinted all the little star beasts throughout the morning. Whether or not these skills would be useful, he made sure to imprint them all, holding on to the belief that opportunities like this were rare. By noon, the Star Beast Garden was finally tidied up. Fu Han had yet to imprint 2 of the little creatures, so he was reluctant to leave. He offered to let Mrs. Lon rest first while he finished up. Mrs. Lon was deeply touched by his gesture. Through the Academy's reward system, she awarded Fu Han 1 credit and a bonus of $10,000. Though the money wasn't much, it resolved Fu Han's immediate financial needs. The credit was extremely valuable, as insufficient credits at the end of the academic year could result in expulsion. Considering how few credits and bonuses Mrs. Lon could award in a year, this was a significant reward. Fu Han was overjoyed, not only having imprinted a bunch of skills but also receiving money and a valuable credit, making him almost giddy with happiness. After leaving the Star Beast Garden, Fu Han went to the main dining hall. While enjoying his meal, he carefully reviewed the newly imprinted skills, feeling satisfied with his gains. Professor Chu was preoccupied with matters concerning the fault, so he entrusted some of his star beasts to the care of the trustworthy Lady Lon. Among them was a particularly mischievous elite star beast, the Bihue ape. With its exceptional talent, it skillfully used its tail to perform the innate skill water form, which not only extended its tail to attack enemies but also cleverly opened cages, causing a collective chaos among the smaller star beasts. Faced with this unruly creature, Lady Lon had no choice but to use her own star beast to hypnotize it. Luckily, Han Fu was the first to catch the green water-type monkey and promptly completed the touch contract. Without this timely intervention, the contract would have been impossible once it fell asleep. Thus, the water form skill was successfully imprinted. Han Fu's current water-type star beast was only a water slime. Despite its low base stats and primary use as a water container, it had quietly reached level 12 under the nourishment of Han Fu's Starage Core. Frequent water squeeze training had also boosted its self-healing skill to level 3. Although the water slime had potential for evolution, the conditions were stringent, requiring rare elemental crystals. For now, Han Fu decided not to teach it the water form skill. As for Boya, although it could also learn water form, this would cause its next head to become water attribute. Considering Boya was only level 10 and still had a long way to go before reaching level 20, Han Fu decided to hold off on this decision. He had also imprinted Ice Release from a snowbird, which could give Boya an ice-type head. The final choice would depend on the skills Han Fu mastered as Boya approached evolution. The harvest this time was quite fruitful. Han Fu also imprinted the light-type beginner skill Warm Light, which provided healing effects. He initially thought of teaching it to Boya to enhance its combat capabilities against fierce beasts, but worried this might result in Boya developing a healing breath, so he decided to hold off for now. The dual-bodied moon lamp monster, being a psychic-type star beast, couldn't learn this light-type skill and continued to serve as a lighting tool. Han Fu also acquired other useful skills. Claw extension imprinted from the Qishan cat was suitable for Xiaozi. Spike shot and water element absorption from the astonishing cactus were perfect for Mu Chi's carnivorous plant sapling. However, he needed to plan carefully on how to teach them without being noticed. In the following days, Han Fu focused on studying the true word script while also leveling up Chiyu's skills. The upgrade difficulty of Chiyu's symbiotic armor was increasing, taking 2 days to reach level 6, while Chiyu itself reached level 18. Considering the imminent level 20 threshold, Han Fu had to pause Chiyu's enhancements. Currently, Chiyu's combat prowess in its Night Demon armor form was astounding, with swift movements, immense strength, and formidable defense that left opponents in awe. Han Fu didn't even dare to let it spar with other star beasts. Xiaozi also reached level 18 after learning Claw Extension, prompting Han Fu to halt its skill improvement. Boya, still at level 10, had more room for growth, but skill teaching limitations meant progress would be slow and steady. Just then, Han Fu finally received the long-awaited notification that his items had arrived. Despite a 2-day delay caused by a Daoshan beast blocking the highway, Fu Han finally arrived just in time to explore the Fault Treasure Vault. Eagerly, he secluded himself in his dormitory to absorb the essence of the source material, significantly enhancing the brightness of his starlight to around level 17 or 18. The next day, the Titan Bear's fragment star also arrived as scheduled. With the box containing the fragment star in hand, Fu Han felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. However, just as he was about to return to his dorm, Kikalu suddenly issued a warning from the core, alerting him that trouble was looming. Fu Han immediately realized that someone might be following him. He slowed his pace and mentally asked Kikalu to check the situation. Excitedly, Kikalu agreed, left the core realm, and perched invisibly on Fu Han's shoulder. Feigning nonchalance, Fu Han wandered around the academy, deliberately choosing crowded areas. Before long, Kikalu spotted the stalker. Found him? Found him? It's a man with a cold, snake-like demeanor. Fu Han's heart tightened as he thought, so it really is him. At Jushing Academy, Han Fu always kept a low profile, except when it came to conflicts with the crew led by Kuntu. Before the survival class set off, he noticed Snake Man and Kuntu's brother eyeing him from the edge of the playground, signaling impending trouble. When Kikalu warned him that someone was looking for trouble, Han Fu immediately thought of Snake Man, guessing that his target was the star fragment box. Han Fu walked into the cafeteria, deliberately choosing a secluded corner to place the box casually on the table before going to get his food. He calculated that if Snake Man tried to steal the box, he could catch him red-handed. However, Snake Man did not follow him in. Realizing that this problem needed to be resolved, Han Fu messaged Songjie to inquire about Snake Man's details. Songjie quickly replied, "He's the head of the Luo brothers, recently promoted to intermediate level, with the talent of a snake tamer. He has 2 snakes, one of which hasn't reached 2nd grade but has excellent skill configuration." Han Fu's mind began to churn, and he conceived the idea of testing the soul touch contract method. He pondered how to subdue this intermediate beast master without revealing too many of his cards. Just as he was contemplating, Songjie sent another message, stating that Han Fu likely wouldn't need help since Snake Man's poison attacks would be ineffective against Han Fu's boya. In high spirits, Han Fu quickly finished his meal, left through the back door as usual, and headed towards the alley. He summoned Chiyu, instructing Kikalu to follow and attempt to subdue Snake Man with a mental shock. If that failed, Chiyu would step in directly. Kikalu eagerly accepted the mission and immediately concealed both itself and Chiyu. Before long, Snake Man followed. Han Fu pretended to panic and started to run. Snake Man summoned a dark, mist-shrouded python, releasing the Dark Veil skill to envelop Han Fu. Feigning fear, Han Fu summoned the twin moon lantern creatures to illuminate the area. Snake Man coldly threatened Han Fu to hand over the box, claiming that he was about to graduate and didn't fear the academy's punishment. Han Fu internally mocked Snake Man's weak strength but outwardly acted scared, asking Snake Man what he wanted. Suddenly, countless crimson dots appeared in the darkness. It was Snake Man's 2nd snake, releasing a swarm of small snakes. Seeing this, Han Fu summoned Boya without hesitation. The battle commenced, but as Songjie predicted, it was a foregone conclusion. Boya easily countered the venomous snake's attacks. Although Kikalu's mental shock didn't completely incapacitate Snake Man, Chiyu's strike decisively ended the confrontation. When the darkness lifted, Snake Man lay unconscious on the ground, his 2 pythons subdued by Boya and trembling in fear. Kikalu excitedly asked if the little snakes would accept a contract, to which Han Fu confidently replied, "They will. I'll offer them a deal they can't refuse." When Fu Han made soul contact with the 2 snakes, he showed no mercy. He coldly presented them with a simple choice: accept the contact or become food. Faced with such an ultimatum, the snakes quickly opted for the former. After all, accepting soul contact didn't violate their contract with the Beast Master. Fu Han swiftly extracted information and skills from the night python and the poisonous swamp snake. Although they were both excellent star beasts with race values just over 200, they were no match for Boya, the lore-level beast. Fu Han dismissed Songjie's praise of their excellent skill configuration with indifference. He scrutinized the acquired skills: Night Python's level 3 basic skill, Dark Veil, and level 1 intermediate skill, Lifesteal. Poisonous Swamp Snake's level 2 basic skill, Entangle, and level 1 intermediate skill, Venomorph. These skills seemed rather unremarkable to Fu Han. Nevertheless, Fu Han diligently engraved these skills. He thought that Dark Veil and Lifesteal might be useful for Xiaozi. As for Entangle, although it was mainly suitable for snake-type creatures, he kept it in mind. Venomorph was somewhat interesting but not immediately useful. After completing the engraving, Fu Han kept his promise and did not feed the snakes to Boya. Instead, he had Chiyu knock them out and threw them onto Snake Man. Fu Han decided not to deal with this troublemaker personally and instead called Professor Chu to report the situation. Professor Chu was furious upon hearing the news and immediately dispatched the enforcement team. Soon, the black-clad enforcers arrived on the scene, skillfully placing shackles and a star power suppressor on Snake Man. When Snake Man woke up and found himself restrained, he broke down in tears, pleading, "I just wanted some compensation. I'm not. Fu Han, please speak for me. Spare me. I was momentarily possessed." Fu Han sneered at this, coldly telling the enforcement team, "He deserves the harshest punishment." The enforcement team leader nodded in agreement and took away the now terrified Snake Man, who had wet his pants. According to Alliance law, robbery carries a 10-year prison sentence. But before that, the Academy's enforcement team would also punish him, including confiscating his property and forfeiting his star beasts. If he refused to cooperate, the Academy would offer an ultimatum he couldn't refuse. Fu Han knew that Snake Man might have been driven by a moment of greed. The special box for storing star fragments was easy to recognize, and Fu Han had purchased 10 large boxes for second-class star fragments. Snake Man might have intended just to steal a little, but seeing so many valuable star fragments made him lose all reason. Despite this, Fu Han had no intention of showing mercy. He didn't have Chi Yu smash Snake Man's head mainly because he didn't want to dirty his hands. Watching the enforcement team put the shackles on Snake Man, Fu Han knew there was no way someone of Snake Man's caliber could escape. It was also clear that no one important would come to his rescue. After leaving the alley, Fu Han quickly put the incident behind him and focused on his next plan. He decided to let Bo Yu absorb the star fragments instead of Chi Yu, who could upgrade the fastest. Bo Yang's method of absorbing star fragments is quite unique. He directly swallows them instead of using a core to draw in starlight like other star beasts. After swallowing 2 star fragments, Bo Yang reached level 11 and grew larger. Though he didn't level up again or learn the gigantification skill after consuming 4 fragments, Fu Han successfully imprinted the gigantification skill and immediately taught it to Bo Yang. However, something unexpected yet reasonable happened. After imparting the skill, Fu Han was astonished to find that Bo Yang didn't gain the gigantification skill but instead acquired a new advanced trait, gigantic form. This trait not only gave Bo Yang an enormous size uncommon to his kind, but also increased his base stats by 40 points, reaching an astonishing 547 points. Fu Han wanted to summon Bo Yang to see his new form, only to realize that his dorm room couldn't accommodate Bo Yang's massive size. This outcome far exceeded Fu Han's expectations. He couldn't help but wonder if it was a characteristic of multi-headed dragons, or if Bo Yang's albinism was causing skills to turn into traits. Fu Han scoured the records on multi-headed dragons, including those on various forms, but found no relevant explanations. He couldn't help but internally complain about the Eternal Tree's incomplete information. After careful consideration, Fu Han decided to try teaching Bo Yang the Jade transformation skill. This was the first skill he had imprinted, and while it had become a passive skill for Chi Yu, Xiaozi couldn't learn it. Transmitting basic skills was easy for Fu Han, so he immediately taught Jade transformation to Bo Yang. As expected, Bo Yang gained another new trait, intermediate trait Jade Scales. This trait granted Bo Yang stronger defense and higher resistance. Additionally, Bo Yang's base stats increased by another 10 points, reaching 557 points, and his level rose to 12. Fu Han marveled at the unique constitution of multi-headed dragons, thinking that if he could find more suitable skills, Bo Yang might quickly become an emperor-level star beast. As night fell, Fu Han eagerly got up and headed to the training ground. He was impatient to witness Bo Yang's new form, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Although Fu Han had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback when he summoned Bo Ya. Originally only slightly larger than Xiaozi, Bo Ya had grown to a towering 3 meters tall due to its colossal form trait. Including its tail, its length approached 10 meters. The sight of this behemoth made Fu Han gasp in astonishment. Bo Ya's combat power was entirely derived from its formidable physique, and the benefits of its increased size were immediately apparent. Its breath attack, originating from glands within its head, had become more potent as its head expanded. Fu Han recalled that during Bo Ya's first battle with the Bloodblade Mantis, its breath was as thin as a thread of fire. Now, it was akin to a heavy laser cannon, significantly more powerful. Moreover, Bo Ya's scales had thickened, forming large dragon scales. With its jade-like scales, each one emitted a translucent luster. To better understand Bo Ya's transformation, Fu Han summoned Chi Yu and had it enter Night Demon armor mode to spar with Bo Ya. The results were astonishing. Bo Ya not only withstood Chi Yu's attacks, but also managed to reduce Chi Yu's health by 1 with its breath. Fu Han couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, thinking that Bo Ya had become so resilient because it had learned Chi Yu's jade-like trait. It was a case of the apprentice surpassing the master. As a multi-headed dragon, Bo Ya already had an extraordinary regenerative ability. Coupled with its jade-like scales, it was nearly invincible unless Chi Yu mastered gigantification. Bo Ya was not only more durable than Chi Yu, but also had higher damage output. This enhancement gave Fu Han renewed confidence in the upcoming Rupture Vault exploration. At just level 12, Boya was even stronger than an ungigantified Chiyu. Of course, using levels to measure Boya's strength was unscientific, as it possessed a level 12 core with the physique of a level 30-40 entity. Since the rupture vault barred any creature over level 20, Fu Han wondered if anything could be stronger than Chiyu and Boya. This exploration seemed like a sure bet. Despite his confidence, Fu Han did not let his guard down. Over the next few days, he worked tirelessly to enhance his Star Beast's abilities. Chiyu mastered Gigantification LV3, and its levitation skill reached level 5, raising its level to 19. Fu Han dared not teach it any more skills, fearing it would surpass level 20 and be unable to enter the Rupture Vault. With Gigantification, Chiyu's combat power increased exponentially, easily shattering Boya's dragon scales and completely overpowering it. However, Boya's regenerative ability also amazed Fu Han. Even though Chiyu could shatter Boya's scales with a single punch, Boya's flesh and scales would regenerate almost instantly. On closer thought, it seemed impossible for Chiyu to completely defeat Boya. The nine-headed dragon body's epic trait was overwhelmingly powerful. Two bad traits couldn't be imprinted, or Fu Han would dominate the Star Awakening with ease. Although Xiaozi had lower base stats, its dark core trait made its dark-type skills exceptionally powerful. Fu Han continued to cultivate it, teaching it Dark Veil and Life Steal, skills imprinted from Snake Man's Night Python. Life Steal reached level 3, and Dark Augment improved to level 4. Even without an efficient core, Xiaozi has reached level 19. At this point, Fu Han's Star Beasts have temporarily hit their limit. To grow stronger, they can't be summoned in the Rift Vault anymore. There's only about 300 milliliters of fairy mead left, conveniently stored in 3 seal bottles that Fu Han carries with him. Just as Fu Han finished upgrading all his Star Beasts and was planning to take a day off, another unexpected event occurred. Early one morning, as Fu Han woke up, he felt his core domain becoming crowded. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't that the core domain had shrunk, but that a soul connection from one of his Star Beasts had become particularly expansive. Fu Han knew this meant a Star Beast had reached second-tier Starlight. He recalled that when Chiyu evolved, its star rating was 1 level higher than his, causing its soul connection to become quite bloated. However, back then, Fu Han's core domain was still quite empty, so it wasn't very noticeable. This time, with the increase in the number of Star Beasts, the change was much more apparent. Fu Han was startled, wondering if Chiyu's efficient core had kicked in, causing it to level up. But upon closer inspection, Chiyu was still at level 19. Just as he was about to check on Xiaozi, a huge Kikalu suddenly appeared in his core space, cheerfully saying, "Hi, Fu Han. Look, I'm 2 years old." Fu Han was thunderstruck, realizing he had completely forgotten about Kikalu. Thinking back, Kikalu had been holding the Divine Wood Seed a lot lately, and it turned out it had been absorbing starlight. Fu Han asked helplessly, "Kikalu, you usually take about 20 years to level up once. How did you level up twice so quickly here?" Kikalu innocently replied, "I felt it was about time I turned 2, so I absorbed a bit more starlight." Fu Han sighed and said, "Well, there's nothing I can do. You're free to do as you please. But next time we go to the Rift Vault, you won't be able to come out." He thought to himself, this must be part of his bad luck. The day after Kikalu turned 2, Fu Han received a notification from Professor Chu, instructing him to be ready to enter the Rift Vault at any moment. As the departure approached, Fu Han couldn't help but feel nervous, unsure of what the outcome would be. After much contemplation, he realized he had one unresolved matter: teaching Mu Chi's carnivorous plant seedling some skills. Fu Han devised a plan to invite Mu Chi over to his dorm for a drink, under the pretense of boosting his own courage. He intended to trick Mu Chi into summoning the carnivorous plant seedling, and then have Kikalu make Mu Chi pass out or fall asleep, so he could teach the seedling some skills discreetly. With the plan in mind, Fu Han sprang into action. He bought food and drinks, waiting for Mu Chi to arrive. Initially, Mu Chi wanted to go to some fancy bar, but Fu Han firmly refused, ultimately convincing Mu Chi to come to his dorm. Fu Han began to get Mu Chi drunk. Mu Chi was actually easy to get drunk. At first, he'd resist, but if you challenged him with, "Can't you drink anymore? Is your tolerance that low?" he'd take it as a challenge and drink eagerly. Before long, Fu Han realized that if he didn't trick Mu Chi into summoning the carnivorous plant seedling soon, he might pass out first. So he asked, "How's that carnivorous plant seedling of yours doing? Summon it out and let me have a look." Mu Chi, slurring his words in a drunken stupor, replied, "Don't even mention it. I blew through 4 sets of 10 pulls to learn one skill. Nothing but star level upgrades. My old man's hair is falling out in clumps." Fu Han thought to himself, "For the sake of your dad's hair, let me help you out." He continued to egg him on. "Come on, summon it so I can see. Are you too stingy to show it?" Mu Chi couldn't resist the challenge. Hearing this, he immediately summoned the carnivorous plant seedling and said to Fu Han, "Look, look all you want." Fu Han picked up the seedling and examined it closely. It had grown quite a bit and looked somewhat menacing, as if it wanted to bite. Just as Fu Han was about to call Chi-Chi-Lu for help, he noticed that Mu Chi had already passed out under the table. Fu Han quickly carried Mu Chi to the bed, and after confirming multiple times that he was completely out, he shook his head with a smile, thinking, if I keep getting him drunk and upgrading his star beast, will he start to believe that drinking enhances its power? The next morning, Mu Chi groggily opened his eyes to find himself lying in Fu Han's bed. He picked up his terminal and saw a message from Fu Han. Meeting call. I'm heading out, let's catch up later. Putting down the terminal, Mu Chi felt a splitting headache. He noticed his carnivorous plant basking in the sun on Fu Han's desk and was surprised to see that it seemed to have grown significantly, at least 2 or 3 levels. Mu Chi thought, damn, did this guy give me fake booze? It really hits hard. Then he turned over, pulled the blanket over his head, and fell back into a deep sleep. In the early autumn, Zhuxing City had enjoyed several days of clear weather, but today, a gentle drizzle began to fall in Belan. The thick clouds blanketing the sky suggested that this rain might last all day. The chill brought by the rain caused a sharp drop in temperature, forcing the members of the treasure exploration team to continue their journey in the rain. A biting wind blew through, making several slender beast tamers shiver involuntarily. Fu Han, however, appeared particularly composed in this weather. Thanks to his regular exercise, he was strong and well-built. Additionally, the high-quality outdoor gear provided by Professor Chu was both waterproof and windproof. With the large hood up, he seemed almost isolated from the world. The space-time technology team was busy near the temporal rift. They had elevated all electronic equipment and set up a temporary rain shelter. Under the shelter, operating a computer, was a star beast named Qinshu Wangchao, which was actually a long-tentacled octopus. As one of the most intelligent beings among the superpowered star beasts, Qinshu Wangchao had an exceptional sensitivity to numbers and could skillfully operate a computer after minimal training. Interestingly, it had exactly 64 tentacles, a number that holds special significance for programmers. Besides Wangchao, there were many other superpowered star beasts working under the Beast Tamer's commands. Fu Han recognized a few, such as the space-time owl, which could discern colors invisible to the human eye. However, there were several star beasts Fu Han had never seen before. He inquired with Songjia, who explained that these were star beasts from the temporal rift. Their forms were only constructed upon leaving the rift, and their specific abilities and significance were known only to their masters. Fu Han felt both surprised and curious. Professor Chu continued to emphasize the precautions for entering the rift. Although Fu Han had heard them many times before, standing in front of the temporal rift now, he felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. What kind of world lay hidden behind that dark fissure? His curiosity even surpassed his desire for treasure. Nonetheless, Fu Han cautiously instructed his star beast, Kikalu, to stay in the core and carefully anticipate various situations. Kikalu patted its chest confidently and assured, "Don't worry, leave it to me." After Professor Chu repeated the precautions for the 3rd time, a member of the space-time team approached him and whispered something. Professor Chu then turned to the group with a serious expression and made a final confirmation. "Everyone, I'm asking one last time. There is a possibility that we may never return. Does anyone have any regrets?" The rain intensified, but the group fell into silence. After waiting a moment and seeing no response, Professor Chu raised his hand and said, "Everyone, synchronize your timepieces. It is now August 25th, 7:41 and 21 seconds a.m. The group adjusted their eternal timepieces accordingly. "Fu Han, your team goes first," Professor Chu instructed. Fu Han nodded and led the other 3 members forward. Professor Chu guided them to the edge of the temporal rift and reminded them once more, "Remember, always check the time on your eternal timepieces. If you notice the time passing unusually quickly, leave the rift immediately. We only have 48 hours. When the Hengshi watch shows the morning of the 26th, whether or not you have any findings, you must start your return." Fu Han and the others responded in unison. "Understood." Professor Chu nodded in satisfaction and then signaled to Qinshu Wangchao. Wangchao's tentacles deftly operated various instruments, and the equipment around the rift began to hum to life. The pitch-black rift was gradually being torn open wider. Special projection equipment lit up, casting the scene inside the rift outward. Professor Chu nodded to the staff and then turned to the team, shouting, "Enter one by one, and be careful not to collide." At that moment, a voice echoed in Fu Han's mind. It was Chi-Chi-Lu. "Fu Han, it might be better to go in quickly." Fu Han immediately said, "I'll go first." With Professor Chu's approval, he stepped into the time-space rift without hesitation. As Fu Han's figure disappeared into the rift, Songjia volunteered, "I'll go next." Professor Chu nodded in agreement. Songjia wiped the rain off his face and was about to step into the rift. Suddenly, a deep, mournful cry echoed from the sky. "Woo woo." Everyone looked up to see a massive shadow gliding through the clouds. "A cloud whale," someone exclaimed. The colossal figure was unmistakable, as no other airborne creature could exceed 600 meters in length. Even military-grade Cloud Whale-class aircraft paled in comparison to the real thing. As the mournful cry grew louder, the Cloud Whale descended lower, almost completely obscuring the raindrops from the sky. At the same time, the air became filled with a pungent, rotten odor. The moment Professor Chu heard the Cloud Whale's cry, he knew something was wrong. Smelling the foul odor, he immediately summoned his giant jade hand. This hand, twice the size of Chiyu's, clasped together and slammed to the ground, emitting a jade glow that formed a barrier, purging the foul air. Songjia, get Fu Han out. Hurry! Professor Chu shouted urgently. Songjia nodded, summoning his mercury blade and dashing toward the rift. In that critical moment, a thunderous crash erupted. A star beast leapt from the Cloud Whale's back, landing heavily on the central control platform of the time-space team. Qian Su Wangchao, who had been busy at the console, collapsed in a pool of blood, and his master fell in agony from the damage to his soul. The time-space instruments ceased to function, and the rift rapidly shrank, leaving only a narrow slit. Songjia had to halt his advance. Seeing the dire situation, Professor Chu shouted, "Everyone, get over here! Quickly! Get to the giant jade hand!" The time-space technology team immediately abandoned their instruments and crowded into the protective barrier. The Beastmaster, now without Wang Chao, was supported by others into the shield. The standby exploration team members swiftly gathered around Professor Chu. At that moment, Professor Chu got a clear view of the star beast that had descended. It was a ferocious creature bred by the old gods using sinister methods. It resembled a deer but had no fur, its skin metallic and jet black with faint red patterns. The most peculiar feature was its antlers, resembling two intricately shaped bone flutes, emitting a crimson gas from their hollow interiors. As an expert on star beasts, Professor Chu instantly recognized its original form before it was corrupted by dark magic. It was once a Ruyan, a legendary infinity-level star beast. Its body should have been pure white, like a satin cloud, and its musical antlers would produce melodious sounds as it ran, soothing the hearts of those who heard them. Now, however, it had transformed into a monstrosity reeking of decay, causing Professor Chu to furrow his brow in silent dismay. At that moment, the mutated Ruyan let out a mournful wail towards the sky. Its antlers began to spew out a crimson gas, accompanied by sounds akin to the wails of tormented souls from the depths of hell. Simultaneously, dozens of decaying warriors leapt from the back of the Cloud Whale, shrieking as they unfurled bat-like wings and dove towards the ground. Faced with this sudden crisis, Professor Chu quickly summoned his own combat star beast and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." On the back of a Cloud Whale, under a canopy made of skin and bone, a woman dressed in black gauze was being fitted with scales. Servants carefully placed the lightweight blue-green scales onto her body, and each time a scale touched her skin, her flesh absorbed it, writhing and twisting. In no time, her body seemed to be covered in dragon scales. The woman had sharp, crimson eyes and a gaunt face, adorned with a bone crown that still had fresh flesh dangling from it, swaying in the wind and mingling with her black hair. "Why isn't it finished yet?" she asked coldly. A dwarf man prostrated at her feet trembled as he answered, "They have a star beast that can create a field to resist the corruption. So what?" Her tone grew even colder. The dwarf lowered his head further. "The star beast's defense is incredibly strong. It's very hard to breach. It's the great jade hand." The woman let out a cold laugh. "Are you waiting for the Alliance army to rescue you?" The dwarf hurriedly explained, "Your Grace, our blighted warriors are forcing them to retreat step by step. They've already abandoned the rift. You can descend now." "I want those filthy thieves dead," the woman snapped. "Yes, Your Grace, I will see to it immediately." The dwarf raised his head slightly, revealing a face that resembled a rat. Saint Kira of the blighted cult sighed softly, and through gritted teeth, uttered the word "hurry." She spoke so quickly and quietly that the rat-faced dwarf didn't catch it and had to lower his head to ask again. Kira's face contorted with disgust as she glared at the rat-faced dwarf and spat out, "I said, go die quickly." As the red light in her eyes flickered, the dwarf's face began to rot, chunks of flesh falling away. The rat-faced man screamed in agony, clutching his disintegrating face as he backed away, apologizing profusely. As the dwarf's screams faded into the distance, Kira's scale armor was finally complete, and her anger subsided slightly. She put on a purple bracelet, walked to the edge of the canopy, and looked up at the torrential rain pounding against the membrane, muttering curses under her breath, "Despicable thieves." Just then, golden lightning suddenly flashed within the clouds, racing towards the Cloud Whale. Kira frowned and called out urgently, "Mountain Sage." Before she could finish, the golden lightning broke through the clouds and struck the Cloud Whale's back in an instant. The whale let out a mournful cry, struggling to ascend and hide within the clouds. A huge wound split open on its sturdy dorsal fin, sending the once orderly blighted warriors tumbling. The golden lightning was, in fact, a golden dragon spear, crackling with electricity, now embedded in the whale's dorsal fin. The mountain sage, who had been napping in the canopy, was startled awake by the noise. He quickly got up to check the situation, frowning. The spear arrives before the person. It's Lei Ming Longqiang Li Yiwang. Can you handle him? Kira asked. 50-50, the mountain sage replied. Which means no. The mountain sage shrugged. I'll try harder, maybe 60-40. Before he could finish, the cloud whale started thrashing violently. Just as the two managed to steady themselves, they saw the flesh around the whale's dorsal fin rip open, blood gushing skyward. In the next moment, a blood-soaked figure emerged from within the cloud whale. It was none other than Li Yiwang, a man who never let obstacles deter him from his goal, even if it meant piercing through the body of the cloud whale. He casually wiped the blood from his face and beckoned to his thunder spear. The weapon transformed into a bolt of lightning and returned to his hand. The cloud whale's vitality was nearly indestructible. Even a penetrating wound hadn't severely harmed it. However, its ascent into the clouds noticeably quickened. With his thunder spear back in hand, Li Yiwang silently fixed his gaze on Kyra and Shanru, his fierce presence causing Kyra to involuntarily take a step back. 70-30 split. Shanru paused for a moment, then corrected himself. 80-20, you should go first. Just one glance from Li Yiwang made Kyra feel as though her skull had been pierced. She knew Shanru could only delay him briefly, so she immediately turned and leaped off the cloud whale. Li Yiwang watched the fleeing woman for a moment before turning his attention back to the tall man before him. Judging Shanru to be the greater threat, he advanced with his spear. Shanru instinctively took a step back. At that moment, the cloud whale dove into the clouds. Li Yiwang transformed into a bolt of lightning and attacked, staining a large swath of clouds with blood. Kyra, with bat-like wings sprouting from her back, heard the thunder resound once more within the clouds. Knowing she couldn't afford any more delays, she dived toward the temporal rift. In no time, she reached the rift, her wings falling to the ground with a grotesque tearing sound. Distant sounds of battle could still be heard from the forest, but they were growing fainter. Kyra knew it was her plague warriors driving away the intruders. She looked around, smiling with satisfaction. By now, the area around the rift was completely contaminated by the plague miasma. Vegetation and trees began to mutate, and even ordinary weeds sprouted pink fleshy growths. The plague beast, Ruain, was gnawing on the mutated plants. Kyra beckoned to Ruain, who lightly leaped to her side. She tenderly stroked its cheek, her hand glowing with inscribed light, and softly said, "Go on. This forest is yours now." With that, she severed the soul link with Ruain. Ruain hesitated for a moment, then turned and dashed into the depths of the white forest. Once it vanished from sight, Kyra looked up at the pouring rain and at the distant airborne combat fleet chasing the cloud whale, smiling once more. The Alliance forces are quick to react, but they've chosen the wrong target. When that cloud whale falls, it will spawn a vast plague zone. This land is mine. Kyra laughed triumphantly, her expression suddenly darkening as she shouted, "You rat! How long do you plan to hide? I'm here. I'm here." At her feet, a mass of flesh and blood wriggled, coalescing into a small figure. A rat-faced creature groveled at her feet, kissing her scaly boots. Kyra kicked the rat-faced creature away and demanded, "Where is the bright stone?" The rat-faced creature scrambled to sit up, quickly pulling a string of transparent pendants from his pocket and offering it to Kyra on tiptoe. "Here it is." Kyra took the pendant and inspected it carefully, then removed a string and placed it around her own neck. As she watched the transparent pendant gradually fill with starlight and turn a murky pink, she frowned deeply. She loathed the feeling of suppressed starlight, as if she were being tortured. But the rules of the treasury were unchangeable, and she was powerless to alter them. Finally, she kicked the dwarf at her feet, handed him the remaining pendants, and said, "Put these on my children. We're leaving." The Vault of Faults is hidden within chaotic dimensions by the god of time and space, making it exceedingly difficult to open a rift directly into the vault. Between the rift entrance and the vault lies a series of chaotic, temporal fragments, like insurmountable barriers. To help the exploration team navigate through this chaos and reach the vault, the advanced temporal technology team worked tirelessly for an entire month. Their primary task was to identify those chaotic temporal fragments and cleverly piece together viable ones to create a safe passage. To prevent temporal interference, they would connect all the pathways in one go and compress the useless fragments into a single mass. Once this meticulous assembly was completed, the spatial adhesion could last for 48 hours, during which almost no external force could separate it. However, the further the temporal fragments were from the entrance, the harder it was to discern their true nature. Even the advanced temporal team couldn't guarantee that every path would lead smoothly to the vault. This is why the exploration was divided into multiple groups, each group taking a different path, reaching the vault if possible and retreating if not. If time allowed, they could try again. If not, they could only regretfully give up. The first temporal fragment Fu Han stepped into was breathtaking. It was an endless green meadow, the ground smooth as a mirror, the grass neatly trimmed as if meticulously cared for. The air was fresh, the light bright, and the temperature pleasant, instantly dispelling the chill of the white forest. Upon entering the meadow, Fu Han immediately looked up. Above was not the expected blue sky and white clouds, but the next temporal fragment connected to the current one. Though distant, the scene there was unsettling, dark, dilapidated, with sporadic flashes of fire, resembling a battlefield in ruins. Fu Han smacked his lips, thinking, what a stark contrast. But as long as there's a path, it's good enough. He turned to check on the others, only to be shocked to find the rift behind him had vanished. What's going on? Fu Han frowned and muttered to himself. Weren't we supposed to wait for everyone to enter before switching the entrance? He raised his wrist and saw that his temporal watch indicated that 3 minutes had passed in the main timeline, though it felt like only a few seconds to him. Recalling Professor Chu's advice, Fu Han speculated that it might be a device malfunction. After all, it was raining today, and water damage to the equipment was a distinct possibility. Beyond that, he couldn't think of any other reason. This was right next to the White Forest by Zhuxing Academy, and it was unlikely that the old gods would come to seize the rift entrance. Professor Chu had warned that if the temporal watch showed time passing quickly, he should immediately leave the current fragment to avoid wasting precious time. Fu Han glanced at his watch again and saw that 5 minutes had already passed. He quickly assessed the situation. The time required for equipment repairs was unpredictable, but the time for vault exploration was limited. More importantly, Fu Han had great confidence in his ability to explore the vault alone. The Academy arranged group exploration considering that lower-level summoners had fewer star beasts and limited capabilities. Han Fu knew he was special, could be a tank, a damage dealer, and an assassin all at once. With self-healing abilities fully equipped, he hardly needed any extra healing. If things got tricky, having Songjia and the others around wouldn't necessarily help much. On the contrary, being alone allowed Han Fu to act freely and escape quickly in emergencies. A bold idea started to form in Han Fu's mind. By the time they fixed the equipment, I might have already explored the entire treasure vault, and I wouldn't have to share the loot. This is simply perfect. With his mind made up, Han Fu sprang into action. He summoned Qiyu, jumped into its palm, and flew towards the aurora at the horizon, the boundary between two realms. The grassland realm had nothing but uniformly aligned grass and an absurdly slow passage of time. Han Fu had no attachment to it, and quickly moved into the next temporal fragment. The transition between fragments was chaotic, filled with shattered light and swirling mist. Han Fu sat on Qiyu's hand, speeding through until he entered a new temporal fragment. After entering the new realm, Han Fu first looked up. The next temporal fragment appeared to be a seemingly calm body of water with indiscernible depth. With Qiyu as his transport, he didn't have to worry about swimming. Han Fu checked his chronometer, which showed 10:02 a.m. on the 25th. It had taken him about 2 hours and 20 minutes to traverse the grassland fragment. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the current fragment's time flow was much faster than the main realm. The second hand on his chronometer only moved every few minutes. This meant Han Fu could take his time to observe the surroundings. As he had anticipated, it was an ancient battlefield. The ground was littered with armored soldiers, streams of blood flowing among them, and the air thick with the scent of blood and fire. Upon closer examination, Han Fu noticed that the warring sides wore armor with red and white decorations, respectively. The battle had been incredibly fierce, with both sides suffering heavy losses. In the center of the battlefield, the fallen bodies formed a swirling pattern. Driven by curiosity, Han Fu wanted to identify the battling factions. He bent down to pick up a sword stuck in the ground to check its emblem. However, as soon as his fingers touched the hilt, the entire sword disintegrated into fine sand and scattered. What was more surprising was that this disintegration spread rapidly. The entire battlefield, bodies, armor, weapons, everything crumbled into nothingness. Han Fu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He recalled Professor Chu's lecture: when things in a temporal fragment start disintegrating, it indicates the fragment's instability. There was no need to panic. The worst-case scenario was everything disintegrating into void, and everything might restore itself momentarily. So, Han Fu patiently waited. Moments later, everything on the battlefield vanished without a trace. However, a single silver-white object stood firm in the center. Just as Han Fu was about to investigate, a sudden clashing of metal rang out near his ears. Fu Han's ears were suddenly filled with the clanging of armor. He spun around quickly, only to find himself surrounded by soldiers clad in gleaming armor, their metal plates reflecting the cold light of the sun. His first instinct was to summon his Chi-Yu armor for protection, but he soon realized that these soldiers seemed to be phantasms, emerging from thin air, their gazes completely oblivious to his presence. In a moment of clarity, Fu Han understood that this was a historical scene being replayed in light and shadow, and he was merely an invisible observer. The tension in his heart gradually eased, and he steadied himself to closely observe the unexpected ancient battlefield. As the soldiers regrouped, Fu Han noticed their armor came in two colors, red and white. However, the crests on their armor were identical, indicating they were from the same army. The troops quickly formed a large circle, adopting a battle-ready stance. Fu Han's attention was drawn to the center of the circle. There stood a tall man in silver-blue armor, his suit radiating a dazzling brilliance like the Milky Way under the sunlight. The man held a silver-white spear, the very object Fu Han had noticed earlier. Looking at the densely packed soldiers around him, Fu Han couldn't help but wonder, could all these people be here just to take down this one man? At that moment, a group of robe-clad priests emerged from the ranks of soldiers. Fu Han immediately recognized their attire as being similar to the Sun Council priests, though the crests and decorations were slightly different. These priests, without exception, were all of high rank. The high priests swiftly took out their ritual tools and began chanting prayers. Soon, divine light descended from the sky, showering the soldiers. Instantly, their aura grew stronger, as if blessed by the gods. However, the man in the silver-blue armor remained unmoved, calmly awaiting the imminent battle. As the high priest completed their blessing, an officer shouted loudly, giving the order to charge. Instantly, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield as all the soldiers surged towards the man at the center like a tidal wave. At that moment, the man in the center finally moved. He gently raised his spear and pointed it forward. In an instant, the spear emitted a deep, starry light, like a cascade of galaxies, rushing towards the direction he pointed. With just that simple gesture, all the soldiers in a straight line from the spear's tip collapsed instantly. Coincidentally, Fu Han was in the path of the first strike. Feeling the powerful energy brush past his face, he was left in awe, thinking, this is incredibly strong. However, this was only the beginning. With each subsequent strike, the man seemed to unleash a constellation. Whether he thrust, swept, chopped, or parried, each move brought down swathes of soldiers. Despite the relentless advance of the soldiers, none could get close to him. The soldiers of the Star Sect displayed astonishing bravery. Even after witnessing the man's overwhelming power, they continued to charge forward without fear. Fu Han couldn't help but speculate. Were they planning to use sheer numbers to wear down this formidable warrior? Yet, the man seemed to handle himself with ease. Just then, the battlefield shifted dramatically. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, and the man quickly raised his spear to block it. It was clear that even he didn't dare to underestimate this strike. In an instant, the golden light crashed heavily onto his spear, causing the ground to tremble from the impact. But the assault didn't stop there. Several more beams of golden light rained down from the sky, one after another. The continuous thunderous booms sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Holy Army, making them stagger. However, instead of retreating, they cheered and worshipped the spectacle. To them, this divine display was a sign of inevitable victory. Fu Han felt a pang of pity. Against such overwhelming divine power, the man seemed doomed. Yet, as the divine light's brilliance faded, Fu Han was astonished to see the man still standing. His silver-blue armor was in tatters, but a defiant smile played on his lips. In the next moment, the man bent his knees and leaped skyward, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the heavens. The battlefield fell silent, with every soldier gazing upward, awaiting the outcome. Moments later, a deafening roar shattered the silence. Intense flames lit up the clouds, turning the sky crimson as if it were set ablaze. Then, two figures plummeted from the sky. One was the man in silver armor, now shattered, holding only his silver spear. The other was a radiant being with golden wings, clad in resplendent robes. Fu Han's heart skipped a beat. He realized it was a god. Though he didn't know which deity, the radiant body and golden wings were unmistakable signs of divinity. Even more shocking was the sight of the man gripping the god by the throat, pinning him underfoot. The man's silver spear was deeply embedded in the god's chest. Despite the god's relentless blasts of divine light, the man grinned malevolently, driving the spear deeper. In an instant, the two figures crashed to the ground. The impact sent a towering blaze skyward, and the powerful shockwave knocked every soldier off their feet. The intense light forced Fu Han to shield his eyes. As the light faded, the battlefield returned to a semblance of calm. Fu Han squinted and saw the man kneeling on one knee, clutching his spear, holding down the god beneath him. The man's face still bore that smug smile, while the god's radiant body was disintegrating. Soon after, The man's body also began to disintegrate from the repeated divine blasts. His form dissipated like sand in the wind, leaving only the silver spear standing quietly at the battlefield's center. The ancient battlefield's time and space reverted to the moment Fu Han had first arrived. Though the scene before him had returned to tranquility, Fu Han's mind remained tumultuous. He witnessed an astonishing sight. The man killed a deity. Alone, he slew a god. Though it was a brutal mutual destruction, the satisfied smile on the man's face told Fu Han that he was content with the outcome. The deity was dead. This discovery perfectly aligned with the academic explanation of the old gods. The mainstream academic view held that the old gods gradually disappeared because they aged and died. Old gods can die was the foundational argument the academics used to refute theological claims. They didn't believe in the old gods' supreme power or immortality and completely rejected the notion that the old gods were merely asleep. Academics argued that life might have advanced forms and extraordinary significance, but as long as it could die, it couldn't logically be considered divine. Thus, even though they referred to them as old gods, they didn't truly acknowledge these beings as real deities. This disbelief was why they rejected divine rule and eventually overthrew the theocracy, establishing the enlightened Star Alliance. And now, Fu Han had seen evidence with his own eyes. While the temporal fragment was arranged by the Trans-Temporal Technology Group, Fu Han knew they couldn't precisely know what was inside the fragment. They had merely confirmed that it was accessible. Moreover, the historical scenes replayed within the temporal fragment couldn't be falsified by the group. Hence, what Fu Han witnessed was the true history. The old gods were not immortal. They had indeed fallen. Unfortunately, Fu Han couldn't recognize the emblems and was temporarily unable to identify which old god had fallen. However, he had memorized the emblems on the soldier's armor, believing he would find answers from the scholars once he returned. Calming his excitement, Fu Han rode the giant jade hand towards the center of the battlefield. The silver spear, capable of killing a god, still stood in the battlefield's center. Naturally, Fu Han wanted to examine it closely. However, this time, he was extraordinarily cautious, not daring to touch anything lightly, fearing that the terrifying scene might replay itself. The silver lance stood tall amidst the ruins of the ancient battlefield, its radiance like a beacon drawing Fu Han's gaze. As a weapon capable of slaying gods, its presence stirred something deep within him. Despite Professor Chu's repeated warnings against lingering too long in the fractured layers of time, and certainly not to waste time on objects within them, Fu Han couldn't help but be captivated by the lance. He recalled Professor Chu's explanation. Items within the fractured layers were usually difficult to carry into the next layer, let alone bring back to the primary timeline. However, Fu Han keenly observed that while everything around him was disintegrating, the silver lance remained steadfast. This detail sparked a bold idea in his mind. Perhaps this god-slaying lance could indeed be taken back to the primary timeline. As he approached the lance, Fu Han noticed that it stood upright because of the brilliant starlight supporting it. He scrutinized it for a long time, finding nothing unusual, yet his desire to touch it grew stronger. After some contemplation, Fu Han decided to consult Kikalu. Kikalu, there's a silver lance in front of me. What will happen if I touch it? Kikalu teased. If you touch it, you'll be touching a lance, duh. Fu Han rolled his eyes, understanding that Kikalu was joking. But since she didn't explicitly forbid him, he decided to go ahead and grasp the lance. In that moment, a strange transformation occurred. The starlight surrounding the lance vanished, and everything on the ancient battlefield began to disintegrate once more, turning into streams of light that merged into the lance. Fu Han held his breath, but the sounds of clashing weapons and the images of fallen soldiers did not reappear. When he looked at the lance in his hand again, it had turned from silver to jet black, losing all its luster. It's like it's oxidized, Fu Han muttered, feeling a pang of disappointment. Even a god-slaying weapon seemed unable to resist the ravages of time. However, the word fire poker brought to mind an elder named Zhang who wielded a seemingly ordinary fire poker with immense power. This thought made Fu Han reassess the lance in his hand. Despite losing its shine, it remained stylish in shape, and the tip was still sharp. Fu Han decided to keep it. After all, it was still a weapon, even if he wasn't sure where he could take it. As he ventured deeper into the fractured layers of time, the fragmented light and swirling mists at the junctions grew more chaotic and dazzling. Fu Han, however, had no time to admire the spectacle, focusing intently on the lance in his hand, anticipating any possible changes. When he crossed the junction, the lance remained unchanged. Fu Han smiled with delight, thinking that perhaps this lance could indeed be brought back to the primary timeline. Even as a mere collectible, owning a god-slaying weapon was enough to excite him. Entering a new layer, Fu Han first checked his temporal watch to confirm the flow of time here. Deeper layers often led to greater time discrepancies, so he had to be cautious to avoid being lost forever. This time, luck seemed to be on Fu Han's side. He stared quietly at his watch for a while. The second hand moved just once, which meant he could continue his exploration at a leisurely pace. Lifting his gaze to the next spacetime, Fu Han was delighted to find a vast golden desert with a dark red temple standing in the center. More importantly, this spacetime was connected to many others, forming the end of a spiral chain of dimensions precisely where the fractured treasury was located. Fu Han realized that by crossing this spacetime, he would reach the fractured treasury. In the main spacetime, only a little over 2 hours had passed. Fu Wu felt a surge of excitement, realizing he might complete his exploration before anyone else managed to repair the machine. Despite the treasury being within reach, the spacetime ahead was no easy feat. As Fu Wu observed, it was a tranquil lake, much larger than the previous spacetimes, stretching beyond the horizon. Without the right abilities, crossing this vast water body would be a daunting challenge. Fortunately, Qiyu had the power of levitation, making this obstacle insignificant for Fu Han. After walking along the lake for a while, Fu Han noticed something unusual. He felt something brush against his shoulder and turned to see a piece of waterweed hanging down from the sky. With a mixture of curiosity and caution, he continued onward, noticing more and more of these hanging seaweeds, soon filling the surroundings densely. Fu Han tried stepping back, and the seaweeds gradually ascended back into the sky and disappeared. Through repeated observation, he discovered the unique nature of this fractured spacetime. The physical laws here were significantly disrupted. The lakebed was empty, while objects that should be underwater were suspended in the sky. Even more bizarre, the rules of buoyancy were altered. The deeper Fu Han ventured towards the lake center, the lower the suspended lakebed descended, revealing its true form. To test this strange environment, Fu Wu used a long spear to cut some water weeds. The severed weeds drifted gently, but he couldn't determine if they were falling down or floating up. He also attempted to leave Qiyu's control and successfully landed in the water. After drifting for a while without any anomalies, he had Qiyu pull him back up. The physical laws of this spacetime were indeed highly disrupted, but not entirely chaotic. Fu Han realized this might be the most extreme environment in which humans could survive. Any further chaos, and he might have perished upon entry. This also highlighted the significance of the weeks of effort by the interdimensional team, who had filtered out fragments where immediate death upon entry was inevitable. Understanding the characteristics of this spacetime, Fu Han no longer feared the seemingly menacing seaweeds. He used his spear to push them aside and continued forward. Soon, he passed through the dense waterweed area and reached deeper waters. Due to the lack of light, the waterweeds grew sparse and eventually disappeared, causing visibility to drop. Fu Han summoned the twin-bodied moonlight monster to illuminate the surroundings. Unexpectedly, the light attracted a large school of fish. A massive school of fish filled Fu Han's vision, their murky colors and bloated bodies making them appear quite ugly. The fish swam upside down, their fins pointing downward. As they swarmed around him, Fu Han felt a distinct fluctuation of starlight and was shocked to realize that these unsightly fish were actually star beasts. Instinctively, Fu Han reached for his scanner but abruptly remembered that he hadn't brought his terminal into this fragmented spacetime layer. This was a universally acknowledged unknown zone where the consciousness of the eternal tree couldn't connect, and electronic components were highly susceptible to damage. Even if the terminal could function here, Fu Han doubted it could provide any useful data, especially since even the fierce beasts cultivated by the old gods couldn't be identified. These fish seemed attracted to light, merely circling around Fu Han without any sign of aggression. Nonetheless, their presence reminded Fu Han of a crucial point. Such weak fish would inevitably be at the bottom of the food chain. If there were larger predators that also followed light, the situation could turn dangerous. Cautiously, Fu Han put away the moon lamp monster, deciding it was better to be safe. In the darkness, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him. He instructed Qiyu to equip his armor and submerged into the water to move forward. This decision inadvertently saved Fu Han's life. Not long after, a massive shadow loomed closer. Fu Han quickly dived deeper, and the shadow lingered above him for a moment before regretfully moving away. Though he couldn't see what it was, the intensity of the starlight fluctuations he felt far exceeded the combined presence of the fish he had encountered earlier. After this harrowing encounter, Fu Han was more determined than ever to continue his journey underwater. Qiyu's level 6 armor displayed impressive autonomous capabilities, and with its floating ability, it propelled Fu Han swiftly through the water. An hour later, Fu Han sensed several extremely powerful creatures passing overhead, finally grasping the perilous nature of this spacetime fragment. When Qiyu's starlight started to wane, they finally emerged from the deepwater zone, greeted by the reappearance of aquatic plants and improved visibility. Surfacing, Fu Han was surprised to find that one of the ugly fish had somehow taken refuge in his hood. The fish, now separated from its school, seemed panicked, swimming in circles before retreating back into his hood. Fu Han couldn't help but laugh, recalling how he had previously considered contracting one of these fish but had dismissed the idea due to their poor starlight fluctuations, small size, and tendency to stay in groups. After a moment of hesitation, Fu Han decided to let the fish stay with him for now, planning to make a decision once they reached the rift treasure trove. If the fish could survive there, it might be worth a try. Continuing onward, Fu Han soon passed through the aquatic plant zone, and his view opened up. Land appeared on the horizon, with shimmering auroras fluttering in the sky. Stepping onto solid ground, Fu Han felt a wave of relief, his anxiety easing as he once again saw the golden rift treasure trove. The fish in his hood peeked out, glanced around, and quickly retreated as if it considered Fu Han's hood a safe haven. Shaking his head in resignation, Fu Han checked the time and decided to rest. The time flow here was much faster than in the main world, making it a good opportunity to let Chi Yu recover his starlight. Fu Han pondered the unique temporal properties of the faulted vault. It remains nearly static when closed, but aligns with the primary timeline once connected. He decided to wait until he had fully regained his peak condition before entering the faulted vault to ensure maximum safety. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but wonder about the progress of repairs on the hyperspace device in the main timeline. Outside Juxing City, in the White Forest, it has been more than 2 hours since the cloud whale of the old gods appeared in the sky. Professor Chu's exploration team and the transspatial technology team have already retreated. Though there were casualties, everyone survived. In this arduous retreat, the young beast tamers fought valiantly and with great coordination. Songjia was particularly heroic, but he also sustained the most severe injuries and fell into a coma. Fortunately, his strong recovery abilities and timely support from the academy have ensured he is now out of danger. The entry level for the Fault Treasure Vault was set too low, and the entrance was located in the White Forest, close to the academy, so no thorough defense arrangements were made beforehand. Unexpectedly, the old gods not only attacked but also deployed the Cloud Whale and somehow bypassed the Alliance military's blockade of the southern continent. The military responded swiftly. General Li Yiwang arrived at the battlefield immediately, injuring the Cloud Whale and forcing it to flee in haste, indirectly rescuing Professor Chu's team. He also severely wounded the formidable enemy, General Shan Ru of the Demonic Legion. Although Shan Ru was not captured, his defeat prevented further destruction of Juxing City. The Alliance fighter jets arrived soon after, eliminating the decayed warriors on the Cloud Whale's back, and pursued it until it was shot down in the uninhabited area northwest of the White Forest. On the surface, this seemed like a major victory, but the news Professor Chu kept receiving was worrisome. The military confirmed that another woman who escaped from the Cloud Whale was likely Kyra, the saintess of the Decay cult, and she had entered a temporal rift. Within the Star Faith, the Decay cult holds a special status, and the populace holds them in great dread. Unlike other deities, people's only expectation from the Decay cult is to be spared. It is clear that as other old gods weaken, the Decay cult's terrifying rule will grant them significant influence. Since the fall of the old gods and the overthrow of their rule, the Decay cult's status among the old gods on the southern continent has grown, and they have become the de facto rulers. Saintess Kyra, being the successor of the cult, is destined to become the master of the southern continent. The fact that such an important figure risked her life to venture into the heart of the Alliance for the first time in nearly a century shows how crucial the items in the vault are to her. However, no one has the time to pursue Saintess Kyra, as the scarlet decay she brought is 100 times more potent than before. In just 2 hours, the scarlet decay has contaminated a vast area of the forest. Plants and animals have grown tumorous flesh, emitting the stench of decay. The disease's virulence is extreme. Researchers without starlight who came into contact with the decay gas fell ill with high fever within half an hour. The only good news is that the previously developed anti-decay serum is still effective. But the bad news is that this scarlet decay will quickly develop resistance, and the Federation must immediately start developing new countermeasures. Fortunately, during the retreat, the Great Jade Hand used the Jade Radiance Barrier to isolate the decay. Otherwise, even the beast tamers would not have escaped unscathed after prolonged exposure. Professor Chu knows that the situation is far from over. He witnessed the contaminated ruin spreading the scarlet decay and shudders to think what might happen if it gains freedom in the White Forest. He can only pray that Saintess Kyra will not release the infinite-level ruin. Soon, the news came that the Cloud Whale had been shot down. However, the joy was short-lived, as more bad news followed. The Cloud Whale has suffered severe contamination from the Xingfu infection. Although the military has mobilized sufficient firepower to incinerate the corpse, its massive size inevitably means it will contaminate a large area of the forest. Worse still, it fell near the Star Beast breeding center of the Chasing Star Academy, potentially spreading the pollution to that facility. Despite this, Professor Chu showed no intention of returning immediately. The Jade Radiance Barrier is currently the most effective known method for isolating contamination, so he continued to await the repair of the equipment by the Spacetime team. In fact, after the Academy's support arrived, Professor Chu led a team back into the contaminated area. Armored Earth Dragons dragged the Great Jade Hand, with Yi Miao supplementing it with star energy, and the Great Jade Hand deployed the Jade Radiance Barrier to isolate the contamination. They used this method to re-enter the space-time rift and retrieve all the equipment, including those that had been smashed. At this moment, the space-time technology team was laboring under a rain shelter to repair the equipment, but the situation remained grim. They discovered that the Xingfu infection could even contaminate the circuitry and grow using the equipment's power. In the drizzle, Professor Chu paced back and forth alone. The space-time technology team had brought nothing but bad news several times, and he needed the cold rain to keep himself calm. Before long, the team leader of the space-time technology group ran up to Professor Chu, panting, "Professor Chu, I'm afraid it's still no good. We disassembled the spare rift disruptor, and it also had necrotic tissue growing inside it. Under the current conditions, we simply can't repair it." Professor Chu murmured, "Bring in new ones." The team leader urgently replied, "Professor, these aren't mass-produced items. We assembled and developed them ourselves in the lab." Professor Chu stopped walking and looked up at the sky, asking, "How long will it take to fix them?" The team leader remained silent for a long time before finally whispering, "I think every student who went in was prepared to be trapped forever." "Of course." Professor Chu's voice grew even more somber. "I told them myself. Anyone who goes in might not come out. But I never said the reason they wouldn't come out would be because we failed to maintain the equipment." Tears welled up in the team leader's eyes, and he choked out, "We did our best." Professor Chu let out a long sigh and began walking back toward the academy. The team leader hastily asked, "Professor, where are you going?" Professor Chu paused and said heavily, "To organize a retreat. I need to apologize to the Grand Scholar." With that, he walked alone into the rain, his silhouette gradually disappearing into the gray mist. Fuan was unaware of the outside world. He had just finished his rest and was preparing to set off again. The starlight from the divine wood seed filled Fuan's core, allowing Chiyu to quickly return to peak condition. Fuan, on the other hand, had eaten some nutrition bars and taken a brief nap under Boya's protection, adjusting himself to his optimal state. After getting up, Fuan glanced at the time and was surprised to find that only 2 minutes had passed in the main world. This efficient rest boosted his confidence, and he immediately began to move towards the time-space junction. Arriving at the time-space junction again, the scene before him was shocking. The shattered light and disturbed mist had formed a violent storm, giving the illusion that stepping into it would result in being torn apart. However, Fuan knew that these seemingly terrifying sights posed no real threat to him. His only concern was whether his spear and the ugly fish in his hood would remain safe. "Kikalu, I'm about to enter the fault vault. Stay put and don't come out," Fuan instructed. "Got it," Kikalu obediently responded. In fact, Kikalu had not appeared throughout the journey. Fuan noticed it seemed deeply interested in the starlight from the divine wood seed, perhaps relishing the joy of growth. With Kikalu briefed, Fuan reached into his hood and grabbed the ugly fish. As soon as the fish saw the chaotic time-space junction, it tried to retreat back into the hood in fear. This time, however, Fuan firmly held the hood, denying it a sanctuary. With the imminent crossing of time and space, he didn't want the fish dying in his hood. The now unprotected fish appeared somewhat bewildered, circling around before realizing Fuan was the only familiar presence, and it reluctantly stayed by his side. Fuan thought, "You can follow, but don't blame me if you die." Fuan instructed Chiyu to start moving forward, diving into the time-space seam. His focus was on the spear and the ugly fish, as the fault vault's time-space had now aligned with the main time-space. If they could enter the fault vault safely, it meant they could enter the main time-space as well. The spear remained steady as usual, unaffected by the spatial disturbances. However, the fish's transformation caught Fuan by surprise. It began by flipping its posture, swimming belly up. Then, its body started to glow and expand. Initially, Fuan thought it was about to explode, but soon, he sensed a strong soul wave emanating from the fish, as it hungrily absorbed the surrounding energy, elements, starlight, source matter, and even the spatial disturbances. Fuan suddenly realized, it's evolving. He immediately instructed Chiyu to slow down and closely observed the fish's transformation. The fish's body gradually elongated, its dull scales transforming into black fur adorned with elegant diamond patterns, resembling a fairy dragon. The gills evolved into beautiful plumes. The fish tail morphed into a long, slender tail with luxurious tail fins at the end. Finally, it sprouted 4 limbs, with sleek, agile lines reminiscent of an ancient cat. The evolution was complete. The ugly fish had transformed into a magnificent star beast. It combined the elegance of a fairy dragon with the agility of a cat, its fur a mysterious and dazzling array. Han Fu was stunned. He never imagined that not only could an ugly duckling turn into a swan, but an ugly fish could also transform into such a beautiful cat-like spirit dragon. The newly evolved ugly fish skillfully leaped onto Han Fu's shoulder, warily scanning its surroundings. The moment it landed on his shoulder, Han Fu almost mistook it for Chi-Chi. At this moment, Han Fu had also passed through the temporal rift and arrived at the golden faulted treasure vault. However, he had no time to admire the desert landscape before him. Han Fu immediately drafted a soul-binding contract and handed it to the now transformed ugly fish. Without hesitation, the fish accepted the contract, likely considering Han Fu a companion ever since it got separated from its school. The instant the contract was completed, Han Fu learned its detailed information. Species, Chaos variant. Lineage, Temporal Rift creature. Evolution level, Adaptive evolution. Attributes, Cat-like spirit dragon. Species value, 387 elite star beast. Level, 1. Health, 100. Abilities. Legendary trait. Hypertemporal adaptation can evolve into a life form suited to any time-space, possessing unique chaos attributes and temporal control. Adaptive trait. Companion animal friendly towards humans, pleasing in appearance, suitable for cohabitation with humans. Individual trait. Temporal navigation can record and track 3 temporal locations. Advanced skill. Gate of time and space LV1 comprehended at the temporal rift can open a door to specific time spaces. So, the ugly fish was a chaos variant. No wonder Zhang Jie said that only its master would understand the significance and traits of such a creature. Its legendary trait enabling adaptive evolution was truly miraculous. The faulted treasure vault had a desert landscape, and since the fish was with Han Fu, it incorporated cat features during its evolution. Cats are not only well-suited to desert environments, but are also companion animals to humans. The precision of this evolutionary direction was astounding. The cat-like spirit dragon species value reached an impressive 387 points, nearing the level of a lore-class creature. More importantly, it possessed 2 unique attributes, temporal and chaos. These attributes were so unique that they weren't even included in the Academy's textbooks. If not for contracting the chaos variant, Han Fu wouldn't have known these attributes existed. He had assumed that temporal attributes were encompassed within the superpower category, but now it seemed that temporal attributes could indeed be distinctly classified. Han Fu was convinced that his streak of bad luck had ended, and his fortunes were on the rise. The individual trait, temporal navigation, which should only be useful within the hypertemporal technology core, perfectly complemented the advanced skill gate of time and space that it comprehended during evolution. This synergy turned what was originally a lackluster trait into something with limitless potential. Combined, they formed the legendary skill, directional time-space gate. Han Fu never expected to contract a star beast with such capabilities. It was entirely beyond his expectations. His bad luck was completely over, and he was now riding a wave of unprecedented good fortune. With renewed confidence, Han Fu looked forward to the upcoming treasure vault exploration. However, contracting the chaos variant also brought a new dilemma: what to name it. The term chaotic variant is too awkward, and ugly fish no longer fits, as it is neither ugly nor a fish anymore. Sitting on Saitama's hand, Fu Han scratched his cheek, deep in thought. He considered several names like Hundun, Little Black, and Cat Dragon, but all were dismissed as they didn't match its elegant demeanor. Finally, watching the graceful chaotic variant fluttering before him, Fu Han suddenly thought of a perfectly fitting name. Despite its small size, akin to a cat, the chaos variant moved with an extraordinary grace. Looking at it, Fu Han couldn't help but recall a famous line from Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River: graceful as a startled swan, nimble as a swimming dragon, like the fleeting clouds obscuring the moon, or the drifting snow swept by the wind. In mythology, the goddess of the Luo River is a water deity, and in ancient times, black was considered a noble color. Coincidentally, this chaos variant not only emerged from the water, but also had luxurious black fur. Fu Han felt that naming it Luo Shun was perfectly fitting, and thus he decided on the name. Gently stroking Luo Shun's chin, he softly said, "From now on, you'll be called Luo Shun." Luo Shun let out a soft chirp, seemingly pleased with its new name. Fu Han, feeling a rush of excitement, thought to himself, "Have I finally nailed a good name?" Not only had he formed a contract with an exceptional star beast, but he had also come up with a fitting name. More importantly, he felt that his streak of bad luck had finally ended, lifting his spirits significantly. Fu Han decided to have Luo Shun accompany him in exploring the treasure vault rather than summoning it back to its core. Although the treasure vault appeared as a vast desert, it wasn't hot. The golden sands were actually a protective measure. Fu Han tentatively stepped onto the sand, immediately sinking into the soft quicksand, with half of his leg buried. Fortunately, Chiyu promptly pulled him out, and the soft quicksand quickly restored itself. Fu Han felt grateful, realizing how Chiyu's ability to hover, a seemingly simple skill, was practically a godsend. He couldn't even recall how many times Chiyu's hovering ability had come in handy. Given the entire desert was a dangerous trap, Fu Han decided to ride Chiyu directly to the temple at the center of the desert. From a distance, the temple appeared dark red. Fu Han initially thought it was made from some ancient, unknown material. However, Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the entire temple was covered in a layer of dark red substance. On the platform before the temple steps, Fu Han gently scratched at the covering with his hand, finding it surprisingly firm, with a texture reminiscent of leather. He took out a small knife, pried off a small piece, and examined it closely, discovering it was actually a fungal mat, seemingly very fresh as if it had just recently grown. Fu Han furrowed his brows, puzzled. This was the treasure vault, and before the space-time technology group tore open the space-time rift, its space-time should have been static. So where did this fresh fungal life come from? Could it be that this vault was meant to store these fungi? As Fu Han pondered, Luo Shun showed a keen interest in the fungal piece in his hand. It first sniffed it, then its eyes lit up, and it promptly took a bite. By the time Fu Han realized and tried to stop it, it was too late. Why does this little one eat everything? Fu Han thought helplessly, bringing the fungal mat closer to his nose for a sniff. Suddenly, he noticed something bizarre. The fungal mat emitted a scent of roasted meat, specifically the kind seasoned with cumin. How could this be? Fu Han recalled how he had been thinking about how long it had been since he had a delicious roast while eating nutrient blocks earlier and vowed to have some once he returned. What a coincidence that this fungal mat smells like roasted meat. After some careful thought, Fu Han figured out the reason behind it. The scent of cumin-spiced roasted meat is not a natural odor of the fungal mat itself, but rather a hallucinogenic effect. The fungus emits a smell that induces hallucinations, making other creatures believe they are smelling delicious food. It's likely that what Luo Shun smelled wasn't cumin-spiced roasted meat, but some other food it loves. This was not a good sign. Fu Han looked at Luo Shun again, and saw that it seemed quite pleased with the smell of the fungal mat, and wanted to continue eating. He quickly used their soul connection to sense Luo Shun's condition, and found that it was perfectly fine, with no abnormalities. Fu Han thought to himself that as a chaotic variant, Luo Shun had an extremely strong adaptive ability, and should be able to distinguish between what is edible and what isn't. Even so, Fu Han didn't dare let it eat more. So, he called Luo Shun back to the core domain, despite its disgruntled grumbling as it left. Fu Han tossed the fungal chunk aside, and carefully examined the stone bricks beneath the fungal mat. He discovered that these enormous bricks were engraved with patterns. As he pried up more of the fungal mat, he found that the patterns on the bricks were geometric designs, seemingly decorative with no special meaning. Fu Han fell into deep thought. The decorative patterns on the massive bricks of the temple suggested that the builders hadn't anticipated them being covered by fungal mats. This meant the mats likely grew afterward. Considering the freshness of the fungi, Fu Han made a bold hypothesis. They had grown after time started flowing in the treasury. From the moment the temporal rift opened until now, only about 3 hours had passed in the treasury. Fu Han looked around the vast temple, filled with curiosity. What exactly was stored here? How could such a large, thick fungal mat grow in such a short time? Since he was already here, Fu Han wasn't about to give up exploring. However, he decided to proceed with extreme caution. Glancing at the stairs leading deeper into the treasury, he entered his colonized state, planning to continue his exploration in this form. Climbing the stairs, he was greeted by a long, narrow, and dark corridor. The corridor originally had light-permitting openings, but they were now covered by fungal mats, making the light dim. At this moment, the bifrost moonlight creature came in handy again. Using the light from the moonlight creature, Fu Han closely examined the walls on either side. He noticed that the wall surface beneath the fungal mat was uneven, as if something was hidden underneath. Using his spear, he pried away a large section of the fungal mat, finally revealing the relief sculpture beneath. Fu Han was slightly taken aback and leaned in for a closer look. It was a continuous narrative relief, with ancient inscriptions below each section, seemingly recounting a historical event. Upon seeing the ancient script, Fu Han's first reaction was to take out paper and pen to record it. After jotting down a few characters, Fu Han realized that, combined with the relief, he could understand the meaning of the ancient script. The story recounts a history involving the god of fertility, Feng Rang. The first relief mural depicts a giant mushroom, which is the embodiment of this god. Fu Han realized that there must be a significant connection between this god of fertility, the artifacts preserved in the temple, and the fungal growth covering it. He quickly pulled back more of the fungal mats and began to meticulously study the reliefs and ancient writings on the wall. Just as Fu Han was deeply engrossed in deciphering the information on the wall, a pair of mysterious eyes watched him curiously from the shadows where the moonlight couldn't reach. Han Fu carefully examined the ancient characters and carvings on the wall, squinting his eyes in the dim light. As a beginner in classical literature, he had to make educated guesses and associations to grasp the meanings behind the words. Thankfully, the carvings provided context. Otherwise, he would struggle to read the continuous script. Focused on his interpretation, Han Fu didn't notice a small figure secretly observing him in the darkness. When he used his spear to uncover more carvings, he suddenly noticed that the purplered fungal mat covering the wall was shrinking and receding. This unusual phenomenon immediately put him on alert. He tightened his grip on the spear and carefully searched the area twice, but found nothing. After a moment of thought, Han Fu speculated that dislodging a large piece of the fungal mat might have caused the rest to die and shrink. Although still suspicious, his priority was to decode the information on the carvings. He steadied himself and refocused on the ancient characters and images before him. The carvings narrated a rarely known ancient history. During an era when the sky was obscured by a barrier, humanity relied on the Nine Suns divine tree for survival. However, the tree's light covered only a small part of the land known as Kixingdi, leaving most areas shrouded in darkness. Those who left the light of the Nine Suns divine tree quickly perished from cold and hunger, and their bodies were devoured by monsters lurking in the darkness. People believed that such a death left the soul unrest, making it the most terrifying fate. Thus, the dark regions became the most feared places, and those who committed severe crimes were permanently exiled there. However, not all exiles perished in the darkness. A group of them found a place to survive Mount Red Lotus. Inside the mountain, there was a lava lake, and in the center stood a giant red mushroom. Its cap supported the entire mountaintop, or rather, the mountaintop was merely dust settled on its cap. This giant mushroom was the god of abundance, referred to as the primordial Da. Due to his limited knowledge of ancient texts, Han Fu couldn't fully understand the term describing the god of abundance. He could only transcribe it first and continue examining the carvings. The caves of Mount Red Lotus were warm and abundant in food. The presence of the lava lake and the god of abundance filled the caves with hot springs. Nutrient-rich fungi grew on the cave walls near the springs, enhancing physical strength when consumed. The exiles settled here and thrived. Reading this, Han Fu glanced at the fungal mat covering the entire sanctuary, wondering if it was the same fungi described in the carvings. He then checked on Luotian, finding it still healthy. Although these fungi seemed harmless, Han Fu decided to curb his curiosity and continue focusing on the carvings. Soon after, the descendants of the exiles saw the birth of the first devotee of the god of abundance, Yang. Born weak and sickly, Yang was abandoned by his parents near the lava lake. Years later, he miraculously returned strong, claiming to be a devotee of the god of abundance, blessed with health and longevity. Yang revealed the powers of the god of abundance to his people, urging them to worship the deity to receive endless food and health. Under Yang's leadership, people began devoutly worshipping the god of fertility, primarily by collecting and sacrificing the remains of dead plants, animals, and even their fallen comrades. Although Fu Han couldn't fully comprehend all the powers described in the ancient texts about the god of fertility, he extracted a crucial piece of information from the murals. The god of fertility could cause decaying plants and dead animals to decompose and enrich the soil, making it fertile and capable of producing more fungal blocks to feed the people. This ability to satiate hunger was incredibly powerful. The fungal blocks were not only delicious and nutritious, but could also regenerate quickly and grow on their own without the need for cultivation. Under the protection of the god of fertility, the tribe lived in peace for a long time. Even after the barrier dissipated and people could leave the sacred tree of Jiuyang to survive, the followers of the god of fertility continued to live comfortably in the great Red Lotus Mountain. However, the tranquility was eventually shattered. One day, invaders, the followers of the god of elements, arrived at the foot of the mountain. They launched a brutal war to seize the lava lake. Seeing this, Fu Han couldn't help but smirk to himself, thinking that these savages who only knew how to eat fungal blocks would surely be trampled. As Fu Han had anticipated, the tribe of the god of fertility stood no chance against the followers of the god of elements. The latter had sturdy armor, sharp swords, and divine blessings, making them invincible. In contrast, the tribe of the god of fertility wore only animal skins, and some were barely clothed. Worse still, the god of fertility neither bestowed blessings to protect the tribe nor sent divine retribution to repel the invaders. Seeing his homeland and people on the brink of destruction, Yang made a desperate decision to steal the powers of the god of fertility. He braved the lava lake and reached the feet of the god of fertility, beginning to gnaw at the divine body. As he devoured more and more of the god's body, the powers of the god of fertility gradually transferred to him. Empowered, Yang ate faster and soon consumed most of the god's body. Ultimately, the peak of the Great Red Lotus Mountain collapsed due to the loss of support. The invaders fled in panic as the mountain crumbled. While the followers of the god of fertility were grieving and digging frantically to retrieve their buried deity, Yang emerged from the rubble. He declared to everyone that he had replaced the god of fertility and would avenge them. Yang then ventured to the divine realm of the god of elements, unleashing his dreadful powers. He turned rice fields into decaying swamps, spread debilitating diseases among livestock, and inflicted excruciating but non-lethal illnesses on the followers. Everywhere he went, life withered and decayed, creating a hellish landscape. At this point, Fu Han's eyes widened in shock. and he couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, "Isn't this the god of decay?" Realizing he might have uncovered a significant secret, he eagerly continued to study the remaining murals. The territory of the god of elements was nearly destroyed, with only a few followers left. In the end, the god of elements had no choice but to abandon the devastated land and lead the surviving followers to a distant place. Before leaving, the god unleashed a blazing fire, turning the land into a sea of flames that burned for months. After the flames died down, Yang led his tribe away from the great Red Lotus Mountain and established his own divine realm on the scorched earth left by the god of elements. What surprised Fu Han was that the relief sculpture didn't end there. After Yang led most of the tribe away from the great Red Lotus Mountain, some people still remained devoted to the god of fertility. Braving the dangers, they dug through the collapsed mountain, only to find a small remnant of their beloved deity. To protect this precious relic, the devout followers sought the help of the god of time and space and obtained the temporal vault to enshrine the remains. Standing at the entrance of the vault, Fu Han was shocked to realize that his earlier suspicion was correct. What was stored here were indeed mushrooms, or more accurately, the remnants of the god of fertility. The deity seemed to still possess some life force, as evidenced by the sprawling fungal carpets around. This discovery was far from what Fu Han had expected. He had anticipated finding rare treasures like source essence, star crystal, or high-grade star shards, or at least common gold, silver, or ancient artifacts. However, the sight before him made him ponder. This is the father of the god of decay. But what use is it to me? Should I emulate the god of decay and consume it? Fu Han shook his head and decided to investigate further. If nothing else, he could exchange it for academic credits. Without further hesitation, Fu Han strode into the main hall of the temple. Knowing the origin of the fungal carpets, he no longer feared the unknown lurking in the dark. After all, the god of fertility, who couldn't resist even in its prime, was now a mere fragment and posed no threat. If it were still alive, its level would certainly be below 20, without any special immunity. Navigating around the screen wall, Fu Han entered a spacious hall measuring 50 meters square. Apart from the beams supporting the dome and the central stone altar, the entire space was plain and almost devoid of decoration. Fu Han couldn't help but sigh at the poverty of the god of fertility's followers, who couldn't even afford a proper temple for their deity. On the altar, next to a heavy black stone coffin, stood a bronze sacred tree. Just as Fu Han was about to mock the followers for not understanding that fungi dislike light, he noticed a small figure peeking at him from behind the coffin. He quickly moved to the side of the altar and saw a long-legged mushroom trying to escape. Could it be the god of fertility? Fu Han exclaimed as he gave chase. The small mushroom agilely circled the coffin and then nimbly jumped into a crack in the slightly open stone coffin. Fu Han tried to push the coffin lid, but even with the help of Qiyu, it wouldn't budge. As he considered calling Boya for assistance, he heard noises coming from the hallway outside. Instinctively, Fu Han stowed away the moon lantern monster and hid in the shadows behind the screen wall to observe. Two figures appeared in the hallway, a tall, armored woman and a dwarf with a rat-like face. The dwarf pulled out a glowing stone to illuminate the dim space. Fu Han held his breath, listening intently to their conversation. "Your Grace, please allow me to lead the way," the dwarf said obsequiously. The tall woman coldly rebuked, "Stop pretending." Hearing the term Your Grace, Fu Han's heart raced. This wasn't the language of the Alliance, but a term used by the old god's followers. Given the woman's high status, could she be a pope or a saintess? He quickly realized that this was likely the notorious cult of decay. As the two entered the corridor, they were quickly drawn to the reliefs on the walls. Rat Face, visibly excited, exclaimed, "My heavens, Your Grace! I never thought a humble being like me would have the honor of learning my lord's sacred name. Yao. So simple, yet so noble, I." Before he could finish, Kyra kicked him aside and angrily retorted, "Don't you dare utter my lord's name with your filthy mouth." Ratface immediately fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. "Please, spare me. I overstepped." Kyra scoffed and turned her attention to the relief on the right. Ratface carefully moved the night stone to illuminate it for her. "Your Grace, look here." Ratface flattered. The god of thieves did not lie. The final primeval chain is truly hidden here. Congratulations, Your Grace. Your power will become flawless. You are on the verge of becoming a new deity. As Kyra deciphered the depiction on the relief, a smile finally crept across her face. She sneered, "Once I reclaim my homeland, I'll turn everyone in that wretched academy into rat faces like you. How would you like to be their headmaster then?" Rat Face bowed even lower, humbly replying, "It would be my utmost honor, Your Grace." "I am deeply honored, Your Grace." Kyra laughed, her voice echoing through the vast hall. However, her laughter abruptly ceased, and her expression turned icy. She squinted her eyes, her voice as sharp as a blade. Forget what you just saw, or you will wish you were dead." At her words, the rat-faced man immediately prostrated himself on the ground. His forehead pressed against the cold stone floor, his voice trembling. "I saw nothing." Kyra snorted coldly and waved her hand. The air rippled, and a massive one-eyed creature materialized out of thin air. The beast was covered in black metallic skin, with its hands transformed into massive warhammers. Kyra pointed coldly at the relief on the right side of the wall. The Cyclops let out a strange cry and began smashing the wall with its hammer-like arms. The thunderous crashes echoed throughout the hall, each impact feeling as though it struck Fu Han's heart directly. Yet, the immense pressure only served to calm him. He leaned against the shadowed wall, his mind racing. There was only one passage in the Grand Hall, and the enemy blocked the outside. He was trapped with no way to escape. Those two were indeed members of the Cult of Decay, and their target was the last remains of the God of Abundance. Their intentions were evidently sinister. In just a few minutes, Fu Han had witnessed the woman's violent ruthlessness. If she succeeded, the entire land of Qixing would be in grave danger. The dwarf had mentioned that the remains of the God of Abundance could restore her powers, which meant that the little mushroom that could run was part of the god's power. Fu Han thought, if necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to swallow it. But he quickly realized that doing so would be futile unless he first dealt with the woman outside. Whoever consumed the mushroom would be consumed by her. A confrontation was inevitable. He had to deal with her first, but she was a high-ranking member of the Cult of Decay, possessing a powerful star beast. Fu Han recognized her black giant star beast at a glance. It was a modified Cyclops. Cyclopes were of Emperor-tier species value. Even a newborn Cyclops possessed 4th-tier starlight. Suddenly, Fu Han paused. Something was off. Cyclops infants were at least level 40, and her beast, modified by dark arts, should be over level 40 as well. How did they get past the treasure vault's barrier, which rejects all beings above level 20? With this question in mind, Fu Han carefully observed the corridor outside again. Soon, he noticed something. The black Cyclops wore a pendant around its neck, glowing conspicuously. Fu Han was certain it wasn't just an ornament, because the woman also wore an identical pendant around her neck. Furrowing his brow, Fu Han thought, she is a high-ranking member of the Cult of Decay, capable of contracting such a powerful star beast. There's no way she's a novice. Her star rank must exceed the vault's restriction. In other words, both she and her Cyclops surpassed the vault's limit, and they both were the same pendant. It seems that pendant is used to suppress their starlight. Fu Han quickly concluded. As for the dwarf, Fu Han didn't see him wearing a pendant, but it was possible he had one hidden under his clothing. With this realization, Fu Han felt a bit more at ease. As long as they didn't break through the treasure vault's defenses, he felt he still stood a chance. Besides, if the pendant around her neck was destroyed, wouldn't she be done for? That pendant was their Achilles heel right now. The only problem was, Fu Han didn't know what kind of star beasts were in her core. But no matter what kind of star beasts they would be bound by the rules of time and space. As long as those star beasts wore the pendant, it essentially gave them an additional fatal weakness. The advantage is mine, Fu Han thought to himself, quietly retreating into the shadows. Moments later, a deafening crash echoed through the corridor. The wall on the right side was smashed to pieces by a Cyclops, and half of the ceiling collapsed. The Cyclops was buried under the rubble, but such an entrapment had no effect on it. It easily pushed aside the stones and stood up, debris sliding off its smooth skin without leaving a trace of dust. The Cyclops' behavior was entirely within Kyra's expectations. She didn't even spare it a glance and impatiently urged Ratface, "Lead the way." With the ceiling partially collapsed, the entire corridor became much brighter. Nonetheless, Ratface obediently held up a night stone, jogging ahead. He kept muttering, "Your Grace, this way. Your Grace, be careful. Your Grace, we're almost there." Kyra didn't respond, her expression growing increasingly grim, clearly fed up. As they rounded a corner, Kyra suddenly stopped, wrinkling her nose. "What's that smell?" Ratface sniffed the air as well, puzzled. "I don't smell anything. Your Grace." Before Ratface could finish his sentence, two blinding beams of light shot out from the darkness. One was a scorching red flame, the other a dazzling yellow lightning bolt. Each beam targeted the chests of Kyra and the Cyclops. The yellow lightning was especially swift, reaching Kyra's chest in an instant. She tried to raise her hand to block it, but it was too late. At the last moment, the skin on Kyra's chest wriggled, scales parted, and quickly enveloped the pendant. The lightning struck her chest hard, and after the flash of light, her chest was charred black, but her pendant remained intact. On the other hand, the Cyclops was not as quick to react. Its usual method of dealing with attacks was to take them hidden, and it didn't consider the sudden fire breath a threat. As a result, the fire breath hit its pendant directly. The high temperature instantly melted the platinum base holding the pendant, causing it to slide off the Cyclops' chest. Simultaneously, the intense external energy disruption broke through the barrier of the pendant's internal energy. The falling pendant emitted a burst of light before vanishing without a trace. The rules of time and space immediately took effect, and the space around the Cyclops began to crack open. The light emanating from the rifts licked its body like tongues, seemingly ready to expel it from the treasure vault at any moment. Kyra realized what was happening, snorted angrily, and quickly pulled the Cyclops back into her core realm. The sequence of attacks happened so fast that Rat-Face only hesitated for a moment before reacting. He forcefully hurled the luminous stone into the air, and then clenched his hand towards it. The stone shattered into dust instantly. A brilliant light illuminated a vast area, and their eyes scanned the hall, but they couldn't find a trace of the attacker. Suddenly, Kyra felt darkness envelop her. As her vision was swallowed by the blackness, a piercing scream sliced through the air. The rat's face was smashed into a pulp by the descending Chiyu. Just as Kyra tried to escape the darkness, she felt something bite her ankle. A surge of dark energy penetrated her blue scales, searing her skin. "Get off!" Kyra roared, kicking out with force. Thud! Xiaozi was sent flying out of the dark shroud, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Fu Han's heart tightened. But Xiaozi quickly got up and quietly retreated into the shadow of a stone pillar. Fu Han quickly sensed Xiaozi's condition and found that its already low health had dropped another 25, now below 50. This gave Fu Han a deeper understanding of the woman's defensive and physical strength. The next moment, Kyra burst out of the dark shroud, and Fu Han immediately commanded Chiyu to attack. Unyielding, Kyra summoned a massive dragon covered in tumors. Despite its star level being suppressed, the dragon's size was still enormous and robust. It bit Chiyu and lifted him high. At this moment, Kyra got a clear look at Chiyu and angrily shouted, "A member of the secret sect? Why are you against me?" Hiding behind the stone pillar, Fu Han was momentarily stunned, then remembered that Chiyu's appearance was modeled after the idol of the secret god. He lowered his voice and said, "My master wants you dead." With that, Fu Han swiftly took off his academy's commemorative jacket, revealing a plain black protective garment underneath. When designing Chiyu, Fu Han referenced the war golem of the hidden god, primarily because its size was similar to Chiyu's and its structure met the requirements. Fu Han didn't care much about the deity the golem belonged to, but the Grand Scholar once joked that the old gods would feel a strong sense of familiarity upon seeing Chiyu, perhaps even bowing in reverence. To everyone's surprise, the noble woman recognized Chiyu's design at a glance. Though she did not bow, the attack from an ally infuriated her. Fu Han wasn't clear about the relationship between the hidden god and her. He only sought to provoke her anger or cause discord between their factions. With nothing to lose, Fu Han blurted out, "My master wishes you dead." He had just learned this phrase from her people. Kira indeed believed his words. Fu Han's tactics were truly dark and ruthless. A sneak attack in the dark, shrouded in shadows, accompanied by a pack of wolves imbued with dark energy, and the night demon Golmal pointed to the hidden sect. More importantly, they precisely targeted the radiant star stone, which Kira had obtained from the hidden sect. Kira realized it was a conspiracy against her, surmising that the god of thieves and the hidden god had colluded to ambush her. Reflecting on how she was attacked by the allied forces as soon as she appeared over the White Forest, Kira understood. It was the thief and hidden gods who had leaked her movements to the allied forces. In her fury, Kira's gaze swept to the stone coffin, where she indeed found a gap. The final primal sequence chain might have already been taken. Enraged, Kira shouted, "Shameless rats! Tear them apart!" The dragon holding Chiyu in its jaws began to bite down forcefully. Fu Han hadn't expected the woman to be so enraged that she would command the dragon to bite a stone. He guessed this might be their usual method against the hidden gods golems, but Chiyu was far tougher than ordinary golems. Suddenly, Chiyu began to grow larger, swelling into a formidable giant in the blink of an eye. The dragon could no longer hold on to it. As soon as it loosened its grip, Chiyu grabbed its upper and lower jaws. With a powerful yank, Chiyu tore the dragon's mouth apart, splitting it to the back of its neck. However, the disfigured, decaying dragon did not fall. It merely retreated a couple of steps, howling in pain, while its torn flesh quickly wriggled and fused back together. Chiyu's formidable combat power made Kira's face darken. She suspected this was the strongest night demon golem personally bestowed by the hidden god. Watching the dragon's flesh regenerate, Fu Han realized that brute force wouldn't win the battle and decided to target the pendant. He signaled Chiyu through their soul connection to snatch the necklace from the dragon's neck, while summoning Boya to suppress Kira with firepower. As the multi-headed dragon's breath attack approached, Kira frowned but remained unflustered. She raised her arm, and the flesh on it wriggled to form a small, scaly round shield, easily deflecting Boya's breath. Immediately afterward, Kira summoned a black-skinned octopus that lunged at Boya's two heads, silencing them. The battle reached a stalemate. Fu Han was troubled by Kira's high star level and numerous star beasts, while Kira felt frustrated. Her two main battle star beasts were of such high levels that even the radiant star stone couldn't suppress them below level 20. The stalemate didn't last long. The agile Chiyu soon found an opening in the cumbersome dragon's defenses and snatched its pendant. As the dragon's star level was restored, a rift in time and space reopened. Kyra let out an angry snort, reluctantly retracting the diseased dragon back into its core. After Saitama crushed the dragon pendant, he exited his giant form. Kyra's face turned grim, seemingly at a loss. Fu Han felt a surge of hope and was about to instruct Saitama to assist Boya with the octopus, when he heard Kyra squeeze out two words, "Hurry up!" Fu Han immediately sensed danger and tried to pull back, but it was too late. Unbeknownst to him, the rat-faced creature that Saitama had smashed into pulp had silently crept to his feet and suddenly bit into his ankle. Despite the nylon protective suit, the rat-faced sharp, foul-smelling teeth pierced Fu Han's flesh. Fu Han instantly felt his muscles dissolving, his entire leg losing strength, forcing him to kneel on one knee with the support of his spear. At that moment, Xiaozi charged out from the darkness, roaring and lunging at the rat face, fiercely biting it. The rat face retaliated viciously, leaving several bloody tooth marks on Xiaozi. Soon, the foul disease weakened Xiaozi, allowing the rat face to escape while excitedly shouting, "I bit them. Your Grace, I did it." A smile appeared on Kyra's face, her eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. As she fixed her gaze on Fu Han, he felt something raging inside him. A nauseating stench surged from his abdomen, his entire body itching uncontrollably and burning with heat. The itch and heat quickly turned into excruciating pain, making even the close-fitting protective suit feel like a relentless rasp. Inside the core, Kikalu sensed Fu Han's life force rapidly waning and anxiously asked, "Fu Han, what's happening? Are you all right? Get out of there and let me help you." However, Kikalu found herself unable to transition from Fu Han's core to the real world. At this point, Fu Han's mind was clouded with dizziness and disorientation, rendering him incapable of responding to Kikalu. Instinctively, he had Saitama transform into armor to protect him. The moment Fu Han was bitten by Rat Face, a triumphant smile curled at the corners of Kyra's lips. Even though Chiyu transformed into armor to protect Fu Han, it couldn't thwart Kyra's plans. She thought to herself that the golem granted by the God of Secrets truly possessed unprecedented abilities. However, the Crimson Rot had already begun to corrode Fu Han from within. What good was external protection? Kyra's gaze shifted to the stone coffin, the object of her true desire, the primordial sequence. With a slight wave of her hand, she induced the Crimson Rot within Fu Han to flare up, letting it torment the unfortunate vessel. Kyra walked slowly to the stone coffin and attempted to open it, only to find her strength insufficient to move the lid. Looking around, Kyra saw Rat Face being tossed around by the tail of a hydra. She snapped, "What are you doing, fool?" Rat Face hastily explained, "Your Grace, the dragon's scales are too hard. I can't bite through them." Kyra glanced at the hydra wrestling with a giant octopus and said coldly, "Then we'll use its scales to make my new armor." Pointing to the stone coffin, she commanded, "Now, come and open this." "Yes, Your Grace." Rat Face scurried to Kyra's side and transformed into a mass of flesh, attaching itself to her feet. The flesh quickly wriggled, enveloping Kyra's arm, turning it into a thick, menacing limb covered in fleshy tendrils. With this newfound strength, Kyra easily lifted the coffin lid. However, the inside was empty, just as she had suspected. The grotesque limb slid into the coffin and reverted to Rat Face's form. "Your Grace, why is it empty?" Rat Face asked, puzzled. Kyra stared at the fungal carpet extending from the coffin and sneered, "It should have been here, someone has stolen it." Her gaze turned to Fu Han. "The God of Secrets is meddling, and that thief god, the rat. When I return, I will make sure they understand the consequences of opposing me." Kyra approached Fu Han and squatted down, scrutinizing him closely. Her eyes glowed crimson again, and after a moment, Fu Han felt the torment ease slightly, his ability to think gradually returning. "I'm going to give you a chance," Vessel of the Secret Kyra began. "I think you've tasted the Crimson Rot, haven't you? If you've forgotten, I can help you remember." As she spoke, her eyes flashed crimson once more. The Crimson Rot within Fu Han surged, making him cry out in pain. "Arg." Kyra smiled in satisfaction, and then calmed the Crimson Rot. "You have a chance now, Vessel of the Secret. Just tell me where your companions have taken the primordial sequence, and I will make you my vessel. Otherwise the Crimson Rot will ensure you suffer for 3 days before it kills you. Oh, and those 3 days for you. It will feel like 30,000 years. Fu Han was bewildered. Wasn't the little mushroom right inside the coffin? but all he wanted now was to get rid of Kyra. So, he nodded slightly and whispered, "On." Kira didn't catch it and leaned in closer. "What?" "Speak up," Fu Han repeated. "On." Kira shouted angrily. "You useless fool. Speak up." She moved even closer. This time, Fu Han clearly said, "On your mother's grave. Saitama, stab her." In an instant, Saitama raised his spear and thrust it towards Kira's chest. Kira never expected that someone completely corrupted by the plague would have such strength left. She hastily tried her old trick, writhing her flesh to cover the amulet on her chest while attempting to block the black spear with her scales. However, the tip of the spear suddenly glowed with starlight, easily shattering Kira's tough scales. "Your Grace, be careful." The rat-faced man's warning was no match for the speed of the black spear. Before he finished speaking, the spear had already pierced Kira's chest. There was no explosion of flesh and blood, but the starlight shone brightly. The rules of space and time began to take effect, and a rift opened up around Kira. "Arg! Bastard!" Kira cursed angrily but was helpless. She quickly raised her right hand, trying to use her directional teleport bracelet to escape this space and avoid being thrown into a chaotic void. Seeing the dire situation, the rat-faced man immediately transformed into flesh and attached himself to Kira. Fu Han wouldn't let them succeed. Sensing the bracelet disturbing space and time, he immediately ordered Saitama to strike it with the spear's shaft. The spear hit the purple bracelet dead center, and with a flash of starlight and a crisp clink, the bracelet shattered. Kira reached out to grab Fu Han, but the rules of space and time had already taken hold of her. She could only scream in rage and despair. "Ah!" The space-time rift opened and closed in an instant. Kira's angry shouts still echoed in the empty hall, but her figure had already been thrown into a nearby random void by the rules of space and time. Fu Han slumped down, feeling the plague within him slowly stirring again. He looked back to see Boya still struggling against the giant octopus, and quickly ordered Saitama to transform into armor to help. With Saitama's assistance, the amulet on the giant octopus was soon removed. The black octopus was also thrown into the chaotic void. The entire hall suddenly fell silent, and the light from the glowing stones began to dim. Fu Han summoned the moon lantern spirit again. When the hall lit up once more, Boya and Saitama were both by Fu Han's side. Looking at the motionless Xiaozi not far away, Fu Han felt a deep sense of guilt. He had Saitama bring Xiaozi over and placed her in his arms. The weak and pained creature gently wagged its tail. Fu Han's nose tingled with sorrow, filled with remorse. "I'm sorry for bringing you all to this wretched place and not being able to get you out." Fu Han pondered whether he should release all the star beasts, allowing them some freedom in his final moments. At that moment, Kikala's voice echoed in his mind. "Fu Han, what's wrong? Do you need my help? You need to leave there so I can come out and help you." Fu Han regretfully responded, "Kikalu, I'm sorry. I've fallen seriously ill and might die soon. After I'm gone, you'll have to find another path from the spirit world to the main timeline." Kikalu urgently responded, "No, you won't die." Fu Han couldn't tell if Kikalu was trying to comfort him or using some kind of future-seeing ability. However, the next moment, he saw a walking red mushroom sprout from the fungal mat on the ground. "What? Here?" Fu Han exclaimed. Kikalu was right. "I might live a bit longer." He immediately shouted, "Saitama, catch it!" Before obtaining the powers of the god of fertility, Yang was but a frail, dying child. However, once he mastered this divine power, he transformed into the fearsome god of decay, dreaded throughout the land of Qixing. Fu Han stood before the corridor's relief, his gaze scanning the cryptic ancient characters. Though he couldn't fully comprehend them, his scientific knowledge led him to suspect that the god of fertility's powers were intricately linked to life and decay. More precisely, this power seemed closely associated with microorganisms. This hypothesis was further supported when he saw the god of fertility's body, resembling a gigantic mushroom. When Fu Han finally discovered the last remnants of the god of fertility, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. He realized that the deity's powers might be the key to escaping his predicament. In his excitement, Fu Han urgently instructed Qiyu to seize the small mushroom. However, he greatly underestimated the abilities of this weakened god, especially after he had become infected with decay. At the very moment Fu Han spoke, the god of fertility suddenly emitted a blinding red light. The crimson rot within Fu Han surged violently, and before he could react, his consciousness was completely consumed. He felt as though he was sinking into a deep red mire, overwhelmed by suffocating pressure, unable to breathe or move. The only difference was that this time, there was no searing pain. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fu Han regained consciousness. The sensation was strikingly similar to his first time crossing over. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a vast, empty white space. "Am I dead again?" he wondered. Just then, a faint whimper reached his ears. Looking towards the sound, Fu Han saw a skinny black puppy curled up in the distance, severely injured. Instinctively, he felt that it was Xiao Zi. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to support his body and crawled painfully towards the puppy. It's dying. Fu Han heard his own voice echoing in his ears, but he chose to ignore it. He forced himself to stand and quickened his pace towards the black puppy. Saint? Meddling in everything? Once again, Fu Han's voice rang in his ears. This reminded him of Xiao Zi, who had been on the brink of death when he first encountered her in the White Forest Pact. Back then, he had questioned himself similarly, knowing that he could have walked away, avoided the risk, and shirked responsibility. Yet in the end, he chose to save Xiao Zi, simply because he couldn't bear to leave her. At this moment, Fu Han felt a surge of gratitude. If he hadn't saved Xiao Zi back then, she wouldn't have bravely come to his rescue when the rat-faced dwarf attacked. With this thought, Fu Han hurried to the black puppy's side, carefully picking it up. Naive. Your kind nature will cost you. His voice reprimanded him once more, but he paid no attention, for in his arms, the black puppy had transformed into Xiao Zi. It's really Xiao Zi. Fu Han was overjoyed, although Xiao Zi still appeared weak, causing a pang of sadness in his heart. Did you die with me? It's okay, I'll hold you. Fu Han gently comforted. The frail little Zi weakly wagged its tail, a small gesture that filled Fu Han's heart with warmth. However, the weight of little Zi soon became too much for him, and he had to slowly sit down while holding it. Just then, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed. You are going to die. Fu Han looked up to find the source of the voice, only to realize he was sitting next to a lake of lava. In the center of the lake stood a giant mushroom, glowing with a red light. It's you. Fu Han realized, recognizing that it was the god of abundance speaking to him. Yes, it's me, the god of abundance replied. Fu Han asked, You brought a dying man like me here? What do you want? The god of abundance responded, I just wanted to have a simple conversation. I noticed some similarities between us. I once saved a small, insignificant life, just as you have. Fu Han raised an eyebrow and smiled. And then it ate you, didn't it? As you guessed, that's exactly what happened. Fu Han chuckled as he gently stroked little Zi's warm belly. Well, I'm different from you. Little Z would never eat me. The god of abundance remarked, It's the same. As far as I know, you've already shared many things with it. Fu Han sighed, It's different. What I've given it isn't very important to me, and I gave it willingly. Did it ask your permission before it ate you? Yes, I agreed to it. What? Fu Han exclaimed in surprise. Why? The god of abundance replied, For the same reason as you. It took some of my mortal essence, which wasn't important. Fu Han suddenly understood the god of abundance's point. Just like he had shared starlight and skills with little Z, saving its life and granting it great power, the god of abundance had done the same, only to a different degree. To the deity, divine power was merely mortal essence. This realization made Fu Han grasp the true meaning of God. Perhaps only beings like the god of abundance were genuine deities. What mortals cherished as divine power was mere mortal essence to such beings. In contrast, the so-called gods of the Starry Church fought over territories and power, which seemed utterly mundane. No wonder the Academy never recognized the gods of the Starry Church. The god of abundance continued, But I still regret it. Fu Han asked curiously, In what way? I taught him too little, and he failed to understand on his own. So he caused life to wither. That's quite a severe withering. Fu Han's mind started racing. No matter what, he needed to get whatever remained of the deity's mortal essence to survive. If it were me, I would make life flourish even more. Fu Han suddenly felt like he was in a job interview. However, the god of abundance saw through his thoughts and said, You seem very eager to live. Fu Han blushed. Well, isn't that what life is supposed to be about? Indeed, it should be so. The god of fertility paused before continuing. So, are you willing to embrace the remnants of my mortal nature and continue living? You will not only smell the fragrance of life being born, but also hear the lamentations of life fading away. Fu Han responded earnestly, That is exactly my intention. But what will happen to you? Me. The god of fertility was taken aback for a moment, recalling that the last person hadn't asked such a question. I will transcend, the deity said. As soon as the god of fertility finished speaking, the white light in Fu Han's eyes spread once more. Immediately, a red spiritual light surged towards him like a tide. He felt as if he were immersed in the soil. He saw tiny lives within the earth blooming like fireworks. He heard the mournful sighs of falling leaves, and he sensed the tremors of the earth as mighty beasts fell. In that moment, Fu Han finally comprehended the true power and divine nature of the god of fertility. The deity was the bridge between life and death, the embodiment of life in its most primal and complete forms. The god's power had long been the fundamental rule of the world, unshakable and irreplaceable. What the deity referred to as mortal nature was merely a minuscule, now useless part of its power, the so-called primordial sequence. It was then that Fu Han understood the meaning of the primordial sequence. It was a concept he was quite familiar with, and if he were to explain it in simple terms, he would call it the primordial gene. End of Volume 1. 50 hours have passed since Fu Han stepped into the spatial rift. The clouds over Balan have long dispersed, replaced by thick, black smoke and the lingering smell of burning. The spread of the Xingfu contamination far exceeded the Academy's expectations, rendering conventional methods ineffective. Zhu Ke, the headmaster of Zhuxing Academy and the most powerful elemental beast master in the world, was forced to take action himself. He summoned thousands of flame butterflies, and soon, fires raged through Balan. The scene was reminiscent of how the elemental god once fought against the Xingfu, as if history was repeating itself. However, the discovery the next day plunged everyone into despair. The first things to emerge from the scorched earth were Xingfu mushrooms. The Academy realized that unless the biological lab could quickly develop a method to eradicate the new strain of Xingfu, nothing could stop its spread. Xingfu is highly virulent and has a shockingly high mortality rate. Worse yet, any organism that dies from Xingfu immediately becomes a new source of contamination. However, this ruthlessness also brought a glimmer of hope. Xingfu leaves nothing but desolation in its wake. By maintaining a sufficient distance and establishing wide quarantine zones, its spread could be effectively halted. Headmaster Zhu made a decisive order to abandon Zhuxing Academy, which was dangerously close to Balan. He said gravely, "The academy can be rebuilt, but the beast masters are the flames of hope and must not be extinguished." It wasn't just the academy. The entire Zhuxing city had to evacuate eastward. The wealthy and powerful fled to Longju in the east, or to the Sun City in the west. Ironically, the previously arid Sun City became the best refuge, as Xingfu could not contaminate the desert. As Zhuxing City was busy evacuating, a memorial service for Fu Han was being held in the Hall of Heroes at Zhuxing Academy. Few attended, only Cangjia, Qia, Mu Qi, and Yi Miao, who accompanied Grand Scholar Yi. Apart from Professor Chu, who was busy with the evacuation of the breeding center, all who knew Fu Han were present. Since Fu Han was trapped in the fault vault, the funeral had no burial. Instead, his name was engraved in an inconspicuous spot on the memorial wall. After a brief eulogy, the staff hurriedly left to register Fu Han's death. Once the staff had left, the remaining attendees fell into silence. Mu Qi was the first to break it, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I still think it's too early to assume Fu Han is dead. He'll definitely show up again, living better than any of us." The others agreed with him. The Grand Scholar sighed softly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "I believe none of you will perish either. You'll just bloom elsewhere. Let this be a memorial to the academy." Cangjia nodded. Seeing no one around, he summoned his mercury blade and carved his own name next to Fu Han's. Mu Qi quickly leaned in and whispered, "Carve mine too." "Let's carve all our names," said the Grand Scholar. Cangjia agreed, silently praying that their names would only be etched on the wall, and that they were merely scattered across different places. Meanwhile, Fu Han, who was marked as deceased in the Alliance records, slowly regained consciousness. He felt as if he had been in a long dream, experiencing the rebirth and decay of all things. It was the god of abundance teaching him the meaning of mortality. Fu Han realized that he had learned too little in this aspect and had not applied it well. The god of abundance seemed to want to remedy this, imparting a wealth of knowledge to Fu Han. Kikalu was the first to notice Fu Han waking up. Its excited voice rang out, "You're finally awake. Are you feeling better? I was so worried." Fu Han smiled in response, "I'm fine now, Kikalu. We survived." "That's great. You really can't do without me, can you?" Kikalu cheered, then seriously reminded him, "Next time, if there's any chance of an upgrade, you must let me know in advance." Yes, I got it," Fu Han promised with a laugh. Kikalu urged, "Now, quickly figure out a way to leave that place. I can't help you from outside, and I'm really worried." "All right," Fu Han replied, bringing his consciousness back to his body. The moon lamp monster continued to emit a soft glow. Boya lay beside Fu Han, both heads sound asleep. Chiyu stood like a vigilant guard on Fu Han's other side, eyes fixed on the direction where someone might appear. Xiaozi nestled in Fu Han's arms, making his legs go numb. It seemed to be in much better condition. As soon as Fu Han moved slightly, it wagged its tail happily and nudged his chin with its head. Having absorbed the mortality aspect from the god of abundance, Fu Han could sense that the corruption within Xiaozi had not yet been eradicated. He quickly sat up to check and found Xiaozi looked no different from usual, but a large amount of corruption lay dormant inside it, waiting. Fu Han guessed that the god of abundance had temporarily pacified the corruption, leaving it for him to handle. However, Fu Han didn't immediately deal with the corruption inside Xiaozi. He knew that Xiaozi was not currently in danger, and he needed to think carefully about how to address the issue. The immediate priority was to find a way out of the dimensional rift. Fu Han summoned Boya, Qiyu, and Xiaozi back into the core, allowing them to rest completely. They had been through too much. Then he checked his perpetual watch and saw that over 50 hours had passed, sending a chill down his spine. This meant the Academy Spacetime team had completely severed their connection, making a return via the original route impossible. Fu Han had anticipated this outcome. If there hadn't been a problem in the main timeline, the corrupted woman known as Her Excellency wouldn't have appeared in the vault. From the moment she entered, his normal return path was cut off. Fortunately, Fu Han's luck seemed to be turning. Luotian had recently awakened the ability to open spacetime gates, giving him a glimmer of hope. Previously too occupied with exploring the sanctuary to test Luotian's abilities, Fu Han immediately summoned Luotian. As soon as Luotian appeared, it affectionately nuzzled Fu Han and started making soft whimpering sounds. At first, Fu Han didn't understand what was happening, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was hungry. Just after evolving, Luotian was pulled back into the core after only taking a single bite of the fungal mat. These past few days, Z and Boya have been munching on the fungal mat by themselves, while Luotian, who stayed in the core, didn't get to eat anything. Feeling guilty, Fu Han quickly broke off some of the fungal mat and fed it to Luotian. Watching Luotian eat happily, Fu Han realized his own hunger and started to break off chunks of the fungal mat to eat as well. The delicious fungi filled him with energy almost immediately. This brought a sense of relief to Fu Han. With the fungal mat and water slimes, they could survive for quite some time, even if they couldn't get out right away. Praise the god of abundance, Fu Han thought sincerely. After a hearty meal, Fu Han meticulously tested Luotian's abilities. As he had anticipated, the combination of spacetime navigation and spacetime gate could indeed be used as a targeted spacetime portal. However, two thorny issues still stood in his way to leave the treasure vault. Firstly, the spacetime gate that Luotian could currently open was too small for someone of Fu Han's size to pass through. He knew that forcing his way through such a tiny gate was extremely dangerous and could result in him being severed. Fu Han felt a sense of relief knowing that Luotian opened the spacetime gate slowly. Otherwise, this could have been a deadly attack skill. The issue with the gate's size mainly stemmed from Luotian's low level. Fu Han realized that by enhancing Luotian's level and skills, it could command more starlight and thus open a sufficiently large spacetime gate. Fortunately, Fu Han's Starforger authority could address this problem, so it wasn't a real obstacle. However, the second issue was much more vexing. Luotian couldn't know the coordinates of a spacetime location out of thin air. It needed to have been there at least once to remember the coordinates. This created a seemingly endless loop. Luotian needed to go out to know the coordinates of the main spacetime, but it required the coordinates to bring everyone out. After racking his brain for a long time, Fu Han suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered a crucial item. He recalled that when the corrupted woman was about to be expelled from the treasure vault by the spacetime rules, she had tried to disrupt spacetime using her bracelet. Out of caution, Fu Han had shattered the bracelet with his spear, fearing it might be a dangerous item that could prevent space rules from taking effect. Upon further reflection, Fu Han realized he might have misjudged. Given the corrupted woman's status and predicament, it was unlikely she would leave herself without an escape route. That purple bracelet was probably the key tool she used to flee. With this in mind, Fu Han immediately took Luotian to search for the broken bracelet. Luckily, although the bracelet was shattered, its essential components remained intact. Even more fortunately, as a spacetime-type star beast, Luotian easily sensed the residual spacetime information within the bracelet. However, since the bracelet was damaged, the spacetime information was incomplete. Luotian could only get a general direction of the main spacetime, but couldn't pinpoint the exact location. This meant that if they opened a spacetime gate based on this information alone, Fu Han could return to the main spacetime, but his exact location would be unknown. Fu Han quickly calculated the risks in his mind and realized there were too many potentially fatal places. He could end up in molten lava beneath the Earth's crust, deep under the ocean, or right in the middle of a busy high-wage scenario extremely dangerous. With no other choice, Fu Han once again sought help from Kikalu. As a divine star spirit with mastery over all superpowers, perhaps it could come up with an unexpected solution. Surprisingly, Kikalu offered a new perspective. The divine tree seed might hold a useful coordinate. Having no other options, Fu Han summoned the divine tree seed and had Luotian sense it. To his delight, Luotian did indeed obtain a coordinate for the main spacetime from the seed. It immediately pieced together the two pieces of information, barely coming up with a possible location. Despite this, Luotian still couldn't clearly describe the specifics of the other side of the spacetime gate. Fu Han only knew it was a warm and habitable place. To confirm further, he cautiously extended his hand through the spacetime gate, trying to feel the conditions on the other side. As Luotian mentioned, it was indeed warm there. However, what shocked Fu Han was that his hand touched something furry. He quickly withdrew his hand in fright. Although he couldn't determine what kind of animal it was, the presence of a living creature at least indicated it wasn't a wasteland. Fu Han comforted himself. If a furry animal could survive there, he probably could too. As for the unknown animal's threat level, Fu Han thought, well, I've even ventured into the lair of an 8-headed dragon. Even if I can't defeat it, I should be able to escape. Regarding the location Luo Shun pieced together, Fu Han actually had a guess. The position sensed from the divine tree seed was likely near the Nine Suns divine tree. The only concern was that the information from the main timeline came from the corrupt lady's bracelet. If he ended up on the southern continent, things could get tricky. However, anything was better than death. Even if it was the southern continent, Fu Han was determined to give it a shot. Now, the remaining issue was getting Luo Shun to open a larger space-time gate. Enhancing Luo Shun's star level would undoubtedly help it open a bigger gate, and teaching it skills was the quickest and most effective method. However, when Fu Han actually tried to teach skills, he found Luo Shun's attributes too unique, leaving him with no skills to impart. It couldn't even learn basic skills like self-healing and gigantification. The only way Fu Han could currently enhance Luo Shun was by improving its space-time gate skill. But the space-time gate was an advanced skill, and given Luo Shun's current starlight capacity, it might not be enough even if it ate all the fungal mats in the sanctuary. Moreover, Fu Han's current mental strength wasn't sufficient to condense an advanced skill imprint. As Fu Han found himself in a predicament, he suddenly remembered the small amount of mortal essence he had obtained from the god of fertility, the primordial sequence. The god of fertility was the oldest being in Qi Xingdi, representing the most fundamental part of life, the carrier of life. The primordial sequence essentially referred to primordial genes. Most creatures in Qi Xingdi had evolved from these primordial genes. For the god of fertility, its primordial genes had undergone enough mutations to evolve into a highly stable biological system, capable of serving as the carrier part of life. Therefore, the primordial sequence was useless to it. But for Fu Han, it was the key to unlocking the door to life evolution. Although the amount of primordial sequence Fu Han obtained was small, the god of fertility taught him a lot. This was enough for Fu Han to use the primordial sequence to alter his characteristics. It was as if Fu Han had gained a new ability, allowing him to simulate the traits of star beasts to a certain extent. For example, the star weasel, a legendary creature with innate powerful mental abilities, possesses a unique mental mutation gene. Han Fu can simulate its gene using the original sequence chain and then replace parts of his own genes related to mental abilities, leading to a qualitative change in his mental power. This ability functions somewhat like Song Jie's life resonance, but the method of achieving it is entirely different. While it comes with many limitations, the possibilities it holds are endless. Han Fu realizes that this newly acquired ability might be the key to overcoming his current predicament. The enigmatic nature of the god of fertility's mortal aspects is boundless, yet Fu Han faces numerous constraints when utilizing it. Standing on the land of Kixingdi, his gaze sweeps over the myriad creatures around him as he quietly contemplates the applications of the primordial sequence. The diversity of life in Kixingdi is vast, with many species not being native. Fu Han's contract partners Chiyu, Moonlight Ghost, Water Slime, and other elemental beings are creations of the gods, their characteristics deviating entirely from natural evolutionary paths. Furrowing his brow, Fu Han realizes he cannot mimic any of their traits. Luo Xin is an exception. Although not an indigenous life form of Kixingdi, it adapted principles from the primordial sequence during its evolution. Fu Han's eyes light up as he discovers that the companion animal traits of Luo Xin are replicable. However, he quickly shakes his head, recognizing that these traits would be detrimental to him. As for Luo Shun's chaos and temporal characteristics, Fu Han can only sigh in admiration, acknowledging those are beyond his capabilities. Fu Han continues to ponder the limitations of the primordial sequence. He realizes that certain soul-based traits, such as Xiao Zi's dark core, cannot be simulated through genetic alterations. These belong to another dimension of life, beyond the control of the primordial sequence. Like a star beast learning skills, Fu Han understands he must consider compatibility when selecting traits. He recalls Boya's multi-headed dragon form, a powerful epic trait that tempts him. But a shiver runs down his spine as he imagines himself sprouting a second head. Shaking his head, he decides to carefully choose traits that suit him. Lost in thought, Fu Han wonders if growing a second head would result in a second consciousness. Closing his eyes, he envisions battling another self for control of his body. Opening his eyes, a cold sweat breaks on his forehead as he realizes such a change could be irreversible, with unpredictable consequences. His thoughts drift to the corrupted girl. Fu Han remembers her eerie ability to implant undesirable yet useful traits into rat-faced dwarves, temporarily acquiring them through fusion. He frowns, deeply uneasy with this approach. Firmly believing in reverence for life, Fu Han is convinced that disregarding this principle would inevitably lead to retribution. Resolving internally, Fu Han vows never to use the primordial sequence to turn himself or other beings into monsters. His gaze becomes resolute, as if silently making a pledge. His thoughts shift to Yang and Kyra. Yang's understanding of life is superficial, unable to grasp the essence of the primordial sequence. Although Kyra has made some progress, Fu Han concludes she still cannot truly comprehend its mysteries. He recalls the words the rat-faced dwarf spoke to Kyra in the treasury corridor and shakes his head. Fu Han speculates that Kyra and her companions might believe that obtaining the complete primordial sequence would grant them unique power, thus understanding its true meaning and becoming new gods. However, in Fu Han's view, the key to truly understanding the primordial sequence lies in observing the blossoming and withering of life, rather than fixating on the power itself. Han Feng realized that if Kyra truly mastered the entire primordial sequence, and the god of abundance transcended the world, this power could indeed be unique. However, he quickly understood that the primordial sequence was merely the key to unlocking the mysteries of life. Genuine transformation required the primordial cells of the god of abundance. Han Feng's gaze drifted into the distance, as if searching for the massive mushroom on Redface Mountain. There, the aggregate of the god of abundance's primordial cells was sealed, a scarce resource necessary to wield the power of the primordial sequence. Han Feng recognized this as his greatest limitation. The availability of primordial cells was exceedingly scarce. Yet, a glimmer of hope flashed in Han Feng's eyes. He recalled the crude methods the god of decay used to modify viruses, and how the plague maiden spread primordial cells while disseminating the scarlet plague. A slight smile curled on his lips as he realized this might be an opportunity. He hoped fervently that the cult of decay would never notice this loophole, allowing him to continue exploiting it. Han Feng glanced down at the scarlet plague within himself and Xiao Zi, the source of his primordial cells. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for a new experiment. Kikalu, a native creature of Xingxingdi, piqued Han Feng's interest. Although he couldn't replicate its mastery of all psychic abilities, he decided to enhance his own mental strength by emulating its traits. Through a soul connection, he meticulously observed Kikalu's characteristics, extracting useful elements. After repeated simulations, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't too greedy, he wouldn't grow pink fur. With anticipation, he began to simulate Kikalu's traits. First, he extracted primordial cells from the scarlet plague, and then allowed the decay to dissipate. This simulation resulted in minimal physical changes, primarily enhancing his brain's control over mental power. Han Feng experienced a brief dizziness, but quickly adapted. To his delight, his mental strength had increased to level 3. Successfully simulating Kikalu's traits for the first time, Han Feng felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Although he used up 1/5 of the primordial cells, he decided to continue utilizing the remaining resources. As an ordinary human, Han Feng had many aspects that could still be strengthened. Han Feng's gaze once again fell on Boya. To him, Boya was like a living repository of traits, capable of converting skills into characteristics. He felt fortunate to have dared to contract with it. At this moment, the most compelling aspect of Boya was its Hydra-like body. Frequently facing battles, Han Feng desperately needed Boya's formidable physical capabilities and remarkable regenerative powers. However, figuring out how to avoid growing an extra head was a problem that required careful consideration. He fell into deep thought, furrowing his brow as he cautiously planned his next move. Boyang's multi-headed dragon form is essentially a term that encompasses its various extraordinary traits. After meticulous research, Fu Han discovered that 2 of these traits, rapid regeneration and a robust physique, are relatively easier to replicate and come with fewer side effects. Rapid regeneration would accelerate Fu Han's life consumption, but with powerful life force abilities, extending his lifespan wouldn't be an issue. The robust physique, on the other hand, would significantly increase his food intake, which Fu Han found manageable. If it became a problem in the future, he could consider emulating Xiao Zi's Wolf Clan traits to enhance hunger resistance. However, what Fu Han desired most was the dragon's immortal body. Upon deeper study, he was astonished to find that achieving this trait didn't require growing multiple heads. The dragon had 3 hearts within its body, with an independent heart near the gland in the head. As long as the brain and all hearts weren't completely damaged, it could rely on super regeneration to sustain life. Although Fu Han couldn't grow multiple heads, he decided to attempt growing a second heart. This way, even if one heart were damaged, the other could maintain life, buying time for regeneration. Of course, this level of immortality was far from the dragon's, but it was already remarkable. After careful consideration, Fu Han began the trait simulation. The price was consuming most of the remaining primordial cells in his body. Reflecting on the torment caused by the scarlet rot, he felt both fortunate and regretful that he wasn't more infected. As for Xiao Zi's scarlet rot, Fu Han decided to let it handle it on its own and consider ways to strengthen Xiao Zi after escaping. The simulation process was quick, but the traits would take time to become fully effective, especially the immortal body, which needed the new heart in the right atrium to take initial shape. estimated to take about 2 weeks, with full maturity possibly requiring several months. This simulation method was closer to the original form of life. While it consumed primordial cells, it no longer relied on them once formed, making it far superior to the disease-based modifications. Fu Han could have used more primordial cells to accelerate growth, but he chose to leave himself some margin for error, out of respect for life. Just after adjusting his genes, Fu Han felt a strong hunger. He began devouring the fungal mass on the wall, and 2 hours later, he had consumed the entire wall. This meal was enough to feed Boyong for 5 days, causing Fu Han to worry about his future food supply. With the trait mimicry complete, his mental power also rose to level 3. It was time to leave the treasure vault. After a brief rest, Fu Han began teaching skills to Luo Shun. This time, he had ample mental and physical energy, but his star power was nearly depleted. Fortunately, the divine wood seed helped. Otherwise, Fu Han would have had to risk breaking through his limits, hoping to land in a survivable fracture. Despite the difficulty, Fu Han finally formed a skill imprint. Luo Shun's space-time gate upgraded to LV2, and it also leveled up to 7, noticeably growing in size. Although the gate it could open was still relatively small, Fu Han could squeeze through in his maggot form. However, Fu Han didn't rush to leave. After imparting the advanced skills, he was exhausted, dizzy, and out of star power. He drank 300 milliliters of fairy nectar. He carried with him and chewed on some fungal mass before falling into a drunken sleep. Tomorrow, he would leave the treasure vault. Upon waking up, Fu Han's first sensation was hunger. This time, he managed to restrain the urge to devour the entire wall of fungal mass and simply ate more than usual. He felt relieved, realizing he wouldn't be turning into an herbivore. As his hunger subsided, a surge of powerful energy emerged. Fu Han was astonished to discover that his enhanced physical strength had already taken effect after just one sleep. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and then did something that surprised even himself: effortlessly lifted Chiyu. This discovery thrilled Fu Han. Now, when Chiyu's bioarmor protected him, he could deactivate the levitation function and activate the Jade Wall instead. Although this would limit his mobility, the Jade Wall could become a portable shield, significantly increasing its utility. In addition to the strength boost, Fu Han also noticed a marked improvement in his dynamic vision and reaction speed. He picked up the god-slaying spear and swung it casually, the spear emitting a powerful whooshing sound as it sliced through the air. However, due to his lack of experience with weaponry, Fu Han accidentally struck his waist while twirling the spear. A bruise quickly appeared, but to his astonishment, it vanished within seconds under his gaze. Clearly, his super speed regeneration ability had already kicked in. Despite the rapid disappearance of the bruise, the pain lingered. After a moment of reflection, Fu Han adjusted his pain center, significantly reducing his sensitivity to pain. He didn't eliminate it completely, as he still needed to be aware of his injuries. This mishap made Fu Han realize it was time to learn how to use this weapon properly. He recalled how the god-slaying spear had easily pierced the scales of the Plague Maiden, which even Baya's breath couldn't damage. The spear's starlight gleam was still vivid in his mind, hinting at its immense power. Fu Han decided to seek martial arts guidance from the Silent One at the next Solar Council meeting. He believed this quiet warrior might be a martial arts expert and could possibly exchange some skills with him. Fu Han thought it would be like trading star beast abilities for the skills he needed, a fair deal in his eyes. Reflecting on his previous transaction with the scholar, Fu Han was glad he had mastered the soul touch contract, imprinting many useful skills. He hoped the scholar could use her powers to help convey knowledge, making it easier to learn new techniques. As Fu Han pondered these matters, he suddenly realized that the last day of August was tomorrow. He decided to find a safe place to rest once he ventured out. Fu Han knew that a safe place was actually nearby the Fault Vault. As long as he remembered its coordinates, he could return anytime. Unfortunately, the vault had a frustrating rule. It refused entry to beings over level 20. Despite this, Fu Han was grateful for the rule. Otherwise, he might not have had the chance to obtain the Prosperity God's mortal essence. Before leaving the vault, Fu Han made sure to take more fungal mats with him. Although he expected to return soon, he didn't want to take any chances. He donned Chiyu's bioarmor, gripped his spear, and prepared himself thoroughly. As Fu Han emerged from Luo Shan's space-time portal, the intense sunlight made him squint. He could only crawl forward with his eyes closed, and ended up bumping into something furry, warm, and soft. Whatever it was seemed quite docile, as it didn't react even when Fu Han's face pressed against it. As his eyes adjusted to the light, Fu Han stood up, and the sight before him left him stunned. A massive white-furred creature lay on the ground, standing at 3 meters tall even while lying down. All around were similar white fur balls, stretching into the distance. Looking further along the sea of white fur, Fu Han spotted a colossal Juyang divine tree towering in the distance, radiating light and warmth. The tree was so enormous that at first glance, it resembled a mountain. Turning his gaze ahead, he saw an endless expanse of icy sea. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and waves mixed with ice crystals crashed against the shore, producing a crisp sound. Ding-a-ling-a-ling swoosh, ding-a-ling-a-ling swoosh. Taking in the surrounding landscape, Fu Han finally realized what these gigantic white fur balls were: beasts unique to the southern ice sea, known as extreme cold tyrants. They were gathered around the warm Jiuyang divine tree, hibernating. This realization made Fu Han freeze on the spot, thinking to himself, I'm doomed. I've really reached the southern continent. And it's the southernmost tip, right on the edge of the southern ice sea. At the extreme northern end of Kixingdi lies a vast snowfield known as the northern continent, perpetually covered in ice and snow, with a complex and diverse ecosystem. In contrast, the extreme southern end features an expansive frozen sea, its surface frozen year-round, yet its ecosystem is markedly different from that of the northern continent. In this frigid sea, a mighty star beast known as the frost tyrant reigns supreme at the top of the food chain. These massive creatures are naturally endowed with Tier 2 starlight, boasting an initial species value exceeding 500, classifying them as lord level. They primarily prey on equally formidable creatures such as ice sea elephants and ice dragon sharks. Upon evolution, they can effortlessly ascend to emperor-level status. When these giants clash in the icy waters, the scene is undeniably breathtaking. However, despite their fierce appearance and the moniker tyrant, frost tyrants are not particularly aggressive, especially towards humans. In fact, these behemoths generally show little interest in smaller creatures, seemingly only intrigued by large, succulent prey. Every winter, parts of the frozen sea enter a 2-month period of eternal night. During this harsh climatic phase, the sea surface freezes extensively, depriving frost tyrants of their primary food sources. To survive this challenging period, they collectively migrate to the southern continent, where they hibernate on the warmer land. At this moment, Fu Han stands on the vast southern shore of the southern continent, marveling at the sight before him. A gigantic sacred tree towers at the shoreline, and under its gentle glow, hundreds of frost tyrants lie in a serene slumber, resembling a white ocean. This magnificent scene far exceeds Fu Han's imagination, leaving him in awe of nature's grandeur, witnessing thousands of lord-level star beasts gathered together. However, after admiring nature's splendor, reality quickly sets in, causing Fu Han to furrow his brow. He realizes that after mysteriously emerging from Belan's treasure trove, he has somehow ended up at the distant southern end of the southern continent. This place is incredibly far from the familiar territories he knows, but no matter the distance, he is determined to return. Reflecting on his days at Zhuxing Academy, Fu Han feels a warm surge of nostalgia. Although life at the academy wasn't luxurious, it always provided him with warmth and care. He recalls the crowded cafeteria where students jostled for their meals, the steamed buns with generous fillings, and the rich, creamy soy milk from the large vats. The cafeteria lady, despite teasing him about having hyperthyroidism, was always generous when serving him noodles, ladling out spoonfuls of fragrant, savory meat. These memories strengthen Fu Han's resolve to return. Despite the many issues that may exist in the Qixing Alliance's society, he believes it is far better than the rigidly hierarchical society of the old gods. Nonetheless, since he has already arrived here, Fu Han decides to treat this unexpected journey as a rare learning opportunity. Separated from the northern lands by the boundless sea, the southern continent is home to many unique star beasts, with the massive white furballs before him being prime examples. He plans to explore, collect star beasts, skills, and traits while searching for a way to cross the boundless sea and return home. Thinking about this, Fu Han felt a sense of calm wash over him. He mentally communicated with Kikalu. Kikalu, we're out of the treasure vault. Do you want to come out and see the big white bears? Kikalu cheered and instantly appeared on Fu Han's shoulder. It exclaimed, wow, what is this? Where are we? Those are giant white bears, and they're sleeping with their heads tucked into their bellies. We've made it to the southern continent. Wow, the land of divine slumber. Curious, Fu Han asked, why is this place called the land of divine slumber? Kikalu explained, because gods sleep here. Which gods? A lot of them. Kikalu can't remember exactly. There are so many skills I need to remember. It's normal to forget some things. Fu Han didn't press further. Instead, he took out a piece of fungus from his backpack and offered it to Kikalu. They had agreed earlier that he would bring it delicious treats. Kikalu devoured a large chunk and seemed very pleased with the taste. When Fu Han asked what it tasted like, Kikalu replied, sweet. Through this interaction, Fu Han confirmed 3 things in his mind. First, the taste of the fungus varies for different creatures. Second, Kikalu really loves sweet foods. Third, when Kikalu finds something it likes, it can eat a lot of it. After eating its fill, Kikalu went off to play. During the dangerous times Fu Han had faced, Kikalu had been too worried to leave his side. Now that Fu Han was safe, Kikalu could finally relax and have some fun. As he watched Kikalu wander off, Fu Han felt a deep sense of gratitude. remembering how it had helped him through those tough days. However, Fu Han soon realized the inconveniences of being on the southern continent. Without a Beastmaster terminal, he couldn't pinpoint his exact location or determine which direction to go. He wanted to look up the traits and skills of the Frost Tyrant, but had no way to do so. Plus, with all the giant bears around him in deep slumber, he didn't dare wake them for fear they might be grumpy upon waking. Even without precise directions, Fu Han knew that heading away from the icy sea and toward the mainland was the right move. So, he climbed onto Chiyu's hand and started moving inland. This direction also led toward the sacred tree, where Fu Han hoped to try his luck and acquire an elusive light-based attack skill. The sacred tree by the ICC was far more immense than the one Fu Han had seen at the breeding center. Its diameter exceeded a kilometer, with its crown disappearing into the clouds. Only the drooping sunflowers emitted a blinding light. Standing at a distance, Fu Han felt the intense energy of the light element scorching him. Even with Chiyu's protection, he could not get any closer. Beneath the tree, the silhouettes of light element star beasts flickered in and out of view. Fu Han couldn't help but ponder. With such a towering tree, any star beast falling from the crown would likely meet its end. Perhaps only those capable of flight could survive up there. Realizing that this trip might be in vain, Fu Han's thoughts turned to another question. If Kixingdi already had numerous sacred trees, why had he been given a seed, becoming the last hope? Could a tree planted during the impending apocalypse truly surpass those that had been growing for nearly a millennium? As Fu Han sank deeper into thought, he suddenly became aware of the immense pain he was enduring. His accelerated healing ability was kicking in, indicating that he was burning through his life force. Shocked, Fu Han quickly retreated until he reached the resting place of the giant bears, where the searing sensation finally subsided. As the sun set, the storm over the icy sea grew fiercer. Fu Han decided to stay put and wait until the end of tomorrow's Solar Council meeting before attempting to bypass the sacred tree and enter the northern forest. He found a spot sheltered from the wind by the giant bears and began his meditation practice. When night fell, Fu Han realized he had underestimated the cold winds by the icy sea. The sacred tree's glow flickered intermittently, and the relentless cold wind seemed intent on freezing him. Instead of retreating to the treasury, Fu Han discovered a clever way to keep warm, pressing close to the massive white bears and using their thick fur to fend off the chill. The next morning, the storm subsided. After a simple meal, Fu Han waited for the Solar Council to begin. At noon, he felt the call of the core, and under the protection of Chiyu's symbiote, he closed his eyes and sank into his consciousness. Passing through the sacred tree seed and the golden crown, Fu Han arrived beneath the tree. 8 glowing seeds radiated brilliantly. He deftly reached out and grasped the light orb in front of him. The tree trunk gradually disappeared, and a circle of figures was outlined by the light. The scholar spoke first, announcing the start of the meeting and allowing free exchange. The little cat excitedly shared her news about her star level increasing and her powers growing stronger, mentioning that she had helped an outsider. Fu Han suddenly understood that his stroke of luck in the space-time rift was thanks to the little cat's assistance. The little cat awaited praise, and Fu Han sincerely thanked her, promising to repay her in the future. The merchant showed interest in the little cat's powers, but was informed that they couldn't be used again anytime soon. This led to an argument between the priest and the merchant, which was interrupted by a soft cough from the taciturn one, drawing everyone's attention to him. The words of the reticent carry more weight. The voice of the soft-spoken, more power. When the silent one finally spoke, the entire room fell into a hush, everyone holding their breath, waiting for his every word. Clearing his throat softly, the reticent one looked directly at the priest, his voice gentle yet every word distinct. The last intel was useful. I need more details about the corruption saintess. This brief remark hit Fu Han like a bombshell. The term corruption saintess instantly connected with the mysterious woman he had encountered in the treasury, known as Your Eminence. Recalling the priest's mention of significant movements by the corruption sect in the last meeting, Fu Han's thoughts raced, piecing together a complete picture. The corruption saintess had come to Balan for the primal sequence chain, first attacking the expedition team and then infiltrating the treasury. Fu Han couldn't help but worry about his companion's safety. Upon hearing this, the priest immediately bowed deeply to the reticent one and quickly reported, Your Excellency, this is precisely what I wanted to address today. Our latest intelligence confirms that the corruption saintess herself led the operation, targeting the valuable items in the vault treasury. He paused before continuing. She has since disappeared without a trace. The corruption sect has repeatedly questioned the followers of the god of theft, and the Northern Bureau of Secret Affairs has begun investigating. They even sent someone to inquire if the saintess's life star had dimmed, but unfortunately, it still shines brightly. The priest's tone suddenly became urgent. Just moments ago, I received news that the followers of the god of theft have gone missing. I suspect the corruption saintess might be trapped in the treasury. Hearing this, a thought flashed through Fu Han's mind. A bright life star means she's still alive? What a pity. If she was transported to that time-space with the inverted lake, given her abilities, she might actually survive there. It has ample food and water, and even the powerful star beasts would struggle against her. However, the time in that space flows rapidly. She might age quickly, but if she mastered the power of the primal sequence chain, aging wouldn't be an issue. Fu Han felt a twinge of unease at this possibility. If she indeed gained the ability to traverse the faults at will, it would be a huge problem. Fu Han regretted that Luo Shun hadn't recorded the coordinates of that time-space. Then again, even with the coordinates, he wouldn't dare venture there recklessly. The rules within the time-space treasury provided some constraints, but in the realm of the inverted lake, there were no limits. To go there would be suicidal. Fu Han calmed himself, reminding himself that these were mere speculations. The corruption scientist might have ended up in a time-space with an extremely slow flow but uninhabitable conditions, possibly dying slowly, just not completely dead yet. Like Schrodinger's cat, her fate was now uncertain. Fu Han decided to wait patiently for any new updates from the priest. At this moment, the reticent one nodded slightly, as if he had absorbed the priest's report. He said calmly, "All right, name your reward." The priest immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your generous reward. As always, our sect still needs weapons to bolster our strength." At that moment, the silent merchant suddenly interrupted loudly, "Silent one, please hear me out." This charlatan likely knew it was the Holy Maiden herself all along, but deliberately kept it hidden, watching us suffer losses. Now the entire city of Zhuxing has been evacuated, and the heavy losses are due to his faulty information. I believe that even if you reprimand him, he shouldn't receive any further compensation. Upon hearing the news of Zhuxing city's evacuation, Fu Han felt even more worried. He thought of his good friend Mu Qi. Although Mu Qi's family was well off, their entire foundation was in Zhuxing city. This evacuation would likely cause them significant losses. Fu Han could only silently wish that Mu Qi could help his family through this crisis. The priest, enraged by the accusation, retorted sharply, "Nonsense. You despicable merchant, always judging others with a petty mind. Our death sect has always been at odds with the rot sect. The fact that I obtained any information at all was at great risk." As tensions escalated, the silent one raised his hand gently, stopping the argument. He spoke softly, "In 3 days, you may request your compensation from the divine tree." The priest snorted triumphantly, then turned and bowed deeply to the silent one. "Thank you, and the chief. I will continue to investigate the situation of the rot sect's holy maiden, Kayla." The merchant sighed helplessly, shaking his head in silence. The meeting fell into a brief silence, but Fu Han noticed another detail. The compensation for the priest seemed to be weapons. Were they firearms? More importantly, it appeared that the Solar Council could facilitate the exchange of items. How is this possible? Seizing the brief pause, Fu Han asked, "Chief, I noticed that items can be exchanged within the council. Could you explain the details?" The elder, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them slightly and said calmly, "Scholar, explain it to him." "Yes." The scholar responded respectfully and began to explain the item exchange mechanism of the Solar Council to Fu Han. The scholar explained that items in the real world are subject to spatial limitations, making exchanges more complex than information transfers. The exchange of items must rely on the divine tree of 9 suns as a medium. Whether giving or receiving items, it must be done beneath the divine tree. The size and location of the tree don't matter. The key is to seek the elder's assistance. As Fu Han listened to the scholar's explanation, he pondered silently. It turned out that the divine tree of 9 suns had such a unique ability, and the elder, as the tree's guardian, could use his power to help everyone transfer items. This made Fu Han think about the divine tree seed he had received. He speculated that the seed might not have come from the tree at the breeding center but from an older, more powerful tree, and then it was sent to him. Fu Han noticed that the divine tree seed had incomplete spatial coordinate information. He guessed that these coordinates might all be related to the divine tree. This discovery thrilled him, thinking it might be of great use in the future, though more information about the sacred tree needed to be unearthed. After finishing the explanation, the scholar specifically reminded, "One more personal suggestion. When you go beneath the sacred tree, it's best not to bring the beast-tamer's terminal. Be cautious about the origin of any items you trade." As she spoke, she gave the merchant a meaningful look. Fu Han understood and thought to himself, "Even if I wanted to bring the terminal, I couldn't. The academy probably thinks I'm dead by now. No, to avoid unnecessary stipends, I'll definitely be deregistered before next month." Fu Han politely said, "Thank you, I'm already aware." However, the scholar didn't end the conversation there and continued to ask, "Sir Traveler, when the time comes for us to seek your assistance, will you need any specific items?" "The time when I will need to trouble you is drawing near." Fu Han was slightly taken aback and thought, "With you asking like this, how can I say I don't need any support?" Since the scholar was willing to prepare supplies in advance for Fu Han, he didn't hold back. He spoke directly, yes, I need the most basic mental power supplements. Other needs will depend on specific circumstances. The scholar nodded in agreement without probing further. The meeting fell into silence once again. Seeing the elder slowly open his eyes, seemingly about to announce the end of the meeting, Fu Han hurriedly voiced his request. I have one more matter I wish to consult the Silent One about. The Silent One turned to Fu Han and gave a slight nod. Fu Han continued, I want to know, if I were to seek your instruction in a weapon-based martial art, what would I need to offer in exchange? The Silent One simply shook his head without speaking. Fu Han was momentarily puzzled, unsure of how to interpret this. At this moment, the priest smiled and explained. The Silent One is a true martial arts master. He never trades his skills for anything. If you are willing to learn, he will teach you. However, if you don't practice well, he will stop teaching you. The scholar added, exactly. You shouldn't be like some people who greedily ask for superficial knowledge, get the method, and then don't practice. It will disappoint the master. The merchant hurriedly defended himself. I just have poor coordination and no talent. I think the young man from out of town is more suitable, young and strong. Fu Han felt a twinge of guilt and silently admired the Silent One's noble character. He made a mental note of this kindness and resolved to repay it in the future if given the chance. The elder spoke, let's arrange for you to talk privately. Immediately, Fu Han felt himself being led away from the group. Moments later, he and the Silent One arrived in a space shrouded in thick fog. Fu Han bowed respectfully, thank you for your instruction. The Silent One gestured for him not to be so formal and asked succinctly, do you have any martial arts foundation? How much can you lift? Fu Han replied honestly, no foundation, but I can lift several hundred kilograms. The Silent One nodded, evidently satisfied with Fu Han's physical condition. He then asked, which weapon do you wish to learn? A spear, Fu Han answered. The Silent One looked slightly surprised. Why a spear? Fu Han scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and explained, I happen to have a spear. The Silent One appreciated his honesty and said, very well. It seems you are destined to use a spear. I will teach you a nameless spear technique. You must start with the basics. Only after mastering the footwork and basic moves can you proceed to more advanced techniques. Hearing it was a nameless spear technique, Fu Han felt a bit disappointed but didn't mind. He thought that starting with the basics was essential, and if he achieved success in the future, he could ask the Silent One for more advanced spear techniques. Fu Han bowed again. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. The Silent One nodded and said no more. The fog dissipated, and the two returned to the group. The Silent One called out, Scholar. The scholar immediately understood and responded, yes, Master. The group saw the scholar's light sphere emit a blue glow, which then reached out to the Silent One's light sphere and extended to Fu Han's light sphere. Fu Han felt the soul-touching contract transmitted by the scholar, which contained the basics of the Silent One's nameless spear technique. He accepted the contract without hesitation. In an instant, Fu Han's mind was filled with memories of gunfighting techniques, emphasizing relentless offense and unwavering determination. Although Fu Han couldn't judge the quality of the techniques, he could sense their fierce spirit and felt a surge of joy. He once again expressed his gratitude to the Silent One and the scholar. Afterwards, a hush fell over the group. The elder opened his eyes and announced, that will be all for today. The southern lands are awakening. Spring has arrived. May the starlight shine eternally for all of you. In unison, everyone echoed, may the starlight shine eternally. Then, they released the light spheres they were holding, and Fu Han's consciousness returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, the scene before him brought sudden clarity. The giant bears that had been sleeping by the seaside were now waking up. They stretched their bodies, shook their heads, and slowly made their way toward the icy sea. In the distance, the white bears, one after another, entered the vast ice sea, resembling enormous dumplings floating on the water. This stark contrast left Fu Han both awestruck and amazed. The two giant bears beside Fu Han also woke up. They yawned, stretched lazily, scratched themselves, and shook their heads before heading towards the ice sea. Fu Han initially thought about retreating quietly, but the bears merely glanced at him and then ignored him. This put him at ease, and he stood there, watching the magnificent scene unfold. Thousands of enormous white bears gradually made their way to the ice sea. Some traveled in pairs, while others brought along their cubs. Eventually, they all crossed the strait, reached the ice on the other side, and their figures gradually disappeared into the snowstorm. Fu Han quietly observed this rare spectacle, feeling a slight regret for not having a device to record the moment. 2 hours later, the once crowded shore was now empty. However, there were still two large white mounds that remained motionless. Fu Han approached one of them and discovered it was no longer breathing. He guessed that this bear might not have stored enough energy before hibernation, and during a particularly cold winter night, it had exhausted its last bit of life. With a sense of sorrow, Fu Han turned his gaze to the other white mound. Suddenly, he noticed a small cub trying hard to push the massive body, seemingly attempting to wake it up or push it into the sea. Seeing this, Fu Han felt a pang in his heart and furrowed his brows. When the god of fertility took Fu Han to experience the cycle of life and death, Fu Han understood the ruthlessness of the world. He looked around, realizing that in the grand scheme of things, all creatures were insignificant, mere straw dogs in the eyes of the heavens. Even the tyrant of the icy seas was no exception. Fu Han's gaze fell upon a giant bear with a ghastly wound across its belly. Although the wound had scabbed over, it had clearly caused irreparable damage to its insides. Fu Han couldn't determine what had inflicted such a grievous injury, but he imagined the bear trudging to this place with its cubs during the late autumn of the southern lands, only to sleep here forever. As Fu Han was lost in his thoughts, a roar snapped him back to reality. The young tyrant, the giant bear's cub, charged at him. Despite its youth, it was already over a meter long, nearly half the height of a person. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, and its roar was terrifying. Fu Han tried to steady his emotions and said to the young tyrant, "It's dead. Go to the icy sea on your own." Naturally, the cub didn't understand human language and roared even more fiercely. Suddenly recalling Kikalu's ability to communicate mentally, Fu Han called out in his mind, "Kikalu, Kikalu." However, before Kikalu could appear, the young tyrant had already leaped at him. Fu Han swiftly dodged the attack and, in one fluid motion, lifted the cub. He made it look at the ghastly scar on its mother's body and shouted once more, "It's dead." This time, the young tyrant seemed to understand. Its growls turned into sorrowful whimpers. As a star beast with inherently high intelligence, the tyrant's kind was naturally perceptive. It just hadn't wanted to accept the truth. Kikalu arrived late, perching on Fu Han's shoulder and curiously asked, "What happened? Why is the little bear crying?" Fu Han sighed, "Because it has lost its mother." He gently set the young tyrant down and watched it sit there, whimpering incessantly. Through experiencing the cycle of life and death, Fu Han also felt the tenderness of fate and the resilience of life. True strength, he realized, wasn't about defeating others but about possessing a gentle yet unyielding spirit. Life's journey is filled with tender coincidences, and today, Fu Han decided to become such a coincidence. He took off his backpack, selected the largest piece of fungus, and placed it beside the young tyrant. The cub continued to whimper, but soon caught the scent of food. 2 months of sleep had left it starving, and hunger quickly overcame its sorrow. It eagerly grabbed the fungus and began to devour it, sniffling as it ate. Watching the young tyrant wolf down the fungus, Fu Han knew it would survive. As a second-tier star beast, the fungus would provide it with a good start. Although surviving in the ICC would still require some luck, as long as it didn't hunt sea elephants or dragon sharks like the adult bears, it should be fine. As night fell and recalling the cold winds of the previous night, Fu Han knew he couldn't stay long. He climbed onto Chiyu's hand, ready to leave. Kikalu, puzzled, asked, "It has no mother now. Shouldn't we make it our companion?" Fu Han gave an embarrassed smile and said, "Its star rank is higher than mine. Forming a contract is almost impossible." He explained that when a star beast's rank surpasses that of a beast tamer, the soul connection becomes cumbersome and fragile. Although Fu Han's core domain was vast enough to maintain his contract with Kikalu, forging a new contract from scratch would be quite difficult. After listening, Kikalu sighed and said, "Yeah, I also feel like your star power has weakened a lot, but it seems like the little white bear is following us." Fu Han was taken aback and asked Chiyu to stop. Sure enough, the little tyrant was panting and trailing behind. Fu Han pointed towards the ice sea and shouted, "The ice sea is over there. You should head that way." But the little tyrant did not budge. Kikalu asked, "Do you want me to translate?" Fu Han shook his head. "No need, let's walk slower. If it wants to follow, let it follow. Just don't blame me for not telling it." As he said this, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Perhaps due to the divine tree, the terrain by the ice sea was complex and ever-changing. The sandy ground by the ice sea rarely even had moss, but to the north, beyond the light-burn radius of the divine tree, there was a dense banyan forest. As night fell, Fu Han arrived at the edge of the forest, with the little tyrant still following from a distance. Fu Han ventured into the forest and waited for a while, unsure if the little tyrant, accustomed to the icy world, would dare to follow. The enticing aroma of the fungal blocks eventually gave the little tyrant the courage to enter the dense foliage, much to Fu Han's relief. The banyan tree's canopy was like a blanket, providing excellent insulation. Upon entering the forest, the temperature rose sharply. Despite this, the early spring wind remained chilling. Fu Han intended to venture deeper to find a warmer spot to rest. However, the dense fog in the forest made visibility poor, even with the moon lantern monster providing light. Reluctantly, Fu Han had to turn back. Fortunately, he was able to find some kindling in the forest. Fu Han lit a fire, instantly making the night more bearable. As the campfire blazed, the little tyrant hesitated to approach, retreating instead, seemingly afraid of the fire. Fu Han tried to lure it with fungal blocks, but it still wouldn't come closer. After pondering for a moment, Fu Han decided that if the little tyrant was going to follow him, it would have to adapt. He didn't throw the fungal blocks to it, but instead summoned Xiaozi, Boya, and Luotian to feed them. Xiaozi was highly alert towards the little tyrant, keeping a watchful eye on it while eating. Luotian was also somewhat wary, but felt fearless as long as she was close to Fu Han. Boya, on the other hand, was the true tyrant. Upon spotting the little tyrant, he immediately prepared to attack with his breath. Fu Han quickly intervened, but Boya still bared his teeth menacingly at the little tyrant, scaring it further back. Fu Han ignored the little tyrant and focused on calming Boya while they ate. With Boya around, the food quickly vanished. Seeing his empty backpack, Fu Han had Luotian mark their current location and then opened the portal to his treasure vault. As Fu Han entered the vault, the portal suddenly vanished, causing the little tyrant, lying in the distance, to stand up anxiously and look around in a panic. The fungal blocks in the treasure hall were being consumed faster than expected, so Han Fu had to venture into the corridor to find more easily harvestable sections. He noticed that Boya had an astonishing appetite, while his own consumption was slightly less. As the little tyrant's level and size grew, it too became a significant consumer of resources. This situation made Han Fu realize that his capacity for nurturing star beasts was nearing its limit. Not only was food scarce, but even the small water slime was barely enough for the whole group. Han Fu pondered solutions and decided to gradually enhance the water slime's self-healing skill starting tonight. He believed that once the water slime's self-healing ability improved and it grew larger, the water problem would be resolved. Unfortunately, Han Fu knew nothing about meat slimes, or the methods used by the god of abundance to cultivate fungal blocks. Until he could solve the food issue, he had to pause the contracts with star beasts that required feeding. Han Fu didn't linger in the treasure hall. After filling his stomach, he collected a bag of fungal blocks and returned to the campfire in the forest. Upon arriving, he was surprised to find a large patch of the little tyrant's white fur singed black by the fire. According to Kikalu's account, the little tyrant might have thought it could find him by passing through the flames. At that moment, the little tyrant dared not stray too far from Han Fu. It obediently lay at his feet, licking its singed fur. Han Fu gently stroked its head, and the little tyrant no longer flinched. "I won't leave you. Don't worry," Han Fu softly reassured, handing the little tyrant some fungal blocks. This time, the little tyrant accepted the food without hesitation. After a moment of thought, Han Fu decided to teach the little tyrant a self-healing skill to prevent it from becoming like a leaky sesame dumpling. He also wanted to use this opportunity to understand the little tyrant's skills and characteristics. Han Fu concentrated, mobilizing the star energy to forge a skill imprint, and then set up a touch contract, placing his hand on the little tyrant. The little tyrant accepted the contract without hesitation, and the self-healing skill imprint successfully reached its core. At the same time, Han Fu sensed detailed information about the little tyrant. Frost Tyrant Bear Cub. Species: evolved from the Titan bear lineage. Level: initial form. Attributes: animal, ice. Species value: 511, Lord level star beast. Level: 23. Health: 99. Abilities: epic trait, Titan bloodline LV3 13 ancient Titan bloodline, strong and powerful, exuding an aura of dominance. Adaptive trait, icy animal adapted to extremely cold environments, highly resistant to ice and water elemental attacks. Skills: intermediate skill, ice grip LV1. Basic skill, self-healing LV1. This information left Han Fu quite astonished. He hadn't expected the Frost Tyrant to belong to the Titan bear lineage, sharing a common origin with the giants capable of transforming into Titan bears. According to legend, the Titan lineage once ruled the land of Qixing but perished before the arrival of the final barrier. In fact, most star beasts in Qixing carry Titan blood, though in such diluted forms that it was usually negligible. Interestingly, the Frost Tyrant's Titan blood percentage was higher than that of the Titan bear. This seemingly small difference meant the Frost Tyrant possessed an aura of dominance that the Titan bear lacked. No wonder it's called the Tyrant. This ancient name really has its reasons. Fu Han recalled his experience of being frightened by the little tyrant during the day, and suddenly understood it was the pressure of its Titan bloodline at work. Moreover, this difference in stats makes the tyrant's racial value far exceed that of the Titan bear. Fu Han remembered that even the evolved form of a high-tier Titan bear barely reached the threshold of a lord level. Yet, the little tyrant was born with a racial value of over 500, already at a high-tier lord level. The potential gap between the two was like night and day. Fu Han speculated that if the little tyrant learned the Titan bear's signature skill, gigantification, its effectiveness would likely surpass that of the Titan bear. Despite this, Fu Han did not rush to teach the little tyrant the gigantification skill. He was worried that once the little guy learned such a powerful skill, it might run away, and he would suffer a great loss. Although Fu Han hadn't taught it any powerful skills, the little tyrant clearly enjoyed the benefits of the recent soul contact. It became even more affectionate, nuzzling against Fu Han and occasionally butting him with its head. The little tyrant's strength was so great that it almost knocked Fu Han over. Seeing its behavior, Fu Han couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated. After pondering for a moment, Fu Han decided to give the little tyrant a name. He looked at the little guy, which had a large burnt patch on its body, and thought it looked like a leaking sesame dumpling. A flash of inspiration hit him, and he laughed. Since you look like a leaking sesame dumpling, I'll call you Leak. Haha. Then he self-deprecatingly added, does this mean I've become terrible at naming again? Oh well, terrible it is. Haha. Fu Han's mental strength had already reached level 3, so teaching a few basic skills was no longer a problem for him. He summoned the water slime and taught it the self-healing skill 3 times. Although the skill didn't level up, the water slime conveniently leveled up from 12 to 13, and its size increased. At this point, Fu Han paused. Considering the uncertainties of the wild environment, he dared not overconsume his mental strength. He needed to reserve energy for meditation practice. Thanks to the increase in his mental strength, Fu Han could now enter a meditative state faster and for longer periods. He had a vague feeling that his star level was about to break through, so he eagerly began his meditation practice. The next day, Fu Han slept deeply under Chiyu's watch. Upon waking, he was surprised to find that the mist in the banyan forest hadn't dissipated at all. Scratching his cheek and thinking for a while, Fu Han suddenly remembered a type of terrain he had learned about in class and couldn't help but sigh. Could this be a misty forest? The misty forest, true to its name, has always been an enigma. The only thing people know for certain is that the misty forest is fraught with uncertainty. The origins of this mysterious place remain unresolved to this day. The prevailing theory suggests that some unknown star beast generates the mist, but this hypothesis lacks solid evidence. The characteristics of the mist are unpredictable. Sometimes it can envelop a section of the forest overnight, only to vanish into thin air a few days later. Forests shrouded in mist for years occasionally experience brief hours of clarity, as if the veil of mystery is momentarily lifted. The danger level of the misty forest is equally hard to gauge. A young boy from a nearby village ventured into the forest multiple times and emerged unscathed, claiming there was nothing but fog inside. However, when an expedition team entered the same forest, only 1 out of 10 members survived, suffering severe psychological trauma and remaining semi-insane for the rest of his life. There are also numerous accounts of people encountering unidentified star beasts after straying into the mist. Some escape by sheer luck, while others vanish forever in its depths. Given such unknown threats, the misty forest is widely acknowledged as a place best left unexplored. Fu Han had no desire to take risks, especially without a terminal, as it was easy to lose one's way in the mist with visibility limited to just 35 meters. He decisively chose to bypass the misty forest. The little tyrant showed strong resistance to the name Leak, ignoring Fu Han whenever he used it and even kicking sand onto his feet with its paws. Shocked by its reaction, Fu Han had to reconsider the naming issue. After some thought, Fu Han abandoned his mischievous idea and gave the little tyrant a new name, Tuanzi. He tried calling out, Tuanzi, Tuanzi, and the little tyrant immediately responded with a soft grunt. Thus, the new name was set. With its new name, Tuanzi became more obedient. It quickly learned to understand Fu Han's commands, mimicking Fu Han as it climbed onto Saitama's hand and settled down. This allowed Fu Han to expedite his westward journey, attempting to circumvent the misty forest. However, by the afternoon, Fu Han's plan was thwarted. The further west he went, the closer the forest came to the coast, with the mist even extending into the sea. Even using Saitama's floating ability to traverse the sea route, the mist spread into the icy sea amidst the wind and snow. Fu Han realized that the mist might be encircling the sacred tree. Only the northern icy sea, with its violent storms, had no mist. Despite this, he held onto a sliver of hope and turned back east. By nightfall, Fu Han reached the eastern coast, only to find the same situation as in the west. The mist extended deep into the icy sea. This explained why so many tyrants hibernated peacefully on the beach beneath the sacred tree. The misty forest isolated this sanctuary from the outside world. Fu Han was caught in a dilemma. Either traverse the misty forest or cross the icy sea to reach the other side of the awakening starland. After weighing his options, he deemed the misty forest to be the relatively safer choice. As night fell, Fu Han once again lit a campfire in the forest and summoned all his companions for feeding, just as he had the previous night. This time, he introduced Tuanzi to Xiaozi. Xiaozi behaved very well, even offering some of her food to Tuanzi. Fu Han was very pleased with Xiao Zi's actions and rewarded her by thoroughly scratching her all over. As for Boya, Fu Han was still concerned that it might clash with Tuanzi, so he took Boya to the treasure vault to feed it. To prevent any accidents with Tuanzi, Fu Han specifically called out Kikalu to keep it company. Kikalu gladly accepted and started playing, riding on Tuanzi's bare head. When Fu Han returned from the treasure vault, he found that Kikalu and Tuanzi had disappeared. He quickly called out to Kikalu in his mind. Moments later, the two little ones emerged from the mist. Kikalu, why did you go into the mist? Aren't you afraid of the dangers? Fu Han asked anxiously. Kikalu, however, looked puzzled. Danger? Fu Han explained. The visibility in the mist is low, and there are hidden star beasts. Of course, it's dangerous. Oh. Kikalu thought for a moment and then said, you mean the Xia beasts inside? It's fine as long as you don't get close to them. They move very slowly. Fu Han's eyes lit up, and he asked, Kikalu, can you see the star beasts hidden in the mist? Kikalu shook her head. You can't see them, but you can sense them with mental power. Your mental power is pretty strong too. Can't you feel it? Fu Han indeed felt that his perception of star energy fluctuations had improved, but this perception was still very passive. He could only detect it when there was a strong star energy wave. Kikalu's way of sensing seemed more active and specific. How do you sense them? Fu Han asked, realizing he might not get a clear answer. Sure enough, Kikalu just swished her tail and said, like this? Like what? Fu Han frowned. Afterwards, Fu Han kept asking for a long time but still couldn't figure out how to sense things with mental power. Kikalu was clearly not a good teacher. Fu Han couldn't help but think of the scholar. If only Kikalu could directly transfer the knowledge into his mind like she did. Although he hadn't mastered the method of mental power sensing, having Kikalu by his side gave Fu Han more confidence in traversing the misty forest. However, it was getting late, so everything would have to wait until tomorrow. Fu Han went to the open space and started practicing the nameless spear technique. Although the moves were basic, he remembered them clearly in his mind and just needed more practice to get used to them. Fu Han felt he was picking it up pretty quickly. The key was that the spear techniques taught by the reticent teacher were very practical, with footwork that complemented the spear moves, ensuring he wouldn't hurt himself. Thinking of this, Fu Han couldn't help but laugh at himself. He realized his understanding of a good spear technique was one where he wouldn't injure himself. After working up a sweat, Fu Han returned to the campfire to rest. Thanks to the effect of the nine-headed dragon's body, he no longer felt muscle soreness. After eating some food, his stamina quickly recovered. Next, Fu Han continued to enhance the slime skills. After several rounds of skill transmission, the water slime's healing skill reached level 4, and Fu Han decided to stop for the night. While walking today, Fu Han had some free time to think deeply about Xiao Zi's enhancement. He decided it was time to utilize the primordial cells carried by the disease in Xiao Zi's body. Fuan had been contemplating how to enhance Xiao Zi's abilities. He longed for Xiao Zi to grow stronger, but he didn't want it to turn into a monstrous creature with a rat-like face. He hoped Xiao Zi could evolve into a higher form of life, but the situation was complicated, and he was uncertain of the outcome. Recalling their first encounter, Xiao Zi had suffered severe dark corruption in the cave of the old gods. Later, Fuan learned that this corruption was not caused by the cult of decay, but by other cults, possibly the cult of night. The old gods' intention was not to strengthen Xiao Zi, but to transform it into suitable food for their fierce beasts. The process of rescuing Xiao Zi was mysterious, and Fuan couldn't fully explain it. He only knew that the power of the Starforger played a crucial role. The skill mark introduced dark corruption into Xiao Zi's core, resulting in a unique mutation characteristic, the dark core. Undoubtedly, darkness still surged within Xiao Zi, becoming the biggest obstacle to its transformation. The core was part of Xiao Zi's soul, and the original sequence chain, as the management key of the life carrier, could not touch it. The dark core was irreversible and would affect Xiao Zi's enhancement and evolution. Given the complexity of the situation, Fuan had no good ideas before and dared not act rashly. However, after touching Tuanzi yesterday, he thought that the Titan bloodline might be feasible. Firstly, as a natural creature of the Star Awakening land, Xiao Zi already had Titan blood, though extremely thin. Secondly, the Titan bloodline's power was strong and dominant, possibly allowing Xiao Zi to control its dark energy. Lastly, the Titan bloodline's physical enhancements might improve Xiao Zi's low health. With this idea, Fuan asked Kikalu to use causal foresight to predict the enhancement results. Kikalu predicted that Xiao Zi would indeed become stronger, which dispelled Fuan's hesitation. He summoned Tuanzi and repeatedly observed its genetic structure and traits through soul touch, quickly discovering the secrets of the Titan bloodline. To his delight, activating the Titan bloodline was not complicated. As long as there were enough primordial cells, raising Xiao Zi's Titan bloodline to the same 13 as Tuanzi's was not difficult. Fuan began to enhance Xiao Zi's bloodline, initially cautiously increasing its Titan bloodline proportion to 1. The effect was immediate. with Xiaozi's racial value increasing by more than 30 points without any adverse reactions. Encouraged by this, Fuan further activated Xiaozi's Titan bloodline to 3. Still, there were no negative reactions, and the racial value steadily increased. The Titan bloodline proportion needed to exceed 10 to develop Titan traits. Fuan estimated that the remaining primordial cells in Xiaozi's body should be enough to increase it to 12. Feeling a surge of excitement, he continued to enhance it step by step. An hour later, the primordial cells in Xiaozi's body were exhausted, and the Titan bloodline proportion reached exactly 12. Initially, there was no obvious change in Xiaozi, leaving Fuan slightly puzzled. Suddenly, intense soul waves began to emanate from Xiaozi. Fuan realized that Xiaozi was about to evolve. Energy, elements, starlight, and primal essence began to gather rapidly, especially dark energy, which surged violently and entered Xiaozi's body. A large amount of dark elements gathered, obscuring the light, making it difficult for Fuan to see Xiaozi's transformation. This ordeal lasted nearly 15 minutes, and finally, Xiaozi's evolution was complete. As the darkness dissipated, Xiaozi's new form gradually emerged. It still had the appearance of a wolf, but the transformation was drastic. Its size had increased significantly, now standing chest-high to Fu Han, making it a colossal wolf. Its fur was even more mysterious and deep, devoid of any blemishes, continuously emanating dark energy. The most peculiar change was the pair of sinister horns that had grown on its head, making it hard for Fu Han to recognize it at first glance. However, Xiaozi was still the same Xiaozi. The first thing it did after evolving was to nuzzle its head into Fu Han's arms for a pat, just like always. This time, though, its horns were a bit of a nuisance. Fu Han scratched its chin and quickly connected with its soul to sense its information. This evolution was nothing short of bizarre. Xiaozi had evolved from the wolf lineage to the demon blood wolf lineage, changing its attribute from animal to demon blood. Its species value skyrocketed from 141 to 489, making it a lord-level star beast. Its level increased from 19 to 21, but its health remained a concern, with the aftereffects of dark erosion worsening and its health cap reduced by 43. In terms of abilities, its basic trait had changed from wolf adaptation to demon blood titan, now possessing 12 demon blood titan lineage. The dark pressure from the titan demon blood instilled fear in all creatures, while also granting perfect affinity with dark elements. Its special trait, Dark Core, had been enhanced, significantly boosting its perception and control over dark elements. Its skills had also undergone significant changes. The basic skill collaboration evolved into shadow collaboration, providing strong shadow support to allies. The advanced skill Dark Healing LV1 allowed it to absorb dark energy for healing, greatly enhancing its self-regeneration and converting dark energy attacks into healing. The intermediate skill Shadow Empowerment LV4 evolved into Shadow Incarnation LV4, enabling it to become a completely intangible shadow. The basic skill Claw extension LV3 became Dark Claw LV3, allowing it to extend Dark Claws to attack enemies. The basic skill Dark Veil LV1 evolved into Dark Evil Eye LV1, capable of opening a dark evil eye to absorb surrounding light, create darkness, instill fear in enemies, and expose their weaknesses. The intermediate skill Life Steal LV3 transformed into Dark Shroud LV3, dispersing dark energy to continuously entangle enemies and drain their life force. Fu Han never expected that a single bloodline enhancement would bring about such a profound change in Xiaozi. He marveled, demon blood lineage. This is a legendary attribute. The term demon bloodline is more formal, but in legends, it is often referred to as the demon clan. The ancient tales of the Titans have faded into obscurity, but in those vague stories, the demon blood Titans always play the role of the primary antagonists. They seem to be born with a hatred for the world, constantly plotting its destruction. However, each time, they are defeated by the Holy Blood Titans, forever cast as the perennial losers in these legends. Fu Han gazed at the newly evolved Xiaozi before him, filled with astonishment. He never expected his star beast to evolve into such a rare demon bloodline. Despite his extensive knowledge of star beasts, he couldn't name a single demon bloodline star beast, highlighting its rarity. Xiaozi's transformation was astounding. Its base stats had more than tripled, and its abilities had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Fu Han meticulously tested Xiaozi's new capabilities, and the skills Shadow Form and Dark Evil Eye particularly thrilled him. Shadow Form allowed Xiaozi to completely transform into a dark elemental state, not only enhancing its other abilities but also rendering it nearly immune to physical attacks. Even more astonishing was the significant boost in its dark healing abilities in this state, greatly compensating for its low health points. The Dark Evil Eye enabled Xiaozi to observe everything in the darkness and share this vision with Fu Han through shadow coordination. This meant that Fu Han's vision in the dark was even clearer than in the light. Unfortunately, due to the unique traits of the Demon Blood Titans, Fu Han couldn't successfully imprint these skills. Nevertheless, This evolution marked a qualitative leap in Xiao Zi's strength. Fu Han decided to take Xiao Zi into the misty forest the next day to personally experience the power of these new abilities. He was particularly curious about how the star beast hiding in the mist would react to Xiao Zi's dark evil eye. However, Xiao Zi's evolution also brought new challenges. Fu Han's inner core field began to strain, and he worried that if Qiyu also leveled up, their soul connection might collapse. To address this, he focused on meditation, hoping to quickly enhance his own strength. That night's meditation was surprisingly effective. Fu Han's starlight began to shift from orange to gold, signaling an impending level up. As dawn broke, he ate breakfast while contemplating his next steps. Considering his imminent breakthrough, he decided to first explore the outskirts of the misty forest to adapt to the environment and search for Xiabeasts as a food source. Once the sun was fully up, Fu Han extinguished the campfire, had Luotian mark a safe location, and then ventured into the misty forest with Xiao Zi and Qi Qi. The forest was perpetually shrouded in fog, with almost no vegetation on the ground, but the banyan tree trunks and surrounding areas were covered in moss. Soon, Fu Han encountered a Xiabeast. With the help of Xiao Zi's dark vision, he could finally make out the outline of this massive lizard. The Xiabeast, nearly 3 meters long, had skin that blended seamlessly with the mist, making it almost invisible. They fed on moss, banyan tree fruits, and small animals that strayed into the forest, and could even consume microorganisms in the mist. This particular Xiabeast was clearly displeased with Fu Han's intrusion, slowly approaching him. However, under Qi Qilu's perception and Xiao Zi's demonic eye, the movements of the mist beast were completely exposed. The sudden darkness left the mist beast in a state of panic, causing it to spin aimlessly on the spot. Without hesitation, Fu Han stepped forward and subdued the mist beast, then offered a simple choice: accept the contract or face immediate death. The level 34 mist beast quickly chose to accept. By touching and observing, Fu Han confirmed that the mist beast was free of toxins and could be used as a food source. With that, Fu Han swiftly ended the mist beast's life, then dragged it by its tail back in the direction they had come from, preparing for the next stage of their adventure. After Fu Han defeated the Xia beast in the dark curtain of the evil eye, his sense of direction became quite muddled. He had a rough idea of where to go, but uncertainty gnawed at him. At that moment, Tuanzi displayed an astonishing sense of direction. This massive bear-like creature seemed to have an innate compass, instinctively sensing the location of the ice sea. Kikalu nimbly jumped onto Tuanzi's head, sitting lightly. With their guidance, Fu Han quickly emerged from the fog-shrouded forest. This unexpected boon boosted Fu Han's confidence, as the primary obstacle of navigating the misty forest seemed to have been removed. As they dragged the Xia beast's carcass out of the foggy woods, a curious transformation occurred. The mist on the Xia beast's skin gradually dissipated, revealing its true appearance. It was a stunning red, smooth as a mirror, scattering light in the sun like a brilliant sunset. This explained the origin of its name, Xia Beast. Fu Han recalled that if the Xia Beast were still alive, its skin would have cleverly mimicked its surroundings, blending seamlessly with the background. But now, this magical ability had faded with its death. Next, they began to process the prey. The Xia Beast's innards, teeming with bacteria, were only suitable for Boya to consume. Xiao Zi showed great interest in the beast's bones, easily crushing and swallowing the meat-covered bones, showcasing its incredible bite force. This made Fu Han speculate about Xiao Zi's potential attack capabilities. However, the Xia Beast's meat was not as delicious as expected. It was loose and lacking in texture, with a slightly strange taste. Fu Han grilled a large chunk of belly meat, but Kikalu declared herself full after just a small bite. Fu Han tried mixing the meat with some mushroom chunks to make it more palatable. Tuanzi, on the other hand, was not picky and ate heartily. Luotian had a smaller appetite, and a little was enough for it. Despite this, the meat from an adult Xia Beast exceeded Fu Han's expectations, providing enough to feed the whole group. This experience solidified Fu Han's next steps: break through and then attempt to traverse the misty forest. In the following days, Fu Han would hunt a Xia Beast daily within the misty forest. After a few days, he became quite familiar with the terrain on the outskirts of the forest. For beast tamers without special sensory abilities, the Xia Beast could be a deadly threat, but for Fu Han, it was a breeze. This hunting posed almost no risk, and each Xia Beast reliably produced a second or third-grade star fragment. Fu Han decided that when it came time to truly cross the misty forest, he wouldn't let any Xia Beast slip by. After all, the more of these precious resources, the better. Although the star fragments from the Xia Beasts only contained a skill called Long Tongue Wrap, which had limited general use and was sold as a basic fragment in the beast tamer market, they were perfect food for the low-level Boya. Nourished by these fragments, Boya smoothly leveled up to 14, growing stronger and increasing its appetite. Every night, Fu Han would meditate and train. To his delight, His meditation efficiency had been exceptionally high for several consecutive days. On the 8th day of his routine practice, as Fu Han used the gravity of the core star to gather scattered source essence, he suddenly sensed a powerful tide of source essence. The originally sparse source essence surged towards him like a tidal wave. When the tide receded, Fu Han noticeably felt the starlight grow stronger. He eagerly let his consciousness sink into the core domain and was thrilled to discover that the black hole and another core star within the domain had both changed from orange to golden yellow. This signified that he had successfully broken through, officially reaching the second tier. Just like last time, the black hole once again emitted a stream of information, indicating another enhancement of the Starforger's authority. Fu Han focused and absorbed this new portion of Starforging knowledge. Moments later, he mastered a new ability called Starlight Observation, which allowed him to directly observe the skills contained within shattered stars. This discovery filled Fu Han with joy, as if he could see infinite possibilities for the future. Next, Fu Han began to delve into the characteristics of shattered stars. As the crystallized form of starlight, shattered stars exhibit a wide variety of shapes. Even the same type of star beast can produce differently shaped shattered stars. The glow emitted by shattered stars is related only to their tier. For instance, second-tier starlight is orange, so second-tier shattered stars are also orange. The size of a shattered star determines its quality. The larger the volume, the higher the quality. Among shattered stars of the same tier, larger pieces contain more starlight, increasing the likelihood of star beasts comprehending skills. However, the size difference in low-tier shattered stars is minimal. Only high-tier shattered stars show significant quality variations. This also explained why Fu Han hadn't paid much attention to this issue when purchasing shattered stars before. Based solely on appearance, a beastmaster cannot determine the origin of a shattered star or the skills it contains. Therefore, the role of shattered star appraisers becomes crucial when beastmasters need to trade shattered stars. Shattered stars in the Beastmaster Trading House are guaranteed by multiple businesses under the Trading House Association. These businesses have a comprehensive system to ensure that the shattered stars in circulation meet their descriptions. First, they evaluate the credibility of the provider. If a beastmaster can confirm the source of their shattered stars, the business will grant a listing quota based on their credit rating. As long as the price of the shattered stars is within this quota, they can be directly listed for trade. However, if the value of the shattered stars exceeds the beastmaster's credit rating, or if the beastmaster doesn't know the origin of the shattered stars, then appraisal is mandatory. Appraising shattered stars is time-consuming, and the high demand for appraisals keeps the fees elevated. Typically, appraisal fees range between 13 to 17 of the transaction price and are deducted upon successful trade. Shattered star appraisers are recognized as high-income professionals. To become an appraiser, one must first possess a suitable beastmaster talent, such as starlight perception. Beastmasters with this talent have an exceptional ability to sense the levels of other star beasts and beastmasters. Through training and learning, and by contracting star beasts that can enhance their perception, they can use instruments to determine the origin of shattered stars, thus inferring the skills they contain. Although beast tamers possess a wide range of talents, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, only a few are suitable to become appraisers. The high demand for appraisals and the limited number of appraisers make this a stable and well-paying profession. At least within the territory of the Qixing Alliance, appraisers are highly sought after. Fu Han never expected to awaken such a valuable ability. However, he wondered whether star shard appraisers were equally in demand on the southern continent. The ability to observe starlight is indeed invaluable. Fu Han stood on the hillside, gazing into the distance, calculating the worth of this unique skill in his mind. He recalled the conventional methods of starlight identification, perception, divination, time tracing, and spectrometry, each with its own distinct costs, time requirements, and accuracy rates. However, his starlight observation far surpassed these methods. With just one glance, Fu Han could see through the light emitted by a shattered star, and the black hole would precisely analyze the skills contained within. This identification required no expenditure, was instantaneous, and 100% accurate. Other beast tamers were still laboriously deducing the origin of the starlight from various star beasts and then determining the possible skills, a process that required extensive knowledge of star beastology. But Fu Han could skip these cumbersome steps and directly reach a conclusion. More importantly, when a shattered star potentially contained multiple skills, ordinary appraisers often struggled to make accurate judgments. In contrast, Fu Han could clearly discern exactly which skills were present in the shattered star, a fact of significant importance. Regardless of the market conditions for shattered star appraisers in the southern continent, starlight observation was priceless to Fu Han. At the very least, without the backing of a large alliance guild, he wouldn't suffer losses in shattered star transactions. Fu Han was convinced that this ability would be of immense help in his upcoming journey to the southern continent. He lightly touched his chest, feeling the more stable soul connection after his star-level breakthrough. The bond with Kikalu and Xiaoji seemed even stronger. The expansion of his core domain meant his soul had grown more powerful, which was the crucial reason for his urgency to break through. Previously, his core was unstable, and if Chiyu suddenly leveled up, the consequences would be unpredictable. In such a state, venturing into the misty forest would be suicidal. But now, he could move forward with confidence. Fu Han glanced down at Tuanzi at his feet, feeling a surge of warmth. The complex conditions in the mist meant that if Tuanzi got lost, it would be in extreme danger. Now that the contract was in place, he could safely keep Tuanzi within his core, summoning it as needed to act as a guide. Reflecting on the contract ceremony just moments ago, Tuanzi's excitement was still vivid in his mind. The ceremony went exceptionally smoothly, as if guided by fate. As the contract concluded, the sky gradually brightened. Having just broken through, Fu Han felt mentally invigorated, physically strong, and filled with starlight. He took a deep breath, wasted no time, and resolutely stepped into the depths of the misty forest. Visibility in the mist was extremely low, so Fu Han dared not ride on Caillou's back, fearing he might crash into danger. The surroundings were filled with banyan trees of similar thickness, enveloped in white mist, making everything look identical. After walking for half a day, he began to suspect he was going in circles. This feeling was maddening, prompting Fu Han to quicken his pace, hoping to find something distinctive. As the first night fell, Xiaoji brought a surprise to Fu Han. In the pitch-black darkness, Xiaoji's evil eye drastically increased its range, consuming almost no starlight. Navigating with the dark vision provided by Xiaoji was far more comfortable than fumbling through the white mist. Han immediately adjusted his strategy, traveling quickly at night and resting during the day while gradually exploring. This change significantly increased his travel speed. By dawn of the second day, he noticed a marked change in the terrain, with flatland giving way to a gentle slope. This confirmed that he was making progress and not moving in circles. On the second night, Han encountered an unusually large, two-headed evolved form of a mist beast. For safety, he decided not to hunt it and circled around from a distance. This encounter served as a warning had ventured deep into the fog forest, and the dangers were escalating. By the third day, the ground became more uneven, and Han entered mountainous terrain. On a hillside, he encountered another two-headed mist beast. Once again, he chose to avoid it, unwilling to take risks unless absolutely necessary. Over the next 2 days, he repeatedly came across these evolved mist beasts. Despite running low on food, he continued to avoid these dangerous creatures, only eating just enough to get by. On the 6th day, the slope turned into a steep cliff. Han climbed upward and eventually reached a mountain plateau. Nestled between two towering peaks, the fog was noticeably thinner here, and lush grass was growing on the ground. Seeing this, Han felt a surge of hope, thinking he might soon leave the fog forest. However, leaving the misty forest also meant he might encounter people from the southern continent. According to Han's knowledge, 80 of southern continent inhabitants were followers of the old gods, with the remaining 20 being fanatical devotees. It was rumored that these old god followers treated heretics with extreme cruelty, using methods like skinning, tendon extraction, and setting them on fire. Han knew he couldn't take on the entire southern continent alone, so hiding his identity was a must. He had already decided to temporarily pledge allegiance to the god of secrets. This was a pragmatic choice, given that Chi Yes armor resembled the idol of the god of secrets. Since he had already fooled the saintess of the rotting cult, Han felt claiming to worship another deity would be less convincing. The only problem was that he knew nothing about the doctrines of this secretive cult and would have to make things up as he went along. The immediate task was to dispose of his commemorative outdoor outfit. Han guessed that commoners in the southern continent likely wore simple clothes, while only nobles and priests donned expensive silk robes. So, his plain black protective suit underneath shouldn't attract much attention. However, the outer jacket was too modern and had the Star Academy emblem on it, making it unsuitable to wear any longer. Han took off his outer jacket and emptied his backpack. There wasn't much left anyway. The stored fungus blocks were gone, leaving only 3 star fragments from recent hunts. He couldn't even keep his chronograph, reluctantly removing it and placing it on the ground after one last glance at the time. Next, he summoned Boya and had it burn the items to ashes with its dragon breath. After feeding the star fragments to Boya, Han was left with only a small alloy knife, a lighter, a water canister, and the god-slaying spear that resembled a fire poker. Traveling light it was. With mixed emotions, Han continued his journey southward. Not far ahead, a massive banyan tree emerged from the swirling mist. As Fu Han approached, he was astonished to find an ancient house beneath the tree. Flickering lights inside suggested someone was living there. To his surprise, there was already a home in this misty clearing. A few steps closer, Fu Han suddenly noticed a face growing out of the giant banyan tree. As he saw it, it saw him too. A slow, elongated warning echoed, "Do not approach." Even Chi Chi Lu urgently called out in Fu Han's mind, "Don't go. Don't go." Whatever you do, don't go. Of course, Fu Han wouldn't recklessly approach. The tree demon was a Normausch would believe it was level 100. Worse yet, he could clearly feel a pair of eyes full of murderous intent staring at him from the ancient house. Not only did Fu Han not approach, but he also quickly took a few steps back. His cautious move seemed to calm the murderous intent from the house. At this moment, the giant tree demon spoke again. Head southeast. Leave this place. Fu Han looked towards the towering cliff in the southeast. Although it appeared steep, with his current physical condition, scaling it wasn't impossible. He respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." With that, Fu Han swiftly headed towards the towering cliff. He thought to himself, "It's just a mountain. I'll climb it." When the giant tree demon and the ancient house were once again swallowed by the mist, Fu Han finally felt a bit relieved. The terrifying power left him with lingering fear, but he was grateful that they hadn't pursued him. At this moment, climbing mountains was no longer a challenge for Fu Han. His enhanced physical abilities, combined with the assistance of Saitama's bioarmor and Kikalu's light as a feather skill, made the task as easy as walking on flat ground. With a few leaps, he reached halfway up the mountain, escaping the mist's shroud. Standing on the clear mountainside, Fu Han realized that the opposite peak was far taller than he had imagined. The summit was covered in snow, shrouded in clouds and mist. The fog cascaded down from the snowy peak like a waterfall, merging into the mountain streams and eventually blending into the misty forest. So this was the source of the mist. Looking northward, the divine tree was completely obscured by clouds and fog, with only a faint halo hinting at its presence. To an ordinary person, it might just seem like a trick of the sunlight. Fu Han still couldn't confirm if the mist was meant to hide the divine tree, but it certainly served that purpose. But none of that mattered now. What was important was that the direction pointed out by the tree demon was correct. He had finally left the misty forest. Moments later, Fu Han reached the summit. He deactivated the bioarmor, and the brisk wind invigorated him. The feeling of escaping the mist was truly exhilarating. Kikalu gazed northward at the verdant expanse and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Today, the sky was clear, offering a magnificent view. Below, a vast green forest stretched as far as the eye could see. Fu Han also remarked, "Once you're out of the mist, everywhere is beautiful." Just as Kikalu was about to agree, she pointed into the distance and asked, "Hey, what's that black thing over there?" Fu Han followed her gaze to the northwest. The snow-capped mountain range extended northwest, and at the far end, a city lay at the foot of the mountains, partially obscured by the terrain. But the tall castle and city walls were still visible, even from this distance, exuding a sense of solemnity and grandeur. A city? Why does it feel so imposing? Kikalu murmured. Yeah. Fu Han agreed, then shifted his gaze directly northward. There's a village over there too. A small village nestled within the dense forest. Where should we go first? Kikalu asked. Fu Han pondered for a moment. The village looks closer. Let's check it out first. Although he had been avoiding populated areas and could survive in the forest, reaching the northernmost part of the southern continent and crossing the boundless sea alone was nearly impossible. Fu Han needed to determine his location and find a way to cross the sea. After all, the boundless sea was under the military blockade of the Alliance, making crossing it no easy task. Kikalu suddenly asked, "Do they have good milk tea on the southern continent?" Fu Han shook his head. "Probably not. But their coffee is famous." "All right, then let's have some coffee," Kikalu said cheerfully. Fu Han reminded her, "We need to be extra careful to hide ourselves here." Got it, got it. You're an outcast, after all. Don't forget, we're in this together." "We're both outcasts," Kikalu playfully responded. "All right, heretic squad. Let's move out." Kikalu cheered, raising her small hand. Fu Han smiled and shook his head, sitting cross-legged on Chiyu's palm as they began their descent down the mountain. On the way down, Fu Han spotted some berries on the cliffside. His stomach growled, and he instinctively wondered if they were edible. After picking them, he recognized them as rock salt berries, which Chiya had once used in a survival class with the Spirit Leaf Fairy. The juice from these berries could enhance the flavor of food, making them an excellent seasoning. Feeling like he had found a treasure, Fu Han carried the berries into the forest, determined that the first small animal he encountered today wouldn't escape. The unlucky target turned out to be a massive bristle boar. Though this common class star beast didn't have any inherent skills, it was physically robust and often charged recklessly with brute force. However, its strength was useless against Xiao Zi. After evolving, Xiao Zi's hunting abilities had become even more refined. It could catch the scent of prey from 1 or 2 kilometers away and quickly track the target. With its evil eye activated, the bristle boar was paralyzed by fear in the darkness. Xiao Zi darted forward like a shadow, unsheathing its dark claws, and the bristle boar was instantly killed. With the hunt over, Fu Han busied himself with processing the prey, while Xiao Zi helped gather a substantial amount of dry wood. This time, Fu Han didn't have the patience to start a fire slowly. He had Boya ignite it with its breath instead. If he weren't worried about Boya's flames charring the meat, he would have had it roast the whole boar directly. Xiao Zi, Boya, and Tuanzi, who didn't eat cooked food, were the first to get their shares. Interestingly, ever since Tuanzi had learned the cooperation skill, Boya no longer acted aggressively toward it, and the three could actually enjoy a meal together peacefully. Who would have thought Xiao Zi's cooperation skill would have such an effect? Food had been scarce in the misty forest recently, and the three hadn't had a proper meal for days. Today, their appetites were voracious, and they devoured the entire 200 to 300-pound boar, skin, bones, and all. Luckily, Fu Han had reserved a rib for himself in time. By the time the three were full, night had fallen. The fragrant rib was now dripping with oil, which sizzled as it fell into the campfire. This time, the rib had a salty taste, and even Luotian finished an entire piece. Kikalu showed little interest in the rib. After a few bites, she said she was going to find Luoluo-na, and then disappeared. Although Fu Han didn't know who Luoluo-na was, the name suggested it was another star weasel. Kikalu had had a tough time in the misty forest these past few days, so he let her relax. After finishing the remaining rib, Fu Han still felt unsatisfied. It seemed he had set aside too little. He decided to find another unlucky boar tomorrow. With that thought in mind, Fu Han fell into a deep sleep under Chiyu's watchful eye. He had barely closed his eyes in the past few days in the misty forest, relying solely on his strong mental fortitude. Now, after a hearty meal, he quickly drifted into slumber. The saying, "a watched pot never boils," came to mind as Fu Han realized the village wasn't as close as it seemed from the mountaintop. The next day, while walking through the forest, he discovered a winding road. The tracks on it were fresh, indicating frequent passage of horse-drawn carriages. After some contemplation, Fu Han decided to wait by the roadside to see what kind of carriages would pass by. Fu Han was in luck. It didn't take long before he heard voices coming from the distance within the forest. Instinctively, he tensed up, hiding behind a tree and preparing for a potential fight. In his mind, the old gods of the southern continent were strange, ignorant folk who spent their days praying with their eyes closed. However, as the sounds drew nearer, Fu Han realized things were not as he had imagined. What he heard were cheerful melodies from a lyre, harmonious singing, and bursts of laughter and applause. Soon, a simple horse-drawn cart came into view. Pulling the cart was a rare star beast in the Alliancia scaled horse. Taller and more robust than an ordinary horse, its body was covered in dark red scales, giving it a majestic appearance. Although it couldn't carry as much weight as an armored earth dragon, it was significantly faster. In the Alliance, scaled horses were the most expensive mounts, often seen at races and ceremonial events, serving as a high-end status symbol. Yet, in the southern continent, these star beasts, native to the volcanic regions, were common mounts. Driving the cart was a skinny old man with a white beard, who was playing the lyre and singing. The cart was loaded with goods covered by cloth, and a green-haired boy sat atop them. Walking beside the cart were 3 adults, 2 men, and 1 woman. Fu Han scrutinized their attire and found it not much different from that of the Alliance people. One burly man with a bushy beard wore camouflage gear and high boots, looking every bit like a member of an Alliance mercenary group. Seeing this, Fu Han finally relaxed. His black protective suit shouldn't draw too much attention, and he wouldn't have to worry about being hunted as an outsider once he entered the village. After the old man finished singing, the group gave a rousing cheer and applause. The green-haired boy excitedly called for an encore, but the old man put down his lyre, saying he was thirsty and there wasn't much water left. The boy shook a large water flask and regretfully asked, "Is it true that nobles contract water slimes to make drinking water more convenient?" Fu Han, eavesdropping from behind the tree, raised an eyebrow and thought, "Isn't that me?" The old man shook his head and replied, "Nonsense. Some even say nobles use golden hose for farming. Do you think nobles need to farm?" The bearded man laughed and said, "I've seen alchemists contract water slimes. They use them for making potions." The old man nodded. "Exactly. Those who work for nobles might contract water slimes." Fu Han rolled his eyes behind the tree, not expecting to be demoted from a noble to a mere tool. The group continued chatting and laughing as they passed by Fu Han. Just when he thought they were about to leave, the cart suddenly stopped. The bearded man called out, "Hey, young man behind the tree, would you like to travel with us?" Fu Han was slightly taken aback. Though he hadn't hidden very well, he didn't expect them to stop and ask. Since he had been discovered, he stepped out from behind the tree openly. The bearded man continued, "Although Linny Town is quite close, there are wild boars around, which can be dangerous. If you're heading to Linny Town, you should come with us. If you're going to Crystal Coral Forest, I advise against it." Han Fu was secretly amazed by their kindness. It was completely different from what he had imagined about the people of the southern lands. The green-haired boy teased, "If you're embarrassed, you can pay us a bit." Ow! Before he could finish his sentence, The old man on the cart smacked him on the back of the head. Han Fu admitted, I want to go to Linny Town, but I don't have any money. The burly bearded man cheerfully said, he's just joking. You can come along. Come on, come on. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Han Fu truly felt the joy of encountering friendly people. He hesitated no more and jogged to catch up with the cart. After joining the group, the bearded man introduced himself as Meng Yelua, the leader of the hunting team. Han Fu also introduced himself. Meng Yelua didn't ask many questions, only instructing him to follow behind the cart. Along the way, Han Fu listened carefully to their chatter, gradually learning about the surrounding area. It turned out they were in the territory of Huizong City, the solemn city he had seen from the mountain peak. This area belonged to the death god, where punishments were extremely severe. Executing criminals was just basic punishment. Those with serious offenses would be turned into bone slaves, forced into labor for decades or even centuries, a fate that terrified even the old gods. Therefore, bandits and robbers dared not cause trouble in Huizong City's domain. This place was at the southernmost tip of the land of the sleeping gods and was the most peaceful area. No wonder everyone was unguarded around a young boy like Han Fu, only worried he might recklessly get himself killed. Their destination, Linny Town, was originally just a post station but had gradually become a gathering place for star beast hunters due to its advantageous location. The town was bustling with many beast tamers passing through, though few settled permanently. Most were travelers, merchant caravans, or various people making a living. Understanding this, Han Fu's mind became active again. In a town full of transient people, no one would find his unfamiliar face strange. Moreover, staying here for a while would allow him to familiarize himself with the customs of the southern lands, making him less conspicuous when he ventured out later. This place was perfect for him to stay a few more days. As night fell, the group finally arrived at Linny Town. Despite the late hour, the town was still brightly lit, with several bars filled with lively chatter, music, and laughter. The hunting team parked the cart in front of an inn, said their goodbyes, and dispersed. Han Fu stepped forward to thank Meng Yelua and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Meng Yelua stopped him and asked, Didn't you say you have no money? What are you going to do tonight? Han Fu confessed and showed the star fragments from the wild boar. I'll find a place to sell this and then I'll have money. Meng Yelua nodded. Not bad. But it's nighttime now. The legitimate businesses are closed. The other places won't give you a fair price. Han Fu didn't mind too much. A little more or less didn't matter to him. However, to his surprise, Meng Yelua took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to him. Borrow these for now. Pay me back after you sell the star fragments tomorrow. Receiving the silver coin, Fu Han was astonished. Are the people of the southern continent really this honest? Just as he was feeling touched, Meng Yelua, who had already reached the inn's entrance, turned back and warned, Don't waste it on brothels. That money won't be enough. In the southern continent, trading is usually done with real gold and silver coins, each bearing the image of a different deity from various divine kingdoms. Despite the diverse designs, the coins maintain a consistent weight and size, adhering to the rules set by the god of justice. 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins, and 10 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. Fu Han, holding a silver coin, became curious about the purchasing power of the currency in the southern continent. He walked into a seemingly ordinary but bustling restaurant and, after inquiring about the prices, ordered a lavish dinner. Roasted lamb leg, mixed mountain vegetables, radish soup, and a big pot of spicy potatoes. The entire meal cost only 30 copper coins. He paid with a silver coin, and the owner gave him change along with an old cloth bag to hold his coins. When the generously portioned dishes were served, Fu Han was stunned. The meal was enough for 2 or 3 people, and diners at other tables started betting on whether he could finish it. In the end, the few who bet on Fu Han finishing the meal won big. The excited winners cheered and patted Fu Han on the back, praising him with "Well done." Fu Han found the lively atmosphere quite enjoyable. In reality, Fu Han could eat even more. Although the restaurant's dishes were not particularly refined, their rich flavors reminded him of the large cafeteria at Zhuxing Academy. After the meal, Fu Han went to a secluded inn on the edge of town. The prices were low, the room spacious, and 1 silver coin could cover 4 days' stay. Without hesitation, he paid and settled in. Once settled, Fu Han began his meditation practice. Unfortunately, since his star level increased, his meditation efficiency had returned to normal, and the deep, all-night meditation states no longer occurred. However, he couldn't meditate for too long today, as he needed to take the star beasts into the forest to forage for food. Although the restaurant provided a beast pen for star beasts to feed, Fu Han's star beasts were both rare and numerous, so it was better not to attract too much attention. Moreover, feeding this hungry group would be quite expensive. This is where Luoxin's time-space gate came in handy. Luoxin could remember 3 time-space coordinates. The sacred tree by the IC was a must-keep location, serving as both a refuge and a place to exchange items with the Sun Council. The coordinate for the Fault Treasure Vault had been abandoned, so the remaining 2 coordinates could be used flexibly. Fu Han had Luotian memorize the coordinates of his in-room, and then opened the time-space gate to the jungle where he had previously hunted bristle boars. He summoned Xiaozi and began searching for prey. Xiaozi quickly found a target, but this time it wasn't a bristle boar. It was a crimson flame tiger, a rare star beast that preys on bristle boars. With its red-striped body resembling a tiger, this elite-level predator was one of the jungle's top hunters. Not only was it physically powerful with sharp claws and teeth, but it also possessed a formidable innate skill called Flame Claw, which could inject searing flames into its prey, causing internal damage. Despite the crimson flame tiger being an excellent combat star beast, this one already had a 3rd-level star shine, and Fu Han couldn't afford to raise more beast-type star beasts. Therefore, he had no choice but to hunt it. Under Xiao Zi's fear-inducing evil eye effect, the crimson flame tiger was rendered powerless. Fu Han stepped forward and gave the creature a thorough beating. After completing the skill imprint, Xiao Zi finished it off with a dark claw. Later, Xiao Zi, Boya, Tuanzi, and Luotian enjoyed a feast of tiger meat, while Fu Han acquired a 3rd star fragment, which he planned to sell for a good price later. After the meal, Fu Han returned to the inn. The next morning, Fu Han suddenly felt a tremor in his core while still asleep. Upon waking, he directed his consciousness inward and noticed a faint glow on the divine tree seed, reminding him of the first time he received a notification from the Solar Council. He immediately focused his mind on the divine tree seed, and an elder's deep voice echoed in his head. Outlander, the mental power supplement prepared by the scholar is with me. Reach the base of the divine tree, and you can request it from me. Summon the divine tree seed first, then call my name. Fu Han raised an eyebrow, wondering what kind of potion the scholar had prepared. He immediately asked Luotian to open a portal to the base of the divine tree and squeezed through with some difficulty. Although Luotian's portal was still a bit small and maneuvering through it was cumbersome, the mental energy required to impart advanced skills was too draining, leaving Fu Han in a weakened state. Therefore, he hadn't upgraded Luotian's skill level yet. However, if there were any leftover potion from the scholar, he would consider it. The divine tree by the icy sea stood tall and majestic, its golden crown vast enough to block out the sky. Fu Han found a clear spot, summoned the divine tree seed, and called out in his mind, "Chief, I'm under the divine tree now." His call resonated through the soul link and into the tree. Moments later, the light on the divine tree seed grew brighter, and a beam of light extended from the tree's crown to connect with it. Soon, the round divine tree seed began to float and transform into a beam of light. Quickly, it turned into a door of light. The door slowly opened, revealing a small white bottle inside. A white jade bottle. This was no ordinary item. Someone like Mu Qi, a novice alchemist, could only concoct low-grade liquid extracts, and factory-made potions were usually in tablet or capsule form. Only high-level alchemists used white jade bottles to store their elixirs. Fu Han hurriedly took out the jade bottle and opened it, finding more than a dozen crystal-clear pills inside. At the same time, the scholar's voice echoed in his mind, "Outlander, I wish to replicate the Light Elf's luminescent form skill onto other star beasts. These are some elixirs I've collected, and I offer them to you as a token of gratitude." Fu Han was taken aback, thinking, "Wow, this is incredibly generous." Fu Han had a good friend who was a pharmacist. Since he often needed to replenish his mental energy, he had thoroughly studied the knowledge of mental energy potions. His gaze fell on the translucent pills in the white jade bottle, and he immediately recognized them as top-tier level 3 mental energy elixirs Yangshin Dan. This elixir could not only quickly restore level 3 mental energy to full capacity, but also continue to aid in its recovery for several hours. Fu Han was secretly amazed. This was a rare elixir that only high-level pharmacists could concoct. In Juxing City, it was nearly impossible for him to obtain it. Yet now, the scholar had sent him 16 pills in one go. Such generosity left Fu Han in awe. He carefully considered the scholar's needs. For the advanced skill, Lingguang Shaping, he only needed 1 elixir to complete the imprinting and teaching. In return, he would receive 15 precious pills, an imprint of an advanced skill, and the contract law he had previously advanced. Even better, during the skill transmission, he could touch and imprint another skill from the scholar's other star beast. Fu Han was elated. This was like a windfall. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the scholar was willing to pay such a high price. After some speculation, he thought there might be 2 reasons. First, the scholar might have easy access to the elixirs, and second, the unique nature of the Lingguang Shaping skillet was an inherent skill of the Light Elves, who were the weakest among the Light-type star beasts, making it extremely difficult to comprehend this skill from their fragments. Just as Fu Han was pondering how to approach the scholar's star beast, he decided to take action. He called out to the chief in his mind, requesting to inform the scholar that he was ready. After receiving the instructions, Fu Han immediately headed to the council hall to wait. Under the sacred tree, Fu Han met with the scholar. After a brief conversation, The scholar requested permission from the sacred tree to connect the star beasts. Soon, two beams of light descended from the tree's crown, connecting to the light cluster in the scholar's hand. The scholar focused for a moment, and two stars representing the star beasts appeared around the light cluster. Fu Han began his work, first touching and imprinting the Lingguang shaping skill from the light elf. Then, he turned to the green star, intending to understand this star beast's situation first. With the scholar's assistance, Fu Han successfully obtained information about this special star beast named Sage of Holy Light. When Fu Han saw the attributes and characteristics of the Sage of Holy Light, he was stunned. This was a unique star beast combining both undead and light attributes, possessing two powerful traits, Hero's Soul and Scholar of Light. Fu Han suddenly realized why the scholar was so determined to acquire the Lingguang shaping skill. At this point, Fu Han finally understood why the scholar insisted on having the star beast learn Lingguang shaping. It was an eye-opener. Such star beasts existed indeed. Light sculpting is a unique and powerful skill that grants star beasts the ability to shape light elements into tangible forms. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Fu Han's gaze fell upon a nearby light sprite, pondering the potential of this skill. He watched as the light sprite skillfully formed small light orbs and hurled them at imaginary enemies. This simplistic use made Fu Han shake his head. What a waste, he muttered to himself. This usage barely scratches the surface of light sculpting's true potential. Fu Han's thoughts drifted to those star beasts with intelligent masters or higher cognitive abilities. Closing his eyes, he envisioned various possibilities. Sharp light swords slicing through the air, sturdy light shields deflecting fierce attacks, and even arrows made of pure light whistling through the sky. Thinking about the scholar and the light sage duo, Fu Han couldn't help but smile. What could they create together? He murmured. It would probably be something truly astonishing. His eyes then fell on the ability chart in his hand, and the light sage's stats made his eyes light up. No wonder the scholar was willing to trade so many elixirs, he thought. But this deal is quite profitable for me as well. He carefully reviewed the light sage's skill list, each one filling him with excitement. Intermediate skill, light blessing, epic skill, light judgment, advanced skill, echoing light, all showcasing immense potential. But the last skill, legendary skill, light rebirth, left Fu Han utterly thrilled. This is perfect for Boya, Fu Han exclaimed to himself, already imagining various battle scenarios. He envisioned enemies exhausting themselves to finally bring Boya down, only to watch helplessly as it was reborn in a dazzling burst of light. The thought almost made him laugh out loud. Unfortunately, due to limitations in mental strength and star level, this powerful skill had to remain dormant in the skill library for now. But this did nothing to dampen Fu Han's enthusiasm. He was already planning how to fully utilize this skill in the future. With a heart full of passion, Fu Han began inscribing the light sculpting skill mark for the light sage. As he infused the skill, the light sage's base stats increased to 612 points, officially elevating it to the Emperor class. The scholar observed all this silently through their soul connection. When Fu Han transferred star energy to the light sage through touch, she was prepared but still somewhat surprised. She realized that the outsider's abilities went beyond teaching skills. He could also elevate a star beast's rank. This realization left her deeply shaken. After the transmission was complete, Fu Han calmly broke the connection and said, "It's done." The scholar confirmed the light sage's new status and let out a sigh of relief. She bowed deeply to Fu Han, her voice filled with respect. "Thank you once again for your assistance, Sir Outsider. This means a great deal to me." Fu Han smiled and replied, "No need to thank me, just fulfilling my promise." The scholar hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sir, I have one more question. What would happen if you repeatedly taught skills to star beasts using your abilities?" Fu Han was prepared for this question. He answered nonchalantly, "It wouldn't have much effect. Skills can be passed on to your star beasts since I need to imprint the skills from you. However, the skill level of your star beasts can never surpass mine." This was Fu Han's carefully crafted strategic approach. In the stately mansion beside the central sanctuary in the upper district of the city of divine slumber, a scholar slowly opened her eyes while leaning against the headboard. Her delicate golden silk nightgown accentuated her long eyelashes. Her disheveled hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had handed the elixir to the chief just yesterday, and this morning, an outsider had already brought news that could help her. This was far quicker than she had anticipated. The scholar had expected it would take at least 10 days to half a month for the outsider to reach Shinmu and obtain the elixir, and then perhaps dawdle for some time before coming to assist. Does he live right next to Shinmu? She wondered, but without hesitation, she directed her consciousness to the hall of the Solar Council. Soon, the skill imprint was complete. Upon opening her eyes again, the scholar immediately offered a devout prayer to the dream god constellation on the ceiling. Though she rarely did this, at this moment, she sincerely hoped that everything that had just happened was not a mere dream. After her prayer, She nervously checked the records of the Holy Light Sage through her soul connection. When she discovered that the light-shaping skill still existed, and that the Holy Light Sage's racial value had indeed been elevated to the Emperor level, the usually stern-faced scholar couldn't help but raise her arms in celebration. Yes, had she not been in her undergarments, she would have summoned the Holy Light Sage right away to test the new skill. At that moment, the white squirrel sleeping by her pillow was startled awake. Groggily, it asked, "What's going on? Why are you so excited so early in the morning?" Gently stroking the white squirrel's fluffy tail, the scholar watched it squint in enjoyment and explained, "I just met the outsider in the council hall. The skill replication was successful." The white squirrel's expression brightened. It climbed onto the scholar's lap and rubbed its chin with its tiny paws, saying, "So, his power can be used conveniently, without requiring overly complex rituals and preparations." "Yes, very quickly, and it seems it won't fail," the scholar confirmed with a nod. "The key is, he seems very trustworthy," the white squirrel mused. "Indeed, he repeatedly mentioned how glad he was to fulfill his promise," the scholar replied. The white squirrel nodded. "It's rare to find a reliable person, but we still don't know which constellation his power belongs to, making it difficult to determine his stance." "That's not important." The scholar shook her head gently. "The end barrier is approaching anyway." "True," the white squirrel agreed. "What do you plan to do next?" "Form an alliance with him," the scholar declared resolutely. "Even if he's from the alliance? What if he doesn't support the star cult at all?" "I don't care," the scholar said firmly. "I only care if the one in power is me." The white squirrel was slightly taken aback. "That's very risky," the scholar retorted. "Even Kyra is risking going north. Can I still choose a safe strategy?" With that, the scholar reached for the brass bell and gave it a few shakes, then threw back the velvet covers and jumped out of bed. She stepped onto the thick carpet and slipped off her silk nightgown. "Be careful not to catch a cold," the white squirrel reminded her. The scholar ignored it and went straight to the wardrobe, starting to search for the clothes she wanted. At that moment, several maids entered in a line. Seeing the young lady personally searching for clothes, an older maid quickly fetched a velvet robe and draped it over her shoulders. "Miss, let me do it," the older maid said. "Are you going out?" "Yes, find my sacred robe. I need to go to the ecclesiastical court to collect a debt," the scholar commanded. The older maid swiftly adjusted the scholar's velvet robe and gently pushed her into a chair. "Miss, the sacred robe isn't in the wardrobe. I'll get it for you. You should do your hair first." With that, the older maid was about to leave when the scholar quickly stopped her. "By the way, tell Duan Xing to shut down the light elf breeding grounds and clear them out for other uses. We don't need them anymore." "Yes," the older maid responded and left. The scholar gazed at herself in the mirror, seemingly recalling a pleasant memory, and a smile unconsciously formed on her lips. After leaving the council hall, Fu Han immediately opened the jade bottle and took a heart-nourishing pill. The translucent pill melted instantly in his mouth, transforming into pure spiritual energy that surged toward his brow. A wave of enlightenment washed over him, and the weakness caused by skill transmission dissipated instantly. His mental strength rapidly returned to its peak state. "Incredible!" Fu Han exclaimed. It was his first time taking a spiritual medicine and experiencing its miraculous effects firsthand. Unlike medicines absorbed through the digestive system, spiritual medicines were incredibly potent and acted quickly. Moreover, the heart-nourishing pill had a sustained effect on mental recovery, and Fu Han could still feel the refreshing and invigorating sensation. "Can't waste this," Fu Han thought, quickly imprinting a space-time gate skill in his core and transmitting it to Luo Shan. Since Luo Shan's space-time gate had recently been upgraded, the transmission didn't cause the skill to level up again. However, Luo Shan's level was still low, and the star power from the high-level skill boosted it from level 7 to level 8. Due to the strain on his star power from repeatedly transmitting high-level skills, Fu Han decided not to take more pills to enhance his skills further. Thanks to the ongoing nourishment from the heart-nourishing pill, the weakness wasn't as pronounced, and he felt a sense of relaxation similar to taking a hot bath after intense exercise. With his eyes closed, enjoying the sensation of his spirit being nourished, Fu Han thought about the scholar's holy light sage. This star beast was indeed unique, with attributes perfectly countering the undead type. Neither resurrected undead nor phantoms could pose a threat to the holy light sage. It seemed that the scholar placed great importance on cultivating the holy light sage, and Fu Han boldly speculated that she might need to confront undead beastmasters. In Fu Han's understanding, the Dark Academy in the Western continent was the most adept at cultivating undead star beasts. People from the Western continent were known for their high-profile actions and enthusiasm for battles within the Academy and Beastmaster competitions. The Radiant Dojo, which opposed the Dark Academy, was also located in the Western continent and consisted of similarly high-profile individuals who enjoyed relentlessly challenging the Dark Academy. Fu Han pondered that if any beastmaster from these two institutions had contracted a holy light sage, they would have likely made headlines by now, given the nature of people from the Western continent. However, he had never heard of the holy light sage. In the southern continent of Xinmian, it seems that only devout followers of the god of death are allowed to raise necromantic star beasts. Any cultivation without the death cult's permission is considered a transgression and will lead to being hunted down. Assuming the scholar is from the southern continent, she must either be a devout follower of the death cult or someone opposing it. Based on her behavior in the Solar Council, it appears she is not closely associated with the high priest of the death cult, and their relationship seems rather distant. Moreover, her powers have no connection to the god of death. Fu Han leans towards the latter, believing the scholar might be an enemy of the death cult or have conflicting interests. The death cult's known adversary is the cult of decay, but the scholar doesn't seem to belong to that group either. The cult of decay specializes in corruptive transformations, and entities like the Holy Lightseer cannot undergo such transformations. The cult of decay is unpopular, and its followers are typically fanatics. It's unlikely that such individuals would abandon their corruptive practices to raise spiritual beings. Additionally, the scholar's powers are clearly unrelated to the god of decay. Therefore, Fu Han speculates that the scholar is likely someone with conflicting interests with the death cult. Alternatively, she might be targeting the high priest in the council. The high priest seems oblivious to this, being straightforward and unguarded about his identity, which makes him an easy target. Of course, the most likely scenario is that the scholar isn't targeting anyone specifically. The Holy Lightseer is so exceptional that anyone would want to raise it. Fu Han is merely speculating out of idle curiosity, as wild guesses cost nothing. However, he does think the scholar is probably from the southern continent and holds a significant status. After a moment of thought, the nourishing comfort that Fu Han felt in his spirit began to fade. He knew this was because his mental energy had been replenished and his weakened state had passed. So, he didn't linger any longer under the Nine-Sun sacred tree. He asked Luotian to open the portal back, and once again, he crawled through with difficulty. As soon as he returned to the inn, Fu Han heard the bustling and noisy sounds from the town. Opening his room door, he saw a passing-in servant and grabbed him to ask what was happening. It turned out that today was the town's monthly market day. In Fu Han's eyes, Lini Town was a small place. However, in the sparsely populated southern continent, such a town was already bustling. Lini Town was a necessary stop for traveling merchants and the closest settlement to the crystal coral forest. The streets were lined with various shops, and the air was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Whenever special products from the crystal coral forest arrived, the whole town would come alive. Traveling merchants and hunting parties favored this place. Lini Town was perfectly situated within the influence of Wuzong City, offering security without excessive restrictions. The sight of Lini Town's outline would bring tears of relief to the merchants who had traveled in constant fear. Here, there was no threat from bandits, nor fear of war, making it an ideal rest stop. Additionally, since it was far from Wuzong City, the Silent Guard and the underworld officers seldom visited, resulting in lighter taxes and a more relaxed atmosphere for business. Every mid-month, the main street of Lini Town would host a bustling market. Upon hearing that the market was about to start, Fu Han specifically called back Kikalu. He imagined that the foreign market would have many curiosities, and with Kikalu's strong sense of curiosity, she would surely enjoy it. Thus, in her ferret form, Kikalu followed Fu Han through the crowded market. The most common trade at the market was in star beasts. Stalls were filled with star beast hides, bones, claws, scales, and even preserved meat. The most popular items were live star beast cubs and star beast eggs, and these rare goods were always surrounded by merchants eager to bid, turning the scene into a mini auction. Listening to the astronomical prices, Fu Han could only look on in resignation. However, the most important goods in the market were star shards. Fu Han quickly noticed an unexpected situation. In the southern continent, most star shards were priced based on their rank, with little regard for the skills they contained, almost as if they were trading blank star shards. After some inquiries, Fu Han understood the reason behind this. The cost of appraising star shards was exorbitant. Appraising a second-rank star shard cost 3 gold coins, equivalent to the price of a blank second-rank star shard. As a result, unless the shard's value could double after appraisal, it was a pure loss. Clearly, only a few star shards with particularly useful skills were worth appraising, while most lost their appraisal value, leading to uniform pricing. For grassroots hunters in the southern continent, this situation was quite normal. But from Fu Han's perspective, it seemed like a hidden conspiracy. The high appraisal fees were likely a means for the aristocracy to monopolize the market. They bought star shards at the lowest prices and used their own appraisers to select the best shards for themselves. This narrowed the path for ordinary beastmasters to become powerful, making the most efficient route to power aligning with the influential clergy. In contrast, the 17 appraisal fee at the Alliance Trading House seemed quite reasonable. Moreover, the trading house would categorize and filter the star shards, making them easier to choose from. There is a wide variety of high-quality items available. Even rare stardust can be purchased with a bit of patience. The difficulty of raising star beasts varies greatly due to different systems in the two regions. This might be the root cause of the southern continent's weakness. The few high-ranking religious nobles hoard crucial resources to maintain their status, while the general populace, who possess significant power, get nothing. Under these circumstances, beast masters from the Star Alliance naturally excel. Of course, the path for ordinary beast masters in the southern continent isn't entirely blocked. They can still accumulate stardust by hunting on their own, allowing their star beasts to learn necessary skills. Just as Han Fu was inquiring about this, a hunter asked if he was interested in a set of stardust. The hunter claimed to have a set of stardust from wind-wrapped king shrimps, which their hunting team had gradually collected. Originally, it was intended for a brother in their team, but he unfortunately died during a hunt. Now, they wanted to sell the remaining stardust to leave some compensation for their deceased comrade. The hunter admitted that the stardust hadn't been appraised yet, but if Han Fu trusted him, he could sell it at a low price 10 pieces of second-grade stardust for just 45 gold coins. If Han Fu was short on cash, he could also trade his protective suit. After hearing this, Han Fu calmly asked, "Stardust slowly loses its starlight. If it was for personal use, why didn't you absorb it immediately after hunting each wind-wrapped king shrimp?" The hunter quickly changed his story, saying it was meant for his child. Han Fu pressed further, "If it was for your child, why are you selling it? Is it because the silent guards of Huizong City don't have sharp enough blades to cut your neck?" Hearing this, the hunter hurriedly bowed and left without delay, packing up his stall in a rush. Han Fu pondered. Wind-wrapped king shrimps are tough prey, typically around level 30 to 40. This man claiming to have a set of second-grade stardust from them was blatantly lying. Although Han Fu didn't directly refute him using star levels, the flaws in the conman's story were evident, showing he didn't take Han Fu seriously. However, this incident made Han Fu realize the value of his protective suit. As he continued to stroll through the market, Han Fu made new discoveries. In this small marketplace, traveling merchants brought many goods from afar, and the most popular items were products from the Northern Star Alliance. Outdoor gear, such as the water purification bags, solar-powered flashlights, and synthetic fiber backpacks and jackets that Han Fu had used before, attracted many hunters' inquiries. Unfortunately, most people left disappointed due to the high prices. In addition, hygiene products were selling frequently. Scented shampoos, concentrated laundry detergents, and similar items were being bought continuously. Han Fu observed that these were from well-known alliance brands, although the specific names were unfamiliar to him. What surprised him even more was the presence of old electronic devices in the market. There were vintage handheld game consoles with cartridges and batteries, portable music and movie players, and tapes containing songs and films. Among all the stalls, the one selling earhook walkie-talkies was the most popular. Groups of hunters gathered around, eager to try them out, their eyes filled with desire. However, the steep prices kept them at bay. On second thought, this situation wasn't all that surprising. From a historical perspective, trade between the northern and southern regions has always been more frequent than warfare. Ever since the Qixing Alliance ousted the Xingxing sect from the north, large-scale wars have ceased, and this peace has lasted for over 200 years. After all, with the boundless sea in between, a counterattack from the Xingxing sect was nearly impossible. The Qixing Alliance was also wary of the divine weapons left by the gods. Trade, both overt and covert, never fully stopped even during wartime, let alone now. For instance, Kangji's Mercury Blade is made from a star beast unique to the southern continent. This extraordinary creature, whose breeding methods remain a mystery to star beast scholars, cannot be cultivated by the Alliance. Therefore, Kangji's Mercury Blades are all imported from the southern continent. There are many similar examples, such as the Linma, which is best when wild-caught from the south. Those bred in captivity often turn out smaller and suffer from scale degradation. Star beasts unique to the southern continent are transported north, while inexpensive chemical products and outdated electronic devices from the north are sold at high prices to common folks in the south. While the church nobles use products powered by Lumite inscription technology, ordinary people do not have the privilege to enjoy such expensive tech. They prefer the more affordable products from the Alliance. Fu Han couldn't help but wonder if the Alliance would implement stricter lockdown measures after the severe damage to Zhuxing City. This thought made him eagerly anticipate the upcoming Solar Council at the end of the month, a perfect opportunity to obtain reliable information. In any crowded place, there's no shortage of stalls selling local delicacies. Fu Han scanned his surroundings and eventually stopped at a clean and tidy stall, where he bought an enticingly thick beverage for Kikalu. She took the drink, sipped it slowly, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. Curious, Fu Han took a sip and was immediately overwhelmed by the intense sweetness, nearly numbing his tongue. Just as he was struggling with the sugary taste, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Fu Han followed the scent, and saw a stall not far away with several steaming pots filled with golden lamb soup. He decided on the spot to get a bowl of the salty and spicy lamb soup to wash away the sweetness in his mouth. Fu Han quickly walked over to the stall and ordered a large bowl of steaming lamb soup. He eagerly took a big gulp, and the savory flavor instantly spread through his mouth, dispelling the earlier sweetness. After finishing the delicious soup, he stood up contentedly and continued to stroll through the bustling market. The hunters at the market displayed various fragments of stars. Some had engraved runes as certificates of authentication, while others were described only by the hunter's words. Fu Han noticed a common sales tactic, selling a certified fragment along with a few uncertified fragments as a bundle, which naturally made the price much cheaper than if all the fragments were certified. Although the skills contained in these fragments were quite good, they didn't sell very well. The hunters were hoping to get a good price by chance. If they didn't sell by the end of the day, they would sell all their fragments in bulk to traveling merchants. Fu Han didn't rush to buy any fragments. On one hand, his funds were limited. On the other hand, he viewed this trip as an educational journey and planned to visit Crystal Coral Forest himself. Since that was the case, there was no need to hurry to buy these fragments from Crystal Coral Forest. Despite being short on cash, Fu Han decided to sell his 2 fragments. After careful consideration, he chose to avoid the slick-looking traveling merchants and went directly to a reputable trading company with an impressive storefront. He thought that even if these established merchants tried to cheat him, he would have a better chance of getting justice. If he got swindled by the traveling merchants, he might never find them again. When manager Qin of the Lukong Trading Company saw the young Fu Han bring out a third-grade fragment for sale, his attitude became exceptionally courteous, offering a price above the market rate. In the end, the 2 fragments sold for 15 gold coins, 2 more than Fu Han had expected. To Fu Han's surprise, manager Qin showed a keen interest in his protective suit, even offering a high price of 50 gold coins. This astonished Fu Han. The suit was originally just part of a commemorative outdoor set, and while the entire set cost several thousand in the alliance, he hadn't expected the inner protective suit alone to fetch such a high price here. Fu Han quickly did some mental calculations. A common second-grade fragment in the alliance's trading market sold for about 30,000 alliance credits, whereas here it was worth 3 gold coins. From this, it can be seen that the purchasing power of 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to 10,000 alliance coins. This means that an outfit costing tens of thousands in the alliance could easily sell for 500,000 here. Thinking about this, Fu Han couldn't help but feel regret. He regretted hastily burning his backpack, coat, and other equipment earlier, which amounted to nearly 100 gold coins wasted. However, he quickly consoled himself with the thought that every cloud has a silver lining and decided not to dwell on it. Despite the fact that the protective suit was almost negligible given his current physical condition, Fu Han decided to keep it on as a sort of portable emergency fund. After all, obtaining dozens of gold coins in this place was no small feat, and he wasn't quite sure how to spend them. Finally, Fu Han asked Steward Qin for help in getting a new outfit. Knowing the value of his protective suit, he decided to cover it up with new clothes. Under Steward Qin's arrangement, Fu Han was taken to a tailor shop in the back street. In a hurry, Fu Han opted for ready-made clothes instead of waiting for a custom fit. He chose a dark-colored outfit that was well-tailored and adorned with beautiful dark green trimming. The fabric was top-quality blue flax, and the lining was made from the belly skin of a mysterious drake. Although Fu Han wasn't familiar with the materials the old tailor boasted about, he could feel the extraordinary elasticity and quality of the outfit. More importantly, the jacket had a large hood sewn onto the back and a high collar that could partially conceal his face, perfect for traveling incognito. The old tailor explained that it was a replica of a secret sex robe. Although there weren't many devout followers of the secret god anymore, this style was still popular among traders for its effectiveness in shielding against wind, sand, and snow. Fu Han wondered if he had some kind of destiny with the secret god. He asked, "How much for this outfit?" The old tailor replied with a smile, "Since you're a guest recommended by manager Qin, I'll give you a discount. Just 3 gold and 4 silver coins." Skeptical, Fu Han paid the money, unsure if manager Qin's recommendation had actually led to a higher or lower price. After changing into his new clothes, Kikalu comfortably nestled into the large hood on Fu Han's back, saying, "You now look like a traveler from a distant land." Fu Han responded in his mind, "Let's hope it's not too distant, like the other side of the endless sea." Returning to the street, Fu Han suddenly felt a strange sensation. It seemed like something was approaching from the north, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. He anxiously looked north, but saw nothing unusual. As he stood there lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw none other than the bearded Meng Yelua, who had lent him money earlier. "Why the sudden change of outfit? I almost didn't recognize you without that black spear," Meng Yelua said with a laugh. Fu Han pointed towards the tailor shop and replied, "Just bought it. How does it look?" Meng Yelua scrutinized Fu Han's new attire and nodded approvingly. "Old Qin's stuff is top-notch, except for the price." "How much did it cost?" 3 gold and 2 silver coins, Fu Han replied. Fu Han answered truthfully. Meng Yelua took a sharp breath. The price for Xuanjiao belly skin is indeed that high, but you sure are generous. Fu Han smiled and pulled out 3 silver coins from his pocket, handing them over. I only have myself to worry about, so I can spend freely. Meng Yelua accepted 2 of the silver coins and pushed the third one back to Fu Han. I'm not a loan shark. If you feel bad, just treat me to a bowl of lamb soup. Deal. Fu Han agreed readily. He genuinely enjoyed dealing with this straightforward man. Although Fu Han had already had a bowl of lamb soup earlier, his appetite was such that he could easily down 10 more bowls. They found a stall and sat down. Soon, 2 large steaming bowls of lamb soup were brought to them. The soup was cheap. Even with extra portions, it only cost 20 copper coins, and for an additional 10 copper coins, you could get a small amount of white liquor. However, Meng Yelua didn't like alcohol, so Fu Han didn't order any separately. Meng Yelua stirred his soup with chopsticks, satisfied to see a balanced mix of lamb meat and offal. Fu Han mimicked him, but found a long, round object in his bowl. What's this? Fu Han asked, frowning. Meng Yelua burst out laughing. You're lucky. That's a lamb penis. In Linny Town, the most authentic lamb soup includes the entire lamb boiled in a big pot. What you get in your bowl is like a surprise. And not every bowl has something like this. Fu Han's face turned pale. I can't eat this. Meng Yelua said cheerfully, you're too young for this stuff. Give it to me. He took the lamb penis from Fu Han's bowl with his chopsticks. Wow, this one's big. After eating this, I might need to find a way to burn off some energy tonight, haha. Watching Meng Yelua devour the lamb penis in a few bites, Fu Han felt a bit queasy, thinking, as long as you're happy. Just then, a commotion erupted at the north end of the market. Cheers were followed by a chorus of boos. The people eating lamb soup stood up curiously to look. Fu Han glanced at Meng Yelua, who said, keep eating. I'll find out what's going on. Fu Han nodded but noticed Meng Yelua still calmly sitting and drinking his soup, which puzzled him. At that moment, Fu Han heard Kikala's voice in his mind. Wow, this bearded guy is a necromancer. He summoned a ghost to investigate. Upon hearing this, Fu Han realized why Meng Yelua had easily found him hiding behind a tree the other day. An invisible ghost had been helping him. Invisible phantoms refer to a type of ethereal star beasts without physical form. They are intangible and their characteristics are known only to their masters. Though they cannot manipulate any elemental forces and are essentially non-offensive, they are the most commonly used companions by necromancer beast tamers. As excellent mediums, they play an indispensable role when necromancers summon the dead and wield necromantic arts. Additionally, their invisible and intangible nature makes them outstanding scouts. At a street-side lamb soup stall, Meng Yelua held a steaming bowl of lamb soup and suddenly cursed, damn it, this is bad luck. Fu Han, eat faster. Fu Han looked up, puzzled. What's wrong? Meng Yelua gritted his teeth and explained. The delegation from the plague cult is here. Hurry up, once they pass by, we won't be able to eat anything. This statement was like lighting a fuse. The surrounding diners perked up their ears, and someone asked, what? Old Meng, really? The plague scum are here again? Meng Yelua took a big gulp of lamb soup and mumbled, what else could it be? Damn it, bad luck. Curses erupted all around, and the street buzzed with noise. The lamb soup vendor also panicked, shouting, pack it up, move everything back to the shop. Those who are done eating, help out. If you haven't finished, come eat in the shop. A burly man downed his lamb soup in one go, slammed his bowl on the table with a bang, and pulled out a long knife from his waist, shouting, brothers, why don't we take them on? I've slashed plenty of plague ghosts outside Tualing Pass. Seeing this, Meng Yelua quickly intervened. Don't act rashly. The silent guard is with them. Put the knife away. Hearing this, the burly man's bravado deflated. He craned his neck to look north up the street, and seeing the commotion still in the distance, he sighed in relief and reluctantly sheathed his knife. Fu Han silently held his lamb soup, observing the reactions of the crowd. The deep hatred between the plague cult and the death cult was palpable, making him reflect. Watching these men brimming with righteous anger, Fu Han felt a sense of camaraderie. Ever since accepting the primal sequence, Fu Han understood that he was destined to be mortal enemies with the plague cult. Even without the irreconcilable conflict brought by their similar powers, he instinctively despised this malevolent cult. Relying on spreading diseases to consolidate their power was an act that should have been eradicated by all. Yet, the old gods tolerated their existence, which was baffling. Fu Han realized that most cults feared the plague cult's might, begrudgingly acknowledging its status and punitive powers. But here, in the domain of the death god, he witnessed a group of people ready to draw their blades against the plague. This made Fu Han develop a fondness for the followers of the death god. Seeing Fu Han deep in thought, Meng Yelua lowered his voice and explained, You must be new here, right? We, the followers of the death god, aren't afraid of the corrupt. No matter what you think, we despise those despicable scum. Fu Han smiled slightly, took a big gulp of lamb soup and said, who doesn't hate them? They all deserve a miserable end. Meng Yelua burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, they surely will meet a terrible fate. Just think about it, their bodies and souls consumed by corruption. No death god priest would ever give them a proper burial. Their souls would either wander aimlessly through the starry river or end up in the corrupt's domain. What kind of fate is that? It's the worst possible ending. Fu Han pressed on. So, what are they here for? Meng Yelua frowned and thought for a moment before replying with a determined look. Whatever they want, the high priest will never agree. They came once before not long ago, and the high priest flatly rejected all their demands. Some speculate they might threaten war. Humph. I'd love to see how tough those corrupt scum really are. Fu Wu couldn't help but glance toward Wuzong City. He recalled the priest from the Solar Council. Although he wasn't sure of the priest's exact status in Wuzong City, he assumed he was a key figure. In just one day of interaction, Fu Wu's impression of the priest had improved significantly, to the point where he even considered using his powers to assist him. The priest had sought weapons from the taciturn, clearly preparing for a possible conflict. Such a person was worth helping, a natural ally. As they were talking, a busy attendant took away their chairs. The attendant warmly invited Fu Wu to continue dining inside, but Fu Wu simply handed his bowl to the attendant and chose to wait on the street. He needed to confirm something. Whether what he sensed was truly the primordial cells of the corrupt cult. Despite the widespread cursing, curiosity about the impending corrupt envoy was undeniable. Soon, the envoy appeared at the north end of the street. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in white, a Huangquan officer of the Death God sect. He carried a massive golden sword on his back and rode a rare white-scaled horse. Cheers erupted wherever he went, but he remained silent, eyes fixed ahead, moving slowly. What surprised Fu Wu was the intense starlight emanating from this Huangquan officer. It was unclear whether it was due to his exceptional power or some powerful inscribed artifact he carried. Behind the Huangquan officer were 4 silent riders. These riders never made a sound. Both knights and horses were clad in thick black armor. The black hemp on their horse armor even dragged on the ground, obscuring the hooves. Following the riders was a massive chariot pulled by towering corrupt giants. Dozens of elite corrupt warriors surrounded the chariot. These warriors were also clad in pure black cloth, their large frames completely concealed. Despite this, their movements were accompanied by painful wails and a foul stench that made Fu Wu frown. The followers of the death god greeted them with boos and curses without any restraint. On this large cart made of leather and bones, a burly man was in charge of driving. Perched on top of the cart was a strikingly seductive woman. Her appearance was extremely peculiar. She had an alluring oval face and a slender neck, long and fair arms, but her belly was noticeably swollen, and her hips and thighs were unusually plump, making her upper and lower body seem mismatched. Aside from a few sheer veils draped carelessly over her shoulders, she was almost entirely naked. Such a bold outfit immediately attracted cruder insults, and foul language quickly filled the street. Within minutes, Fu Wu had heard several unique local curses. However, the woman didn't seem to mind at all. She smiled coquettishly and winked at the crowd, responding enthusiastically whenever she heard particularly loud obscenities. Sure, come on up and say that, but you'll have to wait until I'm done with my business. All right, I'll take you on. Soon, the men who had been shouting obscenities realized they had become the ones being mocked and fell silent. The strange woman on the cart looked disappointed and said, "What's the matter? Keep it going." Fu Wu and Meng Yelua exchanged glances, both curling their lips in disgust, as if they had swallowed a fly. At that moment, only one thought remained in Fu Wu's mind. I definitely don't want those primordial cells from this woman. The envoy's carriage moved slowly, followed closely by a large, silent cavalry unit. This cavalry, numbering in the hundreds, was not there to protect the envoy but to prevent any treacherous actions. If anyone dared to cause trouble, these silent riders would not hesitate to draw their swords and cut them down. As the envoy's carriage departed, the atmosphere on the street suddenly became lively. Some adults brought their children to the roadside, and the previously noisy men made way, allowing the children to stand at the front. The adults began to encourage the kids, saying, "Go on, don't be afraid, it's all right." Encouraged by this, a brave little boy took a couple of steps forward, waited for the right moment as the silent cavalry passed by, and lifted the edge of one of the horse's armor skirts. Fu Han saw this and felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the silent riders might suddenly draw their swords and cut the boy in half. However, nothing happened. The boy, seeing the white, bony hooves under the black cloth, exclaimed in delight, "Wow!" The onlookers cheered and praised him, saying, "Well done. Not bad at all." The boy, now even more excited, lifted the armor skirts of 3 more skeletal horses and, after confirming that their bony hooves were all the same, ran back to his mother, satisfied. This action elicited more cheers. Someone shouted to the boy's mother, "Not bad. The children of the Zhang family are no cowards." Even Meng Yelua joined in the applause and cheers. Fu Han, confused, asked, "What does this mean?" Meng Yelua smiled and explained, "The Silent Guard is the personal guard of the God of Death, composed of loyal spirits. All their horses are skeletal. The God of Death was concerned that the skeletal horses might scare children, so he ordered the horse armor skirts to reach the ground. However, the God of Death's people wanted to prove that their children were not afraid of these guards. So this custom began." He continued, "Although the Silent Guard won't harm harmless children, the aura of death around them is enough to terrify enemies, and ordinary children naturally fear them. But some brave children dare to take a look. People gather these children in front of the Death God's temple to let them observe the skeletal horses. Over time, this became an initial test to screen for potential talent." Fu Han pondered. "So, children who dare to look at the skeletal horses usually have higher potential?" Meng Yelua nodded. "Exactly. Like that boy just now, his core might have already awakened, and he might have an affinity with the undead. He could become a priest or an official in the underworld in the future." Fu Han curiously asked, "Did you see the skeletal horses when you were a child?" Meng Yelua shook his head. "When I was a child, no one took me to see them." Fu Han changed the subject. "What if I go and look now?" Meng Yelua warned, "Be careful. All the Silent Guard place their hands on their sword hilts as they pass. If you approach, you'll receive a warning. If you ignore it, unless you have a very strong neck, don't try it." Fu Han observed closely and saw this was indeed the case. He asked, puzzled, "Why are they particularly wary of me?" Meng Yelua said seriously, "Because your scent is unfamiliar, and you pose a significant threat." Fu Han suddenly understood and continued to observe the children encouraged by their parents to approach the skeletal horse. Another brave child stepped forward, quickly glanced at it, and retreated, prompting cheers from the crowd. However, some children cried loudly out of fear. Fu Han couldn't help but ask, "What will happen to the children who don't dare to approach?" Meng Yelu, watching the departing group, replied calmly, "They will live peaceful and prosperous lives." After the delegation left, the children were taken home by their parents. Fu Han noticed that regardless of whether the children dared to look at the skeletal horse, the parents were pleased. Some were hopeful that their children might achieve great success, while others were content that their children would lead stable lives. The market quickly returned to normal, but the food vendors were hesitant to set up their stalls, fearing gossip that could affect their business. Meng Yelu casually said, "I have something to do, let's meet next time," and turned to walk into a deserted alley. Fu Han remained on the street, quietly sensing the primal cells within the members of the decay cult, testing the range and precision of this ability. Suddenly, Fu Han noticed a slight decay emerging from a woman with the most primal cells in her body. This small cluster of decay, carrying primal cells, detached from the group and ventured alone into the forest to the northeast. Frowning, Fu Han mentally communicated with Kikalu. "I think the people here deserve to live peaceful lives. What do you think?" Kikalu responded, "Yes, yes, Kikalu likes the God of Death." "Then give me back my hood," Fu Han said. "Sure thing." Feeling the hood lighten, Fu Han pulled it up and headed towards the northeast. The massive chariot slowly rolled out of the small town. The enchantress sitting inside was panting heavily, her hands pressed against her chest in an attempt to calm her inner turmoil and the flush on her face. She looked back at the street with longing eyes, her gaze lingering on the passers-by. With a sigh, she murmured, "What a lovely place. I almost want to live here. How about you just stuff me in a ragged bag and toss me on the street? Whoever picks me up would be out of luck." The man driving the chariot frowned and scolded coldly, "You're out here on a mission. You'd better control your follower. Its stench is reaching me." The enchantress nonchalantly pursed her lips. "What's there to worry about? It's still far away." The man snorted. "I'd like to see what kind of reward you'll get if you mess up Kayla's task." Hearing this, the enchantress frowned, her mind racing. After a moment, her expression softened, and her tone became gentler. All right, I'll feed it and make it go further away." At that moment, a piercing wolf howl echoed from the distant forest. Though faint, the two in the chariot had exceptionally keen hearing, and they both glanced in the direction of the howl. A glint of excitement flashed in the enchantress's eyes. "My darling has found prey again. What should we do? This is already death's domain." The man driving the chariot pondered for a moment before speaking coldly. "Humph, they're not followers of death. Dispose of them just the same. Make sure it eats everything clean. Of course, food shouldn't be wasted," the enchantress replied. Suddenly, a slit opened on her plump thigh, and a pink beetle crawled out from her flesh. The beetle swiftly climbed down the chariot's frame and burrowed into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, Fu Han was deep in thought. He recalled how, before entering Lini town, he had believed that the southern continent was filled with the mad followers of the old gods, constantly praying to them and conducting evil rituals with bloodshot eyes. But what he saw firsthand was a stark contrast to his imagination. On the surface, encouraging children to watch the bone horses of the silent guard seemed bizarre. But after understanding the reason behind it, Fu Han no longer found it strange. Instead, he felt that the followers of death were quite simple and honest. The people here appeared normal, with no trace of evil. At least, the followers of death were like this. In contrast, the corruption cult was entirely different. They exuded a twisted, bizarre, and evil aura, perfectly fitting the Alliance's definition of the wicked followers of the old gods. They were repulsive and detestable. When he sensed the enchantress dispersing her primordial cells, Fu Han was momentarily stunned. He quickly dismissed the thought that had flashed through his mind. Could it be that the high-ranking members of the corruption cult all possessed primordial sequences to control primordial cells? Impossible. Kayla had gone to great lengths to pursue the last primordial sequence in the north, valuing its uniqueness greatly. Fu Han did not believe the corruption cult would pass the primordial sequence to many people. Moreover, when the enchantress passed by, Fu Han did not sense anything particular about her, except that her body was unusually rich in primordial cells. The enchantress also seemed completely unaware of Fu Han's presence. Han Fu realized that if he could clearly sense the primordial cells, he should be able to sense the primordial sequence even more strongly. This meant that he did not possess the primordial sequence. Upon further reflection, Han Fu found this reasoning to be sound. The leaders of the cult of decay likely taught their followers how to manipulate decay and used primordial cells as both rewards and punishments to control them. A decayed organism dependent on primordial cells could never defy a leader who possessed the primordial sequence, as their life and death would be in the leader's hands. The decay saintess, Kayla, was probably such a leader. Similarly, since Han Fu held the primordial sequence at this moment, it was akin to him being the holy son of the cult of decay, also wielding the power of life and death over decayed creatures. Shaking his head, Han Fu thought to himself, "No, that's not right. Thinking of myself as the holy son of decay is too narrow-minded. I should see myself as the inheritor of the god of fertility, tasked with cleansing the sect." Although the god of fertility did not demand anything from Han Fu, as long as Kayla was alive, he had to fight her to the end. There seemed to be no room for compromise. The cult of decay was Han Fu's archenemy, and whatever they tried to do, stopping them would always be beneficial. Of course, Han Fu wasn't planning to reveal his powers yet, nor would he confront the cult of decay hidden. However, after uncovering their plot, quietly informing the priest would likely be effective. Moreover, the primordial cells that the enchantress had dispersed were few in number and likely couldn't create any powerful decayed creatures. With this in mind, Han Fu confidently slipped into the forest to follow. In fact, the beetle that had burrowed into the ground wasn't moving very fast, and Han Fu quickly caught up with it. Before long, the beetle emerged from the soil, only to be snatched up by a swooping bird. Seeing this, Han Fu's alarm bells rang. Sure enough, once the bird devoured the beetle, the primordial cells transferred entirely to the bird. The bird then continued flying toward the beetle's destination. Han Fu couldn't tell who had consumed whom. The decayed bird was much faster than the beetle, and Han Fu had to sense the increasingly distant bird as he desperately tried to keep up. In a grassy clearing far in the forest, surrounded by a circle of broken stones, a strange creature was trembling in pain. It was a half-wolf, half-human entity, with patches of black fur falling off and chunks of flesh dropping away. Its foul-smelling blood splattered everywhere, causing the surrounding grass to wither and blacken rapidly. At this moment, the man pinned under the werewolf's foot saw that it was too weak to move and began to crawl away, struggling to escape. The werewolf wanted to grab him, but the intense pain and endless thirst left it unable to see clearly. It swiped at the air twice, catching nothing. Believing he had a chance to survive, the man gritted his teeth and crawled faster. Unexpectedly, the werewolf suddenly went berserk, roaring and thrashing wildly. The severely injured man couldn't evade the werewolf's frenzied attacks, and soon, its sharp claws pierced his chest. The man's life ended instantly. At the moment of his last breath, the starlight within his core burst forth. 3 brilliant beams shot from his chest into the sky and disappeared. After that, his core went completely dark. This was the final clause of the soul contract between a beastmaster and his star beasts. Upon the beastmaster's death, his starlight would protect all star beasts and send them to the places they desired to go. Sensing the final flare of the starlight, the werewolf clawed at the air but grasped nothing. Its momentary rage plunged it into deeper agony, causing large clumps of its black fur to fall out until it resembled a mangy dog. Soon, its skin began to fester and rot extensively. It stood in excruciating pain, appearing as though it might die at any moment. Just then, a bird landed on its shoulder. Feeling the presence, the werewolf immediately grabbed the bird, tilted its head back, and squeezed the bird's blood into its mouth. As the bird's blood trickled down its throat, the primordial cells within it began to combat the decay. Its skin stopped rotting, and its fur slowly started to regrow. It felt alive once more. Eat it all. A raspy human voice came from the werewolf's mouth. It bent down, and the unpleasant sound of chewing followed. Moments later, the werewolf suddenly straightened up and looked behind it warily, sensing a great threat approaching from afar. Without hesitation, it turned and bolted towards the northern mountains. Chasing the bird relentlessly, Fu Han's eyes remained locked on the flickering figure. Suddenly, the bird came to an abrupt halt, hovering in midair. Fu Han's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the primordial cells on the bird's body were depleting at a visible rate. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and Fu Han quickened his pace to investigate. However, when he arrived at the scene, he gasped at the sight before Hema Man's lifeless body lay quietly in the center of the stone circle. His sense of caution heightened. Fu Han immediately activated his defense mechanisms. He softly commanded Qi Yu to enter Night Demon armor mode and summon Xiaoji. Only under the tight protection of the two-star beasts did Fu Han cautiously survey his surroundings. The scene within the stone circle was chilling. Withered weeds, a lingering stench of decay in the air, and scattered traces of a fierce battle on the ground told a silent tale of recent conflict. Furrowing his brows, Fu Han quickly analyzed the clues before him. A diseased and corrupted bioentity was just here, he muttered to himself, a hint of alertness in his eyes. To confirm his suspicion, Fu Han gestured for Xiaoji to track the scent. Soon, Xiaoji indicated the direction the creature had fled towards the northern mountains. Examining the ground closely, Fu Han noticed numerous traces of foul blood. It seems the creature didn't escape unscathed, he speculated. The battle was brief, but it clearly sustained injuries. His mind racing, Fu Han began to piece together the clues. The corrupted cells from that demoness likely merged with this creature, he mused. It could be for replenishing its energy, rewarding it for completing a task, or even healing its wounds. Any of these possibilities could be true. Refocusing on the corpse before him, Fu Han decided to conduct a thorough investigation. Carefully searching the body, he discovered two crucial items. The first was a black cloth bag containing a rolled-up parchment. Unfurling the parchment, Fu Han found a list recorded in a mixture of ancient and modern script. Thanks to his knowledge of ancient characters learned from the Grand Scholar, he managed to decipher the content, which left him astonished. This is a list of newly added weapons in the Wuzong city's armory. Fu Han exclaimed. The list detailed various firearms, portable heavy weapons, and grenades from the Qixing Alliance. Though the models were somewhat outdated, the quantities and types were meticulously documented. Isn't this the weapon list provided by the taciturn to brother sacrifice? The second item shocked Fu Han even more. It was an emblem, one he knew all too well, the symbol of the God of Secrets. This deceased man was a follower of the God of Secrets, likely a spy. Fu Han's mind reeled with the revelation. However, this discovery brought not only surprise but also confusion. Why would the corrupted cult kill him? Fu Han was perplexed. The secret cult had always maintained neutrality, selling information to anyone willing to pay. The death of a neutral spy wasn't surprising, but what was odd was that the intelligence in his hands, which clearly benefited the cult of decay, hadn't been taken. Could it be? The cult of decay is indiscriminately eliminating spies? This thought sent chills down Fu Han's spine. He couldn't help but recall how he had deceived Kyra in the treasury. Not only had Kyra believed his lies, but she was also convinced that Fu Han was favored by the God of Secrets. Given Kyra's personality, if she managed to escape, she would definitely seek revenge against the cult of secrets. Could Kyra have already escaped? This possibility struck Fu Han like a heavy blow to his heart. Though it was just speculation, it was certainly not good news. Fu Han took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. The cult of decay's delegation has come to Wuzong City again, he pondered. It seems I'll have to wait until the Solar Council at the end of the month to see what new information the High Priest shares. Fu Han had heard of the grand burial ceremonies beloved by the people of the southern continent. These rites, similar to cremation, were far more elaborate, with beastmasters enjoying special privileges. He instructed Qi Yu to dig a pit for the spy, and then had Boya perform a simple cremation. The real purpose behind this was to facilitate his research into the relationship between the mysterious runes and the stone formation on the ground. Upon close inspection, Fu Han discovered that the runes made of unknown crystals were actually inscribed symbols. Using his keen perception, he noticed that the true words were etched inside the crystals with starlight. To Fu Han, this was akin to a light storage device. While he had studied some of these true words during his university days, he didn't have enough time to fully decipher their meanings. Nevertheless, he realized that these inscriptions seemed to have the ability to transmit energy. As for the stone formation on the ground, Fu Han found it difficult to grasp its purpose. With a let's see what happens attitude, he summoned Kikalu. To his surprise, the adorable star ferret immediately recognized the nature of the formation. Kikalu explained, "This is a hidden magic array. Given its large scale, it was likely used to conceal an entire building." Fu Han then remembered that although Kikalu appeared cute and innocent, she was actually over 360 years old, possessing knowledge far beyond his imagination. He resolved to consult Kikalu more often whenever he encountered something he didn't understand. Under Kikalu's guidance, Fu Han found the core of the format Iona transparent stone pillar that only revealed its glow when the key approached. Fu Han placed the mysterious rune he held into the core, and light immediately coalesced, securing the rune in place. The light then spread outwards, solidifying as it went, until an ancient stone hall gradually emerged. In the blink of an eye, Fu Han found himself inside the stone hall. Kikalu excitedly pointed to a statue in the temple and said, "Look, this is the Temple of Whispers. That's the statue of the God of Secrets." The statue was barefoot, dressed in a tattered robe, hooded, and wore a dark mask that revealed only one eye. In its hands, it held a heavy tome with the secret eye symbol of the God of Secrets carved on its cover. Kikalu explained, "That is the Book of Secrets, used to record all the secrets known to the God of Secrets." Fu Han thought to himself, if he could obtain this book, he would surely make a fortune. "What is the purpose of this temple?" Fu Han asked. Kikalu replied, "Since it's the Temple of Whispers, it's naturally used for divulging secrets. Anyone can come here to tell the God of Secrets what they know in exchange for money. The more important the secret, the higher its value. However, secrets that have already been recorded are useless, and fabricated secrets will be exposed, sometimes leading to punishment." Fu Han couldn't help but wonder, if the temple is open to everyone, why is it so hidden? This temple is specifically for spies. Ordinary temples for divulging secrets are, of course, in more populated areas, Kikalu explained. Fu Han suddenly understood. The spy must have been on his way to reveal a secret, but was unfortunately killed before entering the temple. The Temple of Whispers was not large, and within a few steps, Fu Han found himself at the altar in front of the statue. The altar resembled an open tome, intriguingly held by two statues that looked almost identical to Saitama. As Fu Han approached the altar, ancient characters illuminated on the tome. Squinting to decipher them, he read, "Tell me your discovered secrets, and I will reward you with triples." The specific reward was written in characters Fu Han couldn't recognize. "Kikalu, do you know these ancient characters?" Fu Han asked. Kikalu playfully teased, "Oh, so little Fu Han can't read. How silly." Fu Han quickly retorted, "Of course, I can read. I learned modern characters." Kikalu examined the text for a while and finally said, "These characters seem familiar, but I can't quite remember." Fu Han explained exasperatedly, "It says, 'Tell me what you know, and I will reward you with X's.' I just can't read the last two characters." "Oh, I know those two characters. They mean the origin of all things." Kikalu exclaimed in sudden realization. "The origin? Do you mean essence?" Fu Han asked excitedly, "Is there really such a reward? This is incredible." "Kikalu, how do I reveal the secret?" Kikalu pointed to the altar. "Just place your written secret on the altar, or write it directly on it." Fu Han raised an eyebrow and pulled out a parchment he had just acquired. Thinking to himself, "Sorry, old priest. If it's essence we're talking about, I have no choice." He placed the parchment on the altar. Soon, the glowing characters on the altar turned yellow, changing to, "Your secret is no longer alone." Kikalu exclaimed in delight, "Oh, the Book of Secrets has accepted your secret." "And the essence?" Fu Han asked. Kikalu pointed behind Fu Han, where the hidden emblem at the formation's core began to emit a dazzling array of colors. Fu Han turned around in surprise and immediately sat down cross-legged, entering a meditative state. Moments later, he absorbed the essence transmitted through the hidden emblem. Although it couldn't compare to the essence from a legendary treasury, it was equivalent to a month's worth of meditation. Encouraged by his success, Fu Han returned to the altar, pondering what other secrets he could offer the hidden sect. He carefully considered and excluded all secrets related to himself, such as being a transmigrant, the Solar Council, the Star Forger, and the Primordial Sequence. Finally, he decided to inform the hidden sect about the Plague Sect's possible indiscriminate elimination of spies. Fu Han asked Kikalu how to reveal secrets using modern characters. Kikalu explained that the key was not the writing style but conveying the thought, similar to their mental communication. Fu Han realized that the essence of revealing secrets was akin to transmitting thoughts. Understanding the principle, Fu Han placed his hand on the tome-shaped altar. The glowing characters changed to, "Write your thoughts, think your writing." After careful consideration, Fu Han began to detail his discoveries and inferences. He started with the discovery of a spy's corpse in the stone formation, describing the scene and concluding that the spy had perished at the hands of plague creatures. Then, he mentioned his encounter with the plague envoy at the market. Finally, combining the intelligence held by the spies that confirmed the plague cult posed no threat and that their information hadn't been compromised, he made his final deduction. The plague cult, for some unknown reason, had begun to harbor hostility towards the secret cult and was indiscriminately eliminating their spies. After writing, Fu Han withdrew his hand. This time, the dense, luminous characters he had written did not disappear. Kikalu explained that the Book of Secrets was evaluating the information and would search within its existing secrets to verify Fu Han's deduction. Moments later, the characters on the altar changed again, turning blue and displaying the message. "The secret in your heart is no longer alone." Kikalu exclaimed. The report was successful, and the Book of Secrets considers it a highly important blue-level secret. The more critical the secret, the higher its value. Just like Starlight, blue is a level 5 Starlight. We're definitely going to get a lot of essence rewards this time. When Fu Han looked back, he saw that the secret emblem was emitting an exceptionally brilliant light. The blue confidential material provided enough energy for 3 months of meditation. Feeling the surging power within him, Fu Han realized he had taken a significant step toward becoming a 3-star Radiant. He estimated his level had increased to around 22 and couldn't help but exclaim, "This source material is almost too easy to come by." Kikalu jumped up excitedly and asked, "Are we going to become a covert squad?" After a moment of contemplation, Fu Han shook his head. "No, we have too many secrets of our own, making us unsuitable for covert operations. However, if we happen to come across certain information, we could trade it for some source material." He paused and added, "Actually, leaking information is easy. Completely distancing yourself while doing it is the tricky part." As he spoke, Fu Han looked up at the statue of the God of Secrets, his brow furrowed. "Kikalu, does the God of Secrets still exist? I always feel like his eyes are watching me." Kikalu shrugged. "He is the God of Secrets. After all, no one knows his status. But the Book of Secrets is still intact, or you wouldn't be able to leak anything." Hearing this, Fu Han's gaze fell on the Book of Secrets held by the statue. For a moment, he thought he saw the eye on the book's cover move. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was just an illusion. His mind swirled with thoughts, unable to come up with any useful information to leak. "Let's go," Fu Han said softly. "Yeah, just make sure to bring back the formation key," Kikalu reminded him. Fu Han nodded and did as instructed. After retrieving the emblem, the Temple of Whispers gradually faded away, and it was already dusk outside. Fu Han decided not to pursue the diseased creature that had fled into the mountains. On one hand, it had likely escaped too far for Xiaozi to track easily. On the other hand, Fu Han couldn't be sure of the creature's strength, making it unnecessary to chase it down. Instead of heading back to Lini Town, he decided to go hunting with his star beasts to feed them. This time, Xiaozi led Fu Han westward for several kilometers until they found an adult spiral horned bull. The spiral horned bull is a peculiar star beast that grows extremely slowly in terms of star levels but has an exaggeratedly massive body. It is huge, robust, and aggressive. Even at adulthood, its star level doesn't exceed 10. Yet, this bull's back stood over 3 meters tall, muscular, and powerful. Fu Han didn't rush to let Xiaozi attack. Instead, he summoned Tuanzi, intending for it to complete the hunt alone. The bull was a perfect practice target, and Fu Han didn't want Tuanzi's hunting instincts to atrophy from being fed for too long. However, Fu Han underestimated Tuanzi's strength. Though Tuanzi stood less than 1.5 meters tall on all fours and seemed tiny compared to the massive bull, it possessed 12 Titan bloodline, a level of 23, and a body as strong as the bull's. More importantly, Tuanzi had a bloodline suppression ability. As Tuanzi approached, the notoriously aggressive bull completely lost its fighting spirit. Its eyes were fixed on Tuanzi, but its feet kept retreating. Tuanzi didn't give it a chance to escape. It quickly dashed forward, leaped high into the air, and with its front paws crystallizing into ice, struck the wild ox squarely on the forehead. The wild ox let out a mournful cry and collapsed with a thud. When Fu Han approached to check, he found that the ox's skull was completely shattered, leaving it utterly lifeless. Fu Han couldn't help but sigh. The gap is too wide. This really didn't serve as any real training. Nonetheless, he was quite pleased with Tuanzi's performance. But Tuanzi's hunting instincts haven't dulled at all. This warm, fluffy Tuanzi is quite the fighter. In addition to verbal praise, Tuanzi also earned the right to enjoy the prey first. Only after Tuanzi had eaten its fill did Fu Han call out Xiaozi and Boya to feed. Tuanzi, being a bit mischievous, would often go and playfully bother Xiaozi while it was eating. Xiaozi, with its good temper, allowed Tuanzi to have its fun. Sitting by the campfire, watching the 3-star beasts eat, Fu Han smiled contentedly. He had also roasted some beef, but it was so tough that chewing it made his cheeks ache. Kikalu and Luotian tried it, but quickly gave up. Once the three-star beasts were full and the sky had completely darkened, Fu Han took out the spy's parchment and threw it into the fire, burning it to ashes. Just as he was about to ask Luotian to open a space-time portal back to the inn, he suddenly noticed a faint light deep in the western woods. Out of curiosity, Fu Han summoned the moon lantern spirit and headed towards the light with Xiao Zi and Qiyu. After walking about a kilometer, the vegetation around them suddenly changed. The ground cover became sparse, revealing black, solid earth. The trees grew thin and twisted, casting an eerie and ghostly appearance under the pale moonlight. Just as Fu Han hesitated about whether to explore further, a seductive and plaintive woman's voice suddenly echoed through the woods, "Help me, save me, help! Help!" Hearing this, Fu Han didn't move forward, but instead immediately retreated several hundred meters. Once clear of the eerie woods, he called out to Kikalu and asked, "Kikalu, are there any spirits following us?" Kikalu nodded, "Yes, yes, but they're all outside the light." Relieved, Fu Han glanced at the dual-bodied moon lantern spirit and thought, contracting this creature was totally worth it. Saving on flashlight batteries is one thing, but the moon lantern spirit's light can ward off evil spirits. This eerie forest was actually a rare type of terrain known as the Land of the Restless Spirits. Because this terrain is only found on the western and southern continents, Fu Han, who grew up on the eastern continent, didn't recognize it at first. However, hearing the cries for help, he quickly recalled learning about this terrain in school. The formation of the Land of the Restless Spirits requires unique conditions, primarily a long-term congregation of numerous restless spirits. It originally evolved from star beast graveyards. Several types of star beasts are known to follow their instincts to specific graveyards as they near death, where they await their end in silence. With the development of human civilization, this type of terrain became more common. Battlefields and slaughterhouses could also turn into lands of the restless spirits. During the era of the old gods, large-scale evil sacrifices frequently created such lands. To help students understand this perilous landscape, the instructor even arranged for them to visit and observe the unique ghost star beasts in the Land of Lost Souls. To give students a more direct understanding of the dangers in the Land of the Lost Souls, the instructor wheeled in a box covered with a black cloth. He solemnly instructed everyone to remain silent and listen carefully. Soon, a sorrowful and haunting female voice emanated from the box, calling for help in a way that sent chills down their spines. The classroom erupted into murmurs. Some expressed fear and reluctance to help, while others excitedly fantasized about rescuing a damsel in distress. Most, however, thought it best to assess the situation before taking any action. The instructor had anticipated this reaction. With a mysterious smile, he said, "Since you want to investigate, let me show you." He then ordered the lights off and the curtains drawn, plunging the classroom into darkness. In the tense atmosphere, the instructor abruptly lifted the black cloth. Instantly, the room was filled with screams. Inside the transparent box was a soul-eating specter, appearing as a shadowy figure with hollow eyes, showing each person their deepest fears. The students were paralyzed with terror. Some covered their eyes, others trembled, and a few collapsed to the floor. It wasn't until the instructor activated a special light beneath the box that the true form of the specter was revealed, gradually calming the classroom. The instructor began his lecture. "This is the inherent skill of the soul-eating specter fear manifestation. It can bring your deepest fears to life. In the past, people might have seen things like toads or decaying maggots. But with the rise of horror films, this skill has become significantly more potent." The students nodded in understanding, including Fu Han. As an orphan, he hadn't seen horror movies, but his childhood memories were frightening enough. The first thing he saw was a disheveled, sharp-toothed, blood-eyed ghost head, rendering him too scared to even scream. The instructor continued, "Fear manifestation is just the first step. When you're paralyzed by fear, it will directly attack your soul. Only if your soul is stronger than its can you resist this attack." "So, what determines the strength of a human soul?" the instructor asked. "Star rank," a student immediately responded. "Correct. Only if your star rank is higher can you resist such a soul attack. Otherwise, you'll need the protection of light magic. This attack is extremely dangerous and potentially lethal," the instructor said sternly. "So, remember this call for help. If you hear it, run immediately." Fu Han etched this lesson into his memory. At this moment, the call for help he heard was identical to the one in the classroom. Terrifying memories surged back, making his hair stand on end. Without hesitation, he turned and fled the Land of the Lost Souls. As he ran, Fu Han pondered. It was only natural for the Reaper's domain to have a place like the Land of the Lost Souls. There must be something special about it for the Reaper to choose this location for his kingdom. He decided to buy that expensive exploration map from the Luzhong Trading Company tomorrow, despite the painful cost of 2 gold coins. Fu Han needed to understand the strange landscapes within the Reaper's domain and their locations. Although the dual moon lantern beast has exorcist properties, it is ultimately a weak star beast. Encountering a powerful undead star beast during exploration would be extremely dangerous. Venturing into the land of souls recklessly is tantamount to courting death. However, Fu Han had already made up his mind. Once he was fully prepared, he would definitely explore the land of souls. He had long coveted the sage of holy light among the scholars. At that moment, Kikalu reminded him, Fu Han, the specter following us has left. Fu Han stopped in his tracks and realized he had already walked 2 kilometers away from the land of souls. He looked back and sighed. No wonder they say restless spirits linger. It followed us quite a distance. With that, he summoned Luotian to open a portal to the inn. After struggling to squeeze through the narrow portal, Fu Han resolved to upgrade the portal as soon as possible. Despite everything he had gone through today, the effect of the heart-nourishing pill was remarkable, and Fu Han still felt mentally refreshed. He immediately taught Luotian the portal skill twice. Including the one earlier under the sacred tree, he had taught it 3 times. Although the portal hadn't upgraded yet, Fu Han noticed that after his star rank increased, the starlight effect when teaching skills had become stronger. Luotian's level rose to 10, gaining a primary starlight. The portal it opened was now larger, and Fu Han only needed to stoop slightly to pass through. He estimated that once the portal reached level 3, he would be able to walk through it upright. After teaching high-level skills twice in a row, Fu Han's starlight was nearly depleted, and his stomach growled with hunger. He went out for a hearty meal and then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Fu Han woke up. He taught Luotian the skill twice more, finally upgrading the portal to level 3, and Luotian reached level 11. This time, the portal's diameter was nearly 2.5 meters, and Fu Han could walk through it with his head held high. Excited, Fu Han had another big meal, and then hurried off to find Steward Qin to buy a map. Upon receiving the map, he was delighted to discover many interesting places, especially that the snow peak behind Wuzong City was called Moon Pool Peak. Steward Qin, why is this mountain called Moon Pool Peak? Fu Han asked curiously. Steward Qin shrugged. I don't know. We usually just call it the Snow Mountain. But this map was drawn by Li Yinfu, who lives in town. You can ask him. Fu Han eagerly asked. Could you tell me where he lives? Steward Qin gave a knowing smile and whispered something in Fu Han's ear. Fu Han was stunned and exclaimed. Really? He actually lives there? Steward Qin nodded. Fu Han thought to himself, this scholar must be in excellent health. Fuan purchased an expensive adventure map, which not only required payment but also an oath to the god of justice to never replicate it. This map was far superior to the rough versions used by ordinary merchants, meticulously detailing the terrain away from the roads, the distribution of star beasts, and even regional legends. The map covered a vast area, stretching south to the Misty Forest, north to Tualing Pass and the Haji Mountains, east to the depths of the Crystal Coral Forest, and west to the Silent Mines, essentially encompassing the entire realm of death. Upon careful examination, Fuan found the map to be incredibly accurate, with minimal discrepancies. To his surprise, the Temple of Whispers, which he had accidentally stumbled upon the previous day, was also marked. Through the map, he realized that the place he had entered was an area called the Ancient Soul Land, which occupied 10 of the realm of death and included the ruins of a city. The map also recorded the origins of the Ancient Soul Land. During the early stages of the Old Gods' War, the ancient city at its center was besieged by enemy forces while the god of death was traveling through the western continent. Despite continuous reinforcements, all were defeated. The brutal war lasted 2 years, ending with corpses littering the streets of the ancient city. Many innocent civilians were caught in the conflict and perished, resulting in a multitude of vengeful spirits, making the ancient Soul Land extremely dangerous. The ruins at its center were a forbidden zone, accessible only to the god of death. Although the map provided limited details about the war, it revealed that the god of death had visited the ruins of the ancient city. This information strengthened Fuan's suspicion that the god of death might have chosen this location to establish his divine realm due to the presence of the ancient Soul Land. However, what caught Fuan's attention the most was the Yuechi Peak south of Wuzong City. This name immediately reminded him of the 7th Moon Pool, which could facilitate the evolution of moon lantern beasts. Strangely, Yuechi Peak had the least annotations on the entire map. Even the dangerous Misty Forest had brief descriptions, but Yuechi Peak had nothing beyond its name. With questions in mind, Fuan asked Manager Qin about the reason and learned about the map's creator's location, the secret dance hall of the Goddess of Beauty. This luxurious building was situated at the most bustling intersection of Lini Town, its opulence almost rivaling that of the administrative center. In fact, the secret dance hall was the most profitable establishment in town, to the extent that when Fuan first arrived, Meng Yelua specifically warned him not to enter. Lini Town was a gathering place for adventurous hunting groups and itinerant merchants. These people, who often hovered on the edge of life and death, sought to indulge themselves once they reached the safety of Lini Town. Embracing beauties, drinking fine wine, and spending lavishly became their preferred ways of relaxation. Despite their rough appearance, these individuals were quite wealthy, whether they were beast tamers or merchants, all having considerable incomes. When Fuin arrived at the entrance of the secret dance hall early in the morning, the sounds of merriment inside had not ceased, indicating that the revelry from the previous night was still ongoing. The doorman, seeing Fuin's distinguished attire, greeted him warmly, mistakenly thinking he was there for pleasure. Fuin quickly clarified that he was there to seek advice from Mr. Li Yinfu. Coincidentally, at that moment, an elderly man with a white beard, dressed in an old-style noble robe, emerged from the dance hall. Despite his weary appearance, he exuded an extraordinary aura. The doorman introduced him as Mr. Li. Li Yinfu gave Fuin a once-over and inquired about his purpose. Just as Fu Han was about to speak, Li Yinfu suddenly asked if he had any money and directly borrowed 2 gold coins. In an instant, the noble aura around the old man vanished, replaced by blatant shrewdness. Reluctantly, Fu Han handed over the money, watching as Li Yinfu passed it to the doorman and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Yinfu warmly put his arm around Fu Han and suggested they go have a bowl of lamb soup. Fu Han glanced back at the dance hall a few times, feeling somewhat regretful that he couldn't witness the scene inside. Li Yinfu teased him, saying that the pretty girls weren't up yet and that they could come back in the evening. Fu Han quickly shook his head but then admitted that while he liked beautiful women, he couldn't indulge carelessly. Finally, Fu Han reluctantly asked Li Yinfu when he would return the money. The old man laughed it off, saying he would pay it back soon and promised to answer any questions. Although Fu Han realized that the 2 gold coins might be gone for good, he decided to ask a few more questions to get his money's worth. Just like yesterday, Li Yinfu led Fu Han directly to the small private room on the 3rd floor of the old mutton soup restaurant. The wooden stairs creaked under their feet, as if reminding them of the place's privacy. Fu Han looked around and noticed that the entire attic had only this one small room, nodding to himself, acknowledging that it was indeed a good place for a private conversation. The waiter quickly brought the menu. Li Yinfu began ordering with meticulous attention to detail. He started with mutton soup, specifically requesting extra fresh mint, and only a small amount of mutton and offal. Next, he ordered 2 portions of charcoal-grilled lamb chops, instructing the waiter to go easy on the spices. The waiter nodded knowingly and said, "Understood, local style." Li Yinfu nodded in satisfaction and added a few side dishes: cold sliced mutton, crispy fried mushrooms, and spicy bamboo shoots. Finally, he didn't forget to order a pot of white spirits. While waiting for the food, Fu Han brought up his questions about Yuechi Peak. Li Yinfu rubbed his temples and smiled wryly. "I drank too much last night and can't quite remember." Fu Han frowned and asked, "Then why are you ordering more alcohol?" Li Yinfu gave a mysterious smile. "After a hangover, a little drink can help sober up." Seeing Fu Han's confusion, he explained, "Don't worry, once I finish this drink, I'll remember. Although I'm down on my luck and often borrow money, I never default on my debts. Think about it, if I did. Wouldn't these shopkeepers avoid me like the plague?" Fu Han recalled the respectful attitude of the acquaintances they met along the way towards Li Yinfu, and had to admit he had a point. Besides, in the realm of the death god, failing to repay debts could turn one into a bone slave. Fu Han's doubts gradually faded, and he became curious about the scholar's past. The dishes arrived quickly, filling the room with a tantalizing aroma. Fu Han took a bite, and had to admit that Li Yinfu indeed had a discerning palate. But it wasn't enough for him, so he ordered a roasted leg of lamb and a large bowl of mixed fried rice under Li Yinfu's guidance. Watching Fu Han devour the food, Li Yinfu laughed heartily. "When I was young, I had a huge appetite too, but I can't compare to you." Fu Han felt a bit embarrassed, but Li Yinfu waved it off, being able to eat is a blessing. "If we were downstairs, everyone would be cheering for you." Li Yinfu studied Fu Han for a moment and suddenly asked, "You don't seem to be from around here. Are you here for academic purposes?" Fu Han nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yinfu pondered for a moment and said, "Let me guess, you're a devout follower of the God of Secrets?" Fu Han was startled, wondering how he was so easily seen through. He could only affirm it. Li Yinfu then asked, "So, are you from the faction of secrecy or the faction of revelation?" This left Fu Han completely bewildered, so he sought help from Kikiru in his mind. Kikiru reluctantly explained the difference. The faction of revelation are spies who gain power by revealing secrets, while the faction of secrecy handles other duties like managing the temples and performing rituals, gaining mental strength by keeping secrets. Seeing Fu Han's hesitation, Li Yinfu casually said, "Judging by your look, you seem to be from the faction of secrecy. The faction of revelation wouldn't be so easily identified." He added, "If you were from the faction of revelation, there wouldn't be much point in seeking me out. The things I know have long been exchanged for money at the Revelation Temple." Li Yan took a sip of his drink and, with a mysterious air, said, "See, I told you a drink could jog the memory. No matter which faction you're from, what I'm about to say doesn't exist outside this door. Don't ask me again. Fu Han nodded seriously. Li Yan dipped his finger in the tea and sketched a rough map of the Death Realm on the table. Pointing to various locations, he said, "This is the Misty Forest, this is the City of Dusk, over here is the Crystal Coral Woods, and that's the mining area. What does this outline look like to you?" Fu Han tilted his head, then exclaimed in surprise, "The moon?" "Exactly, the moon," Li Yan confirmed, tracing the center of the map. "Do you remember the ancient soul land here? There used to be a city in the middle." Fu Han recalled. "I remember. You said it was destroyed in a war, but didn't explain why." Li Yan sighed. "It was the war of the gods. What else could it be about? It was a battle for divine power." Fu Han was stunned, realizing the 2 gold coins he spent were well worth it. At the Chasing Stars Academy, the reason for the old gods' war was taught as a struggle for land, resources, and followers. He never expected the real reason to be a fight for divine power. And to hear someone speak so casually about it in the southern continent was even more shocking. Fu Han believed Li Yan without a doubt, finding it plausible. He also understood why Li Yan had fallen on hard times. Uttering such earth-shattering truths would inevitably lead to downfall. After Li Yanfu revealed the truth about the divine war, he realized he might have said too much and quickly cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. He explained that the land's crescent shape was due to its ancient association with the moon goddess. The city ruins in this area were known as Lingyue City, and Yuechi Peak got its name because it was an important sacrificial site in Lingyue City. He vividly described the view of the moon setting from the center of Lingyue City. Every night, the moon would set in the direction of Yuechi Peak, as if it were falling into a sacrificial pool, especially noticeable during a new moon. This gave rise to the legend that the Yuechi was used to cleanse the moon. After finishing his explanation, Li Yanfu poured the last drop of wine from the jug into his cup and drank it all. He put down his cup and asked Fu Han if he was satisfied with his answer. Fu Han smiled warmly, expressing his satisfaction, but joked that he hadn't even finished his meal while Li Yanfu had already emptied the wine jug. He suggested ordering more dishes and promptly called downstairs, "Waiter, more food." This action made Li Yanfu squint his eyes and ask if Fu Han wanted to hear more nonsense. Fu Han admitted that he had always loved listening to stories and legends since childhood, and hoped Li Yanfu would share more. Soon, the waiter came upstairs with a thud. This time, Fu Han ordered several signature dishes and a jar of homemade sealed wine. As soon as the jar was opened, a rich aroma filled the small private room. Fu Han took the initiative to pour Li Yanfu a full cup of wine, which pleased the old scholar greatly. Li Yanfu said that Fu Han could continue asking questions, but reiterated that he would not acknowledge any of these words once they left. Fu Han nodded in agreement and immediately asked, "You mentioned the gods fought for powers. What were the moon goddess's powers?" Li Yanfu thought for a moment and replied that while there were no exact records, it could be inferred that the moon goddess's powers included illumination, warding off evil, discerning truth, and influencing sleep, moon cycles, and dreams of the boudoir. Fu Han was surprised, pointing out that sleep and boudoir dreams should belong to the god of dreams. Li Yanfu smiled enigmatically and said, "Who do you think besieged Lingyue City?" Realizing the connection, Fu Han then asked why the god of dreams seemed to lack the powers of illumination and warding off evil. Li Yanfu explained that those powers ultimately belonged to the god of gloom, who later became the god of night. When Fu Han expressed confusion, thinking that light and darkness should be in conflict, Li Yanfu suggested there might be some kind of harmonizing mechanism to avoid such conflict. Discussing the power of discerning truth, Li Yanfu looked at Fu Han meaningfully until Fu Han understood that it related to secrets. Next, Fu Han asked why this land eventually became the realm of the god of death. Li Yanfu explained that although the moon goddess loved her people deeply, other deities waged war on her territory for her powers, leading to her downfall. The land became haunted by wandering spirits, seen as wasteland by other gods. Only the god of death showed compassion for these souls, taking over the area through negotiation rather than force. Fu Han nodded thoughtfully. By this time, he had finished his large bowl of fried rice. Although he wanted another, he refrained to avoid startling the old scholar and the restaurant staff. He poured himself some wine and sipped it alongside Li Yanfu. This casual conversation gave Fu Han a more vivid understanding of the War of the Old Gods. He realized that the old gods fought for divine powers to enhance themselves, much like how the dull god became the god of night after acquiring part of the moon god's powers. This made him think of nurturing star beasts, where divine powers are akin to high-level skills and traits that, when combined, can produce unique changes and even alter a god's essence. Reflecting on the dialogue, Fu Han realized that his questions were mostly out of curiosity, and he hadn't touched on the crucial issue of the moon pool. So, he poured another drink for Li Yanfu and asked, "Mr. Li, is the moon pool really used to cleanse the moon, or is it just a legend?" Li Yanfu shook his head and explained that the moon pool is indeed used for washing the moon, but not the moon in the sky. Instead, it cleanses a star beast formed from moonlight called the moon sprite. After the fall of the moon god, these star beasts underwent severe degradation and are now known as moon lantern monsters. Fu Han felt a surge of excitement and pressed for more details. Li Yinfu began to recount the legends of the moon god's realm. Moon sprites were companions bestowed upon each citizen by the moon god, and even those without beastmaster talents could have one. Since moon sprites become very lethargic under sunlight, the moon god's people had the habit of being active at night and resting during the day. 4 beastmasters among the moon god's people, their first star beast was always a moon sprite. When a moon sprite reached the second level of starlight, the beastmaster could participate in the washing moon ceremony held at Moon Pool Peak during every new moon. The purpose of this ceremony was to allow the moon sprite to evolve. To Fu Han's amazement, moon sprites had 12 evolutionary forms, each corresponding to a different month's washing moon ceremony. Unfortunately, the specific details of these 12 forms have been lost over time. The moon god's people would take their moon sprites to the nearest washing moon ceremony once they reached level 20, and then adjust their roles based on the evolved form. Fu Han didn't mind the current state of the moon lantern monsters, as long as they could still emit light, given his vast soul domain. However, one thing puzzled him. Why did the information provided by the Eternal Tree only mention that the 7th moon pool could evolve a moon lantern monster into a spirit moonlight, but said nothing about the other evolutionary forms? Did it not know? Or was it deliberately withholding information? The legendary moon pool was within sight, and Fu Han's heart leaped with excitement. However, the news brought by Li Yinfu was not entirely good. Furrowing his brow, Fu Han asked, "Why does no one bring the moon lantern beast to the moon pool for evolution anymore?" Li Yinfu threw his head back and laughed, his breath reeking of alcohol. "Without the moon god's blessing, the moon spirits have devolved into moon lantern beasts. Who would want to form a pact with such weak star beasts? Besides, the god of death has declared the moon pool peak a forbidden zone. His followers wouldn't dare step foot on the snowy peak." Fu Han's brow tightened as his thoughts churned. Why would the god of death designate the moon pool peak as forbidden? With the moon god gone, and the god of death being a newcomer, there seemed to be no need for such precautions. Moreover, there was no need to worry about cultivating moon lantern beasts, as no one was interested in them. Suddenly, a key piece of information flashed in Fu Han's mind. The god of death had once visited the ruins of Lingyue City. This detail added numerous possibilities to the puzzle, even the chance that the god of death and the moon god's souls had made some sort of agreement. Fu Han cautiously asked, what would happen if someone trespassed into the forbidden zone? Li Yinfu, wobbling and increasingly drunk, replied, "Who knows? No one has ever attempted it. Why would the followers of the god of death defy his will? Life is but a fleeting moment. Only death is eternal." Fu Han's eyebrow arched as he thought to himself, "I am not a follower of the god of death. Does that mean I can move freely?" As the night wore on and the drinks flowed, the conversation became more and more fantastical. From washing in the moon pool to the beauty of the moon god, they moved on to the charm of the elderly, and eventually to the allure of the dancers in the city of music and dance. This lively discussion only strengthened Fu Han's resolve to travel across the southern continent. As Li Yinfu finally passed out on the table, he managed to mumble, "Take me back to the dance hall." When it came time to settle the bill, Fu Han was taken aback. Not because it was expensive, but because it was far cheaper than he had anticipated. He had expected it to cost at least 1 gold coin, but it was only 1 silver and 80 copper. The enthusiastic waiter even offered to help carry Li Yinfu, but Fu Han politely declined. The old man, weighing barely 100 pounds, was no burden to him. Carrying Li Yinfu to the entrance of the dance hall, a group of women swarmed around, lifting the old man and carrying him inside. Fu Han was surprised by how welcomed Li Yinfu was in this place. As he stood there, a voluptuous madam grabbed his hand and warmly invited him in to enjoy the performances. Fu Han quickly declined. "No, thank you. I'm a bit short on money right now. Maybe another time." Unexpectedly, the madam became even more enthusiastic. "Such a strong young man, no money is no problem. Come in and have fun. I'll pay you." Hearing this, Fu Han hastily withdrew his hand, repeatedly excusing himself as he hurried away. Once he reached a quieter area, Kikalu, in her weasel form, leaped onto his shoulder and curiously asked, "Why didn't you go in? They were even going to pay you." "I wanted to see the girls dance." Fu Han was at a loss for words, remaining silent for a moment before changing the subject. "We need to carefully study the matter of the moon pool. Kikalu, how much do you know about the moon pool and the moon god?" Kikalu shook her head. "The moon god is too ancient. Kikalu knows very little. But Kikalu does know that the god of night also has a moon pool." Han Fu pondered deeply. "So that's how it is." After defeating the moon goddess, the god of night gained some of her powers and thus created the moon pool. The doubt lingered. The night cult was infamous for its dark modifications to fierce beasts, like the dark corruption within Little Z. This likely stemmed from their dark arts. However, Fu had never heard of the night cult breeding powerful moonlight beasts. Upon further thought, the answer became clear. The night cult's dark star beast modifications were likely aided by the moon goddess's cleansing ritual. A dark moon pool, huh? Han Fu muttered to himself. Kikalu excitedly asked, "Are we going to Moonpool Peak?" "Yes," Han Fu replied firmly. If the night cult had established a dark moon pool, the dual-bodied moonlight beast with its exorcising properties might not be able to evolve there. In other words, the moon pool left by the moon goddess on Moonpool Peak might be the only way for the moonlight beast to evolve. Even if the moonlight beast could evolve in the dark moon pool, Han Fu didn't want it to turn dark. With little Z around, there was no need to cultivate another dark star beast. The immediate priority was to enhance exorcising abilities, crucial for combating dark and undead star beasts and exploring the land of lost souls. However, Han Fu knew nothing about the moonlight beast's evolved form, nor the dangers of reaching the moon pool. The blizzard was no threat, but if the death god had stationed powerful guards nearby, that would be a problem. Kikalu enthusiastically said, "Hee hee, I support going too." Han Fu asked, "Why?" "Because among us, Little Lantern is the weakest. It's time for it to level up." Fu joked, "Why don't we just let it go and get a stronger one?" "No way. I know you can't bear to do that." Kikalu insisted. Han Fu smiled wryly, "I'm just curious about the moon pool, and seeing if it can evolve while we're at it. Don't worry, you won't regret it. I have a good feeling about this," Kikalu assured, patting her chest. Exploring the moon pool was a must, but Fu wouldn't recklessly rush up the snowy peak. Since he couldn't get more information from Li Yinfu, he needed another way. The Solar Council was an excellent source. The High Priest, as the chief of the Death Cult, might know if there were guards or barriers on Moonpool Peak. The scholar, with his vast knowledge, might understand the 12 forms of moon spirits. But Fu couldn't ask the Solar Council outright, lest he reveal his location and intentions. If word got out, he might find the smiling High Priest and scholar waiting for him on the peak. Knowing he wasn't as strong as the two, he feared ending up like the moon goddess, divided and devoured. Inquiring at the Solar Council required subtlety, ideally leading the conversation to obtain the needed information without raising suspicion. If the right opportunity didn't arise, he'd have to abandon that plan. If the Solar Council couldn't provide clues, his only option would be to try his luck in Wuzong City. For now, Han Fu had one pressing task: leveling the Moonlight Beast to 20. This was a prerequisite for the cleansing evolution. Fortunately, he already possessed a second-tier Star Brilliance, which significantly boosted the Star Beast skills, making it easier to quickly level the Moonlight Beast to 20. Currently, the Twin Moon Lamp monster is only at level 6, with its glowing and levitating skills both at level 1. Fu couldn't help but wonder if these skills would undergo a qualitative change, similar to the transformation seen with Jade, once they reached their maximum level. To escape from the temporal vault, Fu Han simulated Kikalu's genes to enhance his mental power to level 3. After escaping, he then simulated boyish traits to add a second heart, significantly boosting his survival capabilities. Although these enhancements were complete, his body still needed time to adjust. At this moment, Fu Han's second heart had already formed, and his undying body was beginning to take effect. However, the newly formed heart was still growing, and his overall functions were gradually improving, a process that could take another 6 to 9 months. In contrast, he had fully adapted to the enhancement of his mental power, noticeably recovering several times faster than when he first completed the enhancement. This change made the energy consumption negligible when Fu Han taught primary skills to star beasts. After each teaching session, he only needed to rest for an hour or two to recover his mental power and starlight, and he could move freely during this time. As a result, teaching primary skills became routine, and he no longer needed precious elixirs when enhancing Moonlight Monster's skills. Fu Han could now casually teach skill imprints to Moonlight Monster, like eating or drinking, then leisurely wait for recovery. Gathering information about Yuechi Peak also required time anyway. Fu Han roamed around Lin Yi Town for 3 days. Although he didn't obtain any information about Yuechi Peak, the glowing skill of the dual-body Moonlight Monster had reached its maximum level, level 9. Fu Han was not disappointed this time because, upon reaching the maximum level, the glowing skill evolved just like the Jade transformation, advancing from a primary skill to an intermediate skill. Intermediate skill Glowing Radiance LV Max emits bright light. Within the brightest glowing radiance area, Moonlight Monster can actively share its starlight with other star beasts. After reading the skill description, Fu Han was overjoyed. The Moonlight Monster had not only become a mobile lighting source but also a power bank, significantly expanding its functionality. This was especially beneficial for Chiyu, who lacked starlight, making it a timely aid. However, after careful consideration, Fu Han's excitement was dampened by Moonlight Monster's poor racial stats. With only 11 points in racial stats, even at level 12 with first-class starlight, its meager starlight was still insufficient. The Moonlight Monster was indeed too weak. Only after evolution could this skill truly come into play. Despite this, Fu Han was still satisfied. He recalled that the first time he upgraded Chiyu's Jade transformation, it took nearly 20 days to reach level 8. Now, it only took 3 days with almost no consumption. More importantly, all skills seemed to advance upon reaching the maximum level. This was undoubtedly a major advantage for Fu Han. He could elevate a primary skill to its maximum level and advance it within a few days, a feat other beast tamers couldn't match. When teaching skills to the Holy Light Sage, Fu Han noticed that his Star Beast skill levels were extraordinarily high. The scholar's Holy Light Sage was over level 40, but its skills were generally only at levels 23. Although the scholar clearly valued the Soul Beast and spent a lot of time training its skills daily, from Fu Han's perspective, the skill levels were pitifully low. This made Fu Han realize that ordinary beast tamers' skill configurations were far inferior to his. His strength could no longer be measured merely by star ratings. Enhancing and upgrading his skills gave Fu Han a significant advantage. Moreover, all skills underwent a qualitative change upon reaching the maximum level, which once again exceeded his expectations for the potential of the Starforger's power. Unfortunately, the imprinted skills after advancement remained the same as the original ones, unable to directly imprint the max level effects. But Fu Han was already quite satisfied. Over the next 5 days, Fu Han upgraded the floating skill of the Moonlight Spectre to level 10. As he anticipated, the floating skill advanced to an intermediate skill. Intermediate skill Hover Freedom LV Max. Resist gravity and float in the air. Basic hovering no longer requires starlight supply, but increasing starlight consumption can enhance height. The more and faster the starlight is consumed, the higher and faster the ascent. After carefully studying this skill, Fu Han raised an eyebrow, finding the max level effect quite intriguing. Although it was just an intermediate skill, it was much more powerful than ordinary flight. With enough starlight, it meant that Star Beasts could break free from gravitational constraints. This could even be a skill that allows Star Beasts to enter space. However, the max level effect still had limited help for the Moonlight Spectre. It was immensely valuable for Chiyu instead. At this moment, Fu Han felt fortunate for retaining Chiyu's wing structure earlier, a decision that now seemed incredibly wise. Once Chiyu's hovering skill was also upgraded to max level, the wings would become even more significant. He even considered adjusting the bioweapon form to retain the wings in the armored state. This way, Fu Han would gain the ability for short flights, greatly enhancing his mobility and allowing him to cross certain obstacles. Regrettably, after maxing out 2 skills, the Moonlight Spectre's level only increased to 16. The only remaining superpower skill in Fu Han's skill library was the Jade Barrier. But since the Moonlight Spectre was an energy construct without jade material for resonance, it couldn't learn this skill. Thus, the Moonlight Spectre's level advancement hit a bottleneck. It's somewhat frustrating that Fu Han's superpower skill library only contained 3 skills: Glow, Hover, and Jade Barrier. Although Kikalu mastered all superpower skills, Fu Han could only watch helplessly, unable to access them. Next, Fu Han needed to find new superpower skills, or provide a large number of star fragments to enhance the Moonlight Spectre's level. After carefully checking the adventure map, Fu Han discovered that the only place left with superpower star beasts in the Reaper's realm was the Crystal Coral Forest. Recently, Fu Han had been hunting in the forest every night for the star beasts' food. However, the results were mediocre, with no encounters with high-level star beasts, and finding prey took longer and longer. To find more prey, it would be best to move closer to the Crystal Coral Forest. Thus, Fu Han decided to head straight to the Crystal Coral Forest, aiming not only to imprint some superpower skills, but also to hunt more star fragments. After all, apart from the Moonlight Spectre, Boya's growth also relied on star fragments. The straight-line distance from Lin Station to the Crystal Coral Forest was several hundred kilometers, requiring a detour around the land of the dead and rugged mountains to reach it, which would take Fu Han 2 to 3 days even at his speed. With Luo Shun's space-time gate, however, the journey became much more comfortable and leisurely. Whenever he felt tired or hungry, Fu Han would find a safe spot for Luotian to mark the coordinates, then he would return to Lini Town. After eating, drinking, and resting sufficiently, he would use the portal to continue his journey. Although this method deprived him of the adventures of camping out, the benefit was that he wouldn't miss anything happening in Lini Town. On the second day of his departure to Jingshan Forest, Fu Han enjoyed a good night's sleep at the inn. Just as he was about to get up for a bowl of lamb soup, he suddenly sensed primordial cells entering his awareness and gradually approaching. Calculating the time, Fu Han guessed that the delegation from the Cult of Decay was about to leave. Fu Han didn't have to wait long before the diseased envoy appeared on the street. The silent guard was still escorting them, led by the same underworld officer riding a white-scaled horse. Although there was no market today, the streets were still packed with people cheering for the underworld officer. At the same time, jeers and insults were directed at the diseased witch. This time, the witch's face was ashen, and she stared blankly ahead, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Fu Han frowned, keenly noticing that the primordial cells on her body had decreased by more than half since a few days ago. He couldn't help but wonder if she had done something in Wuzong City. As Fu Han was lost in thought, a familiar voice broke through. Didn't expect you to still be here? Fu Han snapped back to reality and saw that it was Meng Yelua speaking. The last time he saw him was when the diseased envoy arrived, and now he appeared again as they were leaving, making Fu Han wary of the coincidence. Ah, Brother Meng, I haven't seen you for days. Fu Han exclaimed, feigning surprise. Meng Yelua smiled and replied, I went back to the city for a bit, didn't expect to catch this spectacle. Oh, what spectacle? Fu Han asked, pretending to be curious. Come on, let's go have some lamb soup. Meng Yelua said with a mysterious smile. Fu Han nodded in agreement, and they headed to the lamb soup shop. In the lamb soup shop, Meng Yelua revealed a shocking piece of news to Fu Han. 2 emissaries of the diseased sect were ambushed and severely injured in Wuzong City. Although these demonic entities were tough, they ultimately survived. The assassins acted with stealth and efficiency, evading the silent guard before disappearing without a trace. Fu Han immediately thought of the secret sect, suspecting this might be their act of retaliation. In fact, everyone had the same thought. Interestingly, after the assassination, the informant temples in Wuzong City went into hiding. This move by the secret sect was almost a blatant admission of guilt. Feigning ignorance, Fu Han asked, why would the secret sect ambush them? Meng Yelua sneered and explained, those diseased scum have committed too many atrocities. It said the diseased sect first attacked and killed a spy from the secret sect without reason, so the secret sect retaliated. He added that all the informants from the secret sect had already withdrawn from the diseased sect's territory a few days ago, and the informant temples in those areas were closed. What is Wuzong City's stance on this? Fu Han pressed further. Meng Yelua laughed heartily. As soon as the diseased scum left the city, the informant temples reopened. What do you think Wuzong City's stance is? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He took a big gulp of lamb soup and sighed. I just didn't expect that even a neutral sect like the secret sect would be provoked by them. This will undoubtedly strengthen our collaboration with the secret sect. Who knows what kind of madness drove them to antagonize the secret sect? They're digging their own grave. Yeah, must be madness, Fu Han muttered to himself. He knew very well that the diseased sect's erratic behavior was likely because Kira had returned. However, starting to kill without any investigation was indeed, as Meng Yelua said, digging their own grave. Meng Yelua's disdain for the cult of decay was palpable. Fu Han didn't delve into it, knowing that those who gained power by spreading disease had likely made countless enemies. Seeing their adversaries make a mistake, Meng Yelua was in a rare good mood and suggested they have a drink. Fu Han joined in for a cup and then skillfully shifted the conversation to the adventure map he had recently purchased. Meng Yelua laughed and said, those things are sold specifically to outsiders like you. No local would buy one. Fu Han chuckled. For me, the map is quite valuable. It helped me learn about many places. For instance, I'm very interested in the snowy mountains behind Wuzong City and would love to visit. Don't. Meng Yelua quickly stopped him. That's a forbidden area. Why? Fu Han feigned surprise. I don't know the specifics, but it's indeed a forbidden zone. There's a constant blizzard up there, so don't wander off, Meng Yelua warned sternly. Oh, all right then. Fu Han pretended to be disappointed as he sipped his soup. In reality, he was secretly pleased. He had been trying to gather information about Yuechi Peak for the past week, but couldn't find Meng Yelua. Now that Meng Yelua was back, Fu Han immediately got useful intel. It seemed Yuechi Peak was perpetually shrouded in blizzards, making it hard for ordinary people to approach. However, Fu Han knew he was no ordinary person and felt even more determined to visit Yuechi Peak. After leaving the mutton soup shop, Fu Han asked Meng Yelua about his plans. Meng Yelua smiled. What else can I do? I'll gather the team and head to the Crystal Coral Forest. That's my way of life. Unless the Temple of Death calls for me again, I'll keep doing this. You're quite strong. Want to join us? Fu Han hesitated. Me? I need to make a trip to Wuzong City first. All right, maybe next time then. Spring hunts are dangerous, but that's 2 months away. If we meet again, Meng Yelua said. Good luck to you all. Fu Han smiled and said goodbye. Watching Meng Yelua's departing figure, Fu Han felt a tinge of regret. It was a pity he had too many secrets to join them. Otherwise, he would have loved to accompany the hunters. He still needed to visit the Crystal Coral Forest, but he'd have to go alone. With that thought, he turned and walked into the deserted forest. The Crystal Coral Forest was a unique landscape. It was once underwater, but due to some unknown reason, the sea receded or the seabed rose, turning it into land. Most coral polyps died upon exposure to air, forming coral reefs. However, a special type of crystal coral miraculously survived and continued to thrive. Not only did the crystal coral survive, but it also flourished, evolving into various peculiar forms and expanding outward, creating a unique ecosystem on the barren seabed. This place was essentially a land-based coral forest, with crystal corals being more colorful and bizarre in shape. The star beasts living in the crystal coral forest were also unique. Many appeared aquatic, but moved effortlessly in this environment. As soon as Fu Han stepped into the crystal coral forest, he encountered a giant octopus covered in crystalline armor. Its tentacle suckers had evolved into sharp spikes. Despite its comical appearance, its movement speed was astonishing. This level 30 crystal-armored octopus had a fiery temper. The moment Fu Han intruded into its territory, it charged out in a rage to attack. Faced with this uninvited guest, Fu Han remained calm and immediately launched a counterattack. To Fu Han's surprise, Boya's elemental breath had almost no effect on the octopus crystal armor. This armor not only had incredible elemental resistance, but was also remarkably hard. However, no matter how tough the shell, it couldn't withstand Chiyu's punches. Over the past 2 days, Fu Han had been working on upgrading Chiyu's levitation skill, which had now reached its maximum level. Simultaneously, Chiyu's level had also risen to 20. After acquiring the second star radiance, his body size increased by 50, and in his armored form, he stood an impressive 3 meters tall. When he activated his gigantification ability, Chiyu transformed into a 6-meter-tall war god, smashing the octopus crystal armor to pieces with just 2 punches. Chiyu then grabbed the octopus tentacles and swiftly braided them into a neat plate. The crystal-armored octopus, now immobilized, had no choice but to submit to Fu Han's bonding contract. The crystal-shelled octopus possesses 2 inherent skills. One of them is a spinning combo attack that requires the use of its tentacles. The power of this skill increases with the number of limbs involved, but it isn't suitable for Fu Han's team to learn. However, its other skill crystallization gave Fu Han quite a pleasant surprise. The intermediate skill crystallization LV1 allows the body to form a hard crystal shell, significantly boosting overall resistance through the crystal self-resonance. This marvel of nature made Fu Han marvel. An octopus-like star beast with a secondary attribute of rock instead of water, possessing rock-type skills rather than water-type ones. Chiyu can learn crystallization, even though on the surface it seems like this skill might not be very useful for it. After all, Jade Transformation already provides Chiyu with formidable defense and resistance. But Fu Han recalled Scholar Ye's guidance. To evolve the Great Jade Hand into its ultimate form, the Starforged Golem, it should master more texture-changing skills. Crystallization is precisely such a skill that can alter Chiyu's texture, making it essential to learn and max out. Eagerly, Fu Han taught crystallization to Chiyu. As Chiyu activated the skill, its body gradually became more translucent, displaying iridescent hues. Under the combined effects of Jade Transformation and crystallization, Chiyu's texture indeed underwent a composite change, much to Fu Han's delight. He realized that continually having Chiyu master texture-changing skills might be the right approach. Even though there were currently only 2 such skills available, more effort was needed. Although Fu Han had just reached the first stop in the land of Reaper Shenmian, he had already gained something valuable, filling him with anticipation for the journey ahead. Another surprising aspect of the crystal-shelled octopus was its delicious taste. Simply roasting it over a fire made it very palatable, even without any seasoning. Paired with the special seasoning powder bought from Lini Town, it was absolutely delectable. Even Chi Chilu, who usually preferred sweets, couldn't resist taking a few extra bites. After a hearty meal, Fu Han continued to explore the outskirts of the crystal coral forest slowly. Given that the first star beast he encountered had a 3-star brilliance, he was cautious about venturing deeper. The crystal coral forest was once a seabed, featuring significant terrain variations, with dense coral rocks potentially hiding deep chasms. After crossing 2 deep ravines, the sounds of battle came from not far away. Curiously, Fu Han approached to investigate and found a team of hunters in a coral-enclosed valley, hunting another crystal-shelled octopus. This octopus was slightly larger than the one Fu Han had previously hunted, but seemed to be of the same 3-star brilliance. The hunter team consisted of 6 members, all of whom were on par with Fu Han, possessing intermediate beastmaster levels. However, their star beasts were clearly not as powerful as Fu Han's. After a prolonged struggle with the octopus, a burly fusion beastmaster finally shattered its crystal shell with a giant hammer, allowing 2 long-range star beasts to quickly defeat the crystal-shelled octopus. Though successful, all 6 beastmasters were injured to varying degrees, with almost everyone bearing wounds. To Fu Han, this seemed like a Pyrrhic victory. Nevertheless, the hunter team celebrated exuberantly, with the captain praising their coordination and minimal losses. Fuan was a bit surprised. He glanced at the normally adorable-looking Chiyu beside him and thought, "You're really impressive. You alone are worth 6 of them." Fuan avoided direct encounters with the other hunters, and instead changed direction to continue his search for prey. His main target this time was a psychic-type star beast known as the Crystal Spikeball. Resembling a sea urchin, the Crystal Spikeball is covered in long, sharp crystal spikes with no visible external organs. It relies entirely on its powerful mental abilities to sense its surroundings, and uses telekinesis to control its spikes, ambushing its prey to seize star fragments. The crystal spikeball is a highly intelligent predator that prefers to hide and observe, setting elaborate traps only when it encounters weak targets. Its inherent skill, telekinetic limbs, is exactly what Fuin is after. The intermediate skill telekinetic limbs allows the user to form two invisible limbs through telekinesis. The stronger the mental power, the longer and more powerful the limbs become. Although this is a common type of telekinetic skill and not unique to the crystal spikeball, it is currently the most practical telekinetic skill Fuin can find. Training psychic-type star beasts requires telekinetic skills. Telekinetic limbs are not only useful in combat, but also handy in everyday life for moving objects from a distance. Among telekinetic skills, it excels in both length and strength, with its only drawback being the limited number of limbs. Chiyu is not suitable for this skill because mental power is not its strong suit, making the invisible telekinetic limbs short and weak, and thus ineffective. In contrast, the Moonlight monster, after its evolution, is better suited for learning this skill. Fuin plans to have the Moonlight monster learn it first, but whether it will succeed depends on luck since the crystal spikeball is not easy to find. If he can't locate a crystal spikeball in a while, Fuin plans to use the star fragments he collects from hunting to level up the Moonlight monster to level 20. Over the next few days, Fuin spent his days searching for prey in the crystal coral forest and returned to the inn to rest at night. During this time, he encountered various common star beasts in the crystal coral forest: music snails, crystal coral deer, and crystal crabs. The materials he collected from hunting these star beasts earned him 2 gold coins, but unfortunately, he still hadn't seen any sign of a crystal spikeball. During this period, the upgrading of basic skills also did not stagnate. Fuin was particularly curious about what changes would occur when the self-healing skill reached its maximum level, so he upgraded the slime's self-healing from level 4 to the maximum level 7. As a result, the water slime's level increased to 15, and the self-healing skill advanced to an intermediate skill. The intermediate skill Self-Healing Starshine LV Max gradually restores health over time. When absorbing Starshine, it also restores health. This means that when a star beast is in the core domain receiving Starshine from a beast master, its self-healing speed can slightly increase. If it's absorbing star fragments, health recovery is even faster. For most people, the max level effect of self-healing might seem trivial, but for Fuin, it's a significant improvement. He can pass on this skill to allow star beasts to gain a large amount of Starshine anytime, anywhere, serving as an emergency healing method. Although the cost is high, it's very useful for emergencies. Fuin plans to first max out Chiyu's self-healing skill and then upgrade to Wanzi's self-healing skill, just in case. As for Xiaozi, its self-healing ability has evolved into an advanced skill, which will require gradual improvement over time. On the 4th day, Fu Han finally discovered the hidden crystal spikeball with Kikalu's help. He initially thought his own star level would be enough to lure out this star beast, but he didn't expect it to be so cautious. If it weren't for Kikalu sensing its psychic waves, Fu Han would never have found the crystal spikeball lurking in the shadows. The crystal spikeball, a star beast that relies entirely on psychic limbs for movement, stood no chance against the more powerful psychic force of Kikalu. Compared to Kikalu's mental strength, it was like an infant, with its psychic limbs completely suppressed by Kikalu's overwhelming power, rendering it immobile. Consequently, soul contact became a breeze. After acquiring the skill of psychic phantom limb, Fu Han reduced his hunting trips. Apart from arranging daily meals for the 3 little ones, he spent most of his time holed up in the inn, focusing on enhancing the skills of the Moon Lantern Spirit. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Fu Han had been in the land of divine slumber for a month. The day of the Solar Council was approaching, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. His previous experiences at the council had piqued his interest, especially the speeches by the senior priest. Given the priest's candid nature, Fu Han speculated that he might reveal the purpose of the rotten delegation's visit. This information was crucial for Fu Han, as he and Kira were now mortal enemies. Given his current strength, avoiding Kira seemed the wisest choice. Therefore, he paid close attention to every move of the rotten cult. 2 days later, just before noon, Fu Han hid in his inn room, making final preparations for the upcoming Solar Council. He sternly instructed the inn staff not to disturb him, then carefully secured the doors and windows. He had Xiaozi stand guard at his feet and ordered Qiyu to activate her bioarmor as a precaution. Once everything was in place, Fu Han quietly awaited the arrival of noon. Before long, the familiar sensation of a summon emerged from his core. Fu Han took a deep breath, relaxed his mind, and allowed himself to sink into his core. His consciousness passed through the seed of the divine tree, through the scorching golden canopy, and arrived beneath the tree. He reached out to grasp the light orb before him, causing the trunk of the divine tree to fade away. This time, Fu Han arrived early, and only the scholar and the elder's light projections were present under the tree. The elder kept his eyes closed and head bowed, resembling a meditative monk. Upon seeing Fu Han, the scholar smiled and nodded, to which Fu Han responded in kind. Both were pleased with the outcome of their last collaboration, their mutual understanding evident in their exchanged glances. Moments later, the light projection of the little cat appeared beside Fu Han. The cat seemed very excited, eagerly waving at Fu Han and the scholar but refraining from disturbing the meditative elder, suppressing its urge to speak. Soon, the light projections of other members began to appear, and before long, everyone had arrived. As usual, the scholar assumed the role of the meeting secretary and said to the elder, "Chief, everyone is here." The elder nodded, slowly opened his eyes, and spoke in a steady voice. "Today, I have something important to remind you all. Next month, there will be a phenomenon known as the solar flare. This is an excellent opportunity to enhance the seed of the divine tree. I will notify you in advance, so be prepared and try not to miss it." Enhance the seed of the divine tree? Fu Han was taken aback. He had contracted the seed of the divine tree for some time, yet it hadn't absorbed any of his starlight and remained at level 1. Instead, it had provided him with a considerable amount of starlight. Fu Han had attempted to teach his light-based skills to the seed, but it seemed entirely uninterested, rejecting his skill imprints. Fu Han had assumed that the seed of the divine tree was just that only after planting and growing into the divine tree would it undergo any changes. Unexpectedly, the seed of the divine tree can also be enhanced? Just as he was about to ask, the old man seemed to remember that Fu Han was still unfamiliar with all of this and turned to the scholar, saying, Scholar, please explain it to the outsider." The scholar readily agreed. "All right." She turned to Fu Han and patiently explained, "I assume you have noticed that the seed of the divine tree does not accept our starlight for enhancement. Moreover, it cannot absorb star fragments to grow. The main reason is that the seed of the divine tree only accepts radiance from the sun." Fu Han had already suspected this. He thought that starlight couldn't just appear out of nowhere. The starlight emitted by the seed of the divine tree must be sourced from somewhere else. He speculated that its starlight essentially comes from the sun tree, which directly harnesses energy from the sun. The scholar continued, "The sun's radiance is actually quite special. Undoubtedly, it contains starlight, but it's extremely mixed and cannot be directly absorbed by star beasts. The Star Awakening Alliance once created instruments to filter the sun's radiance, which is how artificial starlight was made. However, the quality of artificial starlight is very low, indicating that these instruments don't utilize the sun's radiance efficiently. The sun tree, on the other hand, can make good use of the sun's radiance, which is why it is called the sun tree. Most of the time, the divine tree and its seeds will reflect the sun's starlight to us. But during periods of intense solar flare activity, the divine tree will absorb all the energy itself. This serves two purposes, protecting us and enabling its own growth. Therefore, solar flares are a great opportunity for the divine tree to grow. You can take the seed of the divine tree near the Nine Suns tree during such times to significantly enhance it. If that's not possible, find a high, open place. So, it's best to find a secure spot in advance. As the divine tree's level increases, the amount of starlight it can reflect will also increase." Fu Han suddenly understood. "I see. Thank you, I understand now." The scholar smiled and nodded, saying no more. At this point, the old man looked up and said, "I'm very pleased. Recently, all of you have grown, and everyone's aura has become much stronger. I hope you maintain a sense of urgency. The ninth seat could appear as soon as tomorrow. You should communicate and trade more, and make the most of your time to improve. Let's move on to free discussion." With that, the old man closed his eyes and lowered his head again. The council fell silent for a moment. Just as Xiao Mao was about to raise her hand to speak, the priest spoke first. Seeing this, Xiao Mao obediently lowered her hand and listened quietly. The priest exclaimed excitedly, "Silent One, good news! I now have concrete information about the decaying saintess." The Silent One, as terse as ever, simply said, "Speak." The priest continued, "I can confirm that the decaying saintess is trapped in a temporal rift. She was ejected from the vault of temporal rules and is now stuck in a harsh and unforgiving time rift. Due to the extreme conditions, her physical body has been destroyed." A merchant, standing nearby, interjected, "So, she's dead then?" The priest scoffed and ignored him. The Silent One shot a cold glance at the merchant, who quickly raised his hands in apology and fell silent. The priest resumed, "The cult of the decaying saintess, I don't know how, but despite her body being gone, her soul remains intact. So, she's still alive. Her life star still shines brightly, and she seems capable of sending some form of will back to her cult. She's dispatched an envoy, hoping we can guide her soul back to the main timeline. I suspect she has a backup body." Fu Han thought to himself, "Of course she does." He recalled how he had prepared 2 hearts for himself to ensure his survival. For a twisted mind like the decaying saintess, it wouldn't be surprising if she had prepared multiple contingencies. She might even have hundreds of bodies stashed away in her filthy temple. The priest went on, "Honestly, The terms she offered are very tempting. But we haven't forgotten that she's our enemy, so we've outright rejected her request. Her physical form might be gone, but her soul will eventually perish. We estimate her twisted soul won't last more than 30 years. This was incredible news for Fu Han, but he couldn't shake off a nagging doubt, feeling that things might not be so straightforward. The Silent One asked, "So, you can guide her back?" The priest confirmed, "Yes, we can." A scholar cautioned, "You better be careful then." The priest's expression turned serious as he nodded. "That's why we need the Silent One's assistance." The Silent One nodded in agreement. At this point, Fu Han spoke up, "And be wary of those who can open the vault of temporal rules." The priest smiled slightly. "That's the other piece of good news I wanted to share." The priest wore a smile and continued, "Here's another piece of good news. Those plague-ridden scum have gone mad, launching indiscriminate attacks on the spies of the Secret Order. They think they're being stealthy, but the Secret Order is fully aware of their actions. Now, both sides are in open conflict. The plague envoys have even faced retaliatory assassinations from the Secret Order." The priest chuckled smugly. In fact, before the plague envoys arrived, the high priest had already made contact with the keepers. The Secret Order was originally neutral, but now they're willing to ally with us. At the very least, they won't be providing any more intelligence to those plague-ridden scum. The Death Order is a natural enemy of the Plague Order, and the Secret Order understands that the enemy of their enemy is their friend. The priest's confidence grew. Without the help of the Secret Order, those plague-ridden scum will find it much harder to locate the Chosen of the God of Thieves. And we've received word that the Chosen is already moving towards us, seeking the protection of the Death God. Hearing this, Fu Han raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, the priest is too naive. The Chosen of the God of Thieves, a thief, would never willingly expose their whereabouts. They're more likely to shift the blame elsewhere. However, the priest seemed oblivious to this, still dreaming of the Death Order, gaining the Chosen's assistance and accessing many treasure rifts. At that moment, the plump merchant suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" the priest snapped. The merchant shrugged. "Nothing. Go on." The priest scoffed at the merchant and then turned to the Silent One, bowing respectfully, "My lord, I have finished." The Silent One pondered for a moment before saying succinctly, 3 days. The priest understood immediately and expressed his gratitude. Fu Han was slightly taken aback, feeling as if he were in the Temple of Whispers, and instinctively looked up at the golden canopy. The news the priest brought was mostly good for Fu Han, especially learning about Kyra's situation, which eased his mind. The only regret was that Kyra's soul could endure for 30 years, a time frame long enough for complications to arise. Fu Han mused, the Death Order might not be a viable path for Kyra, but the Chosen of the God of Thieves remains an unpredictable factor. Moreover, if the time flow in Kyra's temporal rift differs from the main timeline, she might be able to hold on indefinitely. Suddenly, Fu Han considered another possibility. If the time flow in Kyra's rift is accelerated, she could have been enduring harsh conditions for a long time, making her mind more deranged and irrational, leading her to order revenge against the Secret Order. This could mean she might only last another 3 years. But it also means her actions will become increasingly extreme and unreasonable. Fu Han frowned. What's more terrifying than a twisted, mad plague saintess? A dying, twisted, mad plague saintess. He couldn't believe Kyra would accept her fate calmly in her final moments. It's obvious, even with the slightest chance, she would drag the whole world down with her. Realizing this, Fu Han felt that he couldn't keep his concerns to himself any longer. He spoke up. "There's something I'm really worried about." Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Fu Han. Fu Han continued, "The priest just mentioned that the corrupted saintess is trapped in a temporal rift. This means that the flow of time where she is might be different from our main timeline. In other words, she might be able to hold on for much longer, far beyond 30 years. Even worse, she might only have a few years or months left." "Why is that worse?" the merchant asked, puzzled. Fu Han sighed and explained, "We all know the corrupted sect is twisted and sick. Just imagine, after enduring decades of torment, what do you think she would do right before she dies?" "Hiss," the merchant gasped. The scholar furrowed his brows deeply. "You mean she might spread the corruption recklessly, dragging the entire world down with her?" The merchant exclaimed, "Just like what happened to Starfall City?" The scholar turned to the priest and asked, "Is it possible for her to do that while trapped in a temporal rift?" The priest also frowned, "I don't know." At that moment, the elder who had been meditating suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's possible. We need to take this seriously. Tree guardians, heed my command." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. The elder continued, "To ensure the continuation of life, we must prevent this from happening. I understand that it's difficult to confront the entire corrupted sect, but the corrupted saintess is at her weakest now. If we can find her location, we should be able to end her twisted and evil life prematurely. Use all available resources to find the thief's whereabouts or determine the Saintess's temporal location. Any tree guardian or collaborator who completes this task will receive a reward from the sacred tree. Please give it your all. Yes. This time, the response was even more enthusiastic, clearly showing that the reward from the sacred tree was highly enticing to everyone. No one explained to Fu Han what the reward would be, and he didn't ask. To him, the reward was far less important than eliminating Kayla. If someone could accomplish this, Fu Han would even be willing to offer some rewards out of his own pocket. Therefore, he wasn't too concerned about the specifics of the reward. Fu Han speculated that the reward from the sacred tree might be related to starlight, possibly something akin to a primordial essence. More importantly, he noticed that the elder also disliked the corrupted sect and aimed to eliminate Kayla. That was enough. It seemed no one here shared any interest with Kayla. Well then, let's continue our discussion, the elder instructed before closing his eyes once more. The assembly fell silent for a moment. Confirming no one else was speaking, the young cat raised her hand and said, "I've formed a contract with my first star beast, Meow. Outsider, you haven't forgotten the reward you promised me, right, Meow?" Fu Han smiled and asked, "Oh, what kind of star beast is it?" "It's..." The young cat began to speak, but the scholar quickly interrupted. "Wait, you should discuss this in private." "Oh, right, Meow. Chief, could you assist us, Meow?" The young cat realized. The elder didn't respond, but Fu Han noticed that he and the young cat were starting to move away. Once a concealing mist formed around them, the young cat excitedly said, "Meow. I contracted a star beast from the mirror. Meow. It has 2 tails, and I call it Little Tail." Fu Han was slightly taken aback. A 2-tailed cat beast from the mirror, wasn't that a mirror cat? This was a rare and highly capable psychic-type star beast, known for its proficiency in psychic illusions. While not extremely powerful, it was indeed uncommon. The young cat's abilities were related to luck. Even before she had a star beast, she managed to reach the sacred tree and contract its seed. Such luck suggested she was blessed by the cat god. Fu Han had initially thought that, given her trajectory, her second star beast might be something extraordinarily powerful. A legendary rarity with royal-level stats wouldn't have been out of the question. Yet, she had contracted a relatively unremarkable star beast. "I have a second star beast now, Meow. How are you going to reward me, Meow?" the young cat asked expectantly. Fu Han pondered for a moment. The young cat had indeed been a great help to him, and he had recently acquired a good psychic-type skill. He could teach her star beast the skill Mind Tentacle. The mirror cat's strong mental capabilities made it well suited for this skill. So Fu Han said, "To receive my reward, you'll need the chief to grant you permission to bring Little Tail here. I need to touch its soul." "Got it, Meow." The young cat nodded and called out loudly, "Chief, could you assist us, Meow?" Moments later, a star appeared beside the young cat, leaving Fu Han stunned. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.